This is a parallel universe with a male-to-female ratio of 1 to 100 million. Males are treasured not only in the world of the living but also in the bizarre world, the demon world, and even on alien planets. So while others carefully navigate through the rules of strange tales to survive, you do everything possible to avoid being harassed by various female ghosts. Looking at the female ghost who had already rushed into the room with her teeth and claws bared, you thought your journey through life was about to end, and you fainted on the spot in fear. But the next second, the female ghost knelt in front of you, begging you not to die. Her fierce expression disappeared without a trace, replaced by full of fear and panic. Please don't die, I beg you. If something happens to you, what will I do? Her dry, twig-like fingers trembled as she pinched your philtrum and performed CPR on your unconscious body. Tears streamed down the terrifying face like a burst dam, mingling with the pus, making it even more horrifying. Yet, in this moment, the female ghost was consumed by endless panic and fear, completely disregarding her own terrifying appearance. Do you have to scare ghosts like this? If the man in front of you is scared out of his wits by you, it would be beyond disastrous. It would be a complete catastrophe, enough to make his ancestors' spirits scatter. At this moment, the hundreds of viewers still in the live broadcast room exploded. A man? It's actually a man. The rules of Strange Tales actually selected a man. They stared at the screen intently, their eyes filled with shock, as if they could not believe the scene before them. That's like 1 in over 1 billion men. The host of the 520 live broadcast room is a man. Sisters, quickly inform the sisters in other live broadcast rooms. At the same time, in other live streaming rooms, the remaining hosts selected for the ghost stories were carefully familiarizing themselves with the environment and rules. However, when the barrage informed that a man was selected for room 520 and was in danger, all the selected hosts became unsettled. Most of the chosen individuals hesitated for just a few seconds before gritting their teeth and decisively breaking free from the constraints of the rules, rushing out of the room. The few who did not choose to go out and save people because they were afraid of death were scolded mercilessly by the audience in the live broadcast. Even their respective countries' officials have issued bullet screens, mandating them to risk their lives to save people, promising that as long as they go out to rescue others, regardless of success or failure, the country will make proper arrangements and provide preferential treatment to their families. But if they don't go out to save people, then just deal with their families seriously. After all, the safety of this man is the most important thing at the moment. In today's world where the ratio of women to men is more than 1 to 1, 2 billion, with over 100 billion people in over 500 countries globally, the total number of men combined still doesn't reach 100. 5 countries share less than 1 man each, indicating that the value of men has reached an unprecedented peak. It is not an exaggeration to say that the fate and development of a country are closely related to just one man. With the clamor of these viewers' urgent calls, your live stream room instantly flooded with a large number of viewers, and in a short time, the number of people had already exceeded 1 billion. Everyone was nervously watching the young handsome man being urgently rescued by the female ghost, silently praying in their hearts, hoping that he would be safe and sound. The eerie spirits in the haunted tower saw these chosen ones rushing out of the room one after another, instantly getting excited, eagerly preparing to feast heartily. In the past, each of these chosen ones was careful. Wanting to harm them was not only time-consuming and laborious but also mentally taxing. Not only might it not succeed, but it could also be dangerous. But now, these chosen ones are starting to break the rules one after another. It's like handing them the meat right to their mouths. However, before these eerie beings could start their harmful actions, a sudden alarm blared throughout the haunted mansion. The doors and windows leading outside swiftly closed with iron bars, sealing off the entire hotel completely. The sudden situation left everyone bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Why such a big commotion all of a sudden? But then a hoarse female voice urgently came over the broadcast. Urgent notice. All anomalies must immediately drop what they are doing and rush to room 520 to protect the man inside. A man has actually been chosen to be sent into the Strange Tales. Upon hearing the broadcast, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. But in the next moment, they couldn't care less about harming those who broke the rules, and all went madly rushing towards room 520. For a moment, humans and anomalies strangely flowed together harmoniously, crazily heading towards room 520. Because men are not only extremely rare in the world of the living, but they are also an absolutely rare presence in the eerie world, with a rarity even greater than in the world of the living, several times over. This is because only men who die a normal death will enter the eerie world. Therefore, living men are equivalent to newborns whose future has already been predetermined. Hence, even in this bizarre world, living males are considered a top priority for protection, with protection measures being extremely strict. Any incident, whether involving the living or the dead, will implicate a large number of unfortunate and bizarre events. Moreover, The survival rules of this bizarre world are even more cruel and harsh. Punishment is light, and there is a great possibility of the entire family being wiped out together. In the room, your heartbeat grew weaker after you fainted. The female ghost frantically administered first aid to you, praying incessantly, "Please, nothing must happen, or my entire family will be doomed." Unfortunately, being a female ghost, she was filled with energy. Otherwise, she would have eagerly performed CPR on you. The audience in the live stream room watched anxiously as the female ghost received first aid, holding their breath in nervous anticipation. All eyes were glued to the screen, hoping for your swift recovery. At the next moment, a graceful figure in a red dress burst into the room. When she saw you unconscious, the fierce yet tearful female ghost, and the fallen door, she was instantly filled with uncontrollable anger. In an instant, the red dress fluttered, and a chilling wind swept through the room. But the next second this red-skirted female ghost forcefully suppressed her anger. The cloudy wind in the room quickly calmed down. The red-skirted female ghost had quickly rushed to the bedside, pushed away the female ghost who was giving first aid to Wang Han, and personally got on to give first aid to Wang Han. At the same time, to the crying maid ghost next to her, she asked sternly, "What the hell is going on? Tell me quickly?" Being asked by the red-skirted female ghost fiercely, the maid ghost cried even more fiercely at once, and hurriedly sobbed and tremblingly complained, "Manager, I just knocked on the door for the guest room hygiene service according to the rules as usual, but there has been no response from the inside, so I just knocked on the door according to the rules." And the sound of knocking on the door became louder and louder, and finally kicked the door down to come in according to the rules. "And when I came in, after I came in, I saw him covered in the quilt. Then he pulled back the quilt and fainted when he saw me. I didn't break the rules. I really didn't break the rules." After hearing this, the red-skirted female ghost impatiently said, "I don't care if you violated the rules or not. If he doesn't wake up, I'll definitely tear you apart before I'm finished. Get the hell out of here, and stop the ugly ones outside. 2. Don't be scared when you wake up later. Also, go get all those chosen ones and ask them if any of them know first aid. Let them come and tell them that as long as they can be saved, I'll promise all of them to pass the copy. If they can't be saved, none of them will live." After saying that, the red-skirted female ghost didn't care about the maid ghost next to her, and continued to give first aid to Wang Han, trying to maintain his increasingly weak and slow heartbeat. She was anxious beyond measure. Unfortunately, many of the first aid methods of the girls who had become ghosts could not be used on the living, and such things as first aid for the living still had to be done by the living to have a greater chance of success. At this moment, in the Fierce Ghost Hotel, the anchors selected by Rule Strange Talk were rushing towards room 520. Some of them looked nervous, their faces filled with anxiety and vigilance, scanning the surrounding area while running, fearing that some ghosts and monsters would suddenly leap out from some dark corner. Some are full of determination. Their eyes reveal a kind of determined courage. They seem to have already put life and death at risk, completely ignoring the surrounding environment, only thinking of rushing to room 520 as soon as possible to save the man chosen by the Rule of Strange Talk. And those creeps, after hearing the notice, also hurried on their way to room 520 like ghosts in the darkness. Their silhouettes weaved quickly through the dimly lit corridors, bringing up gusts of eerie air that sent shivers down one's spine. But when the living and the creepy met along the way, both froze for a moment. But soon enough, both moved on towards their goal, for at the moment they shared a common mission more important than anything else. Ghosts move much faster than people, and before long, there were already many female ghosts gathered right in front of the entrance of room 520. But most of them were stopped outside by the maid ghosts, and only 2 very beautiful female ghosts were allowed to enter the room. Immediately after that, the women who had been chosen by Rule Oddity also arrived. Their eyes, however, were filled with determination. For the sake of a man, what need is there for a horse and a corpse? Sisters, kill! Led by the shouts of those in front of them, these women summoned up all their courage and shouted, resolutely charging at the many female ghosts blocking the corridor. The shouts echoed in the corridor, as if it was a battle song of the brave. Seeing these living women who were shouting and charging, the female ghosts that had congested the walkway were also ready to meet them. They revealed their hideous faces and let out bursts of terrifying roars, as if they wanted to tear all these living women into pieces. However, right at this moment, a female ghost wearing a black skirt suddenly appeared between the 2 sides and shouted at the rushing women, "Wait, we also want to save that man. We have the same purpose. There's no need for you guys to fight for your lives. Are there any of you who know first aid? As long as you can save the man alive, this copy will be counted as you all passing." Upon hearing this, although they didn't understand why these ghosts also wanted to save people, even going so far as to promise to let all of them pass the copy. But right now, saving people first was undoubtedly the most important thing, and the few women who rushed at the front hurriedly opened their hands to stop the people behind them. One of the big, middle-aged, powerful women looked at the black-skirted female ghost and hurriedly said, "I can give first aid. I know first aid too. I am the doctor. I'm a nurse. I'm a medical student." Immediately afterward, 4 more young girls hurriedly raised their hands and shouted, "Good." The black-skirted female ghost didn't talk any nonsense, and immediately said, "Those who know first aid will come with me, and the others will wait here." After saying that, the black-skirted female ghost hurriedly took these 5 living women who can give first aid and rushed towards room 520. The female ghosts crowded in the corridor also gave way, not daring to obstruct them at all. But when the other living women tried to go over, they wouldn't budge an inch, watching them with that icy gaze, as if warning them not to act rashly. Chapter 4, Wang Han wakes up. Chapter 4, Wang Han wakes up. In the room, with several living people who had studied medicine together to provide first aid, Wang Han's heartbeat that had been getting weaker and weaker, as if it would completely stop at any time, finally recovered. The heartbeat is back to normal. When they heard the living female doctors say these words with a lot of excitement, all the surrounding people and ghosts alike all sighed in relief as if they were relieved that they had finally saved this man's precious life. The viewers of the live broadcast, which had increased to over 2 billion, also breathed a sigh of relief. But this was only a temporary relief for them. Although it was a temporary saving of this man's precious life, but as long as he didn't wake up, he was still not out of danger, and no one could really let go of his heart. Moreover, no one knew if this man had been scared out of his wits after this incident. For the living, it would be an absolutely world-class and huge loss if the man died or was scared out of his wits. To the surrounding female ghosts, this man was also a precious resource for the future of the creepy world. And if this man died or was scared out of his wits, it would not only be an equally world-class loss for the creepy world. Moreover, this incident was caused by their mistakes. Even if the person was saved, if they were scared out of their wits, they would all be held accountable. And the punishment is absolutely very severe. That is, the entire Fierce Ghost restaurant all bazaar to be soul scattered, and then involve thousands of bazaar is not impossible. At this moment, seeing that Wang Han was temporarily out of danger, that middle-aged older woman immediately said forcefully to the red-skirted female ghost, "You ghosts must hurry and leave this room. The Qi and grievances on your bodies are so thick that it will affect his recovery, and it will also frighten him again." The red-skirted female ghost also understood this reasoning and nodded her head to express her understanding, immediately letting the black-skirted female ghost lead the rest of the female ghosts out of the room, and even more so, strictly forbidding all the weirdness from approaching the room at a distance of 50 meters. However, she herself had no intention of leaving. After all, the lives of the ghosts of the entire restaurant were at stake, and even their 9 clans were included, so she didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After the other female ghosts left, seeing the middle-aged aunt's gaze fixed on herself, the red-skirted female ghost immediately said forcefully, "I'm not worried about you guys. It's impossible for me to leave. I'm the only one right now, and I can control my own Qi and grievances. It won't affect him." The middle-aged older woman also knew that this red-skirted female ghost was unlikely to compromise, and since they, the living, were ultimately the vulnerable group in the rule strange talk, she could only allow the red-skirted female ghost to stay, but still attached a condition. "We need more people to take care of him." Living people. The red-skirted female ghost shrugged indifferently. "No problem. You guys can go out and call someone over to take care of him right now. But there's a prerequisite. Ugly ones won't do. Just like you. I'm also afraid that you guys will scare him again." "Good." The middle-aged older woman didn't hesitate and agreed immediately, saying to the other few young girls, "You guys take care of him here. I'll go out and replace him with someone else to come in. So make sure to notify me first if there's anything going on." After saying that, the middle-aged older woman also left room 520 without hesitation. At this time, her heart was already filled with doubts as to why these harmful female ghosts would care so much about this man's life. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Han's fingers moved slightly. Beside the bed, a young girl who was always keeping an eye on Wang Han's situation immediately noticed the subtle change, stared wide-eyed in surprise, and shouted to the others, "There's movement. His fingers are moving." Hearing the shout, the rest of the girls, including the red-skirted female ghost, immediately gathered around, nervously watching Wang Han. "There's movement. It's finally happening. Great. I hope he wakes up soon." The audience that had been waiting for a long time in the live broadcast room also instantly boiled. Countless gazes gazed nervously at Wang Han, expecting him to wake up quickly and praying that he wasn't scared out of his wits. Consciousness gradually returning, Wang Han slowly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was a delicate and beautiful face, and the pairs of gazes full of concern were all looking at him expectantly. Wang Han, who had just woken up, was first confused. It was the first time that he had been watched by so many beautiful girls with such concern, and the distance was still so close. But immediately afterward, a voice rang in Wang Han's ears. Knock! Congratulations to the lucky one who has been chosen to be in the rules weirdness. Given that the chosen one is a male, he is now entitled to the following privileges. Hearing this sudden voice, Wang Han froze and his entire body was dazed. Just because he was a man, the system gave him privileges even if he was a man. Even the rule weirdness gave him privileges. Also at that moment, a pretty girl spoke. You're finally awake. Returning to his senses, Wang Han asked with mock caution. Am I dead? Hearing Wang Han's question, the group of pretty girls looked at each other. One of the girls in a red dress hurriedly said, No, you're alive and well. You were just unconscious before. At those words, Wang Han breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a gush of fear in his heart. Then once again, he launched himself into a daze, remembering what had happened before. He had crossed over into rule weirdness and was bound to a bachelor dog system, but because he was male, he enjoyed supreme privileges. At that time, just as he was planning to learn more about the system, he suddenly heard a loud bang, instinctively pulled back his bunk, and then he saw an ugly-looking female ghost with teeth and claws lunging at him, and then he didn't know anything, and then there's now. Actually, even Rule Geek has given himself several privileges because he's male. Seeing Wang Han dazed once again, the group of girls surrounding him could not help but tense up once again. The more than 2 billion viewers in the live broadcast room also couldn't help but close and clench their hands again. The red-skirted female ghost was even staring closely at Wang Han with eyes full of tension. Countless eyes nervously watched Wang Han, just afraid that the man in front of him would be scared out of his wits. As the old man said he was scared away part of his soul, a girl was the first to sulk, interrupting Wang Han's memories and thoughts, and nervously asked, How many does 1 plus 1 equal? Wang Han, who had once again returned to his senses but was still a bit confused, was a bit unsure, but still answered honestly, 2. Hearing the answer, the women were not reassured. After all, the question was too simple. Another girl followed up with, That's too easy. What's 10 times 11? Wang Han, who had already responded, couldn't help but be a bit speechless. However, considering that he was not from this world and was completely ignorant of it, adhering to the principle of caution, Wang Han still answered honestly, 101. After answering, Wang Han even hurriedly contacted the system in his mind, asking about the situation he had crossed over. Hearing Wang Han's answer, the girls still didn't feel relieved. Still looking at Wang Han nervously, another girl asked after him, Is it 110, or 101? 110. A cage holds chickens and rabbits together, with a total of 100 feet. How many chickens and rabbits are there in each? Once again, Wang Han was speechless for a moment and finally couldn't help himself. I wasn't scared, silly. Hearing this, the group of girls looked at each other, their hearts once again relieved, but still a little uneasy. A pretty girl in a red dress asked again, What's your name? The other girls also continued to look at Wang Han with eyes full of anticipation. Wang Han was once again speechless. This simple question had really asked itself, Does one have an identity in this world? Just asked the system and the answer was no. Wang Han could only reply stiffly, I don't remember. Hearing this, the hearts of the girls who had just been relieved couldn't help but lift up again. Looking at each other, their faces were all very serious. That red dress girl's already pale face was even more so. Her face was directly white as frost color, and she looked like she was about to cry. I'm so sorry. I'm really scared out of my mind. I've lost my memory. She swore that in a while, she must tear that maid ghost apart at the first opportunity. Otherwise, she was afraid that she wouldn't have the chance to avenge herself. Chapter 5, A Word Starts a Preparedness War. Chapter 5, A Word Starts a Preparatory War. Seeing that these girls still seemed to be interested, and have the momentum to continue to ask questions, Wang Han's heart violently tightened, and hurriedly closed his eyes to pretend to be asleep. He has not yet understood the situation clearly with the system, and does not understand the world in which he is currently living, so he does not dare to let them continue to ask questions. After all, saying too much is wrong in many cases that can be axiomatic. When they saw Wang Han enter the sleeping state again, the faces of the group of girls immediately surfaced with nervousness again. However, carefully observing Wang Han's calm breathing rhythm, they also realized that Wang Han was probably pretending to be asleep. Although they were a bit unwilling in their hearts, they did not pester them with further questions. However, they didn't let their guard down because of this, and remained close to the bedside, their eyes always locked onto Wang Han, keeping a close eye on his every move at all times. After all, the chance to see a man so close up was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for girls from ordinary families. The one exception was the female ghost in the red dress, who had rushed out of the room at the first opportunity to tear the maid ghost away. She must get revenge for herself first before she is held accountable. World of the living, Aquamarine. During the time that Wang Han pretended to be asleep, the entire Aquamarine star seemed to be caught in a huge storm, and the situation became more and more tense and turbulent. In fact, from the moment Wang Han made his debut in the live broadcast, various countries were like sharks that had smelled blood and couldn't wait to start investigating Wang Han's identity with all their might. It should be realized that the global population is up to more than 10 billion, and there are more than 500 countries of all sizes, but there are only less than 100 men. On average, it is difficult for 5 countries to evenly distribute a male, so it can be said that every male is a highly regarded existence, and young and strong men like Wang Han are even rarer. Now, suddenly, there is a previously unknown and young and strong male, so what country could not be impressed? Especially when Wang Han uttered the phrase "don't remember." Regardless of whether Wang Han had really lost his memory or pretended to have lost his memory, all countries quickly began to take action as if they were wound up. Various false information about Wang Han quickly began to spread on the internet like a raging tide, and even his family was fabricated with great care. Those powerful countries had already begun to actively draw in allies, rubbing their fists and preparing to show off their skills in this coming storm. Armies were frequently mobilized, and all kinds of advanced weapons and equipment were pulled out one by one like bright stars in a hurry to show off their powerful strength and muscles to other countries. Countries that don't have power that are also quick to start running diplomacy. The people of various countries even started a heated exchange on various social media platforms at the very first moment, all claiming vociferously that Wang Han was a person from their own country, even though they actually didn't even know Wang Han's real name yet. This man is from our little life. His name is Nico Steel Plate. He was raised in secret by our country, and none of you would have known of his existence if he hadn't been chosen by Rule Freak Talk. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Godson. He's clearly from our pretty country, and his name is William Smith. You pretty country people are the ones who are farting. The races are all different, and you are talking nonsense with your eyes wide open. But he is of our subterrestrial race, and in this matter our little day will not budge in the slightest. By no means. Both upstairs are lying. It's clearly our John's country, and there's also our country's royal bloodline. It's all hard evidence. Our country is already preparing to welcome him back to the country. The one on the 4th floor is also farting. Clearly from our country of manor. A member of our country's royal family. With a genealogy to prove it. The upstairs are all shameless. It is well known that our kimchi country face value of Aquamarine first, so handsome man must be our kimchi country. There is no doubt about it. Vomit. I've seen narcissism. I've never seen such narcissism. Just your kimchi country's fart of a place can produce strong men. It's clearly our romantic country's people. Another shameless one. All covered in hair. This is clearly from our white elephant country. It's the real son of our country's #1 monk, who has been practicing in secret at the temple. That's why it's unknown. Don't even argue. There's no point in you arguing. We in the red wine country recognize him as a person from our country. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He's obviously from our little day. He's our yellow-licking little daddy. That's the truth. Upstairs is tough enough, but being tough doesn't mean anything. He still has my dragon country's writing on his clothes. He must be from our dragon country. This is an indisputable fact. Ahem. Let me be fair. There are more people in the world who wear clothes with dragons writing on them, and there are more people with subterrestrial faces, and his name is Lacheski, and his mother is from Dragon's country, but his father is definitely from our daimao, and so he's from our daimao. Daimao told half a lie. His mother is indeed from the Dragon Kingdom, but his father is clearly from our Ermao. Ermao. I'll beat you up. Ahem. Better for me to say a fair word. He's clearly one of our spars, given to our country by God. Justice my ass. It's clearly our country's, and our Father God has a younger son. It's in the scriptures. The ink is not even dry on your scriptures. I'm afraid, but our history books do record that your Father God has a second son, surname Hong, but that's also from our country. The internet was so noisy that it seemed like a battlefield without smoke. In order to compete for Wang Han's nationality belonging, nationals of various countries had even fictionalized all kinds of various and strange identities for Wang Han. And while the top brass of each country did not explicitly speak out on this, they did not deny it either. They just kept mobilizing their armies, displaying weapons and force, and actively contacting their allies, as if they were ready to go down and fight, as if a thrilling war was about to break out. Because of Wang Han's sentence about not being able to remember, countries were ready to grab people. At this time not only was the world of the living quarreling and preparing for war, but the same was true in the Mastodon Hotel. The chosen ones were the ones who could see the live pop-ups. And naturally, they were able to understand the grim, breathtaking situation that was going on right now. At this time by the rules of the strange talk of the women selected by the same are also arguing that Wang Han is their own country. They won by one look at the eyes of other people. It is like looking at the immortal enemy general, full of hostility and wariness. More than that, they were secretly ready to fight for their lives. But this time they were not ready to fight for their lives with those horrible ghosts, but were ready to fight for their lives with other people who were also human beings. But if you want to talk about the place where the most noise was made, it had to be Wang Han's live room. What the hell? How can a man be so valuable to such an extent? The whole world can cause a war because of the competition for a man? On the bed, Wang Han, who was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, looked at the pop-ups in his eyes that were constantly swiping the screen at a rapid pace, and listened to the sounds of quarrels that were vaguely coming from outside the room. And the whole person was in an extreme state of confusion. The system gives himself supreme level privileges because he is a male, which is understandable. After all, this is his own system. But rule weirdness actually gives itself several privileges just because it's male, too. Now it is even more so that even in the world of the living, there is a lot of bickering just because they are male. And everyone is frantically fighting for their belonging, and they have even begun to prepare for war. Chapter 6, Rule Geekery and Systems. Chapter 6, Rule Geekery and Systems. Through watching the pop-ups, Wang Han had already guessed in his mind that he had most likely traveled to a world where males were extremely rare. Just because of his own sentence "I don't remember." It triggered countless people to scramble on the internet, and even made the world tense. However, after all, Wang Han could not bear to start a war, especially a world war, because of himself. More importantly, Wang Han only wanted to be a dragon nation. Wang Han hurriedly asked the system and learned that the geographic history of the Dragon Kingdom in this world had many similarities with the Dixia where he was once born. Wang Han put on the appearance of having just woken up from a nap, raised his slightly trembling hand, and said to the many beautiful young girls around him who were staring closely at his every move, "Don't argue, all of you. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom, an authentic dragon country person." What? The women in the room, who were originally at sword point, froze at the words. The noisy live room also instantly quieted down. "I told you, this man is definitely from our dragon country." "That's right. How can such a tall and handsome man be from Kimchi and Little Day country? This must be from our dragon country. Not to mention the western ones, which are not even of the same ethnicity. So it's clear that Ko is lying." In the next second, countless pop-ups flew by in the live broadcast room, and all of them were clear of people from the Dragon Kingdom speaking, and the rest of the country was silent at that moment. After indicating his nationality, Wang Han closed his eyes again and pretended to sleep. He didn't dare to continue to be asked questions, in case he accidentally said the wrong thing and made people guess that he wasn't from this world. Then it would be miserable. Seeing that Wang Han continued to pretend to be asleep, the surrounding girls also knew that Wang Han was really pretending to be asleep, and they all had the sense not to disturb. Pretend to sleep in the heart of Wang Han is also quite speechless. The man is valuable to this extent, but for the hair of their own binding is a single dog system. This situation should not come to a seating system? Of course, this was just an unrealistic fantasy, and if a seating system really came, Wang Han would shudder instead. After all, although there are many beauties, but there will be bored and tired of the time, not to mention more than this kind of excess. Active is to enjoy, passive that can be suffering. Besides, a woman can't smell like a plucked knife. At the same time, Wang Han couldn't help but worry about his future. Judging from the many pop-ups, the ratio of men and women in this world was already out of balance to the point of being very serious, and I'm afraid that in the future, a lot of things would be out of his control, especially those related to that aspect. Fortunately, he is bound to the single dog system. The rules of the strange talk also gave himself the privilege. He can hide in the rules of the strange talk at any time. In the future, sooner or later is able to have the power to control the freedom, and also has a virtually unlimited resurrection and exemption from all penalties and other privileges. Even if it is against the rules of the system and the rules of the strange talk, do not have to be afraid. Thinking so, Wang Han hurriedly asked the system in his mind, "Unity, if I fail to stay single, will you unbind?" This is a very critical issue. The system is his future dependence. Wang Han naturally cannot give up, but in such a world where there are more women than men, want to stay single for fear that it is not easy, and Wang Han does not want to be alone for the rest of his life. Ding! Because the host is male, the system will not be unbound once bound. Even if you're dead, it won't work. But this system is a single dog system. Only when the host is a single dog can he trigger a mission. So we suggest that the host try to stay single. I see. After hearing the system's reply, Wang Han was really relieved and probably had a number in his mind. System, open the exchange interface. Wang Han recited silently in his mind. The rules of this single dog system are very simple, relying on completing system tasks to obtain points. which can be exchanged for items or abilities in the mall. So it's very important to understand the mall items, the exchange rules, the price of the exchange, and the requirements for upgrading. The system can be exchanged for all sorts of things, but he is now at level 1, and the only things he can exchange are ordinary survival items. And even if he has the privilege of exchanging them across one level, he can only exchange for some ordinary life skills. If you want to upgrade to the second level, you need 1,000 points, and you will have to upgrade yourself to find out the rest. After understanding the system, Wang Han continued to understand the rule weirdness, selected by the rule strange talk. After entering, the copy of the strange talk will be live. There will be a light screen in the left eye similar to the interface of the live room. You can view some information about the strange talk. You can also see the pop-up screen of their own live room, with the intention of the operation, and their own operation will not be seen by the audience of the live room. At the same time, all languages in Weird Tales are automatically translated. Rules Freakout requires a survival copy to be cleared. There are some rules in the copy which are the conditions for clearing it. There won't be a mandatory death copy, but the difficulty will vary. Passing a copy rewards medals, which are the currency of the Weird world, and can also be exchanged for items and abilities at the Weird Mall through the live light screen in your eyes within half an hour of passing a copy of Rules Weirdness. It's just that compared to your own system, Rule Weirdness is undoubtedly much more dangerous. And the things that Plutonium can purchase and redeem are limited to items and abilities that are available in the Weirdness world. Of course, because of the Rule Weird Tales privilege, the danger in Weird Tales was very low for Wang Han, and it could be said to be his second system. The current copy of the Weird Tales that you have cleared is called the Mighty Ghost Hotel, which is a level 3 Weird Tale, and the conditions for clearing it are that you need to survive in this hotel for 3 days and complete the appropriate things according to the rules set out by the hotel. Time passed a little bit in Wang Han pretending to sleep to understand the system and the rules of Weird Talk, and soon it was mealtime in the world of Weird Talk. The more than 100 women who were chosen by Strange Talk had taken out all the food they had carefully prepared, and put together a big pile full of food. And after the red-skirted female ghost and the middle-aged Amma personally scrutinized and selected them, and also let the back kitchen heat up some of the hot food, the red-skirted female ghost and a pretty girl then pushed the 2 food carts together to send the food into Wang Han's room. Entering the room, the red-skirted female ghost immediately smiled respectfully at the pretending to be asleep Wang Han and said, "This honorable sir, your lunch is ready. Would you like to dine now?" Hearing the voice, Wang Han stopped flipping through the mall and opened his eyes to first look at these 2 delicate girls pushing the food carts, then to the 2 food carts they were pushing, his gaze revealing a look of hesitation and doubt. Although he had privileges in Rule Geek, this was a copy of Rule Geek after all, and he was a first-timer, so it was really hard to feel comfortable eating the food inside. Seeing Wang Han's gaze hesitant, the red-skirted female ghost instantly knew what Wang Han was scrupulous about, and immediately said with a smile, "Esteemed sir, all of these foods were carried into the replica by the players who participated in the replica this time, and all of them are the foods of the world of the living, and we've already checked all of them, and there is no problem with the rest of them except that we don't know the types of foods that are taboo to you. So after you tell me the types of foods that you are taboo to, you can consume it without worry." Upon hearing this, Wang Han said after a little thought, "I have no taboos." No taboos? Hearing this, the girls in the room couldn't help but look at Wang Han in surprise, their eyes filled with doubt and curiosity, surprised by Wang Han's answer. Seeing the crowd's surprised gazes, Wang Han's heart tightened and he hurriedly remedied the situation by saying, "I can't remember what I'm avoiding." Upon hearing this, the group of girls and red-skirted female ghosts in the room then revealed a dazed expression. The red-skirted female ghost immediately smiled and asked, "Since the honorable gentleman doesn't remember what he's avoiding, would you mind if we do an allergy test for you?" Chapter 7 The Easiest Copy of Weird Tales. Chapter 7 The Easiest Copy of Weird Tales. Allergy test? Wang Han couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then it dawned on him that he understood where exactly something had gone wrong just now. Just as the foreigners in the world he was once in mostly had allergies, the people in this mysterious world might also have a similar situation. After all, this was not his original world, so it was only natural that there were differences. With a smile on her face, the red-skirted ghost replied softly, "Yes, allergy testing." Wang Han hesitated, secretly gritted his teeth, and said stiffly, "All right, esteemed sir, please wait a little longer. We will prepare the test for you right away." Seeing Wang Han's agreement, the red-skirted female ghost said respectfully before she and the other girl hurriedly exited the room pushing the food cart. After exiting the room, the red-skirted female ghost immediately explained the situation to the women and female ghosts waiting outside the room, and the women sprang into action, quickly cobbling together a number of allergen detection test strips. In this world, per capita is mostly allergic. However, in the rule copies, sometimes the food carried is not enough. or in special circumstances, then you can only eat the food in the rule grotesque. Some of the food is not even recognized or even not available in the world of the living. Therefore, in addition to carrying items to test for poisons, those who were chosen by rule grotesque would also carry some allergen test strips, both to test themselves and to test their food. The red-skirted female ghost soon re-entered the room with a bunch of allergen tests, and then a few human girls tested Wang Han. Seeing so many allergy test substances, Wang Han was frightened in his heart, but he didn't dare to let them all test themselves, and hurriedly said, "Let's do the chicken and fish test." Upon hearing this, the several girls were slightly stunned, but without much thought, they replied in unison, "Yes." After saying that, a few girls carefully found the test paper for chicken and fish from the pile of test items for Wang Han to test. The test is also very simple. Just put a drop of blood on a special hard test strip and then insert it into the food and wait for 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed quickly, and when the girl studying to be a nurse saw that the test paper didn't change color, she smiled at Wang Han and said, "Esteemed sir, you don't have an allergic reaction to either of these foods. However, given that it's just a simple test, it's still recommended that you consume a small amount of each to be on the side of caution, and we've already prepared anti-allergy medication for you." Upon hearing the words of the school nurse girl, the red-skirted ghost and the other delicate girl then placed the roasted chicken and grilled fish from the food cart on the desk in the room. "Thanks." Wang Han gave a sincere thank you and sat down at his desk to start eating. He said thank you to me ugh. When Wang Han's thank you reached the ears of the red-skirted female ghost, the girl who was studying to be a nurse, and the girl who delivered the food, their faces instantly blushed, and their hearts were filled with excitement and thrill, as if there were countless deer bumping about, and their hearts were filled with joy and pride. A man saying thank you to himself. This is just a great honor. Of course, the excited girls didn't forget about business. The group of girls just looked serious and kept a close eye on Wang Han as he ate. This was the first time they had ever seen a real man and were able to see a man eating so closely. Of course, the girls didn't forget their mission, which was to supervise the amount of food Wang Han ate, to make sure that Wang Han wouldn't have an adverse reaction due to eating too much. Esteemed sir, you should pause and digest for a while, and wait to make sure there are no adverse reactions before continuing to eat. Wang Han ate just a little bit before they called a halt. Immediately afterward, a cup of mouthwash was quickly delivered to Wang Han. Wang Han couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. That's really careful enough. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Seeing Wang Han rinsing his mouth, a group of girls began to solicitously ask Wang Han, "Esteemed sir, do you need a massage to help with your appetite?" "Noble sir, the wash water has been mixed for you." "Noble sir, the foot washing water is also blended for you." "Honored sir, would you like to hear a song? I sing beautifully." Looking at the attentive girls, Wang Han once again froze and said in embarrassment, "Then I'll trouble you." "No trouble, no trouble." Hearing Wang Han's words, a group of girls immediately became excited, and then busied themselves with all kinds of services for Wang Han, fearing that they would let Wang Han wait for a long time. And even after Wang Han indeed had no allergic reaction, even the food was fed by someone who grabbed it. I'm afraid the life of an emperor is nothing more than that. Closing his eyes and enjoying the exquisite service of the girls, Wang Han lamented as such in his heart. If this kind of enjoyment were to be placed in the original world, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be possible to enjoy it without a few Ws. These girls are simply too attentive. Their every move is full of tenderness and care. Of course, the girls were well served, but no one touched where they shouldn't have, and every one of them was careful. The next 3 days passed quietly in Wang Han's comfortable enjoyment. In these 3 days, Wang Han was alone except when he slept. The rest of the time he was served the whole time, and there were no more ghosts to disturb himself. Wang Han, this weird experience of his is completely different from what others have written in their novels. It's not like I'm here to survive. It's simply to enjoy. Similarly, because the red-skirted female ghost promised to give this copy a full pass to all the people, so nothing major happened in the 3 days. The only major event was the girls competing for the opportunity to serve Wang Han, and there was even bloodshed. And then there was the audience in the live broadcast room. The jealous and envious pop-ups didn't stop for a second. It was as if they couldn't wait to drill the screen directly over to personally serve Wang Han. For the viewers, this was definitely the easiest copy of Rules Geekery. And what's more, this copy actually got to touch real men, and the ones who stood out even got to touch, which just drove the viewers of the live stream crazy with jealousy. Unfortunately, time for enjoyment always flew by, and as soon as the 3 days were up, Wang Han's ears immediately rang with a prompt from Rule Oddity. Thud. Weird Tales copy ends. Congratulations to the chosen one, Wang Han, for successfully passing the 3rd level difficulty Weird Tales copy, Mighty Ghost Hotel. As the chosen person is male, the rating up 3 levels privilege is in effect. The reward doubling privilege is in effect. and the pass rating is S rank. Reward 200,000 medieval coins, rewarded with 2 ghost chi pills. Upon hearing the prompting sound of the rule weirdness, the enjoying Wang Han did not get happy because of the rich rewards, nor did he go to check the rewards he had obtained. His expression instead became gloomy. For Wang Han, after the Strange Tales copy ended, he would face another huge problem. That was where he would be teleported to. And if he was teleported to the world where these girls were, then how would he cope? The group of girls also had a look of reluctance on their faces when they heard the cue from Weird Tales. This time, leaving Rule Strange Talk, I'm afraid that in the future, they won't have the chance to see real men again, let alone touching them up close. It was the first time they had ever felt disenchanted with a copy of Rule Weirdness. Chapter 8, First Arrival at Aquamarine. Chapter 8, First Arrival at Aquamarine. Aquamarine Star, Dragon Kingdom, Haitian University, the third villa-type student dormitory that housed 6 people. In the living room, as the closing screen of the Weird Tales live broadcast gradually went dark, Suyu slowly put down her cell phone and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Alas, I don't know if I'll have the chance to see a real person in reality in my life. How exciting that would be. Dong Mengyao, who also just put down her cell phone next to her, was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then she couldn't help but say, don't fantasize about it. How can a real man be something that ordinary girls like us can see? You'd have to wait in line to see a real man, even if you were dreaming. In our dormitory, only Han Han's family has this possibility. When Mu Shirhan heard this, a bitter smile appeared on her face, and she said helplessly, you guys also think too highly of my family. If I want to meet a man in reality, my family is still far from it. Being chosen to go into the Rule Strange Tales, the possibility of seeing one might even be greater. Dong Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise and said incredulously, your family's conditions are all still far from good na? Mu Shirhan's family was a family with over $100 million in assets, and in the eyes of ordinary people, that was already a lofty existence. Mu Shirhan rolled her eyes and said breathlessly, nonsense, with the addition of this one found now, out of our dragon country's population of more than 1.55 billion, there are only 15 men in total. Even if each man meets 10,000 people a day, you'd have to queue up for 28 years first. Not to mention that their safety is vital to the country. It's simply impossible to arrange for them to meet so many people, unless you're lucky enough that you might be able to see a glance from afar. If you want to meet a man in reality, then not only do you have to be rich, you have to have power. You have to be an elite among the elites, and then you have to be an important member of an inherited family. And when you have all these conditions met, you have to undergo all sorts of scrutinizing and inspections for 3 months ahead of time, and then finally, you have to look at whether or not the person wants to meet you or not, or else it is simply not possible. Mu Shirhan's words were like a heavy hammer, causing the other 5 girls in the dormitory to fall silent. While I knew it would be hard to meet men in reality, I didn't think it would be this hard. Alas, Suyu couldn't help but sigh, her lost look overflowing as she slowly said, no wonder men are called men. This wanting to meet in reality is actually so hard. Dong Mengyao shook her head, the corner of her mouth revealing a hint of amusement. What is the extravagance? Let's just take a look on our cell phones. That said, these men's hobbies are really strange. Fishing, sword forging, tai chi, landscape photography, chess, bird walking, woodworking, archaeology. One hobby after another is so niche. Dong Mengyao's words carried a hint of flirtation, but also revealed curiosity. In this world, men are like natural bright stars, or bring their own great merits of the kind. In what place are shining? I do not know if it is not the reason for publicity. This world's women have a similar mentality to men chasing the stars. Just to see the man can be much more difficult than to see the stars. Not money can see. Can't it not be niche? It's a ratio of 1 to 100 million. That man can't carry it off. If you don't find some niche hobbies, you'll be bored to death. In the toilet of this dormitory, Wang Han, who was nervously and secretly listening to the commotion outside, was filled with speechlessness. Wang Han also didn't expect that after he teleported out from the copy of Rule Strange Talk, he was directly teleported to the toilet of this dormitory. As soon as he started to hear someone talking outside, and it was still a topic related to men, Wang Han carefully hid in the toilet and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation outside. However, it was only after listening to just a generalization that Wang Han felt a sudden burst of pain in his head. Together with himself, there were only 15 men out of a population of more than 1.5 billion, a ratio of more than 100 million to 1, which was too much to contemplate. And that's with a mix of different age groups, those who are in their optimal childbearing years, like yourself, are feared to be 2 or 3, or possibly even alone. It was no wonder that his mere "I don't remember" had caused international tension. A country's population depended on its men, so it was a wonder that they weren't tense under the circumstances. God knows what he will face if he is found out. For a while, Wang Han didn't dare to step out of the toilet at all, and even more quietly locked the toilet door behind him. Before understanding this world clearly and coming up with a strategy to deal with it, Wang Han decided to spend time in the toilet first, a risk he didn't dare to take at all. If he really couldn't, Wang Han would rather run back to the rule grotesque and hide. It was also a privilege granted to him by the rule freakout, which allowed him to participate in the rule freakout copy at any time. Quit the rule freakout copy in the middle of it, break some of the rules, and choose one of the 3 copies. This always gave Wang Han the feeling of a son-in-law going to his old husband's house. The difficulty of the copy for Wang Han was more like choosing to go to his old husband's house for dinner or choosing to go to his old husband's house to break the buns, and it was possible to reject some of the unreasonable requests and even run away in the middle of the journey. Just when Wang Han was ready to continue eavesdropping and learn more about this strange world, fate, as if deliberately playing tricks on people, always brought unexpected twists and turns at the most crucial moments. Dong Mangyao in the living room suddenly stood up, her pace slightly hurried. While walking towards the toilet, she kept muttering under her breath, "I must have gotten a cold stomach last night. I've already run to the toilet 3 times this morning." When Mu Shirhan heard Dong Mangyao muttering, she couldn't help but laugh and snicker. "Who let you eat ice cream in the middle of the night, and even ate 3 in a row? Now you know the consequences." When he heard the voice coming from outside, Wang Han's heart suddenly tightened violently, and he didn't dare to breathe. Sure enough, the next second, the door handle of the restroom was gently turned. Seeing that the toilet door was unlocked, Dong Mangyao stood outside the door and asked, "Sister, are you ready?" Hearing the question outside, Wang Han was silent, frowning as he pondered his response. Dong Mangyao outside saw no response from inside and asked again, "Sisters, is it ready yet? I've got a stomachache." Wang Han knew he couldn't hide, and after a couple seconds of thought, he simply unlocked the door. Dong Mangyao saw that there was no response from inside, but the small lock was open, thinking that the sisters inside were ready to come out, so she waited. However, after waiting for another minute, there was still no sign of the sisters inside coming out. A trace of doubt welled up in Dong Mengyao's heart, and she once again asked, "Sisters, is it ready yet?" Seeing that Dong Mengyao had been standing at the door of the restroom asking questions and there was never any response from the restroom, Mu Shirhan's gaze looked around at her sisters. A helpless smile appeared on her face, feeling a bit amused, and said to Dong Mengyao, "Yao Yao, several of us are outside. There's no one in the toilet." Chapter 9, Don't look back on your copy of Weird Tales. Chapter 9, Don't look back on your copy of Weird Tales. Ah! Hearing these words, Dong Mengyao immediately froze, her face filled with shock, hurrying back to look at the sisters in the living room. Seeing that the other 5 people in the dormitory were really all sitting in the living room, but the toilet was obviously unlocked from the inside, and she had just heard the sound of the small lock being opened in the toilet. Dong Mengyao's heart suddenly surged with a sense of unease, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. Immediately afterward, Dong Mengyao hurriedly pulled the door handle of the restroom tightly and said to Mu Shirhan and the girls, Han, you guys quickly come over. There seems to be a stranger in the toilet." Upon hearing Dong Mengyao's words and seeing that Dong Mengyao's nervous expression didn't appear to be a joke, Mu Shirhan's several girls' expressions also became grave after they glanced at each other. One by one, they all hurried over, and all also quickly copied the things on the table. Only after Mu Shirhan and the other women arrived at the door of the toilet did Dong Mengyao carefully turn the door handle and slowly open the door. Mu Shirhan and the other women also raised their hands in readiness. However, looking at the open toilet, Dong Mengyao was instantly dumbfounded. The restroom was empty, and there was no one there. Several of the other women couldn't help but roll their eyes, the tension in their hearts instantly dissipating. Mu Shirhan said helplessly, Yao, next time don't make this kind of joke. It's scary." After saying that, Mu Shirhan and the other 4 women turned around and walked towards the living room. Could it be my illusion? Dong Mengyao's eyes were filled with doubt as she stood at the door of the toilet, looking at the empty toilet. However, she didn't think much about it, so she walked into the toilet. At this moment, Wang Han was standing in a room as black as ink, and the darkness around him seemed to swallow him up. The live light screen in his right eye had also reappeared, and it showed a picture of 3 copies of Rule Strange Talk, and that image emitted a mysterious glow in the darkness. Don't look back. Difficulty level 1. This is a dimly lit country trail that gives a strong sense of stillness. Student dormitory. Difficulty level 2. A dimly lit student dormitory seems to hide countless secrets. Happy family. Difficulty level 3. The family of 4 in that picture looked very cozy, but it vaguely revealed an eerie aura. As it turns out, Wang Han teleported into Rule Oddity as fast as he could after unlocking the small lock on the restroom door. Looking at the 3 copies of Rule Weirdness on the light screen, Wang Han hesitated for a moment before choosing the level 1 copy with the lowest difficulty. Don't look back. Although he has the privilege of basically not having to worry about his safety in the low-level Strange Talk copy. But this is after all the rules Strange Talk. Wang Han still feels that it is better to be careful and start with the lowest level copy first, and also to learn more about the rules Strange Talk in the weird world. As Wang Han selected the Strange Talk copy, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and Wang Han had been teleported into the Strange Talk copy. When his sight returned again, Wang Han had already appeared in the dimly lit middle of nowhere. In front of them was a curved path that led to nowhere. There was silence all around, only the sound of the breeze gently blowing against the grass, and a half-moon hung high in the sky, shedding a faint silver glow, slightly illuminating the surroundings, making it seem extraordinarily chilly. At the same time, Wang Han's hand also had an extra piece of yellow paper with the copy rules written on it. Rule number 1. You must be at Jiangjia village within 12 hours. Rule number 2. No matter what happens, don't look back. Rule 3. If you meet companions, identify them correctly. Ding! Because the selected person is male, now enjoys the honorable privilege. After passing this copy, the rating will be raised by 3 levels. The reward will be doubled. You can quit the copy in the middle of the process. You can violate all the rules in this copy, and you will be protected by the localine messenger throughout the whole process in this copy. Immediately afterward, Rule Oddity's voice rang in Wang Han's ears. In the next second, 2 nice voices sounded at Wang Han's side. Noble sir, we will be protecting your safety for the rest of the journey. The voices were crisp and pleasant, without a hint of a chilly feeling. Wang Han heard the sound and looked to the left, only to see 2 beautiful female ghosts wearing black power suits with the word Injai written on them, wearing hats similar to the Song Dynasty's Fanyang hats, and holding plain swords and wolf-tooth sticks had already appeared by Wang Han's side. Their demeanor was respectful, and their eyes looked at Wang Han with excitement, as if they had seen some unimaginable big star. Those beautiful faces were illuminated by the moonlight, but they were not half as eerily chilly and scary. If it wasn't for the clothes they were wearing, Wang Han wouldn't even be able to tell that they were ghosts. Seeing these 2 underworlders, Wang Han immediately felt a great sense of relief in his heart. Secretly, he sighed. It's good to have privileges. Being in a low-level copy of Weird Tales is practically the same as being on vacation. Wang Han smiled and said to the 2 underworlders, "Thank you both." Hearing Wang Han's courteous words, the 2 Ing guards became even more excited, as if they had been given a great honor. The 2 ghosts hurriedly owed their bodies and said respectfully, "It is our honor to serve you, sir." Wang Han organized his vocabulary. "In a moment, I would like to experience a copy of this strange story. Can you 2 protect me in the dark?" Upon hearing this, the 2 underworld sisters exchanged a quick glance, and although they both felt that nothing beyond their control would happen in this lowest level copy, they didn't dare to be careless. One of the shady girls with the chains immediately said respectfully, "Honorable sir, your safety is of the utmost importance, so do you think it's okay to let us hide in your shadow and keep you safe at all times?" Wang Han pondered a little for a moment, thinking about the fact that he had the resurrection privilege of the single dog system, and that these 2 Inin warriors were sent by Strange Talk to protect him, and at the same time, he was able to leave the copy at any time. With a bottom line in his own heart, he nodded his head and agreed. "Yes, then I'll trouble you guys. Thank you, sir, for being able to understand." The 2 underworld sisters hurriedly thanked. Then together they turned into black shadows and merged into Wang Han's shadow. Other than the shadow's color becoming a bit darker, Wang Han didn't feel anything else special. After waiting for the 2 underworld sisters to hide, Wang Han looked at the winding path in front of him, and in his mind, he began to think about what he might encounter on the next road. Although with the protection of the Undertaker, Wang Han's bottom line was strong, but Wang Han still took this copy seriously, because Wang Han wanted to learn more about the rule weird in Bizarre World, and also gain some more experience. After a moment's thought, Wang Han began to walk slowly along the path. The moonlight sprinkled on Wang Han's body, pulling out long shadows, and the breeze was still gently blowing the grass, making a rustling sound that set off the surroundings even more horrifyingly. "This anchorman's dress is so men. Anchor, where did you buy your clothes? Please share the link." At this time, the live broadcast room also started to have viewers come in one after another. The viewers who came in at the beginning just thought Wang Han's dressing was manly, and there were even people who asked for online shopping links with Wang Han. "This is more than men. This is a real man. How did he get involved in rules weirdness again? Go to the other booths and inform the others. This is a level 1 copy, and I'm afraid there aren't many people in the same copy as him." But as more and more viewers came in, someone soon recognized Wang Han, followed by a noisy pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. As Wang Han walked, he scrutinized his surroundings while looking at the noisy pop-ups in the light screen of his left eye. Chapter 10, The Rookie. No, the Granddaddy. Chapter 10, Rookie. No, Ancestor. After walking for a while, a soft cry suddenly came. Hearing the cry, Wang Han's heart tightened and his expression became grave. Carefully recognizing the vague cry, his footsteps couldn't help but slow down a bit. The cry was intermittent, vague and erratic, and seemed particularly eerie, as if it was a mournful cry of injustice coming from the underworld, creeping people out and creating a chilling atmosphere. Anchor, you must not turn back. In this copy, turning back will kill you. Anchor, cover your ears and don't pay attention to anything. Anchor, we've already notified the people who went through the same copy as you, and they're all waiting for you on the road ahead. There's bound to be someone who's in the same copy as you. Anchor, you must hold on. The country has already sent advanced survivors to the copy you're in. No matter what happens, you must not turn back. As the cry came in, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more refreshing, like a waterfall, making people dizzy. The viewers started to give Wang Han reminders and ideas. Wang Han ignored the pop-ups on the light screen in his eyes and took a deep breath, calming his inner trepidation and trying to keep himself calm. Then, while continuing to walk forward without looking back, he carefully identified the direction of the source of the sound, looking extra cautious. Although his own safety is sufficiently guaranteed, but how to say that Wang Han is only the second time to enter the Rule Strange Talk, and because the first time he entered the Strange Talk he was scared enough by the ghost of the maid with teeth and claws, while the latter was simply enjoying himself and didn't see any more ghosts. So Wang Han would inevitably still be terrified of this kind of seeing ghosts, and his body couldn't help but slightly tighten up, and his movements couldn't help but look stiff. In the darkness, a ghostly old woman was hidden in the dark shadows looking at Wang Han. This ghostly old woman had a hideous face. Her skin was dry as tree bark, and her hair was disheveled, as if she was an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Her body was slightly leaning forward, staring tightly at Wang Han's figure as if she was staring at her prey. Looking at Wang Han's formal and rigid movements, this ghostly old lady could not help but be delighted, her cloudy eyes flashing with excitement and greed, muttering, "Another newcomer. It seems that today the good grandson will be able to get food again." As the words fell, the ghost old lady quickly floated towards Wang Han without making a single sound, as if she had become one with the darkness. After approaching Wang Han by a certain distance, the ghostly old woman began to shout in a gentle and sweet voice, "Little sister, wait for me, little sister." Hearing the shouts coming from behind him, Wang Han's cautious steps forward could not help but stop. "Don't stop, that's a ghost. Anchor running, don't look back. There are already people waiting for you up ahead. We'll be safe when we find them. Why hasn't backup come in yet?" The viewers in the live broadcast room saw Wang Han stop, and they were anxiously sending out pop-ups, and some of them had even cried anxiously. Wang Han still didn't look at the pop-up screen, but instead looked down at his standard strong man's body and big tall man, as well as the way he was dressed, and touched his hairstyle. His heart was full of speechlessness. Even the apprehension in his heart was much less. How can you be seen as a little sister when you are a masculine man? How to look at their own size is not small. The ghost old lady who was chasing after her saw Wang Han's footsteps stop. She was even more excited. This was definitely a newcomer, undoubtedly. Her eyes were flashing with excitement and greed, as if she had already seen a delicious meal, and the speed at which she drifted couldn't help but speed up by 3 points again. In order to further relax Wang Han's guard, the ghost old lady's mouth even continued to shout, "Little sister, wait for sister." Sister was also chosen to participate in the weird talk copy. "It's safer for us to pair up together. Anchor, don't believe it. It's a ghost. She's trying to let your guard down. Don't you dare turn around. Anchor, take a good look at the pop-ups." In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were still refreshing as fast as a waterfall, all anxiously reminding Wang Han. Wang Han stood in place, his heart filled with speechlessness. Soon the ghostly old lady came behind Wang Han, while she continued to say in a sweet voice, "Little sister, you were also chosen by Rule Strange Talk. Where are the others?" As he said that, the ghost old lady even stretched out her dry hand towards Wang Han's shoulder. "Turn back, turn back." The ghost old lady kept shouting in her mind that as long as Wang Han turned back he had violated the rules, and at that time she could just eat this ignorant newcomer without any fear. "Don't turn around, don't turn around." The viewers in the live stream were also shouting and praying. Seeing that the ghost old lady's hand was already getting closer and closer to Wang Han's shoulder, the people in the live broadcast room were getting more and more nervous, and even many of them had already turned white, thinking that Wang Han would have a hard time escaping this time. Just then, a sudden change occurred, and two black shadows snapped out of Wang Han's shadow. The speed of these two black shadows was extremely fast. Before the ghost old lady could react, the wolf tooth stick in the hands of one of the black shadows had already ruthlessly smashed onto the ghost old lady's outstretched arm. Only heard a click sound. The ghost old lady's arm was instantly smashed. The sound of broken bones in the silent air seemed particularly ear-piercing. Another black shadow even grabbed the old lady's shoulder, and a knife was already on the old lady's neck. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were immediately empty, and all the viewers were dumbfounded. Many of them stared in disbelief and muttered, "Undertaker." These two black shadows were the two shadowy sisters hiding in Wang Han's shadow. Seeing the two black shadows in their standard messenger attire, the ghost old lady's face instantly changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with fear and panic. Not even caring about the pain of her arm being smashed, she said with trepidation, "Two-in man." Not even waiting for the ghost old lady to finish her question, the soldier girl with the wolf tooth stick viciously snapped, "Kid, you have big guts. You dare to reach out and touch a man." "A man?" Hearing the words of the soldier girl, the ghost old lady was instantly horrified. And even more so, she couldn't help but exclaim, "How can it be a man?" At this time, Wang Han also turned around and looked at the scene speechlessly. He wanted to experience the Rule Strange Talk, mainly to understand more about the Rule Strange Talk and Weird World and accumulate experience. But this is no chance at all. After seeing that Wang Han was really a man, the ghost old lady was even more horrified. And the whole ghost was scared straight. This is not a newcomer, this is clearly an ancestor. The ghost old lady immediately panicked and defended, "No, no, no, the two adults. You listen to my explanation. I really do not know that he is a man, otherwise it is to give me 100 guts, 1,000 guts. I don't dare, I just saw a newcomer. Thought I could. Let my good grandson have a mouthful of food. And I didn't touch him. This is not considered to be playing a hooligan." The soldier girl with the park sword on the ghost old lady's neck said in a cold voice, "Humph. Having this act of intent is enough to convict you." Chapter 11 Exaggerated Protection. Chapter 11 Exaggerated Protection. Having this act of intent is enough to convict you. When they heard this reprimanding voice full of majesty from the underworld sister, the people in the live broadcast room also came back to their senses. But for a while, they were all speechless, and even the pop-up screen was empty. For in the world of the living, the protection of men is equally extremely harsh. At this time, the ghost old lady's face became even more terrified, and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "I really didn't know that he was a man, The two lords of the underworld, spare me. I still have a grandson to raise. My grandson can't live without me. Please have mercy on me. Spare me this time. I will never dare again. Really never dare again." The man girl with the plain sword simply ignored the ghost old lady's defense and pleading, and turned her head to Wang Han, asking softly with full respect, "Sir, what should we do with this little brat?" Upon hearing this, Wang Han's gaze fell on the ghost old lady who was already shaking like a sieve, and a wave of emotion could not help but well up in his heart. It seemed that not only did the Rule Strange Talk and that mysterious dog system give himself privileges, even in the laws of this weird world, he also possessed privileges. Guess it should be similar in the world of the living. Wang Han pondered for a moment and said dryly, "You guys see to it." After all, he himself was not clear about the legal provisions in this weird world, so it was better not to be the master of this, lest he say something out of order and make things difficult for these two shady girls. Upon hearing this, the man girl holding a wolf toothstick immediately took out a gourd from her waist and opened it. A gray light flashed and directly took the ghost old lady into the gourd. Afterwards, she respectfully said to Wang Han, "Sir, this little ghost has committed the crime of hooliganism. When your copy is finished, I will send her to the Department of Sentencing and Punishment, and it is estimated that she will be sent to the Great Wasteland or sent to the bitter prison for a minimum of 10 years. Wang Han hurriedly said, "Okay, thank you." Hearing Wang Han say the word thank you to himself, the two soldier girls were instantly excited beyond words, with a thrilled look on their faces, as if they had gained a great honor. Looking at the appearance of these two soldier girls, Wang Han's heart stirred and he hurriedly asked, "By the way, just now you guys said that she committed the offense of hooliganism. I still don't know the laws of your weird world. Can you tell me about it?" Upon hearing this, the soldier girl with the wolf's toothstick couldn't wait to preempt the attentiveness and said, "It's like this. In our weird world, as long as it's a male, no matter if it's a living person or a weird, it's strictly protected by the law. Non-special circumstances, any female bizarre who touches a male without permission, even if it's just an intentional act, is a hooligan. According to the law, at least 10 years in a hard prison, or sent to a hard place." The girl with the plain sword hurriedly grabbed the words. The protection of men in the bizarre world is many times more severe than in the world of the living, and if the situation is serious, they will be directly killed on the spot, and will even be implicated in the whole family. If a man is harmed, he will be killed on the spot, and if it's serious, the 9 clans will be exterminated. After hearing the words of the two underworld girls, Wang Han's eyes widened in shock and his heart was filled with incredulity. Isn't this legal privilege so over the top that even the extermination of the 9 families is a whole lot of fun? Doesn't this mean that in terms of security, one is as tightly protected everywhere in rule oddity as an emperor traveling? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned, and a large number of pop-ups once again came out like a waterfall. I'm going. No way. The bizarro world is so protective of men. My God. The minimum is 10 years of hard labor, even to be sentenced, and in serious cases, the 9 clans will be directly executed. This is much harsher than our laws in the world of the living. Then what the hell are we worried about? He's safer than anyone. If the Men's Defense Association sees this, I'm afraid they'll say something again. I'm the Men's Defense Association. We've seen it. I'm preparing a draft. For the rest of the journey, Wanhan didn't let the 2 shady girls hide in his shadow anymore, but let them go forward with him while they asked some things about the weird world laws. For something like being able to chat with a man, these 2 messenger girls were so excited that no matter what Wanhan asked, as long as they were able to answer, they knew everything and said it in great detail. It also allowed Wang Han to quickly learn about the laws and common sense of the bizarre world and rule weirdness. For a while one person and 2 ghosts talked and laughed as if they were taking a walk after dinner on a wilderness trail. Even the scary atmosphere of the spooky world faded quite a bit. The viewers in the broadcast room were also listening carefully, comparing the intelligence gained from the quest of the living survivors. At the same time, he was filled with envy for both Wang Han and the 2 warrior girls. They envied the 2 shady girls. After all, this was being able to travel all the way with males and chat for long periods of time. It was like chatting with the top big shots who had made great contributions. Just thinking about it made one feel incredibly proud. They also envied Wang Han. Before the live broadcast appeared, no male had ever been selected by Weird Tales either, so they didn't know that males were protected in the world of Weird Tales. And now, after listening to the 2 shady girls, they realized that men were even more protected in the rule Weird Tales than in the world of the living. And Wang Han was definitely the easiest, simplest, and safest survivor ever to clear a copy of Rule Grotesque, and I'm afraid that in the future, he would also be able to easily clear all sorts of copies, and even be able to make Rule Grotesque his home. Unfortunately, Wang Han's advantage was something they couldn't envy. After all, gender was innate, and if there was a way to do it, the male-to-female ratio in the world wouldn't be exaggerated to the extent of 1 to 100 million. For the rest of the journey, accompanied by the 2 messengers, there were not many ghosts that dared to come to harm Wang Han again. But just because there are no aggravating ones doesn't mean there aren't ones that want to see real men. After walking for not long, there were already quite a few ghosts coming. But fortunately, accompanied by 2 insure, these ghosts only dared to watch Wang Han from afar, and did not dare to come over. Not long after walking again, Wang Han met a girl waiting in front of him. Because of the rules, she didn't look back and look around. But she also learned through her own live feed that Wang Han had come and was accompanied by 2 shady men. So as Wang Han walked to her side, she immediately said, "Hello, sir, please let me accompany you on the next journey, and I'll do my best to keep you safe." Upon hearing this, Wang Han smiled and said, "Thank you, then let's go all the way." His own safety wasn't a problem, and Wang Han didn't mind sheltering a few people through the pass on the way. Hearing Wang Han say thank you to herself, the girl was thrilled beyond words and hurriedly said, "I should be the one to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I can't believe I'm being told thank you by a man. I'm so envious. If only I could get into this copy. If only I could meet him in a copy too." On the live feed, there was another sour taste. Chapter 12, System Tasks Issued in Vain. Chapter 12, System Tasks Issued in Vain. Don't look back. This novice copy was open-ended, and at any time someone was chosen to join in, and at any time someone managed to pass out. So on the subsequent path, Wang Han met a few more waiting women in front of him, as well as an older woman who caught up from behind. Wang Han also agreed to all of their requests to travel with him. In this way, everyone talked and laughed along the way, and the number of peers gradually increased to 12. Wang Han also took the opportunity of joking and chatting on the road to learn a lot of information about weird worlds, rule weirdness, and aquamarine. And at this time, the Zhang family village also got the news that a man had been chosen by Strange Talk to be in this copy. The ghost village chief of Zhangjia village was shocked and terrified after receiving the news. The first time to hurry to the village, villagers were called to the village end of the open space. Not only 3 orders strictly prohibit them from going out today to wreak havoc, but also arranged for the villagers to supervise each other. Without her permission, it is not permitted to any ghosts to leave the village end of the open space. At the same time, she also sent trusted ghost villagers to rush to notify the nearby ghost villages, as well as gathering back all the villagers outside. Other nearby ghost villages had made the same arrangement when they got the news. They were all afraid that if an ungrateful ghost harmed the man chosen by the Strange Talk, even if that man was only slightly injured, it would be a great sin. If this kind of thing really happened, I'm afraid that in less than an hour there will be a large group of soldiers to kill. and even sit in the village massacre is possible, even if there is no massacre of the village. As a neighboring village head of the girls is absolutely difficult to escape the fate of the soul. With the action of the nearby ghost village, Wang Han walked all the way. The ghosts that surrounded him from afar were fewer and fewer, and in the end, they were completely gone. In addition to the two ghostly girls around him, there was not another ghost in sight until he walked to the entrance of Zhangjia village, and the copy was once again completed with ease. Thud. Weird Tales copy ended. Congratulations to the chosen one, Wang Han, for successfully passing the first level difficulty Weird Tales copy. Don't look back, as the chosen person is male. The rating upgrade privilege is in effect by 3 levels. The reward doubling privilege is in effect, and the pass rating is SS. Rewarded with 20,000 medieval coins. Rewarded with 2 brat chi pills. When the prompt for strange talk to pass rang out, Wang Han smiled brightly and waved goodbye toward the 2 Inin girls as well as the crowd of women around him. I've cleared my copy. We'll see you later. Looking at Wang Han who waved goodbye, everyone said goodbye in the future and waved their hands to bid farewell to Wang Han. One by one, their eyes were full of reluctance, as if they wanted to carve Wang Han's figure deeply into their hearts. This was a man, and they were afraid that this was the only time in their lives that they would have the opportunity to see one. After all, men are just too rare. Based on this encounter with a man, in the future in their circle of girlfriends, they will be unrivaled. No matter how much their girlfriends show off, they only need to gently say, I've seen a real man and talk to him, which is enough to make all their girlfriends show-offs pale in comparison. Sure enough, it's in the toilet again. Returning to Aquamarine again. The place that appeared was still in the toilet from before. Wang Han couldn't help but be flooded with a bitter smile in his heart. This place could only come back at noon, because something was going to happen sooner or later. Hannah, this is so unfair. Men have legal privileges in the world of the living, and they actually have legal privileges in the weird world. There's no need to worry about safety in the copies at all. And even those who are lucky enough to meet a man in the copies are able to dip their hands in the light and pass the level safely, while women can only struggle for survival in it in all kinds of ways. It simply makes people faint with envy. At this time, the sound of talking suddenly came from outside. Wang Han hurriedly unlocked the toilet door gently, then listened carefully to the sound outside. Although he already had some understanding of Aquamarine, it was still not enough, and Wang Han still didn't dare to expose it easily. Yao, you can't say this nonsense. Be careful of the word getting out and the male protection society's coming after you. No. I mean, I want to be a man too. That's just too enviable. Why didn't my mom generate me as a man? Dream on you. If you want to become a man, you just can't accumulate enough merit for 10 generations. You have to have a good relationship with the king of hell to be reincarnated. Hannah, there's one thing, I actually want to become a man. It's really too enviable. Being born is destined to eat and drink without worrying, and mothers can follow suit. Who wouldn't want to? But it's just not possible. The birth rate is 1.5 billion times lower for males than for females. Listening to the discussion outside, it was obvious that these women had just watched their own live broadcast as well. Ding! Just then, the system's beep suddenly sounded in Wang Han's ears. Ding! Single task released. The host is a single dog. How can he share a room with her people in his daily life? And there are more than one of them. How can the host remain single if this goes on? Please find a place to live alone within 1 hour. Successful mission. Reward points 100. Failed mission. No punishment. Hearing the system mission, Wang Han couldn't help but touch his nose, speechless in his heart. Good news. One's dog system is finally sending out tasks. Bad news. The dog system's mission amounted to nothing. This task is simply difficult. If there is a way, I do not want to hide in the toilet, but this is not a way. Not enough understanding of this world, and I do not have this world's identity card. Really do not dare to go out. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but just as Wang Han was struggling to figure out what to do, the door handle of the toilet was turned once again. Looking at the door handle that was turned, Wang Han was once again speechless. Fortunately, he had unlocked the door when he came back, otherwise he was afraid that he would be exposed. Hey! Wang Han sighed silently in his heart and gently opened the small lock of the door after the person outside the door had gone away. Then once again entered the copy of Rule Oddities. It's still the same dark space. 3 copy images appeared in front of Wang Han's eyes once again. Student dormitory. Difficulty level 2. The picture shows a dimly lit student dormitory, but it seems to hide countless secrets. Happy family. Difficulty level 3. The family of 4 in that picture looked very cozy, but it vaguely revealed an eerie aura. Cell security. Difficulty level 4. Pictures a dimly lit cell gate. The colors are dark and gloomy, as if it were a huge mouth of the abyss that chooses to eat. Looking at the 3 copies of Weird Tales in front of him, Wang Han hesitated for a moment and chose Happy Family on difficulty 3. With the copy selected, the next second, there was a blur before his eyes, and when his sight returned, Wang Han had already appeared in a pink room. It was pink and girly, with a bunch of cute pink Muppets on the bed. There was also a piece of paper taped to the pink door of the room that stated the rules of this copy of Weird Tales. Rule number 1, you are a pseudo-male. Please don't violate your persona. Rule number 2, you dote on your sister and cannot deny your sister's requests within your means. Provision 3, if you are in danger, you can ask your sister for help and she will help you, but at some cost. Provision 4, mommy loves her children very much. Please don't make mommy sad. Rule number 5, don't open the door to your neighbor. Provision 6, the authority of the head of the family shall not be provoked. Rule number 7, if you have relatives coming, make sure you entertain them. Rule number 8, you must be out of the house by 8 a.m. every day to earn money. Rule 9, you must return home at 9 o'clock every night, and turn in 100 plutonium in income. Chapter 13, The Happy Family. Chapter 13, The Happy Family. Ding! Because the selected person is male and enjoys honorable privileges. After the selected person passes this copy, the rating rises by 3 levels. The reward is doubled. You can quit the copy in the middle of the process. You can violate all the rules in this copy, and you will be protected by the local insurer throughout the whole process in this copy. The voice of the strange talk once again rang in Wang Han's ears. In the next second, the Undertaker reappeared by Wang Han's side. Only this time, it was 10 beautiful ninja girls, all young and beautiful, wearing a modern uniform. Even the equipment on their bodies was also modernized. It seemed like there was a big difference in era between the different copies. After the appearance of these 10 nether woman girls, they even immediately saluted Wang Han in unison. And then a slightly older imperial nether woman said respectfully to Wang Han, "Honorable sir, the next 7 days will be spent by us to protect your safety. I am their Captain Fong Han. You can call me Xiao Fong." Xiao Han. Her voice revealed maturity and sweetness, again without a hint of grimness. Wang Han smiled and said, "Captain Fong Han, I'll trouble you then." Fong Han hurriedly said, "No trouble, protecting your safety is what we should do." Although Fong Han looked calm, her excited eyes and slightly trembling hands still betrayed her inner excitement. That team member under her, at this moment, was even more excited that even their white faces were flushed with red. That's protecting real men. This honor is not something that anyone is entitled to, and it's enough for them to brag about forever. As the conversation ended and the 3 minutes of preparation time passed, Wang Han's live broadcast was suddenly opened. "I'm going to go. The anchor is being too diligent. I can't believe he went into the copy of the weird story again. Breaking into weird talk side projects shouldn't be a hobby for anchors." As soon as he came, he encountered so many shady people. This anchor is in big trouble. This anchor is actually a man. It's a death sentence. This anchor is actually a man. Hurry up and inform your little sisters to come see a man. Oh my god. I'm dying. Go tell the other sisters to protect the men. The last live broadcast I watched, the anchor was under the special protection of the laws of the weird world, and she was safer than us women. I watched the last live broadcast of the anchor. People are under the special protection of the laws of the world of weird talk. In the copy of the weird talk is much safer than us women. I've also read that the anchor is protected by the Undertaker throughout the strange talk, and the Undertakers in the room should all be here to protect the anchor. Anchor, although you are protected by the laws of the Weird Tales world, I still have to advise you that your safety is incredibly important and the continuation of all humanity is at stake. So it's better not to actively enter a Weird Tales copy in case you have the bad luck to randomize to a high-level copy. I'm looking forward to the anchor's next weird talk experience. The expressions of those weird ones after realizing that the anchor is a real man will surely be interesting. I'm looking forward to it, too, if you say so. Viewers began to come in one after another in the live room. There were people who knew Wang Han, and there were also first-time viewers. Some of them were marveled. Some of them were horrified, but more of them were calm. After knowing that Wang Han could be very highly protected even in strange tales, the veteran viewers no longer had the panic and trepidation that Wang Han had during his first and second live broadcasts. Many viewers even looked forward to the reaction of the creeps when they saw that Wang Han was a man, which was definitely unseen in other live streams. Even first-timers were quickly calmed down by the explanations of the veteran audience members. As the viewers pulled each other in, the number of viewers in the live room began to rise rapidly. Wang Han casually looked at the pop-ups, and then came to the door of the room to carefully read the rules of weird talk on the door of the room. Rule number 1. You are a pseudo-male. Please don't violate your persona. Seeing the first rule, the live stream came alive. Was it hard for the anchor? It's not hard at all, because the anchor is a man. He doesn't need to pretend. I'm sure Creepy can't make things difficult for the anchor on this one. You're full of crap. Anchor as long as to the ground a lie. The weird whole family have to kneel to serve. Any one of the rules cannot be difficult for the anchor. Right. This reminds me of the anchor's first copy. When the anchor was scared by the bazaar fainted. And then those bazaar was scared by the anchor. The whole rescue anchor. That anxious. Not only do not care about the scourge of its other people. In order to save the anchor. And even promised that the people in the copy at that time the full pass. After looking at the pop-ups from the audience again, Wang Han continued to look at the second rule. Rule number 2, you dote on your sister and cannot deny your sister what she wants. Within your means. What do you mean by what is within your power? After reading this rule, Wang Han cupped his hand on his chin, and an inexplicable smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. After the second copy of Weird Tales, Wang Han was no longer so afraid of the weird and had a certain understanding of the weird world. Anyway, it was probably impossible for him to go through the thrill and gain experience in the Strange Tales replica like other people, so Wang Han considered whether he wanted to do some whole job. Wang Han continued to look at the remaining provisions. 9 rules in all. None of them special. Below the 9 rules is another line that reads, Passage requirements. Please live in this home for 7 days. After reading all the rules and clearance requirements, Wang Han was ready to open the door and go out. Seeing this, Fang Han hurriedly stepped forward to stop Wang Han and respectfully said, Sir, your safety is incredibly important. You should step back first. It's better to leave things like opening a door with danger to us. At those words, Wang Han simply took 3 steps back. Things like opening the door and killing someone didn't happen too often in Rule Oddity. Seeing that Wang Han listened to the advice and backed off, Fang Han was relieved in his heart, so he prepared to open the door. Dum 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 dum. However, just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. In the face of this sudden situation, Fang Han's movements immediately lurched, and then immediately went to Wang Han's side, while gesturing to his other warrior. In the next moment, the rest of the underworld sisters immediately surrounded Wang Han in the center, and their hands were all placed on the ghost weapon guns on their waists, and each of them had a grave face, quietly and cautiously looking at the door and windows of the room. Here it comes, here it comes, the ghost sister is knocking on the door with her homework. I'm so looking forward to Ghost Sister's face when she sees the scene in the room. It's going to be great. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all filled with anticipation at this moment. In the past, when they watched the other chosen ones enter this copy, they often saw those people get defeated at the Ghost Sister, with all kinds of situations, and the situation of opening the door to kill was not uncommon, and some viewers had even experienced such a scene themselves. But things are very different today, because this time the anchor is a male and is closely protected by 10 shady men. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded clearly again, followed by a cute and sweet voice from outside the door. Brother, open the door and teach me my homework. Hearing this voice coming from outside the door, Fang Han immediately turned his gaze to Wang Han, meaning to let Wang Han take the idea. After all, the one who was truly involved in this copy was Wang Han, and it was a very important thing to let Wang Han pass the level successfully. Cough. Wang Han coughed gently twice and responded to the door, coming right up. Afterward, Wang Han gestured towards Fang Han. Fang Han nodded slightly, then gestured to a female warrior next to him. The shady woman immediately walked carefully towards the door of the room. One hand pressed firmly to her waist while the other gently turned the doorknob. Chapter 14, The Same Thrills and Chills. Chapter 14, The Same Thrills and Chills. Ka-ching! With a gentle turn of the doorknob, the lock gave a crunch that stood out in the quiet room. Bang! As the door lock made this crunching sound, a huge force followed and suddenly acted on the door, and the door of the room was instantly kicked open vigorously. The air in the room seemed to tremble with the tremor, being kicked open outside the door. A 14 or 15 years old, wearing a dirty doll dress, face bloody girl ghost with a vicious face looking at the house. That look, as if it was an evil ghost crawling out of hell, let a person shudder. In her mouth, she even viciously chided, dilly-dally. But just after saying 4 words, the ghost sister's vicious words came to an abrupt end, and the ferocious expression on her face first turned into dismay, followed by horror, because at this time, a black hole ghost weapon pistol has been against her head. That black hole muzzle, as if it is the passage to the soul to fly away like emitting let ghosts do not shudder breath. Inside the room, there were even 10 powerful in with ferocious faces and unkind gazes as they looked at her. It turned out that just as the girl ghost kicked the door open, the shadowy girl who opened the door also reacted at the first opportunity. The movements of shrinking her hand, backing up, drawing her gun, and aiming were all in one go. The quickness of the movement was amazing. Oh. Looking at the scene inside the room, the ghost sister at the door immediately looked like she wanted to cry very much. She was just a district of 30 years of weirdness. What virtue and ability could she have to be pointed at by 10 warriors with ghost weapon guns? Pop up, this ghost sister is also too miserable. the moment she opens the door. She's being held at gunpoint by so many ghosts. It's really bad luck. My heart goes out to the ghost sister for 3 seconds. This is too much luck. I'll smile first. Pop up. It feels like the ghost sister is going to be scared to tears. So pitiful. I'll smile too. At this point, the audience of the live broadcast was delighted. Looking at the stiffened ghost sister, Wang Han said smilingly, isn't this my favorite sister? Don't you want me to teach you how to do your homework? Don't come in yet. Men. Wang Han spoke and immediately attracted the ghost sister's attention. When she saw Wang Han, who was protected by the nether women in the middle, the ghost sister was directly dumbfounded. Her eyes were wide open as if she had seen something unbelievable, muttering unbelievably under her breath. And for a while she even forgot that she was being held by the nether women with a ghost weapon gun against her head. The ghost sister froze, but the Indian girl who opened the door didn't froze. After hearing Wang Han's words, she directly and roughly gripped the ghost sister's head and lifted her in, and then quickly and carefully closed the door of the room gently. At this time, the ghost sister who was gripped into the room finally reacted and looked at Wang Han. Her eyes were filled with even more intense panic. The heart was even more filled with fear. Originally, being able to see a man was definitely something worth being happy and bragging about for the rest of one's life for both humans and ghosts. But now the ghost sister's heart only had trepidation because if she might probably should have remembered correctly, she had just tried to turn on this man to her detriment. Looking at his ghost sister, whose eyes were full of terror, Wang Han suddenly showed a scared expression and said to Fong Han next to him, "She's so ugly. She scares me." Put. Hearing Wang Han's words, Fong Han almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, and his other netherworlder's shoulders shook. Fong Han tried to maintain a serious expression and said with a straight face, "According to the laws of the Yuri realm, those who cause shock to a man are sentenced to at least 10 years of fire. If the situation is serious, the soul can be directly dispersed. Family members and neighbors will be implicated." No. Hearing these words, the ghost sister's body immediately trembled, shaking her head in horror, and her mouth even stuttered continuously. "Pop up, I'm going to go." Scaring a man has to be sentenced to 10 years in prison. And it's still some kind of fire sentence that doesn't sound simple. There's also guilt by association. Are the laws protecting men in the ghost world so strict? This law is too scary. The ghost sister is in deep. The laws protecting men in the ghost world are indeed strict enough. Pity this ghost sister for a minute, afraid of dreaming not to participate in her family copy of a man, but also want to give the anchor to open the door to kill. The result is to open the door to kill themselves. It feels like the ghost sister is going to pee in her pants. Ha ha. Forget it. Just then, Wang Han suddenly said again with a smile, "I still have to live in this home for 7 days. Who let the weird talk rules require me to love my sister the most? Don't you think so, my good sister?" Upon hearing this, the ghost sister was relieved in her heart and hurriedly nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, sister. No, brother, you love me the most." The ghost sister's expression was eager, fearing that Wang Han would change his mind. After thinking about it, the ghost sister was still uneasy and hurriedly added, "My sister also listens to your words the most. Brother, if you let me go east, I will never go west." "That's good." Wang Han nodded with a smile, but immediately afterward, his expression changed again and he said with a disgusted expression, "But, sister, you are so scary. I think I still can't accept it somewhat." No, I'm not ugly. I'm really not ugly." Hearing Wang Han's words, the ghost sister was once again terrified, and while defending herself, she hastily gathered her ghastly ghostly demeanor and turned into a cute lowly, looking at Wang Han with an endearing look. "It's barely passable," Wang Han said with a grudging look. "How should I put it? It was barely a 7. And it was still worse than the difficulty sisters who were around to protect him. Pop-ups, the anchor is really starting to live. Ha ha ha, this ghost sister has such a strong desire to survive. Today is a real eye-opener. I've never seen such arrogance in weird tales. Cool, but all these shady girls are really pretty. I can't wait to see what Ghost Mom's reaction will be when she arrives." The audience of the live broadcast room has been laughing not live, since the strange talk can be opened since the live broadcast, to see those who were selected that is not careful, swallowed their breath, low voice, was weird all kinds of clean up, suffocated a batch. They have never seen such a strange talk of the live broadcast scene. Simply don't be too cool. Tap tap tap. At this time, the sound of high heels suddenly came from outside the room. Before the ghost arrived, a chilling and horrible voice came first. "What are you doing? Making so much noise? Pop up, Ghost Mom is here." Ghost Mom is here with her high heels. According to the routine, after the Ghost Mom came over and saw the door kicked down, she must have to ask for punishment. If the anchor directly reported her sister, then she is not loving her sister. If the anchor said that she did it herself, then she has to be punished. The correct solution is explaining to stop. Is this routine practical here in the anchor? I'm afraid Ghost Mom will have to make amends to the anchor before she dares to speak. No, I think that Ghost Mom is afraid to talk when she comes. I'm looking forward to it, just imagining Ghost Mom's face when she comes in and she's all confused. As the sound of high heels got closer, the atmosphere in the room became more and more tense. The Ghost sister's body couldn't help but tremble. She knew Ghost Mom's temper, but right now she wasn't afraid of Ghost Mom. She was afraid that Ghost Mom would scare the males in the room again or do something illegal, and that would really be the end of it. Wang Han, on the other hand, still has a calm look, and the audience in the live broadcast room is even more tightly staring at the screen, looking forward to in the next development. The nether women beside them were on the contrary all alert, ready to deal with possible situations. They didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness in the matter of protecting Wang Han's safety. Chapter 15, Ruthless Ghost Mom. Chapter 15, The Tough Ghost Mom. As the stomping sound of high heels got closer and closer, a tall, middle-aged female ghost with a cold face gradually approached the room. She was dressed in a blood-colored tattered long skirt. The mottled marks on that skirt seemed to be telling of cruelty and blood, covered in corpse spots, emitting a sickening aura. Her long hair danced behind her with teeth and claws openly and uncontrollably, and seemed to contain an endless amount of resentment. Eyes are revealing a cold and vicious, let a person shudder. Ghost Mom looked at the kicked-out door lock and became enraged, with a look of anger that seemed like it could set the whole world on fire. Instantly, she wanted to lash out. However, when Ghost Mom's gaze turned into the room and saw the room filled with 10 nether women, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in her heart. The 10 underworlders exuded a powerful aura, all of them staring at Ghost Mom with unfavorable faces, instantly letting Ghost Mom feel a huge pressure. In the next second, Ghost Mom's angry expression instantly converged and was replaced by a pleasing smile in seconds, her eyes quickly scanning the room. The Een Man is not in existence to be messed with. At least 100 years or more of fierce ghosts to qualify for the role. Once annoyed with them, the consequences are unimaginable. But immediately afterward, when the Ghost Mom's gaze swept over to Wang Han, who was being protected by the underworlders, all the expressions on her face froze, the entire ghost froze, and a look of disbelief was revealed in her eyes. Surprisingly, it was a man. This Ghost Mom's godly reaction was actually so swift, and it was out of Wang Han's expectation. Ghost Mom just froze for 3 seconds before snapping back to her senses. With this man's presence and the protection of the Undertakers, she had probably guessed what was going on. Seeing this Ghost Mom's reaction so quickly, Wang Han looked at her with a smile, and that look made the Ghost Mom's heart go wild. Her heart was filled with fear and uneasiness, and her mind was even more anxious to think of countermeasures. She knew that men were extremely rare and important in the world, which also led to the extremely special status of men, and they were absolutely precious. The ghost world would never allow anything to happen that harmed men, and once a situation arose that harmed a male, it would be dealt with seriously and pursued to the end. If one is not careful, one may even bring about the destruction of oneself and one's entire family. In the next second, the ghost mother once again revealed a pleasing smile, full of respect to Wang Han and a group of Een messenger girls in the house. This honorable sir, all honorable Een messenger adults. I didn't know that all honorable adults are here. And also let my daughter disturb the honorable adults. I'm really sorry. I'll bring her to the table in a moment to make amends to you all. Your excellencies, do you prefer steamed or braised? Stir-fried is fine. There was flattery and fear in that tone, as if she would do anything to please these honorable lords. What? Hearing Ghost Mom's words, the ghost sister, who was apprehensive in her heart, was directly dumbfounded. It was true that Ghost Mom hadn't invaded the room again as she'd feared, but this was straight up about to make herself into a dish to be served to make amends. Pop up, Ghost Mom's reaction is too desperate. She sold her daughter straight away. This Ghost Mom is tough enough. She didn't even hesitate for a second. The ghost sister is so pitiful to have such a mom. What a sight. Ha ha ha. This scene is unheard of. Real name envy. I'm going to be in Rule of Strange again in 10 days. I hope I meet the anchor. I wonder what's going through the ghost sister's mind right now. I should be calculating my heart again. The ghost sister's expression is confused. She must have regretted kicking in the door a million times, suddenly realizing that in the anchor's live room, it's not the chosen one struggling to survive, but the weird struggling to survive. Damn, mom came to abandon her daughter to survive. Wang Han's eyes rolled and said, "Now you're the one who scared me." Hearing Wang Han's words, Ghost Mom's heart immediately trembled, and in the next second, she had changed her image. The blood-colored, tattered gown became a clean set of red, folded hemmed gowns, and the messy, dry hair was smoothly coiled behind her head. The corpse spots on her face also instantly disappeared without a trace. It was completely the image of a middle-aged noblewoman. The ghost mother who put away the ghost face fearfully made amends. It's my fault for disturbing all of you honorable lords. You see, I'll compensate 500,000 medieval coins to pray for all of you lords' forgiveness. Is that okay? After saying that, Ghost Mom looked at Wang Han expectantly. Ghost Mom can go for an Oscar for this speed of improvisation. Holy, opening his mouth to compensate for 500,000 medals. How many copies do you have to go through to accumulate so many medals? At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Wang Han was silent, making quick calculations in his mind. Although the medieval coins could only be exchanged for items from the bizarre world, and could not compare to the system's points, they were also exceptionally precious. Moreover, he didn't dare to show his face in the world of the living now, and the quests sent by the system were unreliable, and even eating was a problem, so he really needed medals to buy some things. Anchor, promise, 500,000 plutonium, that's at least 30 copies of Weird Tales you have to go through to get it. Don't say yes, you're an honorable man. You don't need money. You don't need money. Seeing that Wang Han was silent and seemed to be hesitating, the live broadcast room was also noisy. Some people told Wang Han to agree. After all, 500,000 medals was already very much. There were also people who told Wang Han not to agree, because the males in this world really didn't lack money to use, even if it was plutonium. Amidst the clamor of the live broadcast audience, the silent Wang Han raised his head and looked at Ghost Mom before extending his hand and spreading 5 fingers. When Ghost Mom saw this, she couldn't help but be puzzled, her gaze carefully looking at Wang Han. Wang Han said smilingly, "We each have $500,000. Around them, a group of female warriors were filled with emotion and excitement when they heard Wang Han's words. Upon hearing this, Ghost Mom gritted her teeth and said with a meaty look, "Fine, I'll go get the money now." When Wang Han saw this, he cursed in his heart. "Wipe, it's going to be less." The pardoned Ghost Mom didn't dare to continue to stay in the room, and immediately hurried away. Once Ghost Mom left, Fong Han smiled and thanked Wang Han. "Sir, thank you. Sir, thank you." The other underworld sisters all thanked Wang Han in unison, each filled with joy and excitement. 500,000 plutonium was the equivalent of a month's salary for the girls, and although the windfall came a little unorthodox for them, it was from a man, and that alone was compliance. "You're welcome." Wang Han smiled and returned the salute, then said worriedly, "I just don't know if that Ghost Mom will send the money. After all, she can even serve her daughter on the table to make amends." Upon hearing this, Fong Han smiled and said, "You can rest assured on this point, sir. If Ghost Mom doesn't send the money, then she will be wanted by the entire ghost world. Even if she does run away, the money will be paid to you by the local on behalf of you, and of course ours as well." When Wang Han heard Fong Han's words, his heart was at ease. The money for the meal was finally there. Chapter 16, The Worried Ghost Sister. Chapter 16, The Worried Ghost Sister. Only after the underworlders had interrogated the ghost sister in extreme detail and had checked every corner of the house was Wang Han able to walk out of the room. Sitting leisurely on the slightly outdated sofa in the living room, the 10 underworld girls either followed Wang Han around or stood at the windows, balconies, and behind the doors, always observing the situation outside. The ghost sister stood quietly in the center of the living room, trembling with fear as she looked at Wang Han and the crowd of Inin warriors, her heart filled with apprehension. Her body trembled slightly, her hands clenched together, not knowing what her fate would be next, whether she would really be served at the dinner table to make amends. Just then, Wang Han's gaze suddenly looked at the trembling ghost sister. Seeing Wang Han's gaze towards himself, the ghost sister's heart became even more apprehensive, and hurriedly looked down at the floor with a look of being a sufferer, coupled with that little lowly's costume, which made people look at her with pity. "Pop up, this ghost sister is too pathetic. The host won't really eat her, will he? I want to know what she'll be made into." That said, the anchor has been engaging in one weird story after another, and it seems like it's been a long time since he's eaten. Seeing his ghost sister in such a cautious manner, a gentle smile appeared on Wang Han's face as he asked softly, "There's no need to be nervous. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Tell me, what's your name?" Upon hearing this, the ghost sister Zhao Ling was relieved in her heart and raised her head slightly, giving Wang Han a quick glance before hurriedly lowering her head to look at the floor and answering in a restrained voice, "Honorable sir, my name is Zhao Ling." Wang Han nodded slightly, then asked, "Is there anything to eat in this home? I mean something for the living to eat." Upon hearing this, the ghost sister Zhao Ling hurriedly thought back carefully for a while. Her face suddenly turned bitter, and the heart that had just been put down could not help but be lifted up again. Slightly raising her head, she carefully looked at Wang Han and said with a timid voice, "Honorable sir, at home, there is nothing at home that a living person can eat. Pop up, what can we do? The anchor is going hungry. This creepy family doesn't keep any normal food on hand either. Upstairs, that creepy family keeps food for the living on hand. Food for the living is very expensive in the spooky world. Upon hearing this, Wang Han couldn't help but frown. Since leaving from the mighty ghost hotel until now, he hadn't eaten anything for 10 hours. Seeing Wang Han frown, Zhao Ling's heart snapped, and a strong uneasiness instantly surged through her heart. Hurrying to remedy the situation, she said, "Honorable sir, although we don't have it at home, I can go buy it for you. There are things that living people can eat in the supermarket outside the neighborhood." Hearing this, Wang Han was slightly relieved, and immediately said to Fong Han, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, "Captain Fong Han, can I trouble you to send someone to get me something I can eat?" Fong Han hurriedly smiled and respectfully said, "Of course, this is our part. What are your contraindications, sir?" Wang Han didn't immediately say what he was abstaining from. Instead he said, "I'm not abstaining from chicken, pork, beef, fish, and potatoes, and corn. Regular condiments aren't taboo either." "Okay." Fong Han smiled and nodded, then instructed the two female Yin agents on the other sofa, "Xiao Han, Xiao Yu, go and buy food for the gentleman. And by the way, report the situation at the local level. Go and come back quickly." "Yes." The two Yin sisters known as Xiao Han and Xiao Yu hurriedly answered, and they quickly got up, moving ably towards the door. Wang Han's gaze once again looked at the restrained ghost sister. "Zhao Ling, are you still studying?" Zhao Ling hurriedly and carefully replied, "Yes." "Wang Han, so why didn't you go to the book today?" "I'm home from work today." "What's your sister's name?" "Zhao Qin." "Where's the ghost mom from just now?" Wang Han and the ghost sister just had a chat and learned about the situation of this weird family. After all, there were going to be 7 days of living in this creepy family afterward. Although there shouldn't be any danger in the 7 days to come, it was also destined to be very boring. Since he had the privilege, he could completely boldly learn more about the weird world, and also allow the audience of the live broadcast to learn more about this mysterious and scary weird world. Pop-up, looking forward to the anchor taking us through more of the spooky world. 7 days, I hope nothing happens. Anchor or hurry to pass back, but do not take the initiative to enter the bizarre world again. Your safety is more important than anything. The viewers were also posting pop-ups, from those who were looking forward to Wang Han continuing to take them through the weird world, to those who were praying for Wang Han, and even those who were urging Wang Han to stop initiating into rule weird tales. On the other hand, after leaving the house in a hurry, Ghost Mom indeed did not choose to run away directly as Wang Han had feared. One should know that she was nothing more than a fierce ghost that had just been promoted not long ago, far from being so bold as to dare to owe a man money and then run away, especially since the money was still used for compensation to buy her life. Immediately after leaving the house, Ghost Mom first called Ghost Mother, who was working outside, to inform her that there were honored guests in the house, so she should hurry back to entertain them. The Ghost Mom then drove her vehicle to the nearest bank of the underworld at a rapid pace. At the bank, she withdrew $7 million in netherworld currency. Immediately after that, the Ghost Mom rushed non-stop to the Ghost University where her eldest daughter was studying. At the entrance of Mighty Ghost University, Zhao Qin, who had received a call from Ghost Mom, was already waiting at the entrance of the school. When she saw that Ghost Mom drove over and dragged down an extremely large suitcase from the car, Zhao Qin's mind was flooded with doubts. Zhao Qin hurriedly greeted her, and while accepting the suitcase in Ghost Mom's hands, she asked, "Mom, you called me over in such a hurry and dragged such a large suitcase. What are you doing? Hasn't the house been chosen as a copy of Weird Tales?" Hearing her daughter's inquiry, Ghost Mom smiled and said, "Qin, I have something very urgent to go to your grandfather's house, but the family now has another honored guest and is in dire need of money. No, I have taken 7 million medieval coins here. You hurry to send this money home. 500,000 of it is for you, and 1 million is for the expenses of the family. Be sure to treat the guests well. Mom's matter things are very urgent, so help Mom and go back quickly. Your sister is also at home." After saying these words, Ghost Mom didn't even wait for Ghost Sister to ask again. She hurriedly got into the car and then drove off in a huff. 7 million? Watching Ghost Mom's car disappear from her sight, Ghost Sister couldn't help but look blankly at the suitcase in her hands, not quite getting her head around it for a moment. After she had roughly sorted things out, her heart couldn't help but tense up a bit. Although their family was considered to have some assets, it was really the first time she had this much money in her hands. Immediately, the Ghost Sister didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and after calling and reapplying for leave with the school's teacher, she hurriedly took a ghost taxi and rushed towards home. Chapter 17, Close Protection. Chapter 17, Close Protection. As Wang Han and his ghost sister chatted, time passed by 1 minute at a time. The two ghostly sisters soon returned, but it wasn't just them that came back. There were also a dozen or so shady sisters in the same uniform. They were all carrying various things in big bags in their hands. And Wang Han even wondered if they had swept away the kinds of things in the supermarket that matched what they said. After the two underworld sisters came in, they hurriedly said to Wang Han, "Honorable sir, we've already reported your situation, and these colleagues have been sent to keep you safe." As the words fell, behind the two messenger girls, a middle-aged female messenger with the same costume as Feng Han stepped forward and said respectfully to Wang Han, "Honorable sir, I am the captain of the messenger security brigade in this area. You can call me Zhou Qian. Next, our brigade will do our best to protect your safety, and we will never let any ghosts threaten and disturb your life." Upon hearing this, Wang Han hurriedly said politely, "Then the 7 days after that will be hard on you, Zhou Qian." The middle-aged female answered, "It's not hard work. Protecting every male is what we should do. We also brought you the cooks from the brigade cafeteria. Would you like them to cook for you now?" Wang Han, "Then I'll trouble her." Zhou Qian, "No trouble. This is what we should do." After saying that, Zhou Qian waved her hand to the outside, and only then did the group of difficulty girls outside the door enter the house with large bags of items, among which there was also a female ghost wearing a chef's uniform. Without exception, all of these female ghosts have great facial features. Apparently, the two female shades who went out had also reported Wang Han's dislike of his ghost sister's ugliness, so there were no bad-looking shades who could enter this house. After the female underworlders entered the house, the cook immediately started cooking, and the rest of the underworlders proceeded to arrange all kinds of large and small ghost weapons in every part of the house. Pop up, this life is really enviable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a level 5 attack ghost weapon, capable of bombarding and killing a stern ghost from a long distance, worth at least 10 million medieval coins. And that one, it seems to be a level 6 defensive ghost weapon, right? It seems to be able to defend itself automatically. It's worth at least 300 million medals. I'm afraid the life of an emperor is no better than this. The pop-ups of envy and marveling didn't stop as the viewers of the live broadcast looked at the busy female shades. On the other hand, after receiving the call from Ghost Mom, Ghost Nyang immediately stopped what she was doing and hurriedly headed home. However, halfway through the journey she was stopped by the nether women in charge of the pipeline, and the nether women even handcuffed her to the security vehicle without any further ado. Subsequently, in the case of the ghost lady's bewildered face, completely puzzled, a few shady men pulled her and quickly drove away. The ghost lady had the intention to ask about the specifics, but the several shady men in the car simply ignored her, and did not say a word the entire time. Arriving at her own neighborhood, the ghost lady saw a large number of pipelines on the street where the neighborhood is located in the netherworld and the careful examination of passing vehicles. The neighborhood's gate is even more security vehicles tightly blocked. Everywhere around the netherworld standing guard and patrol. Such a serious formation immediately made the ghost lady's heart drum and panic, while also becoming more confused, completely unaware of what had happened that there could be such a formation. After getting off the bus at the entrance of the neighborhood, the ghost Nyang was led by the underworld to walk towards the neighborhood, only to see that the ghost neighborhood was similarly patrolled by a man standing guard everywhere, and the density was more than double that of the outside, especially in the building where her family lived. It was to the extent that there was a guard at every 3 steps and a sentry at every 5 steps. After being interrogated and examined over and over again, finally when the ghost lady was brought to the entrance of her house, she even saw that there were at least 50 nether women guarding the entrance, blocking the corridors tightly, which made the ghost lady's heart more and more apprehensive. After a final cross-examination check, the ghostly lady was finally taken into her home by the shady man of the house. The ghost lady had never imagined that she would have to go through such a rigorous process to return to a home. When they entered the house, the ghost lady was even more dumbfounded. It wasn't so much that there was more shade in the house, but that there was a man, and a living man at that, sitting leisurely on the couch in the living room, looking at her with a gentle gaze. The moment she saw Wang Han, the ghost Nyang's eyes were almost glazed over. The apprehension, incomprehension, and uneasiness in her heart all turned into shock and disbelief. She finally realized why she had to go through such a serious process to return to her home. It was because her own home had been chosen as a copy by Weird Tales, and a living man had been chosen to come in. After the apprehension and shock, the ghost lady was instantly thrilled and excited that this was male. She knew that if she wasn't a family member of this replica, then she had worked her whole life to never be eligible to meet a real male. Trying to meet a real male in this bizarre world is no easier than meeting that high and mighty emperor, let alone a living male who seems to live together for 7 days. The honor is enough to show off until her soul is broken, and it could even help her get to the next level in her career. In the next second, under the serious gazes of the many Inshur, the ghost mother tried to calm down her excitement and carefully walked into her home. When she came to the sofa, she bowed even more respectfully to Wang Han. "Greetings, honorable sir. I am the other mother of this family." Wang Han softly hummed. "It's like this. I'm taking part in the rules weirdness, and I just happened to come to this copy of your house. The name of the copy is called Happy Family, the ghost maiden hurriedly stated. It's an honor for our entire family to have the honorable sir come to this home. Our whole family will do our best to serve you and make you feel the atmosphere of happiness. However, Wang Han put away his smile and his tone became flat. But I just got here and I was shocked. Ah! Hearing these words, the ghost Nyang instantly let out a cry of shock, only to feel that all the strength in her entire body had been instantly drained away, and she instantly paralyzed on the ground. The excitement and thrill she had just felt also instantly disappeared without a trace, and all that was there was only great fear. The laws of the ghost world protect shells of males not only physically, but psychologically as well. The crime of scaring a male is also very serious. Seeing Ghost Nyang in such a state, Wang Han then continued, but you don't have to worry. The matter of being scared before has been spoken for, and I won't blame you guys anymore. However, to other people or ghosts, I can't use the name Mama Mother. Hearing Wang Han's words, the ghost lady's heart was instantly relieved, and she hurriedly revealed an extremely pleasing smile. Esteemed sir, the little ghosts are in no way qualified to be sir's family members. In the future, sir will just treat this place as an inn, and treat the little ones as servants, and if there's anything that you need to do, just directly order the little ones, or call me Zhao Hua. After saying that, Ghost Mom carefully looked at Wang Han, her heart once again apprehensive. Pop up, this ghost lady is too careful. Anchor, this treatment is also too good. I don't mang yao real name NVA. The real people are more angry than the real people. Wang Han nodded slightly. Then I'll call you Zhao Hua from now on. Chapter 18, Middle-Aged Ghost Sister Zhao Qin. Chapter 18, Zhao Qin, the ghost sister of the middle twos. On the other hand, the ghost sister Zhao Qin hurried to her home with excitement. As long as she could send the money home, she would have $500,000. It was simply beautiful. When the ghost cab that Zhao Qin was riding in pulled into the street where the neighborhood was located, it was stopped for inspection just as it entered the street. Sitting in the car, looking at the streets littered with agents stopping and checking, Zhao Qin couldn't help but wonder in her heart, could it be that some powerful ghost most wanted has come here? However, Zhao Qin didn't take this matter to heart. She was just a member of an ordinary family with small assets. This kind of big event had nothing to do with her, and all along, she had strictly followed the laws of the ghost world, and had never transgressed in any way. However, just when Zhao Qin thought that it had nothing to do with her, and only hoped that the inspection could end quickly so that she could hurry home, the Inin of the vehicle that was inspecting the vehicle saw Zhao Qin sitting in the back row, first froze for a moment, and then looked at her cell phone, and then whistled immediately afterward. Dash. The sharp whistle instantly cut through the silent air. In the next second, there were at least 10 Inin agents in the surrounding area who quickly ran towards the side like a stringed arrow, and the ghost weapon guns in their hands were even aiming straight at the ghost cabs, with their black holes emanating an aura that made the ghosts tremble with fear. Seeing so many ghost weapon guns aiming at her, the female ghost driving the cab immediately turned white with fear, her hands raised high and her body trembling slightly. Zhao Qin was also confused by this sudden situation, and her heart was filled with tension and anxiety. Numerous underworlders soon surrounded the cab, and one of them, who seemed to be a small team leader, held a cell phone and once again compared it carefully with Zhao Qin, saying in a serious tone, "Miss Zhao Qin, please come with us." After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Qin to respond, he waved his hand at the surrounding Inin, followed by a group of Inin quickly gathered around. That aggressive look was clearly telling Zhao Qin that if she didn't get out of the car, I'm afraid they would resort to something less than friendly. Yes, seeing the underworlders in such a state, Zhao Qin's heart immediately became apprehensive. Her voice trembled slightly, and she obediently got down from the car. After all, there is a huge disparity in individual strength in the ghost world, and it is not peaceful, so the power and strength of the Undertaker should not be underestimated. After Zhao Qin got off the bus, the underworlders were ready to leave after pulling Zhao Qin without a second thought. Seeing this, the ghost driver who drove the cab, although his heart was overwhelmed with apprehension, he still shouted out boldly, "Inin adults, this lady still has a suitcase in the trunk." Upon hearing this, the group of Inin warriors all looked at the female ghost driving the car suspiciously. "No, I mean she still has a suitcase in the trunk," the female ghost driver hurriedly said again, and even more quickly opened the trunk of the car, and then hurriedly got out and turned to the rear of the car, and hurriedly lifted the suitcase out. Another woman quickly stepped forward and opened the suitcase with a sharp movement, only to see that the suitcase was full of plutonium. That female ghost driver saw so many medieval coins, her face became even more terrified, and she hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands and said, I don't know anything, I'm just an ordinary hustler driver." Looking at the suitcase full of money, the Inin captain frowned slightly, and after thinking for only a second, he ordered, "Take the suitcase with you, Xiao Zhou. Take this driver over for questioning." In fact, she only knew that the above told them to strictly inspect this one street and check all ghosts and vehicles, to prevent all potential dangers. The other thing was that when she saw Zhao Qin she had to be brought to the neighborhood immediately, but more than that she didn't know and didn't dare to inquire freely. "Yes." The undertaker who had opened the suitcase hurriedly answered and reclosed it. A group of in with Zhao Qin soon came to the entrance of the happy neighborhood, handed Zhao Qin and the suitcase to the in the neighborhood, and after briefly explaining the situation, these in who were checking the roads went back in a hurry. Immediately after that, the shady men in the neighborhood began to conduct a stricter inspection of Zhao Qin, not sparing any detail from head to toe, making sure that they were not carrying any dangerous items before they brought Zhao Qin into the neighborhood. After layers of rigorous inspections, Zhao Qin was finally brought to her doorstep. Looking at the familiar door of her house, Zhao Qin's heart was already apprehensive. She didn't know what was going on or what fate she was about to meet, but she knew that something big must have happened, and that it was closely related to her family. Associated with the fact that her house had been chosen as a copy of the Weird Tales, Zhao Qin was not only apprehensive in her heart, but she was also worried beyond measure. Countless thoughts tumbled through her mind, and she couldn't help but ramble on. Could it be that some incredibly powerful chosen one was chosen to come to my house? I don't know how my sister is actually doing. Just as Ghost Sister Zhao Qin's mind was wandering, the door of the house was slowly opened. After looking at the door opened by also a in, there are also a lot of in the house. Even the ghost mother also came back. Just as his sister stood in the home in a formal manner, Zhao Qin's heart suddenly became more apprehensive. After following the undertaker into the house, Zhao Qin immediately froze, and her brain went even more blank. Man, there's actually a man in the house, and a living one at that. Looking at Zhao Qin who came in, Wanhan couldn't help but hook a smile at the corner of his mouth and said gently, "You should be my family in this copy." Hearing Wanhan's question, with a tone that was still so gentle, Zhao Qin instantly came back to her senses. Snap! A loud sound rang out in the living room. Zhao Qin slapped at her face, and instantly half of her face swelled up, leaving a slap mark that was even more obvious. Zhao Qin's actions immediately caused the many warriors in the room to be on guard, and one by one, they all put their hands on their waists. The 18-man girls sitting on the same couch were even the first to hold their wide ghost weapon shields in front of Wanhan, tightly covering him up. The restrained Zhao Ling and Zhao Hua were even more startled by this ghost sister's actions. Their eyes were horrified and they directly knelt down. There was intense pain coming from her face, but Zhao Qin didn't care at all. And even more so, she ignored the nervous underworlders and the horrified sister and ghost maiden, only staring with wide eyes, her eyes still filled with disbelief. "Pop up, what's going on? Suddenly give yourself a slap in the face." Once again, the perception was refreshed. This protection is too careful. The slightest breeze can be like this. Our world of the living isn't so bad, right? These shady sisters are all so valiant. After a while, Zhao Qin, who had received a slap of her own, finally returned to her senses, looking excited and jumping up with her eyes glowing. "Man, I can actually see real men in my life. Or living men. Oh my god. My wish has finally come true. My sisters will be so envious of me. No, the whole school will be envious of me." Writing pseudomen on the rules really helped. I can't believe a real man came along. Looking at Zhao Qin, who was so excited that she went crazy, everyone was speechless. Wanhan, the original pseudo-male was written by the ghost sister. I thought it was a naughty ghost sister. Pop up, I thought what was wrong. I was overly excited about the feelings. Isn't it just meeting real men? To be so excited. If you see it, I think you'll be very excited about it, too. How can it be? It's just a man. I promise I won't even give it a second glance. Of course, if I do see it, then forget I said it. I'm only in the first grade. I don't really understand, sis, why I'm so excited to see a man. Little sister, let me give you an analogy. It's like if you met, well, the most famous big star plus the noblest aristocrat plus a big hero with great contribution plus a super rich man plus a super rare creature in reality. Meeting it is a great honor, and if you have the chance to go further, it's a step to heaven. Chapter 19, The Great Villain's Eyes. Chapter 19, The Great Villain's Eyes. Looking at Zhao Qin, who was so excited that she went crazy, with an exaggerated expression like an out-of-control clown, the netherworlders instead sighed with relief. It turned out that they were just overexcited. Zhou Qian slightly sidestepped her head and gave a wink to one of the shady girls. That messenger girl immediately understood. Striding forward, one hand like an iron clamp tightly pressed the excited and oblivious Zhao Qin. The other hand did not hesitate to Zhao Qin's other cheek slapped down hard. The slap was so shocking that the air in the room seemed to shake. The excited Zhao Qin was dazed by this sudden slap, and her entire body instantly fell into a state of stagnation as if she had been struck by lightning. Both of her cheeks were swollen like ripe milk peaches at this point, so symmetrical that people found it a bit comical. The dumbfounded Zhao Qin stared straight at the Inje girl who had hit her, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. I'll go. So ruthless. This slap made Wang Han look dumbfounded. Pop up, I'm going to go. That's a hard slap from this shady girl. Her eyes are all misty. Is it just me? It feels like there was a shockwave just now. Ugh. This ghost sister shouldn't have been beaten silly. I'll go. Just by looking at the shockwave brought up by this slap, I can tell that this Inshur sister is so powerful that it's scary. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room looked dumbfounded, and many of them silently covered their cheeks in front of the screen, having the illusion that they had also been hit. Looking at Zhao Qin, who stood frozen in place like a puppet that had lost its soul, the young Yin messenger girl coldly asked, "Have you calmed down?" Zhao Qin instantly woke up as if from a dream, her voice as small as a mosquito hum, and carefully replied, "Calm down." The underworld sisters were expressionless, and coldly warned, "Stand honestly over there when you've calmed down. And if you dare to stagger or make any dangerous moves, beware of being sent to the Department of Punishment." Hearing the three words, penal division, Zhao Qin, who was still a bit dumbfounded, immediately felt like being stabbed by an ice pick, and couldn't help but shiver violently. The originally excited heart also instantly like falling into the ice cellar. Wow, cold peace. Trembling hand trembling even more, but this time is scared, because ghosts are all dead once, and the soul exists for much longer than a person is alive, and even more so, they are still able to cultivate and reincarnate, so the general imprisonment is nothing more than a waste of some time for them, or to do some hard work. But being sent to the Department of Penalties was different. It was a place known as the purgatory of the ghost world. After being imprisoned in there, not only do they have to suffer pretty miserable punishments every day, but there are so many different kinds of punishments in there that the ghosts can shudder. Most of those who went in and came out were either crazy or stupid, and many more were tortured to the point where their souls flew away. Get over there and stand still. Seeing Zhao Qin's startled appearance, the underworld sister once again let out a stern ho. This time, Zhao Qin didn't hesitate in the slightest, and immediately trotted over to Zhao Ling and Zhao Hua, who had been scared to their knees, and kneeled with a silky plop sound. The three ghosts directly knelt in a row, looking at the three ghost family members kneeling in a row in unison. It took Wang Han on the sofa a while to come back to his senses from his daze. A bitter smile surfaced on his face, and he said helplessly, "Just don't scare them. The copy I'm participating in now is called Happy Family. They kneeling like this doesn't look like family. Those who don't know would think it's the bad master punishing the slaves, making me look like some great villain. Hurry up and let them all get up." Hearing Wang Han's words, Zhou Qian immediately waved her hand. "Aya, why are you kneeling? Get up. The ground is cold." "That's right. Hurry up and get up. Your family members in Mr. Copy. What's the point of kneeling? It would be a great sin for you to kneel like that and affect the grading of your copies." "Sir." In the next second, the several underworld sisters standing behind the three ghosts immediately smiled and spoke kind words, reaching out and preparing to help the trembling three ghosts up. Just at this moment, the door of the house was opened again, and the captured ghost mom Zhao LV walked into the house trembling with fear and trembling, followed by the four in agents. But this has just entered the house. The ghost mom, who has been frightened all the way to see their own family members, are kneeling on the ground. Behind them there are 6 in J escorted. The scene, it seems to be about to be executed in general. Plop. Seeing this situation, the ghost mother, who had a ghost in her heart, apprehensive, trembling, and chilled all the way to the ghost mother suddenly ruptured the psychological defense line. Her eyes were empty, and her body was as if she had lost all her strength, and she instantly knelt down softly, and the whole ghost was in a state of disorientation. In his mind, there were only 3 words echoing, dead. Seeing the ghost mom who came in and knelt down, Wang Han was directly speechless. This came at too opportune a time. It's such a coincidence that one can't help but cry and laugh. They all thought she'd run away, but she was actually caught back. Ha ha ha. Well, another kneeling one. Just opened the broadcast when I said the anchor to participate in this strange copy. These ghosts' family members have to kneel to serve. Ha ha, it's true. This just came in on his knees. Seeing Ghost Mom, who came in and knelt, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh, and various pop-ups flew across the room like snowflakes. As for sympathy, even if these ghosts acted miserably, they wouldn't have a single bit of sympathy. Now it's also just that the anchor is male, and belongs to the absolutely protected in the world of weird talk. The other selected women in the strange story did not have this treatment. That is all kinds of sad, all kinds of miserable, was brutally beaten are common things, disabled, and even will lose their lives. So to these ghosts, The audience of the live broadcast cannot have a bit of sympathy. They are all eager to make them a little more miserable. The Undertaker girls quickly helped Wang Han's 4 ghostly family members up. Looking at the 4 ghosts who were still trembling, Wang Han smiled and said slowly in a gentle tone, "Don't be afraid, all of you. I just want to get a high rating to pass this copy." So, before Wang Han could even finish his words, Ghost Nymph Zhao Hua eagerly said, "Esteemed sir, we know how to make esteemed sir you get the rating bonus. We'll all do our best to cooperate with you, sir." The other 3 ghosts all hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Yes, 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 we know how to get the rating bonus, and we will definitely do our best to cooperate well with you, honorable sir, to get a high rating. Zhou Qian looked at this scene, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Since Mr. has said so, you guys have to perform well. If anything goes wrong again, you can be sure to let all of you go to the Department of Punishment for a walk. Hearing Zhou Qian's words, the 4 ghosts were obviously very fearful in their eyes and hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Definitely, definitely. Zhao Ling even followed up with, according to the setting of the copy of Weird Tales, if you tutor me in my homework for a while today, sir, you'll get a bonus to your grading. Chapter 20, Sidebook Raiders. Chapter 20, Raiders of the Sidebook. Ghost Sister Zhaoling, and tomorrow afternoon I'll purposely cause trouble at school and then I'll be asked to be a parent. So if you can step in as a parent to solve the problem, you'll get a bonus to your rating. Zhao Lu finally came back to her senses completely at this time, her eyes flashing with anticipation, and then said eagerly, "I'm going to the vegetable market the morning after tomorrow. If you can spare me to go with you, I'll definitely do my best to get the highest score addition for the vegetable market mission for you, sir. And the afternoon after tomorrow, we'll all be out of the house, and there will be a property visit to collect the fees, so all you have to do is pay the property fee, and you'll get your rating added. I'll have all the plutonium ready for you. The rest will be considered as pocket money for you in this home, Mr. Exalted. And on the 4th day, a neighbor will come to the house for a visit, and we will definitely cooperate with you to perfectly deal with the neighbor's disturbance. In addition, you have to obtain an income for the home, which also adds to the rating. The more income you obtain, the higher the rating will be added." Immediately after that, Zhao Qin also hurriedly said, "I have an event on the 5th day of school. If you go as well, I'll strive to make sure that you get the grading bonus perfectly." Zhao Hua then also hurriedly spoke, "On the 6th day, there's a group meeting at the company I'm working for. If you don't mind, you can also go to the company with me, and if you can help me accomplish my goal, you can likewise receive a rating bonus. There's one last day left. We're organizing an outing as a family. All you have to do is accompany us and you'll get a rating bonus. Completing these will earn you at least an S rating, and we don't know about higher ratings, but it should be determined by your performance in these events." Zhou Qian and Fang Han also hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, honorable sir, we, the Underworld Security Brigade, will also do our best to protect your safety and assist you in obtaining the rating bonus." Wang Han nodded with a smile. "Then it will be hard for you guys after that." The ghosts hurriedly said respectfully, "Honorable sir, this is all what we should do." Pop up, this is a spoiler. I just counted 9 things. It's amazing how much you have to get involved in this family if you want to get a high rating. No wonder this copy is called The Happy Family. The text on the pop-up screen continued to scroll, and the viewer's emotions were completely ignited, sending out pop-ups to express their opinions. And for a while the live room was buzzing with activity, especially since there was a family outing at the end. I'm afraid it's not easy. I'll be damned. It's too hard to get an S rating when there's a storyline every day. It's no wonder that people hardly get high ratings when they participate in weird story replicas. Now that we have this strategy, in the future, if the selected person participates in this copy, won't they be able to get at least an S grade rating? The main anchor is a man. In the ghost world is also closely protected. There are a large number of Enin guards. This is if we change our women to come. Not strong enough strength. You just know the strategy also cannot. Maybe out of this home we'll have to die. There are more dangers outside, and more treacherous. That's right, and only if these ghost family members are willing to cooperate. Otherwise you just know the strategy is also a waste of time. If you can honestly stay at home for 7 days, you'll be lucky to pass the level. Hearing the 4 female ghost family members' narratives, the audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing with discussion, and the pop-ups were constantly scrolling. But the overall meaning is that even if you know the strategy, to get a high rating in the ghost world, you need not only a strong strength, but also the cooperation of the ghost family. Otherwise, don't expect to get a high rating easily either. Wang Han didn't look at the pop-ups too much, and after listening to the 4 ghost family members, he slowly said, "Well then, let's start with the first thing." After saying that, Wang Han's gaze took the lead to look at his ghost sister Zhao Ling. Without the need for Wang Han to speak again, Zhao Ling hurriedly said like a frightened bunny. Yes, yes, please wait, honorable sir. Saying that, Zhao Ling ran into her room in a panic, that eager look as if she was afraid that if she was one step slower, she would upset Wang Han. In a short while, she trotted out with her own school bag, and in the vigilant gaze of the Yin men, she carefully came to the table, half squatted beside Wang Han, and moved cautiously to take out the textbooks in her bag one by one, and asked Wang Han coquettishly with her mouth, Your Honor, sir, do you see which subject you would like to tutor me in? Looking at the book that the ghost sister took out, just looking at the title made Wang Han's brain hang black lines. The titles of the books in that one textbook were so full of spookiness and eeriness that they sent shivers down your spine. Human Ghost Weapon Making Class. Breaking through the psychological defenses of the living. Shadology. Wang Han picked up a textbook and flipped through it. More black lines on his brain. And the content in the textbook was even more creepy. How to put fear in the hearts of the living. How to absorb fear in the hearts of the living. How to make a ghost lantern out of human skin. Skulls useful. Looking at the contents of the textbook, the audience in the live broadcast room was also filled with speechlessness. Although many viewers have long known the contents of these textbooks, seeing them again at this time still fills their hearts with resistance. Zhao Ling carefully observed Wang Han's expression, and when she saw him frowning, her heart immediately drummed. She also knew that the contents of the textbook would be resisted by the living, and her heart immediately became apprehensive. Wang Han just flipped through a few pages, then directly closed the textbook and simply said, All of these contents are too gloomy, not conducive to physical and mental health. I'd better teach you sunnier contents. Ghost Sister Zhao Ling hurriedly catered to Wang Han's words. Yes, yes, yes. I don't like the content either. Sunnier is good. I just like sunnier ones. That's good. Wang Han nodded smilingly and said, Then let me teach you a song first. Sing after me. Dig, dig, dig inside the tiny garden. Plant tiny seeds, bloom tiny flowers. The crowd of creeps looked at each other in disbelief, then struggled to hold in their laughter. The live broadcast audience was also made to cry and laugh by Wang Han's actions. Ghost Sister. Even though she did say she wanted to learn to be sunnier, she didn't expect to be this sunny. In her heart, the Ghost Sister was 10,000 times unwilling to follow such a childish song, but she didn't have the guts to do so. She could only force herself to sing along with Wang Han, and that voice was full of helplessness and reluctance. For their part, the viewers of the live stream teased, with pop-ups crossing over. Although Ghost Sister Zhao Ling's singing voice was a bit raw at the beginning, it gradually gained a bit more vigor as she kept repeating it, and seemed to be getting into the groove. The surrounding nether women slowly started from holding their laughter, but gradually, they seemed to be affected by this simple melody, and there was a trace of bewilderment in their looks. Unfortunately, Wang Han did not notice this. Chapter 21 Zhao Ling wants to get into big trouble. Chapter 21 Zhao Ling wants to cause big trouble. In the world of ghosts there is no sun, so there is no daylight. This world however has a unique concept similar to day and night. During the time period when the moon is brighter, it is as if it is daytime in the ghost world, and at this time, the ghosts in the ghost world reach their most active state, and it is also the time for the ghosts to work and go to school, similar to the daytime in the world of the living. The next day, when the moonlight like a light veil spilled over the land of the ghost world, Zhao Ling, the ghost sister who hadn't slept a wink all night, slowly got up in her exhaustion, a careful look on her face that had been there since she got up, out of the room. Zhao Ling's eyes nervously looked towards Wang Han, who was tightly protected by many Yin men and was sitting peacefully on the sofa, and as if she were a child who had made a mistake, she cautiously and restrainedly whispered to Wang Han, My honorable elder brother, I'm going to go to school. You can rest assured that I will not cause any big trouble in the afternoon. Just trouble you to go to school with me. Aha! Wang Han gave a light hum and nodded. Go! Then I'm leaving. Ghost Sister Zhao Ling hurriedly said carefully, and after saying that, she carried her school bag and prepared to leave, not even bothering to wash her face. Wait! However, right at this moment, Wang Han was suddenly shouting at the Ghost Sister. Upon hearing this shout, the Ghost Sister instantly stiffened as if she had been casted with a fixation spell, carefully turned to look at Wang Han, and respectfully asked, Honorable Brother Sama, what other orders do you have? Wang Han smiled and said, Things are small. The solution is too simple. I'm afraid that the scoring added not much. Just go ahead and make trouble despite your boldness. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Sister suddenly had a bitter face, but she could only say stiffly, Yes, my honorable brother Sama. After saying that, the Ghost Sister Zhao Ling left the house with one step at a time, and the appearance was as if going to the battlefield is sad. At this moment, she was on the verge of crying in her heart. Although this copy task was arranged by strange talk, the school could understand, but if it caused too much trouble, The school couldn't afford to find trouble with Wang Han, the man, but it was definitely going to find trouble with her afterward. After all, the school could understand the weird talk quest, but the school wouldn't understand her if she didn't have a sense of proportion, especially if the school also suffered a loss. Out of the house, Zhao Ling footsteps are slightly heavy, while walking in the heart of the calculation in the end to provoke how big things to be appropriate. This matter cannot be too small, then will make the rating is not high, cannot achieve the desired effect, cannot be in Wang Han delivery, then she can be finished, but it couldn't be too big. If it was too big it would make it difficult for her to end up in the aftermath, and she would undoubtedly be put in an extremely awkward and even dangerous situation if the school looked for trouble afterward. Just because there were laws in the ghost world didn't mean the school couldn't legally kill her. The ghost world was ultimately a world of the weak and the strong, and in addition to the undifferentiated protection of males, the laws of the ghost world were also biased in favor of the strong. Walking down the dimly lit streets, the ghosts around her looking especially active in the moonlight, the ghost sister's mood grew heavier and heavier with worry. When the ghost sister finally arrived at the entrance of the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar Evil Ghost High School, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and gather the courage to walk in, as if she were entering an unfamiliar torture chamber. At this time, at home, Wang Han was sitting leisurely on the sofa, legs folded casually, watching the ghost world's TV while savoring the hot tea in his hand, and there were several warrior girls beside him attentively pinching the shoulders and knocking the legs of Wang Han. These shady girls even secretly bid for these errands. After all, this was a chance to legally touch a male. If you miss it, I'm afraid you'll never get this chance again. Wang Han was waiting for the ghost world to arrive in the afternoon. In his mind, he pondered how to behave to get a high rating after going to school in the afternoon. Evil Ghost College, as the name suggests, is the spooky world of evil ghosts in the school. Inside the students are all evil ghost level ghosts. The school staff is at least fierce ghosts, or even severe ghosts. The principal is even the level of the ghost generals. Ghosts are categorized into ghosts, ghosts of grievances, evil ghosts, fierce ghosts, severe ghosts, ghost generals, ghost marshals, ghost kings. The latter will be mentioned later. Zhao Ling entered the classroom as if she were a walking corpse and sat in her seat with a sad face. There were 60 students in her class, some with the appearance of an old man, others with the years of a doll, but without exception, they were all evil ghost level ghosts. Looking at Zhao Ling, who entered the classroom listlessly, an old lady with a kind face came over and asked Zhao Ling in a lowered voice, "Zhao Ling, I heard that your family was chosen as a copy of Weird Tales. Isn't that something to be happy about? Why do you look so sad? Tell me the situation?" At this time, there were still quite a few evil spirits in the classroom who were also intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Zhao Ling, wondering why Zhao Ling looked so listless today. Zhao Ling absent-mindedly glanced at the kindly old lady next to her and said breathlessly, "Don't ask. It's annoying. I'm worried about how I'm going to get into trouble at school and ask my parents now." Upon hearing this, the kind old lady revealed a speechless expression. "What's there to worry about? It's not easy to get into trouble. Just find some reason to fight with your classmates and you're done. If you need it, I can cooperate with you, but you have to pay me some money." The benefits that can be gained from killing a living person chosen by the Weird Tales within the rules are numerous. Flesh and blood can greatly enhance cultivation, bones, hair, internal organs, and these can also be made into ghost weapons, and the living person's fearful emotions can be collected. It can also be used to exchange for a large number of medieval coins. It can be said that the value is very huge. Of course, if it's not within the rules to kill a living person, it can be costly, and it's the kind of thing that definitely doesn't pay for itself. Zhao Ling carefully sized up the kindly old woman in front of her, and after pondering for only a moment, she sighed helplessly with a look of disgust. "Ugh, just you. No way." Hearing these words, the kindly old lady instantly blanched. She herself was being looked down upon. However, in order to be able to share the benefits, kindly old lady or hard-headedly said, "How can I not? Not just a fight to cause a problem. Just find a reason to start a fight on the line. No reason is also okay." Zhao Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes, not even bothering to break it up with her. In the past, this old lady classmate was right. Fighting and causing trouble wasn't simple. But now that honorable brother at home is telling her to make trouble boldly, to get a high grade for this, just fighting and making trouble is not enough. Seeing that Zhao Ling did not speak, the kindly old lady did not want to give up easily, and immediately said again, "Are you looking down on me? I hate it when people look down on me. In this case, as long as you agree, I'll share some of the benefits less, as long as it's 2 pounds of meat, or 1 pound of bones. How about it?" Zhao Ling couldn't help but give the kind old lady another blank look. Was this a question of how much profit to share? The opposite party was a male, and he still wanted to share the benefits. He was afraid that he was thinking about fart eating. She really looked down on this ghost old lady. No background. Even if it makes a big fuss, it will never reach the expectations. Not reach the expectations, then she will be finished. But it's not easy to live up to expectations. After all, it's obviously a pit stop for ghosts. There would definitely be retaliation afterward. Just then, the bell rang for class, and a fierce ghostly teacher with an aura of terror walked in. The group of evil ghosts in the classroom immediately all sat down, and the ghost old lady also hurriedly left from Zhao Ling's side, all afraid of being named by the teacher. Zhao Ling looked at her teacher, still distracted, unable to concentrate on the lesson at all, just constantly calculating in her mind how to act in order to achieve the goal of causing trouble without putting herself in a desperate situation. Mighty Ghost Teacher also ignored Zhao Ling's state when she saw her. Obviously she was aware of the situation. As long as Zhao Ling was causing trouble, then she would definitely be able to share in some of the benefits. Various possible scenarios of getting into trouble kept floating in Zhao Ling's mind, only to be dismissed by herself again and again, as those methods were either too risky or ineffective. Finally, just when Zhao Ling was about to fall into despair, an evil thought suddenly flashed out in her mind. Chapter 22 Zhao Ling's Big Trouble. Chapter 22 Zhao Ling's Big Trouble. A hint of determination flashed in Zhao Ling's eyes. She knew that this method was bold and dangerous, but it was already the only way she could think of that could satisfy Wang Han's demands and possibly get herself out of trouble. After making up her mind, Zhao Ling began to quietly look around the class, scouting for classmates and planning in her mind. The first class of the morning ended quickly, and in the 10 minutes between classes, Zhao Ling immediately began to move. She first came to a ghost baby and carefully said to this ghost baby, "Hey, ghost baby. Yesterday, I heard a ghost badmouthing you behind your back, saying that you're just a coward who doesn't even dare to mess with a little ghost." This ghost baby was obviously not that good at fooling around, and upon hearing this, he just faintly asked, "Did a ghost really say this? Or do you want me to help you cause trouble? If I help you cause trouble, I have to share the benefits." Obviously, this ghost baby also knew about Zhao Ling's family becoming a copy of Strange Tales and didn't fall for it easily. Seeing that she was dismantled, Zhao Ling didn't talk nonsense, and immediately handed over 10,000 plutonium quietly. "I'm going to make a big scene. This is the labor fee. It doesn't require you to fight either. In class later on, you just need to yell a few words to help radicalize the class." Seeing Zhao Ling handing over a full 10,000 plutonium coins, the ghost baby's small eyes darted around, thinking that it was just a matter of yelling a few times, and that he didn't need to do anything to get 10,000 plutonium coins, so he nodded his head and said, "Okay, as long as you're not afraid that the school will really pursue this, I'm fine with it." After saying that, the ghost baby picked up the plutonium. "Thanks a lot." Zhao Ling gave a thank you and hurriedly left to find her next target. Luckily, she had taken more than 100,000 plutonium coins from Ghost Mom yesterday, which was enough to buy off these classmates. Her second target was a middle-aged woman with a dark face. Zhao Ling went over and without saying a word, she stuffed 30,000 plutonium coins into this classmate's hands and whispered, "Big sister, I think you know. I'm going to make a big scene. In a moment, I'm going to have a class fight. You just have to have a grudge and pay back the grudges. Just remember to help me beat up that old woman when the time comes to invite parents as a compensation for the sisters." After the middle-aged female ghost took the money, she still kindly reminded, "Good sister, you have to think about it. If you can't, I'll help you with the copies, and you can just share some of the money with your sisters." Zhao Ling said with a bitter face, "I would like to share the profits. It's really that the person who was chosen to enter my house is not ordinary. My house really can't afford to mess with you help." "Okay." The middle-aged female ghost nodded her head and agreed. It also only assumed that Zhao Ling was doing this because the living person chosen to come to her house was very strong, so she needed to make a big deal out of it. After all, the bigger the matter, the harder it would be to deal with. Seeing that the middle-aged female ghost agreed, Zhao Ling moved on to her next target. Her footsteps were hurried, as if she was racing against time. In the time it took for one class period, whether it was an individual in the class or a small group, Zhao Ling searched for them all. After giving out large amounts of plutonium, she froze and talked everyone through. Her heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But it wasn't over yet. Zhao Ling ended up even more successful in convincing the teachers to go along with her plan in the hallway before class started. Even the teacher of the next class was talked through and said that she would turn a blind eye to the chaos over here. And Zhao Ling's movements were seen by the whole class. And for a while all the ghosts were very confused. Spending over 100,000 plutonium coins to accompany her in a play that would inflame the conflicts of the entire class was too much of a fuss. Even if the living person chosen to be in her house was very strong, there was no need for this. But it was just a play and there was money to be had. So why not? and the students didn't think much of it. Soon, the second lesson began, and all the ghosts in the class couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Zhao Ling, waiting for her signal to act. Even the fierce ghost teacher who was lecturing the class also turned his gaze towards Zhao Ling intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was waiting for a wonderful show to start. Listening to the teacher's lecture, Zhao Ling was incredibly nervous in her heart, taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself down. There was no turning back for her now. Now all the students, including the teacher, thought they were accompanying her in a play to intensify the class conflict. But as soon as the class conflict intensifies and everyone gets really angry, it won't be an act. When the time came for the whole class to hold a parent-teacher conference, even if she was held accountable afterward, everyone had taken her favors in the first place, and she would be able to shirk her responsibility on the grounds that she hadn't expected to start a real fight, and that was her plan. Finally, when the teacher suddenly left the classroom in the middle of the lecture, Zhao Ling exploded, directly stood up from her seat, smashed the book in her hand fiercely at the kindly ghost old woman who talked to her before class, and loudly scolded, "You old woman, my family opens a copy. It's not just that I don't let you share some of the profits, so you spread bad words about me. In the end, how many things do you mean ah?" Zhao Ling's action also immediately attracted the attention of the class, and all the ghost students were instantly and secretly ready. Being smashed by Zhao Ling's book, the ghost old lady first froze for a moment, and then rejoiced, and at that moment also said with a colorful inner stubble, "That's what I mean, cheap bastard. What do you want?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling turned her gaze to the dark-skinned middle-aged female evil ghost. "Big sister, yesterday this old woman said that you were a coal-digging ghost." "What?" Hearing this, the dark-skinned middle-aged female evil spirit also cooperated by slapping the table and getting up, angrily staring at the ghost old lady. "I think you're just looking for a fight." After saying that, the middle-aged female evil ghost even directly rushed towards the ghost old lady. Immediately afterward, 6 more female ghosts in the class got up from their seats and rushed towards the ghostly old woman. "Don't even think about bullying our people." However, the ghost old lady also has a dependent group, and also received Zhao Ling's plutonium, and also cooperated. Another group of malevolent female students in the class stood up and immediately rushed over as well. But in the end, the two sides just confronted each other and exchanged curses, and did not make a move. Seeing this, Zhao Ling hurriedly continued to fan the flames. "Ghost baby, yesterday it was also this ghostly old woman and the drowned ghost who called you a coward." Upon hearing this, the ghost babies also cooperated and started cursing, pointing the finger at the drowned ghosts, expanding the ripple effect and increasing the chaos of the quarrel. Seeing this, the other ghost classmates who had received favors, under Zhao Ling's incitement, also quickly cooperated and got into the role, and began to join in the bickering and cursing. It's just that with the bickering and swearing, some of the ghost students who were already at odds with each other start to reveal their shortcomings and scars, and start to get really fired up. Seeing that the class was already starting to have real fire, Zhao Ling immediately struck while the iron was hot, directly rushing towards the ghostly old woman and starting to make a move. At this point, everyone also still only thought it was an act, and even pretended to start moving their hands as well. Asterisk 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 water ghost, how dare you really do it? Hanged man, I've been looking at you for a long time. Under Zhao Ling's intentionally vicious sneak attack to frame her, together with some ghost students who were directly scolded out of real fire and already had conflicts were also taking advantage of the opportunity to have their revenge, and to have their grudges. The real fire immediately exploded, but in a minute or two, this unspoken show turned into a real battle. In the ghost teacher's office, the fierce ghost teacher in charge of the class was still drinking tea in an old-fashioned manner, not noticing anything wrong at all. Cooperating with the students to make copies was a common thing, and at Zhao Ling's request, she also only needed to leave the class for 10 minutes in the middle of the class. In her opinion 10 minutes would not really be a big problem, and when she went over to close the show after 10 minutes to bring down the curtain for the show, and then let Zhao Ling ask her parents to be just fine. At this time, even the teachers from the next class didn't care about the noise from Zhao Ling's class. It was none of their business in the first place, and they couldn't be held accountable, not to mention that they had promised Zhao Ling. Chapter 23, A Call from School. Chapter 23, A Call from School. In the classroom, the chaos was like a raging storm, intensifying and out of control. Tables and chairs were smashed to pieces in the fierce clash, and the chilling clicking sound seemed like a wail of despair. All kinds of items are just like fallen leaves swept mercilessly by the gusty wind, being thrown fiercely in all directions, flying recklessly in the air. Disorderly curses and roars continued to resound like a raging tide, each one filled with anger and murderous intent, as if they were going to tear the entire space apart. The ghost students were all like crazy beasts at this moment, their eyes red to the point of being frightening, and their sanity had long been thrown out of the sky. They frantically waved their fists and claws and attacked each other. Each collision seemed to stir up a dazzling spark. Some of the ghost students already had deep wounds on their bodies, and that black ghost chi was spilling out like smoke. But this did not make them stop fighting at all. It was as if they were controlled by an inexplicable madness, and they continued to fight regardless. Zhao Ling was in the midst of this chaos, constantly dodging those dangerous attacks that were raining down on her. Her attitude also changed and she began to play the good guy to persuade the fight. However, her voice was instantly drowned out by the deafening sounds of cursing and fighting, and her face was filled with anxiety and helplessness. Looking so powerless and small, she could only watch the chaos run wild like a wild horse out of control. In the school's ghost teacher's office, Mr. Mighty Ghost waited unhurriedly and old-fashioned until 10 minutes had passed, then slowly put down his cup of tea and walked to the classroom with a leisurely look on his face. She had actually heard the chaotic sounds in the classroom a long time ago, but in her opinion, it was nothing more than a prearranged scene. In her opinion, in a mere 10 minutes' time, there was no way that anything major could have gone wrong. But the moment she slowly pushed open the door, the scene in front of her was like a bolt from the blue, causing her to be instantly stunned and her entire being dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that it was just a performance where the whole class cooperated with Zhao Ling, but he didn't expect that in just 10 minutes it had already turned into a grueling and incomparable melee. The ghost students were all bruised and battered, and several of them had even been beaten to death. Ms. Fierce Ghost's face instantly changed drastically, panic and anger mingling together. She immediately chided loudly. "What are you all doing? Stop it, quickly stop it all." Her voice was sharp and urgent, trying to heckle the frantic fight. However, at this point, the ghost students had already fought red-handed, so how could they still listen to her words? Seeing this, Ms. Mighty Ghost also made an immediate decision and quickly cast her ghost art. She only saw her hands dancing and black ghost chi lingering around, forcing some of the students who were fighting hard to separate. At the same time, she anxiously called out to the ghost teachers of the surrounding classes to come over and help. When the ghost teachers of the surrounding classes heard the cries, they also finally realized that the situation was not right and rushed over. When they arrived to see the chaotic and unsettling scene, they all had expressions of surprise and bewilderment on their faces. Immediately after, they also realized that things had gone far beyond their expectations and rushed to join in, helping to pull the melee of ghost students away with force, praying in their hearts that they would not be implicated. Zhao Ling, on the other hand, had taken advantage of this chaotic situation and had quietly slipped out of the classroom. Zhao Ling knew in her heart that the trouble she had caused this time had been unimaginably big. Now, she was only waiting for the school leaders to intervene, and things would go according to her plan. But she also understood that the consequences she was about to face could be very serious. All in all, though, she felt she had what seemed like a reasonable excuse to shrug it off. And the most important thing now was to hurry up and hide. Find a way to save her life first, and then wait for her honorable brother to arrive. Jingle bells. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the house phone suddenly rang. A young man girl immediately trotted over like a gust of wind and quickly picked up the phone. After responding to the other end of the phone in a very polite manner for a few moments, only then did she slowly hang up the phone. Just as the shady girl who answered the phone wanted to come over and explain the situation to Wang Han, the phone rang again. The Undertaker girl thought to herself that it must be the school calling again, so she had to turn around and go back to pick up the phone again. However, listening to the voice on the phone, the expression of the Undertaker girl also changed rapidly. From the initial flatness, instantly became surprised, then shocked, and finally incredulous. A little while later, the underworld girl who hung up the phone again still maintained that shocked expression and hurriedly came to the sofa, saying to Wang Han, "Noble sir, just now it was the school and the 3rd Underworld Vigilante Brigade that called. The school requested Zhao Ling's parents to rush to the school immediately and emphasized that all parents must be present. The rest was not detailed." After a short pause, the Injai girl continued. The 3rd Injai Security Brigade called to say that Zhao Ling has caused a big trouble at school. She paid for the whole class to act out a play with her to intensify the conflict in the class, but she didn't expect the students to fight for real in the middle of the play, which finally led to the whole class being injured. And even more so, 9 of the students' souls were dispersed. Now not only the school leaders, but even the district captain over there has rushed over in a hurry. At the same time, the parents of all the students in Zhao Ling's class have also been notified that they must go over. The brigade leader of the 3rd Brigade said that they will first guard Zhao Ling's safety and wait for you to go over. What? After hearing the words of the underworld sister, Wang Han was dumbfounded. Although he was the one who wanted Zhao Ling to get into big trouble, he didn't expect her to get into such big trouble. At this moment, Wang Han didn't even know if he could pocket it or not, although he has the privilege. But this disaster is really too big. Not only the whole class is injured, but also dead ghosts, and 9 souls. Pop up, I'm going to go. This is too fierce. The whole class is injured. And there are 9 souls left. Whose generals are these? They're so brave. It's just the weird world. If we had this kind of student in the world of the living, I'm afraid it would be great news. The kind that would shock the world. With such a big news. I don't know if the anchor can carry it or not. I hope the anchor will be okay. Upstairs, I can tell you guys for sure that the anchor definitely carries it. Do you think the rarity rate of 1 to over 100 million for men and women is a joke? In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also shocked by this amazing news, and all kinds of pop-ups flew around like snowflakes, with the most of them still worrying about Wang Han. At this moment, Wang Han also couldn't help but look at Zhou Qian and Fang Han. Seeing Wang Han's gaze cast, Zhou Qian and Fang Han hesitated for a moment before finally gritting their teeth and saying, "Don't worry, honorable sir. This is just an unintentional mistake by Zhao Ling. Please don't worry about it yet, let alone feel guilty. We will solve the problem. Whether it was inadvertent or not, we actually know very well in our hearts." Just as the live broadcast pop-up said, the rarity rate of more than 100 million men and women is not a joke, not to mention that it is still in the ghost world. This ratio is even more than a dozen times to amplify more than. Moreover, the ghost world was weak and strong, and males were injured and implicated in far more shenanigans. So how could Wang Han be punished for the deaths of just a few ghost students? At most, there would be a warning. At most 2 sentences, not even more. Hearing the words of the 2 Ghostbusters brigadiers, Wang Han's heart was instantly relieved. Afterwards, Wang Han's gaze went to Ghost Mother Zhao Green, hesitating to let the whole family go together. Wang Han was worried if all of them went together, would it affect the copy rating? Seeing Wang Han's gaze towards herself, Zhao Lu's heart was suddenly wowed. She looked at Wang Han with supplicating eyes. She didn't want to go to school, after causing such a big trouble. Even if Wang Han went to school, no ghost dared to do anything to Wang Han. Even if there was a dare, they didn't have the ability. But if she went to school, 9 times out of 10, she was afraid she'd be done for. Seemingly reading Zhao Lu's prayers, Wang Han decided to just go on his own after a final hesitation. After all, the scoring of the copies still depended on these family members. Wang Han, since the school has called, let's set off too. You guys don't have to go if you're Zhao Lu. Chapter 24, just a quick card. Chapter 24, just a quick stop. Under the close escort of the entire 500 Enin agents as well as those 10 or so domineering armored cars, Wang Han traveled with extreme bravado. That scene could be described as vast and imposing. Everywhere he went, apart from the Enin who were tightly surrounded and waiting for him, he could not see a single other ghostly creature at all, as if this area had been subjected to some kind of mysterious magic, and was completely emptied out, only to open up an exclusive channel for Wang Han's travel. The road that passed through was actually early to have implemented a comprehensive road closure measures, that the tight degree of protection, simply comparable to the specifications of the ancient emperors when they traveled, led a person breathtaking, as if in the silent proclamation of the importance of Wang Han's trip. Soon, Wang Han arrived at the Evil Ghost College under the escort of many underworlders like a bronze wall. At this time, the Evil Ghost College had already been put on full alert by the underworlders, and the shadow of underworlders on guard and patrol could be seen at every corner. They were upright, neatly paced, sharp-eyed, and alert to all movements around them. The students in the Evil Ghost High School had long been released from school early, and the entire school, except for those who came and went on patrol, only a group of ghost parents from Zhao Ling's class, as well as a group of school employees stayed in the school. The girls even gathered and stood in line on the playground early, quietly waiting for Wang Han's arrival. Such a serious scene as well as the requirements of that playground parade also caused the group of school staff and those ghost parents who hurriedly arrived at the school to be puzzled. One by one, they looked at each other with their hearts filled with various speculations. Then, as the undertakers had requested, they listed in neat squares on the playground as if they were waiting for a grand parade. After a long 20-minute drive, the convoy of the security brigade drove directly into the playground of the Evil Ghost High School. Just after the convoy entered the school's playground, Wang Han saw that the edge of the playground had already been guarded by a large number of ENDD groups, and there were even dozens of armored vehicles standing by at the edge of the playground, exuding a chilling deterrent power. And in the center of the playground, there were more than 150 differently dressed ghosts standing in a neat square formation. Seeing this, Wang Han couldn't help but be secretly speechless in his heart. Why does it feel like the vestigial sense of his great rebellion is getting stronger and stronger? What the hell is going on here? Pop up, the more this scene looks, the more it looks like going to an internment camp and preparing to lecture the captives. Upstairs, it's really like that. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Although they knew that males traveling would be closely protected, the scene in front of them was also too much. As they watched the arriving caravan, A group of school employees and ghost parents also had stony expressions. Although they didn't know what was going on here, they could tell that the underworlders were waiting for this caravan to arrive by having them line up here and wait. At this time, their hearts couldn't help but rise with unease and doubt, not knowing what would happen next. The convoy came to a steady stop right in front of the playground, and dozens of uniformed underworlders ran to the side of the vehicle in quick steps. Their movements were swift and neat, as if they had been trained countless times. Inside the armored car, seeing Wang Han ready to get off, Fong Han, who was in the same car, hurriedly said, "Noble sir, you don't have to get off." Ha! At those words, Wang Han couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He had come to be asked to be a parent. What was the meaning of not having to get out of the car? Wang Han couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Without Wang Han asking, Fong Han smiled and explained, "For your safety, please also stay in the car. We've already prepared the video equipment for you." After hearing Fong Han's explanation, Wang Han also understood and was speechless. What was the point of one's trip to the school, since one was also using video when one arrived? Did you just come to punch a card? Without waiting for Wang Han to speak, the runaway Inin warriors had already arrived at the car, and they protected the armored cars with 3 layers of protection. Afterwards, a female youth like Inin gently opened the door of the car and got into the car with a computer. Her movements were gentle and respectful as she said to Wang Han, "Honorable sir, I'm the captain of the Netherworld Security General Unit, Ruyan Lu, and I'm very honored to meet you here. Greetings, Chief Captain Lu Ruyan. It's really a shame to trouble you to make a trip for my sake." Wang Han hurriedly said politely, "This is all what we should do." Ruyan Lu hurriedly said politely, and then added, "Dear Mr. Wang Han, I've already heard about your matter from my subordinates, and I'm very honored to be able to serve you here. Your safety is incredibly important, so for the sake of your safety, I hereby hope that you can communicate with the school authorities and the rest of the students' parents through video only." Okay, Wang Han nodded in agreement. He did understand the good intentions of the underworlders, and did not insist on getting off. Pop-up, what a way to be careful. This is of course, our living world is fine. In the ghost world, the ratio of men to women has even reached more than 1,000,000,000 to 1. Speaking of which, I have a question that I still don't understand. Why is the ghost world so protective of males as well? And the anchor is a living person. Same question? Wouldn't it stand to reason that killing the anchor would be more likely to add males to Weird Tales world? In the live broadcast room, the viewers once again marveled at the ghost world's protection of Wang Han, while many of them were also filled with doubts and sent out pop-ups to discuss. At this moment, after receiving Wang Han's consent, Lu Ruyan immediately gave orders to the people outside. After receiving the order, the principal of the evil ghost high school, Fong Li, hurriedly trotted to the lecture platform of the playground and said solemnly to the many ghost employees and ghost parents who had long been confused in the center of the playground, "All employees, all parents, I believe you are also confused as to why the school has to urgently notify you to come to the school, and why it is necessary for you to concentrate on the school playground." Her voice echoed across the playground, drawing everyone's attention. The ghost employees and ghost parents in the center of the playground turned their gazes to the ghost principal, waiting for him to solve the problem. Seeing everyone's gazes looking towards her, Fong Li's expression was grave and her tone was heavy as she said, "Because just this morning, something with a very serious situation and of a very bad nature happened in my evil ghost high school." Hearing this, all the ghost workers and ghost parents' expressions also turned serious. Their hearts were filled with worry and uneasiness. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, it certainly wasn't good. Fong Li continued in a deep voice, "It is with great sorrow that I tell you that a collective pandemonium has occurred in Class 31 of my evil ghost high school, resulting in a tragic incident in which 50 students were severely injured and 9 students' souls were scattered." What? Hearing Fong Li's words, all the ghost parents couldn't help but exclaim in shock. One face was full of anxiety and restlessness. With eager eyes, "Principal Fong, is my child alright?" a ghost parent asked eagerly, his eyes filled with worry and fear. Some of the ghost family members even heckled Fong Li directly, asking, "Why now? Why didn't you just tell us on the phone?" Immediately afterward, the questioning voices of the many ghost parents rose up, filling the entire playground with noise and tension. Looking at the ghost family members who were instantly in disarray, Fong Li shouted in a deep voice, "Quiet, all of you." Her voice was like a thunderclap, causing the ghost parents to fall silent, but a pair of eyes were spitting fire as they looked at Fong Li, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Fong Li continued in a deep voice, "Now my school and the EAN differential has investigated the causes and consequences of the incident because of the 3 class of students Zhao Ling home experience rules of the strange talk. Zhao Ling wants to make big trouble in the class to hire students to accompany their own staging of a class mess. After the situation out of control, resulting in the class really mess, resulting in the class of all the students were injured, and more than 9 students' souls fly away. Hearing Fong Li's account, the ghost parents once again clamored. Why didn't the teacher stop it? Hand over that student. Listening to the ghost parents' questioning and demands, Fong Li ignored them and only continued with a heavy face. Originally, the teachers were able to stop the situation from worsening in the first place, but Zhao Ling gave the teacher of the 31st class 30,000 medals, and the teachers of the classes next to her all received 10,000 medals from Zhao Ling as well, resulting in none of them finding out about the situation in the first place. Now I, Evil Ghost High School, will deal with all the teachers who have failed in their duties with dismissal. The teachers of the 31st class who have seriously failed in their duties will be handed over to the underworld for treatment. Upon hearing this, one of the ghost parents immediately questioned, where is that student named Zhao Ling? Right. Another ghost parent shouted, hand over the originator. Immediately afterward, other ghost parents shouted out, demanding that Zhao Ling be handed over. Fong Li couldn't help but blush with some helplessness and embarrassment, but she could only say stiffly, regarding the handling of that student, her parents are already here, so you'd better ask her parents. Hearing this, the heads of the group of angry ghost parents immediately popped up with question marks. Puzzled, they wondered why they were told to question Zhao Ling's parents. Shouldn't such a big deal be handled directly by the school and the Undertaker? Chapter 25 Powerless Ghost Families. Chapter 25 The Powerless Ghost Families. Hearing these words from the ghost principal, the crowd of ghost parents all froze, big question marks popping up in their heads unanimously. What's going on here? Dealing with a student who has committed such a major offense, and you have to go and question the person's parents? Could it be that the student had an extremely powerful background? But if the background is strong, that is not to come to this ordinary evil ghost college school. At least also have the level of severe ghosts family private tutor for one-on-one tutoring is right. Do not have to come to the evil ghost school. However, although their hearts were filled with doubts and anger, the ghost parents were all very wise not to speak again. They only stared at the ghost principal with questioning eyes, quietly waiting for the ghost principal to continue making explanations. No matter what, if they couldn't give them a satisfactory account today, they definitely wouldn't let up. Looking at the questioning gazes of these ghost parents, Ghost Headmistress Fawn Li didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense, and said directly and dryly, let Zhao Ling's parents speak to you now, and if you have any opinions, you can present them to him. After saying that, Ghost Principal Fawn Li retreated directly to the stage. Immediately after that, several underworlders moved quickly to lift a curtain and a projector onto the lectern. Seeing this, the doubts in the hearts of the crowd of ghost parents increased even more. Their hearts also all began to speculate one after another. Could it be that the student's parent named Zhao Ling was really a great ghost of great power? Under the gaze of the crowd of ghost parents who were gazing intently, Wang Han's figure was clearly projected onto the curtain. Male. When they saw the person who appeared on the screen, the crowd of ghost parents couldn't help but cry out in shock. Each and every one of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief, their eyes filled with disbelief. If that student named Zhao Ling had a male family member, then there was absolutely no way she would be attending Evil Ghost High School. Immediately afterward, the hearts of all the ghost parents couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Now, what they were thinking about was no longer how they were going to seek justice for their children's loved ones, but rather, they were thinking about how they were going to be able to defend themselves today. The matter involves males, not to mention just spiritually dispersing a few ghost students. Even if they are also spiritually dispersed together with these family members, people will not be subject to any culpability. On the contrary, if they dared to show any dissatisfaction, they would immediately be recognized as an unstable factor for the safety of men. If there were any excesses, it was feared that the whole family or even the entire clan would be implicated. Cough. On the screen of the curtain, looking at the crowd of stunned ghost parents, Wang Han gently coughed twice, then slowly said, all of you, the families of Zhao Ling's classmates. First of all, what about? I deeply sympathize with the injuries caused by this incident. Hearing this, a group of ghost family members were silent. They secretly clenched their teeth, their hearts full of unwillingness, but no one dared to retort. They didn't even dare to interrupt. Seeing that no ghost spoke, Wang Han continued, secondly, I have to emphasize that this incident has nothing to do with Zhao Ling. Hearing this, the ghost family members all clenched their fists tightly. The anger in their hearts was like a volcano about to erupt, but they still didn't dare to retort. Wang Han continued nonchalantly, I've already understood the causes and consequences of this incident clearly from the school authorities and the Undertaker. Zhao Ling did hire the whole class to put on a performance of class pandemonium with her. But this is a normal employment relationship, the purpose of which is limited to the performance. And Zhao Ling also actively persuaded her classmates when it appeared to be out of control. The subsequent loss of control was caused by feuds between students. as well as mismanagement by the school administration and dereliction of duty on the part of teachers and guards. It has nothing to do with Zhaoling. At this point, all I have to say has been said. Do the families of the students of Zhaoling have any comments on what I have said? After hearing Wang Han's words, how could the crowd of ghost family members not understand Wang Han's meaning in their hearts? Each and every one of them secretly gritted their teeth, their clenched fists trembling slightly. But they are all ghosts who have died once and have been in the ghost world for a long time. In the ghost world, where the weak are the strong and the deceitful are the strongest, the ghosts who have an iron grip on the matter of male privilege have long since been dispersed from their souls. Seeing that all these ghost family members didn't say anything, Wang Han was not going to let them off the hook and continued. You can mention your opinions. I'm not unreasonable. Don't block it in your heart and cause any more unpleasantness. The hearts of the ghost family members were speechless. A ghost family member pulled out a smile on his face in a far-fetched manner. Noble sir, students having grudges against each other belongs to the common sense of the ghost world, and the consequences of losing control should be borne by themselves, and have nothing to do with your family. Sir, your honorable sir is correct. This incident was not caused by Zhaoling, but rather a dereliction of duty on the part of the school administration. Noble sir, Zhaoling's ability to actively counsel her angry classmates has been invaluable. And this incident is entirely the result of the school administration's negligence and the student's own loss of control, and has nothing to do with student Zhaoling. Immediately after that, the other ghost family members all gritted their teeth and held back their anger, stating that the damage caused by this incident had nothing to do with Zhaoling. They were just some ordinary ghosts. The most powerful of them were just stern ghosts. They were powerless in the face of male privilege. They couldn't even refute it. Seeing that all these ghost parents were so sensible, Wang Han nodded. Since everyone feels the same way, let's ask the school administration and the sheriff's office to continue to make announcements about this incident. After saying that, Wang Han directly hung up the video. As Wang Han hung up the video, a few undertakers immediately mounted the lectern and quickly removed the equipment. Immediately after that, Ghost Principal Fawn Li once again mounted the lectern and said to the ghost parents, "Here, on behalf of the school, I sincerely apologize to the families of all the students for the harm that has been caused due to the school this time. And I promise to compensate the families of all the students. Secondly, for this incident, the school authority will seriously deal with all dereliction of duty. Firstly, the ghost teachers of class 3-2 and 3-3 who were derelict in their duties will be dealt with by dismissal. The school guards who were negligent will be similarly dismissed, and the teachers of class 3-1 who were seriously derelict in their duties will be dealt with by dismissal and handed over to the Law and Order Brigade. I believe the Vigilante Brigade will give everyone a satisfactory outcome." After saying that, Ghost Principal Fawn Li ran off the lectern as if she had fled. After the Ghost Principal, it was the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Netherworld's Law and Order, also a pretty girl. With a serious look, he said, "We are deeply saddened by this incident, and we are even more furious at the culprit who caused this major incident. And we believe that the Department of Sentencing and Punishment will definitely punish the perpetrators severely, and the school will also be strictly punished. The families will also be given just compensation. But I also hope that the families will not involve their anger in unrelated ghosts, or else the Undertaker Brigade, will definitely pursue the matter to the end. Esteemed sir, are you possibly satisfied with the outcome of this treatment?" In the armored car, Ruyan Lu respectfully asked Wang Han. Wang Han smiled and said, "This result is fair and just." Lu Ruyan said curtly, "It's good that you're satisfied. Sir, do you think you should depart back to your residence?" Wang Han nodded. "Then go back. Pop-ups, where is the fairness and justice in this? It's simply the bare bones of shady practices. Ahem. It does seem fair and just in a way. Upstairs, are you legally blind? How can you call it justice when the culprit has nothing to do with it? Upstairs, the result of this treatment. The anchor has no opinion. The school has no opinion. The shady man has no opinion. The victim's family has no opinion. And the victimized ghosts should have no opinion. From this aspect, everyone has no opinion. And it is indeed just. Are you sure that the victimized ghosts and their families are really okay with it and not afraid to have an opinion? This is also the ghost world. Put our living people's world. Actually can't say haha. Men are too rare. Envy of a man's day. Real name wants to be a man for a day. Chapter 26, A Trip to the Ghost World's Vegetable Market. Chapter 26, A Trip to the Ghost World Vegetable Market. Day 3 of the Weird Tales replica. According to the arrangement, today, Wang Han had to accompany his ghost mom to the market in the morning to buy food. And in the afternoon, he needed to stay home alone and wait for the ghost property to collect the property fee. In the morning, the ghost mom, Zhao Lu, got up early and waited apprehensively in the living room until Wang Han got up, and then one person and one ghost went to the food market, escorted by a large number of Enin warriors. The food market is actually not far from the ghost community, and it's just a 300 to 400 meter hike away. However, under the close escort of hundreds of Yin diffusers, Wang Han and Zhao Lu still could only ride in the armored car of Yin diffusers to the inside of the food market. The food market here was even more heavily guarded by the undertakers early on. There wasn't a single ordinary ghost to be seen in the entire food market. It was all one beautiful shady girl. Even the vendors and the customers who bought food were all disguised by the nether women. And these nether women girls carefully decorated their stalls with all kinds of fresh ghost food and waited for the arrival of Wang Han and ghost mom Zhao LV early in the morning. Getting down from the armored car, Wang Han looked at the tightly guarded food market and those beautiful Yin girls, and a complex emotion welled up in his heart. On the one hand, Wang Han felt a highly protected sense of security and identity. But on the other hand, this special arrangement made Wang Han feel very uncomfortable. It was like living in a carefully arranged box. Wang Han then followed Ghost Mom around the food market. When those girls saw Wang Han and Zhao LV coming, they immediately revealed a respectful look and enthusiastically solicited customers, introducing the ghost dishes in their respective stalls. Pop-up, anchor. Ask about the uses and characteristics of these ghost vegetables. Add to our knowledge. Right. Anchor, you'll have these shady people introduce these dishes. It's best to even introduce how to grow them. Looking at these strange vegetables and meats, urged by the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Wang Han began to curiously ask about the uses and characteristics of the various ghost vegetables in the vegetable market. Disguised as vendors of the Injia girls heard Wang Han's inquiry. One by one, as if playing chicken blood, full of excitement for Wang Han detailed introduction, but also on their own to give a discount. It was even attached with some other dishes. It was called a passion. This was a chance to have a face-to-face conversation with a male, and it was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in a ghost's life for them. The little shady girls. It turns out that this thing can be eaten by living people, and it's only 50 plutonium per caddy. It's a great knowledge. This thing can even be planted in a coffin in a graveyard, so we won't have to worry about ways to increase the Yin Chi in the future. This thing can actually heal ghosts. Asterisk 10,000 plutonium dollars a caddy. This ghost vegetable is so expensive. With the attentive introductions of the Undertaker girls, the audience of the live broadcast was exclaiming that they had learned. Catch the thief. Right in the middle of picking out a dish, an exclamation of surprise suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, Wang Han saw two ghost girls in the vegetable market running towards Wang Han's side with a panicked face. And then in Wang Han's dumbfounded face, the two ghost girls very reasonably fell directly in front of Wang Han. And the things they stole in their hands were also very coincidentally dislodged, and landed at Wang Han's feet by extreme chance. In the next moment, not even waiting for Wang Han to say or do anything, 7 or 8 Yin agents swooped over and took control of the two stealing ghost girls. Then it was a couple of ghost vendors disguised as Yin who came running over, grateful to Wang Han for helping them catch the thief, and logically gave Wang Han some ghost vegetables as thanks. Immediately after that, it was time for the chief captain of the underworld to step in and honor Wang Han with a certificate of bravery and a reward of 5,000 plutonium coins. Thanks. Wang Han, who had received the gift, thanked him twice and became even more speechless in his heart. Where would a thief come from in this warded-off ghost food market where there weren't even half a dozen regular ghost customers? There is no doubt that this was a deliberate plot by the Undertakers to increase their ratings for themselves, both getting a complimentary dish and a certificate of commendation and reward. This rating was afraid that it would be hard not to increase it. This couldn't help but create a stronger sense of boxiness in Wang Han. Holy, this is too tightly acted. It's another day of envy for the males. In the copy, a walkthrough will add to the rating, and there's money to be had. I don't even need to act with this rating, right? Just stand there and be done with it. It was so obvious that the pop-ups from netizens kept flashing by like a torrent in the live room. After being speechless, Wang Han and Zhao Lu continued to wander around the vegetable market, and soon Wang Han reasonably stopped a forceful confrontation within the market, caught a faking ghost vendor, and helped a lost brat find his mother. Then logically there were some more gifts of gratitude and awards and certificates brought by the chief captain of the Undertakers himself. This increasingly strong sense of the box also made Wang Han completely lose interest in the ghost vegetable market, and even gave birth to a feeling of impatience. After seeing that the vegetables were almost bought, Wang Han finally proposed to go back, and after getting Zhao Lu's consent, this fully arranged grocery shopping trip came to an end. Re-enter the ghost neighborhood under heavy escort from the Undertakers. After lunch, Zhao Green very reasonably went out to look for Zhao Hua. Inside the house, only Wang Han and Fong Han were left behind, along with 10 other nether women who had been arranged by strange talk to protect Wang Han. Looking at the 500,000 medieval coins on the table, Wang Han had completely lost his expectations for the ghost property's door-to-door collection of property fees in the afternoon. Needless to say, it must have been set up as well. Knock. Knock, knock. Sure enough, just before 2:30 p.m. There was a knock on the door of the house. Immediately afterward a shady girl rushed to open the door. Outside the door, a middle-aged ghost ama stood trembling with fear and trepidation, carefully looking at the ghost messenger girl who opened the door, and respectfully and warily asked, "Excuse me, is the owner of the house in? I'm from the property, here to collect the property fee." As she spoke, this middle-aged ghost ama trembled with fear, not even daring to look inside the house. "The master of the house is here. Please come in." Looking at the trembling property ama, the shady girl who opened the door said politely and invited the property ama in. The property mom warily stepped inside, her feet shivering with each step. Ugh! Looking at the shivering property ama who came in, Wang Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Apparently, this ghostly ama of the property was really from the property, but barring that, there should have already been a shady person communicating with her before she came, causing her to be cautious throughout the entire process, and she even couldn't stop shivering. This damn rebel vestige is getting stronger by the minute. Seeing this property ghost ama shivering and being brought to the table, for the sake of the copy rating, Wang Han still opened his mouth and asked, "Hello, this, put." Wang Han had just opened his mouth. The property's ghostly ama immediately knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise her eyes to look at Wang Han, shivering and trembling with fear and trembling. "Honorable sir, I'm just a property fee collector. I definitely don't have half an idea that I shouldn't have." Wang Han, I don't know what the Enin people have said to this ghost ant. Look at the ghost scared. This just came to the knee. Chapter 27, Property, I'll cut myself a knife. Chapter 27, Property, I'll cut a knife myself. Looking at the property ghost ama who knelt down when she entered the door, Wang Han was slightly stunned and hurriedly revealed a kind smile and said softly, "What are you doing? I'm not some vicious villain. Hurry up and talk." The ghost ama was filled with fear at the moment. Why would she not want to get up? However, her legs were so weak that being able to kneel instead of just sprawling on the ground was already the result of her best efforts. The ghost ama trembled and stammered as she explained that, "Honorable sir, this is really something I'm used to. Our neighborhood has always been committed to providing the owners with the most extreme service feeling, so that the owners can truly experience that they are God, kneeling down to serve the owners. This is a unique feature of our neighborhood property." Pop up, wow, kneeling down to serve the owners. We live in the world of property. You all see? This is the kind of attitude that a property owner should have. It's really worth promoting. Those properties of our living people should learn from it. I'm the one who does the property, and we all know very well why the ghostly ant of this property is kneeling. So don't take it out and say something. That's right. One size fits all. Kneeling is out of the question. Not in this lifetime, unless the anchor lives in a neighborhood I manage. Don't even think about it. The main focus of our living property is to stand and make money. If you don't, then move out. Hearing this explanation from the ghost ama, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over, and the pop-ups skyrocketed wildly like a tidal wave. Wang Han shook his head helplessly. Although he felt strange in his heart, he did not force himself, simply no longer dwell on this issue, and went straight to the point. "Well then, you're here to collect the property fee, right? How much is the property fee?" Ghost Auntie sniffed, still not daring to raise her head to look at Wang Han, but only said warily, "Esteemed sir, our district's property fee for this year is 500,000 medals." "How much?" Hearing this number, Wang Han couldn't help but cry out in shock. His face was filled with disbelief, and his gaze was firmly fixed on the kneeling ghost ama. 500,000 medieval coins. Although Wang Han was not sure exactly how valuable medieval coins were in aquamarine, he had been to the food market in the ghost world, and had an understanding of some of the prices in the ghost world. Although the prices in the ghost world were more than 10 times that of the previous world, the figure of $500,000 was also ridiculously high. I'll be damned. No wonder I have to serve on my knees. 500,000 medieval dollars. If converted to the money of the living world, it's equivalent to €1,000,000. If our neighborhood also charges such a high property fee, then we, Changshang Property, can also kneel down to serve the owners. We can do the same at Diamond Properties, and from the moment the owner enters the neighborhood, he's on his knees the whole time. With such a high property fee, it's impossible to get this rating increase by helping to pay the property fee. No wonder everyone can't get high ratings. 500,000 plutonium, that's just too much. The audience in the live stream was also in awe. Ghost Auntie didn't know what was in Wang Han's mind, and after hearing Wang Han's exclamation of surprise, she became even more trembling, and hurriedly explained, "Esteemed sir, this property fee is all uniformly stipulated. It's not something that I can decide." Suffered, said the wrong thing. When Feng Han and the other Netherwoman sisters heard the words of the ghost ama, each one of them was instantly shocked. Cough. Feng Han even hurriedly coughed twice to remind the ghost ama. Hearing Fong Han's cough, the ghost Amma also reacted to the fact that she was momentarily nervous and had said the wrong line. At once, she became even more terrified. Her brain was even more blank, completely at a loss as to what to do. Okay, the money is on the table. Hearing this, Wang Han said indifferently. It wasn't like he was paying for the property fee anyway, and the 500,000 medals on the table was enough to pay for it. Hearing this, Ghost Big Mother immediately trembled even more, no longer just kneeling, but directly on the ground, not even daring to speak. Cough. Seeing this, Fong Han hurriedly coughed twice again. Immediately understanding Fong Han's meaning, the ghost Amma lowered her head and carefully asked, "Honorable sir, you don't counteroffer?" Hearing this, Wang Han instantly understood. This was all obviously arranged, as long as he asked for it. This damn box sense. Wang Han cursed in his heart, and in turn, he came to have a bit of a temper, and immediately said with a firm voice, "Not bad." Upon hearing this, the ghost Amma immediately trembled like a leaf falling in the wind. If she couldn't complete the task explained by the underworld, it would be her who would be finished. Ghost Auntie's brain spun frantically, racking her brain for a way out, and carefully said, "Honorable sir, why don't you return the price? Paying back the property fee is also a specialty of our property." Wang Han, however, still insisted. "No return. Pop up, wow. This wave of operation by the anchor is so fierce. Ha, awesome. My anchor. Let's see how this property ends up next. Anchor, hold on." Determined not to give in. Not a penny less. Oops. Fong Han sighed in her heart. She could sort of see that she was afraid that they had displeased Wang Han in some way, and Wang Han was clearly trying to make things worse. At this time, she didn't dare to remind her rashly anymore. She just stared dead at the ghost Amma on the property with a gaze full of threats, her body vaguely releasing the slightest hint of a murderous aura. As for the ghost Amma of the property, when she heard this resolute answer from Wang Han and felt Fong Han's murderous aura, the whole ghost was even more dumbfounded, and hurriedly prayed, "Honorable sir, why don't you just return the price? I promise to agree to it." Wang Han rolled his eyes and said without a trace of humor, "Are you looking down on me? Don't dare." Hearing this, the ghost Amma on the property immediately trembled like a sieve. Wang Han pulled out 10,000 medals from his body and placed them on the table, saying with an impatient face, "Since you don't dare, then hurry up and take the money on the table and leave. I've got an extra 10,000 here. It's considered a tip for you." Hearing this, the ghost Amma trembled more and more, not daring to make any movements at all. The property fee was not discounted, so how could she dare to take the money from the table? Not to mention that there was now 10,000 more. This was asking for a ghost's life. The ghost Amma said carefully, "Honorable sir, I'll charge you 10,000 property fees for one cut myself." "But don't." Wang Han firmly denied. "You're looking down on me. I'm all set with $500,000. The property ghost aunt hurriedly begged. "I don't dare. I really don't dare." Wang Han was immediately impatient. "I think you are just looking down on me. I'll add another $500,000 as a tea fee for all the properties in the neighborhood." No. The ghost Ama became even more flustered and hurriedly begged, "I don't dare to raise your price. Look, how about the property fee is waived for you?" Wang Han sneered. "Not good. This lets the other tenants know and think I can't afford to pay the property fee. Won't it make them laugh? I'll pay 3 times the property fee. I'll pay 3 times the property fee and give you another $30,000 in tips. 1,533,000 medieval coins." This was almost all the medieval coins Wang Han had on him. Hearing Wang Han's words, the property ghost Amma's heart went cold. Fong Han and the other difficulty sisters also became more vigilant, their gazes staring at the property's ghost Amma. Fearing that this property's ghost Amma would be pushed into doing something that would harm Wang Han, even if it was just a curse, they would immediately step in to destroy this accomplished fellow. Perhaps the sky is not the limit for ghosts as well. Just when the ghost aunt was on the verge of despairing in her heart, an aura suddenly flashed through the ghost aunt's mind. Although this solution was bold, the ghost Amma had no other choice but to give it a try, and hurriedly said, "Since the honorable gentleman is so insistent, then 10 times the property fee will be fine." Hearing this, Wang Han couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of surprise. Fong Han and the other difficulty sisters were also dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, each and every one of their faces were also gloomy. In the next second, the unexpected Wang Han suddenly smiled and said, "Yes." Wang Han wanted to see what they would do next. Although he didn't have 5 million plutonium coins, Wang Han was sure that just because he was a male, the underworld and the property would definitely have other operations. Chapter 28, Rebel Vestiges Continue to Rise. Chapter 28, Rebel Vestiges Continue to Rise. Hearing Wang Han's reply, The ghost Amma's heart was like a huge stone falling to the ground, and she hurriedly said, "Please wait, honorable sir." After saying that, the property ghost Anne was like a scared bird, fearing that Wang Han would say no again. She didn't dare to wait for Wang Han's consent, so she rolled and crawled towards the outside of the house and fled in a hurry. Looking at the property ghost Amma who fled like a bereaved dog, Fong Han, who stood behind Wang Han, suddenly revealed a smile and said to Wang Han, "Honorable sir, I have some personal matters to attend to. Can you excuse me for a moment?" Wang Han returned the smile and said, "Captain Fong Han, just make yourself at home." "Thank you, sir, for understanding." Fong Han hurriedly gave a thank you, then walked out with a gloomy face. "Pop up, I think this Captain Fong is talking about dealing with a private matter. That's dealing with the ghostly Amma on that property. Be confident and get rid of the feels. That property ghost mom is so pathetic. She's going to die without doing anything." Well, yes, it's a little pathetic, but I think it could be a little more pathetic. What's so pathetic about these ghosts? Doesn't the person who said that think about the people who died in the copies? How many of them didn't die horribly? Anchor could do with a little more work. Anchor, you can totally make it bigger. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups from the viewers were constantly refreshing like snowflakes. There were even viewers encouraging Wang Han to get into more trouble and make a big deal out of it. Now the audience was no longer as worried as they were when Wang Han first started participating in the replicas. After seeing Wang Han's position in the ghost world, the viewers had also realized that Wang Han was safer than a ghost in these ordinary copies of Weird Talks. Wang Han looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and couldn't help but be speechless in his heart. These spectators are really watching the fun. Although one does have some backbone, one does not dare to go too far. After all, this is after all the ghost world, and one's safety does not come from one's own strength, and there are still many unknown dangers. One should not be too publicized, and one does not want to expose oneself to be able to resurrect things outside the house. The property ghost Amma, who had rolled and crawled and fled out in a hurry, could not leave at all, because there were still dozens of formidable nether women waiting at the door, and without an order, she would never be allowed to leave. In the next moment, the door of the house opened again, and Fong Han walked out with a face full of gloom. Her gaze seemed to be burning with a blazing fire of rage as she stared dead at the ghostly Amma of this property. Seeing Fong Han's face full of ice, the ghost Amma immediately shivered in fear and panicked. Kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly from fear, Fong Han stared angrily at the ghost Amma, his voice icy cold and piercing, as if it could freeze the air around him. "You're really not small in guts, even males you dare to blackmail." The ghost ant was trembling like a sieve, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly, her forehead hitting the ground with a thumping sound. "Lord Nd, I really did not expect things to turn out like this. I was also forced to do nothing, but I've already thought of a way. Listen to me, there will definitely be a solution to this time." Upon hearing this, the gut-wrenching chilling aura on Fong Han's body slightly tightened by 3 points. "You'd better have really thought of a way. Otherwise, I'll send you to the Department of Punishment right now, and get another resourceful property to come over." Hearing the 3 words, penal division, the ghost Amma of the property was even more frightened, and hurriedly said, "Lord Enin, spare your life. The solution I thought of will definitely be effective, and will surely satisfy that honorable gentleman inside." Fong Han still looked at her coldly and spat out one word, "Speak." "Yes, yes, yes." The property's ghost Amma didn't dare to bull half a sentence further and hurriedly said, "The 10 times the property fee that I said was 10 times the property fee for the honorable gentleman inside." Not charging him 10 times the property fee, the honorable gentleman inside also agreed to it. Upon hearing this, Fong Han couldn't help but frown, his tone easing up by 3 points once again. "Can the method you mentioned be effective?" Where did Big Mother Ghost know whether this method would work or not? But now she could only harden her heart and pin all her hopes on this method. "Yes, it will definitely work. I guarantee it." Fong Han nodded and said in a cold voice, "Then go and get ready. Don't screw up again, or else there will definitely be a place for you in the penalty division." "Yes, yes, yes," the ghost Amma of the property hurriedly responded, before she tremblingly followed the Severine warriors away. The door of the house was gently pushed open again, and Fong Han walked in. At this time, the chilling color on her face had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a gentle smile. "Noble sir, I've kept you waiting." After saying that, Fong Han consciously stood behind Wang Han and continued to act as a loyal bodyguard. It wasn't long before the door to the house was knocked on again. A shady girl hurriedly trotted to open the door. Put. As the door to the house opened, the ghost property Amma holding a large and 2 small boxes outside the door instantly dropped to her knees before walking into the house on her knees. After respectfully placing the box on the floor in front of the table, the property's ghost Amma then carefully said, "Esteemed sir, this is the property fee that has just been negotiated. 5 million plutoniums a penny. In addition, this small box is a small gift from the property to the property owners. Every property owner has one. Please accept it with a smile. Wang Han silently looked at the large and small boxes placed on the floor in front of the table. His heart a burst of helplessness. Well, this wave of pure income not to mention, but also the extra income of the task is also solved. But how come this villain's sense of vision is getting stronger and stronger? Can't even stop. Wang Han was silent, and the Yin sisters in the room couldn't help but all tense up, and for a while it was as if the air in the room had frozen. I go. The original property fee is the property to the owners. Long knowledge. It turns out that just now haggling. It is not that Wang Han is too expensive for the property fee, but that it is too little. Ha ha ha. It's no wonder the property cuts itself too. I see. Anchor, you mustn't agree. 5 million is still too little. How can you say you'll receive 50 million? Yes, don't take it. It's 15 million plutonium dollars anyhow. That's equivalent to 400 million dasha coins. In the live broadcast room, the audience did not receive the influence of the atmosphere of the scene, and the pop-up screen was very happy for a while, and a large number of viewers were in the middle of urging Wang Han to continue to raise the price. The silent atmosphere suddenly made the property ghost Emma's heart jump to her throat, and she even kept praying in her heart, "Take it, never take it, please just spare my ghost life." Wang Han didn't pay any attention to the pop-ups of the audience in the live broadcast who didn't mind. Just when the ghost Amma was about to hold back her pleas, Wang Han finally spoke slowly. "Alright, seeing as you're so understanding, I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, thank you." Upon hearing this, the ghost Amma was relieved and kept kowtowing to Wang Han to thank him. This ghost life of hers was finally saved, and she didn't have to go to that dreadful penal division. Looking at the ghost Amma who kept kowtowing and thanking, Wang Han waved his hand somewhat impatiently. "Go down." After all, Wang Han didn't continue to mess around. After all, these Inshur are protecting themselves, and in the end, this matter is also the Inshur's instructions. Their own appropriate expression of dissatisfaction on the line. Really want to hold on to it. Will only let everyone down. Once the ghost Amma went out and the door of the house was closed again, Wang Han complained with a lack of interest. "This makes me look like some kind of big, bad, unforgiving villain." Hearing Wang Han's complaint, Fong Han's eyes turned slightly and probably already knew why Wang Han was dissatisfied. Immediately afterward, Wang Han said to Fong Han, "Captain Fong Han, I also trouble you to help me deposit these medieval coins into the bank here in your area." Although he had a system and had been chosen by Rule Freak, but both the system and Rule Freak did not have system space. Space items were available, but they were expensive, so it was not easy for Wang Han to carry so much money with him. Hearing Wang Han's words, Fong Han smiled bitterly and said, "Honorable sir, although I can help you with a bank card for the ghost realm, I don't advise you to do so." Wang Han asked suspiciously. "Why?" Fong Han explained with a bitter smile. "Although the medieval currency is a common currency in the ghost world, but the bank card is not common. You participate in the weird talk copy situation is different. Many of them are not interoperable, so it's still more convenient to bring cash with you." After hearing this, Wang Han thought about it and said, "Alright then I'll trouble you to help me find something to put all this money in." Chapter 29, Stopped Guests. Chapter 29, The Stopped Guest. The day passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 4th day of the Weird Tales replica. The ghost mom, Zhao Green, got up early and began to make elaborate preparations for the important event of the day. And Zhao Hua didn't go to work today. Even Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling didn't go to school. The reason for this is simple. Rule 7 of this weird talk copy: if a relative is coming, make sure you entertain them. At the same time, this rule was one of the plus points of the copy, and today was the day the guests they had invited arrived. However, they didn't dare to let the men entertain the guests, but Wang Han wanted to increase the rating of the copy by entertaining guests, so they couldn't stop them and didn't dare to do so. This is a dilemma. In order to get Wang Han to get the extra points without making him actually go and entertain the guests, the girls racked their brains all night and finally came up with a solution. So today they are all home and have started preparing early and meticulously. Wang Han wants to entertain guests to increase the rating of the copy. They cannot stop, and do not dare to stop. However, they can make all the preparations first, preferably to the point that when the guests come, they only need Wang Han to say hello. This would allow Wang Han to participate in entertaining the guests without Wang Han actually having to entertain them. I believe that the few guests they invited would also be very sensible. However, they can make all the preparations, preferably so meticulous that all that is needed is for Wang Han to say come in or hello and everything will be fine. I'm sure the guests they invite will be sensible, and the shady people guarding the outside will explain the situation to them. In this way, it was possible to involve Wang Han in the process of entertaining the guests without having Wang Han actually entertain the guests. and still entertain the guests well enough for Wang Han to get a higher bonus point. At the bus stop outside the Happiness Lane neighborhood, 2 middle-aged female ghosts and 2 young female ghosts as well as a small ghost walked slowly down from the bus successively. That little ghost was full of uncontrollable excitement, with a pair of big eyes shining as if they were sparkling jewels, looking at the female ghosts around her with anticipation, and couldn't wait to ask, will we really be able to eat fragrant people today? I've never eaten a human before, and I've heard from my classmates that people are delicious. Looking at the child's adorable expression filled with anticipation, a look of favor instantly appeared on the face of one of the young female ghosts, slightly bending down, gently looking at the little ghost, smiling and saying, that's for little Ying to work hard. Oh, as long as you behave well, maybe we'll be able to eat delicious people. The other middle-aged female ghost also looked at the little ghost with a doting smile and said, as long as Ying can make that person break the rules, Grandma will be able to dip into Ying's light. At that time, our family can all enjoy that delicious person. Another young female ghost encouraged the little ghost equally gently. Cheer up, Mommy and Mama are looking out for you. You can definitely do it. Ying is the best. Grandma also looks after you. Oh. The last middle-aged female ghost also lovingly encouraged up to the little ghost, her eyes full of warmth and encouragement. After encouraging the brat ghosts, one of the young female ghosts began to look around the street, frowning slightly, full of doubt. What's going on over here? Why are the road control nether women and law and order nether women checking so tightly? Upon hearing this, one of the middle-aged female ghosts slightly raised her chin, showing a couldn't care less expression, and said, who cares? We haven't offended anything. This kind of big event won't have anything to do with us, and if there's any danger, these underworlders will stop us. We'd better go to Hua Hua's house earlier. We can also act earlier. Don't waste time here. Right at this moment, a group of patrolling underworlders suddenly approached them. When they got close, one of the Yin man took out his cell phone and looked through it while asking the 4 big and 5 small ghosts, you're Zhao Hua's family, right? Hearing the question, the 4 great ghosts all couldn't help but have a grave expression. A wave of uneasiness instantly surged in their hearts, exchanging glances with each other as if they were pondering how to respond. However, the little ghost Ying pressed not so complicated mind. With a bright smile on her face, she cheerfully opened her mouth. Sister Yin, you. But before the words were finished, the young female ghost next to her immediately reacted quickly and covered Ying's small mouth. She forced herself to be calm and said to the Yin man with apologies, I'm sorry, Lord Yin man. We really don't know any Zhao Hua. The other 3 big ghosts also hurriedly chimed in. We really don't know any Zhao Hua. Lord Netherworlder, you must have recognized the wrong person. We just happened to pass this way. One of the middle-aged female ghosts hastily added, as if they really had nothing to do with Zhao Hua. On this street, the number of Yin agents was so high, and the scrutiny was so strict that they had never seen it before, so it was obvious that the matter was extraordinary. Now that they were being asked if they knew Zhao Hua, I was afraid that this matter had nothing to do with Zhao Hua. The hearts of the 4 big ghosts were filled with worry and vigilance. How would they dare to admit that they knew Zhao Hua? They did their best to keep their composure, expecting to get rid of the suspicion of these shady people as soon as possible. However, the nether woman who asked the question directly blanked them, then held up her cell phone and said, it's you guys all right? Zhao Hua's mother and mother-in-law, as well as her sister, sister-in-law, and niece. There are pictures of all of you on the cell phone. Hearing this, the 4 female ghosts were dumbfounded. Since you have a picture, why do you need to ask us? Knowing that she couldn't hide anymore, Zhao Hua's mother hurriedly asked curtly and carefully, this honorable lord of the underworld, I don't know what exactly is it that you are looking for us for? Don't ask what you shouldn't know. The nether woman who asked the question immediately said with a stern face, then waved his hand at the nether women behind him, take them all away. In the next moment, the other 9 Yin have come forward, and without saying anything, they grabbed the 5 ghosts, and with a strong attitude took them towards the Happy Mile neighborhood. Seeing how tough these underworlders were, the 4 big ghosts became more and more apprehensive in their hearts. The little ghost Ying was even directly frightened and cried. Zhao Hua's ghostly mother hurriedly asked curtly, this Lord Yin, is it possible that Zhao Hua has committed something? Upon hearing this, the Yin who was leading the patrol rolled her eyes. Although she knew what was going on, how could she dare to say anything? Zhao Hua's house. Wang Han slept until close to noon, getting up and coming into the living room only to see it all set up. Not only was the house cleaned up, but various items were placed in place. On the guest table, a fruit plate, cookies, candies, paper towels were all available. Even the tea was already brewed, and the hot water kettle was placed on the guest table, ready to add hot water for the guests. In the kitchen, there was even a big table full of meals already prepared, and they were all steaming hot. It is also ready to be served on the dinner table. Seeing Wang Han get up, Zhao Hua hurriedly said respectfully, "Noble sir, everything for entertaining the guests has been prepared. The guests will be here in a moment. Just wait for a moment." "Aha!" Wang Han gave a light him and sat directly on the sofa, nonchalantly eating fruit melons. It wasn't at all as Zhao Hua and the girls had worried. Wang Han is also indifferent. Anyway, it's a box life. And since someone will arrange it for him even if he doesn't do anything, why should he worry about it? It's not nearly as interesting to see how the undertakers set it up. Chapter 30, The Guests Arrive with Trepidation. Chapter 30, The Guest Arrives with Trepidation. In the temporary command headquarters, after getting the news that Wang Han had gotten up, the chief captain of the underworlders, Lu Ruyan, instructed one of the underworlder lieutenants under her. "Mr. has already gotten up. Wang Mang, you can now take them to the door to be your guests. Warn them once more that the explanation must not be wrong." "Yes." The Yin warrior squadron leader, Wang Mang, immediately led the order to leave. And within a short time, he left the command headquarters with Zhao Hua's relatives who had been waiting for more than 2 hours. Following the back of the Yin man Wang Mang, the 4 big ghosts and 1 small ghost had completely lost half of their expectations and happiness in their hearts at this time. As if they were going to the torture chamber, they followed the back of the Yin man with a bitter face. Even the little ghost Ying is now full of gravity and worry. No longer half of the previous expectations and happy. Big eyes are trying to suppress the tears of fear and fear. More in the heart constantly admonished himself, "Ying, you are the most well-behaved. Go to the big aunt's house, must be the most well-behaved child. She was a favorite bear child. Not only naughty, but also evil. Not only naughty things, but also bad things." But even though she was spoiled beyond belief by her family, she knew that males were a presence she could never afford to mess with, whether in the world of the living or the world of the dead, because that is the existence of the world's collective favor. That is really a collection of thousands of favor in one. Even if she dares to have half a bit of disrespect, will have to eat without a pocket to go, even if the family favored her again. But in this matter also absolutely cannot protect her. Within a short time, Wang Mang led the 5 ghosts to the outside of the house, through the crowded nether women guarding the doorway, standing by, and gently knocked on the door of the house in front of them. Dum 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 dum. Under the watchful eyes of many shady people, the knocking on the door sounded in the quiet corridor, and the atmosphere was particularly depressing. Listening to the thumping knock on the door, the hearts of Zhao Hua's 5 ghostly family members were in their throats, as if they could hear their own heartbeats that had long since disappeared for a long time. Coming. Inside the house, Zhao Ling's crisp, sweet and cute voice quickly rang out. Hearing the voices coming out of the house, the 5 ghosts' hearts became more and more tense, as if they were already standing on the execution table, just waiting for the decapitation officer's order. They were going to be executed. The door to the house opened immediately afterward. Amidst the 5 ghosts' 10,000th nervousness, Zhao Ling, who opened the door, looked at the 5 ghosts outside the house with a smile on her face and cried out with enthusiasm, "Grandma, Grandma, little auntie, and Ying Ying's sister, welcome to my home. Quickly please come in." Looking at the enthusiastic Zhao Ling, the 5 ghosts all had bitter faces. Even the little ghost Ying Ying, who was known for being a bear, had an expression that was about to cry. None of them wanted to come. Ahem. Just then, Wang Mang, who had brought the 5 ghosts, coughed twice and said, "Several guests. I'll see you to the door. I wish you guests good day." Wang Mang especially bit the accent on the words guest and pleasant respectively. Hearing Wang Mang's warning, the 5 ghosts' hearts immediately trembled. In the next second, the 5 ghosts pulled an extremely happy expression hard on their faces. The 4 big ghosts were all full of enthusiasm. Ling Ling is too polite. After not seeing her for over a year, she really knows a lot more. Ling Ling, you've grown quite a bit again. And cuter, too. What a way to impress a ghost. Hello sister Ling Ling. Little ghost Ying Ying even hurriedly greeted her, with the appearance of a polite and good boy. Looking at this enthusiastic appearance of the 5 ghosts, Zhao Ling couldn't help but freeze for a moment. In fact, Grandma, and the others were very partial to my sister-in-law's family and much more distant from my own. Grandma and Grandma are basically the first to look to their sister-in-law's family for any favors, but most of them will look to their own family for anything that requires the payment of plutonium or time. The name of the small aunt usually take care of them to spend a lot of money, but also their family should contribute to the effort, or it is the sister-in-law work to the critical time. Let Zhao Hua as a sister to understand a little, but what exactly is the reason? In fact, his own family also know very well, just do not have to point out. In the same way, to the children of the sister-in-law's family, they are a million favorites, but to themselves and sister Zhao Qin can be much more raw. The reason is also very good. They live in the little aunt's family, and the children of the little aunt's family live together for a long time. naturally also want to be closer. Even, there are times when they come to their own house and their own house has to look at them instead. At this time to see them this warm and polite appearance. Zhao Ling that still do not know what is the reason. For a time the heart cannot help but secretly happy up. If it wasn't for the importance of business, Zhao Ling would even want to block the door to give a good hard time first. Out of the anger she had suffered all these years. Grandma, mother-in-law, little aunt, little auntie, Ing, you all come in quickly. Mom and mother-in-law miss you all. Zhao Ling hurriedly shouted enthusiastically once again and invited all 5 ghosts inside. Just entered to the house. The 5 ghosts were 10 eager gazes in the house staring tightly, which made their hearts could not help but shudder fiercely. Not half a bit of the feeling of being a guest, but like walking into the interrogation scene. Immediately afterward, they noticed Wang Han, who was looking like a grandpa on the sofa, and they couldn't help but tremble 3 times in their hearts. What to say? The first thing that Wang Han gives people is the feeling of authenticity. This is a real male, not those photos and cameos on the internet that can be compared. The second feeling is that it's handsome, and not at all comparable to the males and antagonists on the internet. The third feeling is perseverance and cold. This is the network of those from the beginning of the birth of the male has been pampered by all kinds of temperament is not at all. Even let their hearts cannot help but give birth to a kind of, such as have to touch a little, soul flying away also worth the idea. Humph. Looking at the 5 ghost guests who were staring straight at him in a daze, Wang Han couldn't help but frown slightly and gave a light him with some irritation. Humph. Upon hearing Wang Han's soft humming, Fong Han immediately snorted coldly at the 5 ghosts. In the next moment, the 5 ghosts who had been awakened back to their senses by Fong Han's cold snort suddenly trembled. Plop! In the next second, the 5 ghosts actually knelt on the ground in unison, trembling, no longer daring to look directly at Wang Han. Even Zhao Hua and Zhao Green, who were already prepared to enthusiastically go forward to greet them, had the good sense to stop and didn't dare to make the slightest movement. Having just closed the door, Zhao Ling couldn't help but feel even better as she looked at the 5 ghosts who were scared to their knees. Pop up, kneeling when you enter the door. Is this a guest or a beggar? Ha ha ha, this opening really surprises me. What's so surprising about this? It shouldn't be an expected start. Looking forward to the follow-up even more. I hope I learned something. You're overthinking it. You just can't learn from the anchor male status alone. The viewers of the live stream were also happy. Looking at the 5 ghosts who were scared to their knees, Wang Han's frowning brows suddenly relaxed and said with a smile, they are all guests, kneeling as soon as they come. This meeting gift is also too big. Those who don't know think that my family won't bully guests. Quickly get up and sit down. Yes, yes, yes. When the 5 ghosts heard this, they lowered their heads and didn't even dare to look at Wang Han again. Their mouths were busy answering, but when they wanted to get up, they realized that their legs had already been softened by Fong Han's cold snort. So how could they stand up? One of the middle-aged female ghosts could only say stiffly, Honorable Sir, kneeling as a guest. This is our respect for the host family and our respect for you. Chapter 31, The Villain's Vestigial Feeling has escalated. Chapter 31, The Villain's Vestigial Sense has escalated. Kneeling as a guest. Showing respect for the host family. Ha ha ha. This statement. The live broadcast instantly as if being put into a joy bomb. In the live broadcast boom a pot of explosions. Netizens' emotions were instantly ignited. And they were in teasing mode. I don't know if it's respectful or not, but it's quite a slap in the face of the main family anyway. Someone spoke immediately after, their tone full of teasing. If you're so scared that you can't stand up, just say so, and you have to find some reason. This is not a slap in the face of the anchor. People who don't know may think that the anchor is some kind of evil landlord. If I had a cigarette stick in my hand, it would be even better. If you had 2 walnuts in your hand, you'd look like a bully of the ages. Ali. The crowd's thinking is like a wild horse out of control. More and more active, and began to imagine in their minds the anchor holding a cigarette stick. The image is simply overwhelming, like the villain in the movie debut. Wang Han naturally noticed the flirting in the live broadcast, and his gaze gazed tightly at the middle-aged female ghost who spoke, the teasing color in his eyes intensifying. You're saying this? It looks like I'm very much like an evil landlord. Do I still want this image and reputation? Anyway, to make things happen, Wang Han didn't mind bringing some more joy to the audience in the live broadcast. The villain's sense of vestiges was getting stronger, but it didn't matter. Don't get up yet. Hearing Wang Han's teasing words, Fong Han immediately chided in a low voice. It was like a thunderclap, carrying a majesty and strong killing intent. After sensing Wang Han's intention yesterday, of course she had to fully cooperate with him. In her opinion, a few brats were as important as the mental health of males. Being rebuked by Fong Han once again, the 5 ghosts immediately seemed to be enveloped by a dark cloud of fear. Their bodies trembled even more. Desperately trying to get up in a hurry, but their legs were so soft that it was really uncharacteristic, and it was incredibly difficult for them to even move a little. The feeling of powerlessness immediately plunged them into deep despair. It was Zhao Ling's grandmother who was wise in her haste and hurriedly said stiffly, "Your Honorable Sir, please forgive us, we are just naturally soft bones. Kneeling is comfortable. Noble Sir, you can just let us kneel." "Oh." Wang Han gave a faint "oh" and said with an interested face, "In that case, I'm still very understanding, so I won't force myself on you." Phew! Hearing Wang Han's words, the 5 ghosts were suddenly relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Their nerves that were so taut that they were about to break relaxed slightly, and the fear in their hearts dissipated a bit. Ha ha ha, what a natural softy, comfortable on his knees. Laughing doesn't live. This desire to survive is definitely full grade now. It's still the anchor's live room that's interesting, and after seeing the anchor's live broadcast, it's just too sadistic to watch anyone else's live broadcast. I've decided that I'm going to stay in the anchor's live room for the rest of the network. I'm going to be the anchor's loyal fan. As long as the anchor participates in the weird story copy, I'll definitely come to see it. No one can pull me away. The live broadcast room once again resounded with joyous laughter as the netizens were amused by 5 ghosts' answer. Cough. Fan Han coughed twice again and gave Zhao Hua a look. Zhao Hua immediately understood. And while Wang Han was sleeping, they had already discussed today's plot. Although Wang Han's reaction was out of their expectation, it was within the range of flexibility. Zhao Hua immediately smiled and said, "Mom, Mother, we're all family. Just come. What gifts are you bringing?" Hearing Zhao Hua's reminder, the 5 female ghosts instantly reacted. Even the little ghost Ying Ying was no exception. Hurrying to put the things they were carrying in their hands in front of them, they said curtly, "It should be. It should be. It is our great fortune that the honorable gentleman has condescended to come to this house to participate in the replica. So how can we come empty-handed? Yes, 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 yes. It's a great honor for us to have Mr. come to Little Flower's house to participate in the replica. And we relatives are also disgraced. So of course we should bring our gifts and come to congratulate him. It is the greatest blessing bestowed upon us by the honorable gentleman to have a glimpse of him, and it would be rude of us to come empty-handed." In fact, they hadn't brought any gifts at all when they came, but the Undertaker wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, and had prepared heavy gifts for them to hold. "You're too kind," Zhao Lu hurriedly said with a smile, taking the initiative to receive all these gifts on the table. To be honest, she had long been irritated to no end with these relatives of Zhao Hua's, but after all, they were Zhao Hua's family, and they didn't really get along for a long period of time, so she endured it. At this moment, seeing these ugly faces of theirs was inexplicably refreshing. Looking at the gifts on the table, Wang Han smiled and said to a yin and yang girl next to him, "Get them a few cushions. The floor is too hard. Kneeling isn't comfortable either." "Okay." Upon hearing Wang Han's words, the nearby yin girl immediately took a few soft cushions and gave them to the 5 female ghost guests. Getting the soft cushion, the 5 female ghosts hurriedly knelt up. Their backs were straight, but they still didn't dare to raise their heads to look at Wang Han again, and that kneeling posture was simply more professional than even the small days. "It's okay. Yo, little daytime family internet friends, learn from it. It's just that, little days, your features are being outclassed. Humph. The etiquette of our little life is by no means limited to this. As long as the anchor comes to our country, we can definitely do better, and keep it so that the anchor does not want to go back. You guys are afraid you're thinking of farts to eat. The anchor is from the Dragon Kingdom. The anchor won't be fooled by your petty talk. As long as the anchor is willing to come to our country, we, the Kimchi Kingdom, promise to make a small living out of it." Looking at the 5 female ghosts with standard kneeling posture, the netizens began to live the whole thing again. On the contrary, Wang Han, after the 5 female ghosts knelt down, he ignored them and directly closed his eyes on the sofa, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing that Wang Han didn't seem to be making any other moves, the Undertaker and Zhao Hua and the other female ghosts were relieved even though they had doubts in their hearts. They are also afraid that Wang Han will continue to live in the hole, in case the whole situation is difficult to get off the stage can be difficult to do. After all, their purpose is to let Wang Han get a high score to pass the copy, and at the same time do not need Wang Han really entertain guests. And now Wang Han is not whole live. They also good to play hurry up to finish the play. The netizens of the live broadcast were also quiet. Wang Han does not live a whole life. And for a while the live broadcast suddenly turned into a family mime of a poor relative to an evil rich man's house. Why is it a mime? Because the female ghosts in the house are afraid of disturbing Wang Han, who has his eyes closed. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, Wang Han opened his eyes again and said faintly, "It's almost noon, so let's talk while we eat." "Yes." Zhao Lu sniffed and hurriedly answered. Taking Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling with her, she quickly entered the kitchen and brought all the long-prepared meals to the guest table. Wang Han smiled and said to the 5 female ghosts kneeling on the ground, "Don't all kneel. Come over and eat." Upon hearing this, the 5 female ghosts didn't have the guts to eat at the same table with honorable males. What's more, Wang Han was obviously trying to fix them, so they were even more afraid that a bad performance would make Wang Han unhappy. It was Zhao Ling's grandmother who hurriedly said, "Esteemed sir, our status is so low that it would already be a great honor to dine in the same room as you, and we really don't dare to ask for the luxury of eating at the same table with you." Zhao Ling's grandmother also hurriedly chimed in, "Yes, yes, 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 we are of low status, and it would already be the greatest honor for us to be able to dine in the same room as the honorable gentleman. Anything greater would be an extravagant request." The words have been said to this point. This is not his own poor hospitality. Wang Han also does not matter. Well then, if you want to eat any dish, just clip it yourself. I won't greet you anymore. Yes, yes, yes. The 5 female ghosts hurriedly responded. But if they were really asked to clip the dishes, they were simply not that bold. You can only carry a bowl of white rice, kneel in a row and eat it carefully, and act very happy about it. I'll be damned. This fait accompli has escalated. Looking at the 5, Wang Han couldn't help but be speechless once again in his heart. Before it was still the vestiges of an evil landlord, but now it's totally the vestiges of a tyrant, dining alone by himself, next to the trembling and kneeling ministers. Chapter 32 Wang Han wants to hold back a big one. Chapter 32 Wang Han wants to hold back a big one. A lunch, the 4 ghosts ate that called it trembling. Rules and regulations. Careful. Even usually the most mischievous little ghost at this moment also ate honestly, elegant, extraordinary, vividly like a poor child abused by the stepmother. They knew very well in their hearts that in front of males, even a tiny bit of minor faults could be infinitely magnified. What's more, there was also a stern warning from Lu Ruyan, the chief of the underworld. In front of them, how would they dare to have a little bit of negligence? They were afraid that they would eat indecently or something, and be singled out by the honorable male in the room. After the quiet lunch was finished, Wang Han continued to close his eyes and rest. Every now and then he would open his eyes to survey the little ghost. And this strange behavior of Wang Han was immediately noticed by the een in the room and the netizens in the live broadcast room. What the hell is he pondering? Except for the 5 ghosts who still didn't dare to look up at Wang Han, the other ghosts in the house couldn't help but speculate secretly in their hearts. And each of them was even more careful. They always felt that Wang Han was afraid of doing something again. And this time, they were afraid of holding back a big trick. The pop-ups of speculative arguments in the live broadcast room kept refreshing like a tidal wave. Audience member, I think the anchor is afraid that he's thinking about raising a brat for fun. This is not realistic. Raising ghosts is easily impregnated by the een and grievances on the ghosts. And even if the anchor had the idea, it would never be allowed. That's right, people who keep ghosts can get unlucky and sick. And even if the anchor really had this idea, it would never be allowed for the sake of the anchor's safety and health. That's right, we women can still be allowed to raise ghosts. But the anchor is a male, the most protected being in the world. Surely, absolutely, impossible to be allowed to raise ghosts. You guys, is there a possibility that the anchor isn't trying to raise a ghost, but is figuring out how to eat this little ghost? Upstairs can really dare to think. It's impossible to raise ghosts, an anchor to eat ghosts. It's even more unrealistic than what the first floor said. How is it unrealistic? Ghosts can eat people, how come people can't eat ghosts? The fact that the anchor is male, for that reason alone, is absolutely impossible, and those shady people will never agree. How do you know that the ghosts won't agree? Those ghosts are all ghosts too. They might even want to do this. You have reminded me by saying this. Ghost-eating ghost can devour and become stronger. So if the anchor eats a ghost, will it also become a ghost? If that would really happen, then the anchor would be in great danger. In fact, there is no need to argue. There have been other anchors who have tried to eat ghosts. It's hard to say what the result will be. No one will have a good result anyway. Ghosts are totally poisonous to the living. This is really not possible. The anchor is a male. Males and us females are physiologically different. Looking at the noisy live broadcasting room, Wang Han turned his gaze to Fong Han and asked with doubt, "Captain Fong Han, you said that ghosts will eat people and have many benefits. So what happens when people eat ghosts?" When these words came out, not only were the netherworlders in the room shocked, the 5 ghosts, as well as Zhao Hua's family were even more frightened and shivered. Immediately after that, Fong Han, who had reacted, said to Wang Han with a serious face, "Honorable sir, there is absolutely no benefit for a person to eat a ghost. Please forgive me for not being able to inform you of the reason, but you must never think this way again in the future. Whoever, living or dead, dares to suggest or lead you to such thoughts will be dealt with by extermination." Okay. Seeing how serious Fong Han looked, Wang Han hurriedly froze and responded, although he didn't know why. This kind of thought was obviously unattainable until he was strong. Hearing Fong Han's words and Wang Han's assenting voice, Zhao Hua's family, as well as the kneeling 5 ghosts couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. In fact, they didn't know what would happen if a person ate a ghost, but they also understood that no matter what would happen, it would definitely not be good for them. Wang Han didn't dwell on it and closed his eyes again. Seeing that Wang Han was once again resting his eyes with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was pondering over a big move. The group of ghosts in the room couldn't help but raise their hearts to their throats once again. No matter what bad idea Wang Han had, they were afraid that it would be a huge headache for them. If this bad idea was detrimental to Wang Han himself, then the girls, who were responsible for protecting Wang Han, as well as the copy characters, would definitely be held accountable. If the situation was serious, a collective end was possible, especially the 5 ghosts kneeling on the ground. That was the heart also trembled to the liver also trembled. The bitter gall was all going to be scared out of their wits, because no matter what bad thoughts Wang Han had, it was definitely directed at them. Sure enough, soon Wang Han spoke again. Captain Fong Han, do you know what the difference between a human and a ghost really is? Suck. Hearing this, the ghosts in the room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air for a moment. I'm going. The pop-ups of the live broadcast that were still arguing were also empty at this moment. At this moment Fong Han only felt pain in his chest, both sides. This issue has actually been studied by people and ghosts, and it's even covered in textbooks, but the books are a bit superficial. Facing Wang Han's gaze that was as inquisitive as a curious baby's, Fong Han could only feel his scalp tingling, but he could only reply with a stiff upper lip. Why don't we talk about the matter of people eating ghosts? Fine. Wang Han responded rather reluctantly. Phew. Hearing this, the ghosts in the room let out a collective sigh of relief in unison. Fong Han spoke, to say that people eat ghosts. However, just as the words started, Wang Han suddenly interrupted him. That, Captain Fong Han, why don't you start with why ghosts eat people? At those words, Fong Han once again froze, and this time she hesitated for a long time before she said stiffly, ghosts eat people because when ghosts eat people, their strength can get a huge boost. Well, that's it. It's been like that since ancient times. I don't know about the rest. Looking at Fong Han's stuttering speech, it was obvious that he didn't want to say more. Wang Han rolled his eyes and didn't continue to dig deeper, but instead asked, since ghosts can get a huge boost in strength by eating people, why can't people eat ghosts? When Fong Han heard this, his face became serious once again and said, because ghosts are the phenomenalization of yin qi, grievance qi, earthly fury qi, soul energy, and spiritual energy, all of which are extremely harmful to living people. If a living person eats a ghost, he or she will be seriously affected, and if it's light, he or she will get a serious illness and be unlucky for a period of time, and if it's heavy, it will affect his or her intellect, and he or she will even die in one go. Wang Han pursued, and then what? Fong Han was at a loss. What then? Wang Han, just why? Why is it harmful to the living? Why is it seriously affected? Why? Hearing Wang Han's successive whys, Fong Han hurriedly shook his head. I don't know why. I only know that you, sir, should never, ever try to eat a ghost. It is a very, very dangerous thing. After listening to Fong Han's words, Wang Han couldn't help but roll his eyes once again, secretly skimming his lips in his heart. This is not as comprehensive as the novels in my original world. In the novels, they would at least explain the balance of yin and yang in the human body and whatnot, or use merit karma to explain. Chapter 33, Neighbors Knocking at the Door. Chapter 33, Neighbors Knocking at the Door. Wang Han was silent for quite a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he suddenly thought of something extremely crucial again, and once again asked eagerly, Captain Fong Han, then is there any special circumstance that would allow a person to eat a ghost and still not be harmed in any way? You're not going to be able to live with this ghost-eating thing. Fong Han's eyes widened with incredulity, his gaze tightly fixed on Wang Han, his heart filled with speechlessness. Hastily waving his hand, he said solemnly, Noble sir, there is absolutely no such thing, man-eating ghost, no matter what the circumstances. That is an extremely dangerous act. It should never be attempted. Wang Han, still frowning and in deep thought, continued to pursue. Then is there any special ability or ghost weapon to assist? It's the kind that can resist the ghost's yin qi, grievance qi, and other hazards. Fong Han's face was serious, and he emphasized once again in a decisive manner, Noble sir, there is no ability or ghost weapon that allows one to safely eat ghosts. Fine. Wang Han sighed lightly, his face full of helplessness, and he had no choice but to give up on the issue. Slowly leaning back on the sofa again, he closed his eyes and began to rest his eyes. There are definitely ways to eat a ghost, but obviously asking a ghost is not going to get you anywhere. Ha 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 ha. The anchor is really someone who knows how to live a whole life. Actually asking the ghosts what are the ways to eat ghosts. And the one who asked was also the Undertaker. But then again, it's just too risky for the anchor to dwell on that. Even if there really is a way to eat ghosts, that's definitely not something you should let an anchor try. Seeing that Wang Han was no longer a curious baby, the ghosts in the room couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief in their hearts, as if 1,000 pounds of burden had been lifted. The room became quiet once again. Time just went by minute in the silence, and not long after, Wang Han let out a slight snoring sound. That snoring sound, although slight, was extraordinarily clear in this quiet environment. Phew! Hearing the slight snort from Wang Han, the group of ghosts in the house all coincidentally sighed in relief once again, as if the big stone in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground completely. Fang Han carefully took out a soft quilt from the room and gently covered Wang Han, moving gently for fear of making the slightest sound to disturb him. All the ghosts were very careful, and did not dare to utter a sound, fearing that they might disturb Wang Han, and Wang Han would do something that would kill the ghosts. For a while, the house was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Anchor, is this asleep? I'm still waiting to see the anchor live. That's it? Looks like the anchor is holding back a big failure. Ugh, another day of male envy, all huffing and puffing in a copy of Weird Tales, and a ghost to cover him up. That said, the anchor is really handsome. I'm afraid he's the most handsome man I've ever seen. But I'm afraid to go. Sure point, the anchor is definitely the most handsome man in the world now. Looking at the sleeping Wang Han, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room gradually fell silent. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room did not decrease much. Time slipped by and Wang Han's dozing, and before he knew it, it was evening. Seeing Wang Han rubbing his eyes and waking up in a ghostly manner, Fang Han hurriedly and respectfully said to Wang Han, "Noble sir, the guests have all taken their leave." Wang Han froze for a moment, then said, "Since it's already gone, forget it." Seeing that Wang Han didn't care, Fang Han felt relieved in his heart and continued, "Sir, there is another neighbor who is coming to visit this evening. Do you think you should make arrangements now?" Neighbor? At those words, Wang Han froze, his face full of doubt. "Yes." Seeing Wang Han froze, Fang Han smiled and explained, "Entertaining relatives is copy rule 7. Copy rule 5 is not to open the door to your neighbor. The same will increase the copy score. Do you think you should arrange for her to come over and knock on the door now? I can't even remember without talking about my neighbors. That is, I've been gnashing my teeth at these neighbors for a long time when watching other live broadcasts of the same type. They're the ones who can cause the most trouble. Anchor, don't make it easy on this neighbor. It's best if you can screw her out of her mind." Looking at the live broadcast pop-ups, Wang Han thought about it and said, "Then arrange for her to come over," as he had just woken up and didn't have anything to do anyway. "Okay." Fang Han hurriedly answered and instructed one of the underworlders, "Sierra, go out and make some arrangements. Have the neighbors come over and knock on the door." "Yes." The underworlder called Zeal immediately answered and hurriedly jogged to open the door and leave. Dum. It wasn't long before the knocking on the door began. When they heard the knock on the door, the ghosts in the house couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Wang Han. Wang Han smiled slightly and directly got up and prepared to open the door. As for the requirement of Regulation 5, he directly ignored it. Seeing this, Fang Han hurriedly stopped in front of Wang Han, and the other Enin officials also hurriedly stood as a human wall to block Wang Han's path. Fang Han said with a serious expression, "Honorable sir, the ghost outside the door has a humble status, so it would be bad if it offended you." "It's fine," Wang Han said with a smile, "it's just opening the door, and don't I still have you guys to protect me?" Fang Han still shook his head, still stopping in front of Wang Han, insisting, "Noble sir, if anything happens to you, all of us who are responsible for protecting you will be held responsible, and we will be punished collectively, or all of our souls may be dispersed, so I don't dare to let you open the door yourself." Fang Han's tone was firm and resolute, without the slightest room for discussion. Okay." Seeing that Fang Han had said something so serious, Wang Han didn't insist anymore and simply sat back down on the sofa. Seeing this, Fang Han felt relieved in his heart and waved his hand to signal to one of the underworld sisters. Outside the door of the house, a pale-looking, stooped, kindly old lady ghost knocked on the door of the house in front of her with trepidation, trembling feet, and full of trepidation, amidst the gawking eyes of many Een ghouls. At this time, how could she still have half of the ferocity of a fierce ghost? She was simply like a small rabbit standing in front of a group of ferocious beasts, full of fear and uneasiness. This ghostly old lady is the neighbor who was set up by the Undertaker. At the very beginning, when she found out that her neighbor's house had been chosen as a copy by Weird Tales, she was also filled with joy. because if she could only get a share of the pie, it would be enough to cover her income for a year or two, to say the least. It was as if she could see wealth beckoning her then, but then a large number of Inin agents came, and without giving any reason, without being allowed to inquire, they directly and forcefully arranged for all of them to live in other places. Originally, she had thought that there was no chance to participate in her neighbor's copy, and was feeling pity in her heart, but she didn't think that the undertaker would come to ask her to participate in her neighbor's copy, which couldn't help but fill her with surprise. But after the surprise comes the shock. Reason returned and she realized something was wrong. Has been dead for decades. She is not some ghost world white. Even participate in the copy have Een Man special to notify. This battle clearly the neighbor's copy is by no means ordinary. This muddy water where is she a district fierce ghost can wade. She didn't want to come, but under the kind request of the Een DDs, she couldn't even come if she didn't want to, especially when she went back to the Happy Lane neighborhood. The chief of the underworld personally told her the situation, which made her even more scared. Males, that's an existence where the slightest offense could cost her her ghostly life. It was a good thing the undertakers had only let her knock on the door for a bit and then left, and hadn't asked her to do anything more than that. The ghost old lady knocked carefully on the door while praying frantically in her heart that the door of this house must not be opened. She now no longer had the luxury of getting a piece of the pie. She only wanted to go through the motions safely. However, her prayers seemed so feeble in the face of someone setting out to cause trouble. Chapter 34 This is a purely false accusation. Chapter 34 This is a purely false accusation. In the midst of the ghostly old lady's prayers, the door of the house suddenly made a click sound. This voice is not big, but in the ears of the ghost old lady is like a bolt from the blue. Instantly let the ghost old lady knocking on the door of the hand stiffened in the air. Too wide-eyed, full of consternation, the heart is even more terrified and uneasy up. The rules clearly state that you can't open the door to your neighbor, and you didn't use any disorienting methods yourself. Why did this door just open? Isn't this going to kill the ghost? In the ghost old lady's dismayed expression, the door was opened completely. The underworld sister who opened the door surveyed the stunned expression of the ghost old lady in front of her, and a look of pity flowed from her eyes, as if she was looking at a poor person who was about to die. Wang Han let the door open, obviously wanting to make something happen. Immediately after that, the undertaker girl coughed twice, then turned back to Wang Han who was on the sofa in the room. Hearing the coughing sound, the ghost old lady also came back to her senses, hurriedly changed into a more kind and pitiful face, stood outside the door with fear and trembling, carefully peeped inside the house situation, living like a downtrodden and pitiful honest old lady's appearance, only to see that there were nearly 20 Inin warriors spread all over the house, standing or sitting with cold eyes, as if they were a group of hunters ready to strike at any time. When the ghost old lady saw that the young male on the sofa was looking at himself with a teasing face, her heart was even more alarmed. It always felt that the gazes of the men in the room were unkind. Sure enough, the next moment, the young male on the couch spoke up. Don't stand at the door. Come on in. How dare the ghost old lady go in hurriedly coughing twice, pretending to be sick and weak. Her brain was running rapidly, and she said with a pale voice trembling, Honorable sir, the little old lady I am dirty, so I will not come in. I just came, before the ghost old lady could think of an excuse to get out of the situation, Wang Han interrupted her. Let's talk about everything first. If the other ghosts see this, they'll think that I don't know how to treat a guest, and that I'm even bullying a dying old lady. Won't. The ghostly old lady said 3 won't in a row, and hastily defended herself. It's because I'm too busy, and there are other neighbors to notify. It's not your fault, sir. I'll explain it clearly. Little old lady. Wang Han shook his head and insisted. Words are fearful. If you go to explain, the other ghosts may not believe it, and may say that I'm too much of a bully to honest ghosts who threaten you to explain. You'd better come in and talk. Upon hearing this, old lady ghost became even more flustered and hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. No. There is absolutely no such thing. Whoever dares to talk nonsense, I will definitely tear her mouth off. Little old lady. However, Wang Han didn't want to just wear out his lips with the ghost old lady, and immediately chided. Come in. This rebuke was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the old lady ghost's ears, and the already frightened old lady ghost was instantly startled, and she directly fell to her knees with a plop sound. There was only one thought in her brain, it's over. This wave is coming at me. Looking at the ghost old lady directly kneeling in the doorway, Wang Han lowered his voice dissatisfied and said, Look. Also said we'll explain. This kneeling in the doorway like what words? So that other ghosts see it is not fall into my bullying of the old and weak mouth. Sister at the door. Do not hurry to help her in. Hearing Wang Han's words, the nether woman at the door gave the ghost old lady a look of self-seeking before lifting her in by the collar of her coat. What? How can you treat an old lady like that? The Een Man girl said that she had been dead for more than 200 years, and it was still not certain who was old. Moreover, she has the strength of a beginner's ghost, and the probability of her being older is even higher. The real appearance of the ghost will remain in the last appearance before life, so the age of the ghost cannot be judged from the appearance, and most of the ghosts are the older the strength of the stronger. Respect for the old that is insulting to the ghost, so in the ghost world there is no respect for the old and love the rules. The ghost old lady was rudely dragged into the house by the shady girl. Her heart was already in her throat and she was terrified to the extreme. After the Een sister loosened her grip on her collar, the ghost old lady couldn't keep standing at all and directly kneeled on the ground. With her head hanging low, she didn't dare to look at Wang Han, and her body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Wang Han deliberately frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "Rule 5 clearly states not to open the door to your neighbors, yet you deliberately came to knock on the door. I think you're trying to make me break the rules and desire to disadvantage me." Upon hearing this, the ghost old lady trembled in fear and hurriedly kowtowed and denied. "No, no, 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 sir, the little old lady never had such an intention. Even if you gave me 100 or 1,000 guts, I would never think such a thing. It was the underworlders who told me to come knock on the door. Little old me was only following orders. It really wasn't my intention. I didn't want to come." Cough. Fong Han really couldn't stand it anymore. It was obvious that Wang Han had asked them to arrange for this neighbor's old lady to knock on the door, but now he was saying this, which was not purely a false accusation, or in front of them. Hearing Fong Han's deliberate cough, Wang Han couldn't help but touch his nose. "Forget it, let's not talk about you coming to knock on the door. You just said you came for something?" A old lady ghost was at a loss for words. Carefully glancing at Fong Han and Zhou Qian who were standing beside Wang Han, she said, I just came to notify that the neighborhood has to pay the property fee." Wang Han skimmed his lips and said, "The property fee has been paid. Do you have anything else?" Old Mrs. Ghost hurriedly shook her head. No more, then let's go." Wang Han waved his hand in a bored manner. "Thank you." The ghost old lady was overjoyed when she heard this, and hurriedly kowtowed again to thank her, then rolled and crawled away. Fong Han and the other diffusers all looked at Wang Han in confusion. Just now Wang Han obviously wanted to make things happen. The purely false accusations were all done. How did he suddenly let this ghost old lady leave so easily? Seeing the gazes of the netherworlders looking at him, Wang Han touched his nose and shrugged. "I always think it's just too easy not to open the door, and I'm afraid I won't be able to add any ratings, so why don't I just tell her to come in and go through the plot?" After saying that, Wang Han even showed an innocent expression. The nether women looked at each other. How could they not believe Wang Han's words? Looking at the actions just now, it was obvious that they were rushing to ask the neighbor to return to his life. Audience thought the ghostly old lady was dead. Looking forward to this for nothing. It's such a shame to let her go so easily. Even if we don't screw her up, then we can clean her up a bit more. Don't say that. The anchor also has his own considerations. After all, that wave of purely false accusations just now is really a bit difficult to operate. In the live broadcast room, the viewers couldn't help but be greatly disappointed in Wang Han. They thought that Wang Han was going to mess things up this time, and that he was going to screw up this damnable ghost neighbor. But they didn't expect it to end with a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Wang Han was also powerless. They do want to fix this ghost neighbor, but after all, they do not have the strength. Want to clean up this ghost old lady, still have to rely on the surrounding Yin Jian. But this ghost old lady came in on her knees to talk. They do not have a legitimate reason. Purely false accusations cannot be done. Also, even if it cannot be really in front of these Yin Jian, continue to be purely planted evidence to frame it. At least it is also to protect their own Yin, or to give some face. Moreover, he was not a connoisseur of intrigue, so he simply did not burn this brain. When one's strength improved, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 35, First Time at the Weird Tales Mall. Chapter 35, First Time at the Weird Tales Mall. Day 5. Wang Han slept straight through until noon before he woke up leisurely, stretching sleepily before he dawdled out of his room. Zhao Qin was helpless to Wang Han's sleeping problem, but she could only patiently wait until Wang Han dawdled until noon before heading to school with him. It was only because Wang Han was going to attend the campus celebration with her today. Today's Mighty Ghost University, the entrance to the school early to celebrate the banner. Warmly celebrate the 50th anniversary of Mighty Ghost University. A few big words are particularly eye-catching. Both sides of the school door is full of colorful flower baskets. Although in the ghost world, but this way of celebrating with the living world is not too different. After all, ghosts were once people. However, despite the festive atmosphere, there was no bustle at the entrance to the school. Early in the morning, the place had been secured by the underworlders. Those Yin were dressed in black uniforms. Their faces were cold and exuded a chilling aura. Whenever any parents of students wanted to enter the school, they would be stopped and discouraged from leaving from afar by the underworlders. Because today's school celebration belongs to only one person, and that is Wang Han. The convoy escorting Wang Han drove into the school unhindered, and the black armored car glittered coldly in the sunlight. Inside the armored car, Wang Han observed the situation outside through the window, and a strong disappointment could not help but rise in his eyes. I had thought that the Mighty Ghost University's anniversary event would be bustling with activity. After all, this was the University of the Spooky World, and it was a place to cultivate ghost talents anyhow. Even if the underworlders were closely protecting themselves, they would not make such a big deal that they would put the entire school under martial law. So Wang Han still held a lot of expectations in his heart. But the real situation is, from the time the convoy entered the school, all kinds of celebratory decorations, although prosperous and diverse, joyful, but wherever they went is a silence. Those exquisite ribbons in the wind gently fluttering, but not a trace of vitality. In addition to the Een on patrol, Wang Han could not see any other ghostly shadows at all. The whole campus seemed like a forgotten empty city, so silent that people felt depressed. Alas! Inside the car, Wang Han couldn't help but sigh. He had really underestimated the level of protection that these underworlders had for him. There was nothing to look forward to in the next episode. It didn't take long for Wang Han to be brought to the school's studio assembly hall. After the extremely brief 3 sentences from the president of the Mighty Ghost University, the 50th anniversary celebration of the founding of the Mighty Ghost University was announced to have officially begun. After that, Wang Han was accompanied by Lu Ruyan herself as well as the layers of guards from the Netherworlders to watch the various performances prepared by the school. Apart from himself and a group of the rest were all actors, and even the principal, who had announced the opening at the beginning, had disappeared without a trace, obviously, under the close protection of the Een agents, unless Wang Han wanted to see her or needed her to cooperate on the spot. Even if she was the president of the Mighty Ghost University, except for the opening speech that needed her, the rest of the time she didn't even have the qualifications to appear in Wang Han's eyes. Soon, the afternoon passed quietly in Wang Han's walk through boredom. The next 6th and 7th days were also similar to what Wang Han had expected. Whether it was the trip to the company where Zhao Hua was working, or the last day of the tour, the undertakers had already arranged everything. The whole time, apart from himself, the only spectator and a group of escorting nether women, the rest were all actors. Everything goes as it should. Even the little hiccups that seem to rise and fall are carefully orchestrated. That damn box feeling pulls right through. The viewers in the live broadcast room fell over themselves to watch this high and tight protection. But Wang Han felt full of boredom. Only by actually living in the box would one realize how boring it was. Although he didn't have to worry about anything, he didn't have the feeling of anticipation, not to mention the excitement and the unknown. Thud. Congratulations to the chosen one, Wang Han, for successfully clearing the copy of Weird Tales. Happy family. Early in the morning of the 8th day, in the ears of the insomniac Wang Han, the dull beep of strange talk rang out. Hearing this prompt, Wang Han was inexplicably relieved and couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. Since the box sense, Wang Han gradually lost interest in this copy. It was only because of the anticipation and curiosity of the high rating of the strange talk that he continued to cooperate with the performance arranged by the Een. Otherwise, he would have ended the copy early. Thud. Because the chosen one is male, he enjoys the privilege of weird talk. His rating goes up 3 levels and his reward is doubled. Your rating is X. Rewarded with 30 million plutonium coins. Rewarded with 2 night ghost pearls and 18 ghost chi pills. Chosen. You now have 1 hour to make purchases at the Weird Tales Mall. Or choose to teleport back to your original world if you have no shopping needs. With the cue from Weird Tales, the live feed closed. But Wang Han didn't choose to go back immediately this time. Instead checking his reward for clearing 3 copies of Weird Tales, as well as the Weird Tales arcade. Previously, because of the dog system, for Wang Han to improve his strength through Weird Talk was only the second choice. But now that the dog system is unreliable in its opening, Wang Han has to consider making himself somewhat stronger through Weird Talks first, or buying something, or dealing with the current awkward situation first. First of all, it is the plutonium. I have 73 million plutonium. According to the exchange ratio mentioned by the audience in the live broadcast, 1 plutonium equals 2 euros, equivalent to 46 million euros, and 1 euro equals 7 dasha coins. Converted, he had 22 million dasha coins in his hand. He was also considered a billionaire. Then there's the Weird Tales item bonus. 2 small ghost chi pills, each containing 1 square of ghost chi, can slowly restore ghost chi, or aid in cultivation. 20 ghost chi pills, each containing 10 squares of ghost chi, can slowly restore ghost chi, or aid in cultivation. 2 Li ghost beads, containing 1000 cubes of pure ghost chi, can quickly restore ghost chi, and can gradually possess the strength of a Li ghost beginner within a month. The stuff was indeed good, but Wang Han didn't swallow it easily. From the inquiry of Feng Han on the 4th day, the ghost chi this thing has a great harm to the body of living people. There is no corresponding method. Living people take it as the same as taking poison. And there was no cultivation technique for himself. After looking at what he owned, Wang Han opened the Weird Tales arcade through his left eye's live feed. Inside the Weird Tales mall there is a wide variety of things, including all kinds of tools, electrical appliances, ghostly artifacts, ghostly talismans, elixirs, and even soul pets and ghostly slaves. And the mall can also recycle. Only the price of recycling is only half of the original value. And what you buy will be teleported to yourself by Weird Space. And the same goes for recycling, which can be taken by Weird directly out of thin air. Inside, apart from some ordinary items, living human materials seized or recycled by the ghosts, and some elixirs and ghost drawing talismans, the rest were basically things that could only be used by ghosts, and even electronics required ghost chi in order to use them. The rewarded ghost chi elixir and night ghost pearls were also sold in it. 10,000 plutonium coins for one small demonic chi elixir. Ordinary ghost chi pills are 100,000 plutonium coins apiece. The night ghost beads are 30 million plutonium dollars apiece. Soon enough, Wang Han saw something he liked in the Weird Tales mall, a soul weapon template. Primary soul artifact template, 10,000 plutonium coins. After purchasing this, you can generate a vessel membrane in your soul, which can absorb your own ghostly energy to breed a primary soul weapon exclusive to you. Intermediate soul weapon template, 1 million plutonium. Can upgrade a primary soul weapon, which will spawn abilities that fit it. Advanced soul weapon template, 100 million plutonium. Upgradable intermediate soul weapon. This is definitely a soul attunement item. However, he didn't have any cultivation now, so he was afraid that he couldn't breed a soul weapon. And he didn't have a system space or anything, so there was no place to put it if he bought it. So Wang Han just memorized it and didn't buy it. After rummaging around for a while, Wang Han quickly found something that suited him and began a frantic shopping mode. Chapter 36, Weird Talk forces me to take a vacation. Chapter 36, Weird Talk forces me to take a vacation. After some browsing, Wang Han first purchased a ghost's cultivation technique, soul refining technique. This technique was considered a medium level in the ghost world, and it cost Wang Han 20 million medieval coins. After reading the soul refining technique, Wang Han finally knew why living people couldn't eat ghosts, and why Feng Han was so squeamish about such issues and strictly forbade himself to try. She did do it for her own good. The reason was pretty much the same as what he had guessed before, which was largely a matter of yin and yang balance and conflicting energies. Ghost cultivation techniques people are not incapable of practicing, but they need a strong physical body to support them. And because ghost cultivation techniques do not fit the living, there is a huge conflict. Even with a strong body will cause a variety of side effects. If the strength of the physical body and the realm of the mind can't keep up, it will even erupt into all sorts of serious problems. Overall, the cultivation techniques of ghosts were not suitable for people, and were even inferior to practicing demonic techniques. And eating ghosts is the same problem, even with more dramatic side effects. After looking at the cultivation technique, Wang Han purchased 2 cell phones from Aquamarine Dasha, 100,000 Dasha coins, 3 Dasha ID cards, 2 sets of hooded clothes with high concealment, in addition to a few ghostly talismans, some elixirs that could barely be taken by an ordinary living person, as well as a few living supplies in the Weird Tales shopping mall. It didn't stop until there were only 20,000 plutocrats left on them, and things were bought in 2 large suitcases. Bless the dog system. But don't be so coincidental. After buying and changing his clothes, Wang Han said a silent prayer in his heart. Filled with apprehension, he clicked return, teleporting out of the Strange Tales copy. It was still the same toilet, still the same layout. Wang Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Maybe the prayers just worked and didn't coincidentally run into whichever little beauty was using the restroom. However, it didn't help much, and it was only just after teleporting out of the Strange Tales copy that Wang Han heard a conversation starting outside the restroom. Yao Yao, why are you having diarrhea again? In my opinion, you'd better go to the hospital to check your intestines. A concerned voice came. That's right, Yao Yao, diarrhea that lasts for 3 days and 2 days at a time. Don't pull out any big problems. I'll accompany you to the hospital this afternoon. Another voice was also filled with worry. Oops, just in time to lose weight. A crisp voice responded, with a hint of playfulness. Fart, losing weight is not such a reduction, but others have lost weight. But the body has a big problem. The loss is not worth it. Besides, you're not fat. The previous voice sounded again, its tone full of disapproval. That's right. Let's go to the hospital together this afternoon. Another voice joined in the persuasion. Listening to the conversation outside the toilet, Wang Han couldn't help but die of speechlessness in his heart. Every time he teleported back, how come he bumped into this girl called Yao Yao going to the toilet? It's really special 8 feces. Heartbroken reading. Wang Han immediately prepared to enter the copy again. Anyway, this time they are prepared. Really not midway exit is. Knock knock. Chosen one Wang Han. You have participated in 3 consecutive weird talks. Since you are male, for the sake of your physical and mental health, it is now mandatory that you take a break for 33 days. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the strange talks beep, Wang Han couldn't help but flip the table over in his mind. It's okay for the dog system to fall off the chain, but even the rule's weirdness fell off the chain when it mattered. 3 copies, totaling 11 days. Now letting rest for 33 days. This is asking me to go on 1 break and take 3. Weird talk is still weirdly good la. Listening to the footsteps coming over in a hurry outside, Wang Han spat madly in his heart, and his hand movements were not slow, hurrying to gently unlock the toilet door. Almost as soon as Wang Han had unlocked the restroom door, the door lock clicked. Immediately afterward, an eager voice sounded outside the door. Which sister is inside? Can you let me through first? Hearing the urgent voice outside the door, Wang Han was also speechless. Told you that this place can only come back at noon. Sooner or later something is going to happen. Now it is really fulfilled. Outside the door, Dong Mengyao's voice became even more eager. Which sister is inside? Quickly come out and let me. Quickly pull the pocket. Which sister is in there? Answer me. Is it ready yet? I can't hold it in much longer. Listening to Dong Mengyao's urgent urging, Wang Han stood nervously in the toilet, not daring to utter a single breath. Listening to Dong Mengyao's urgent cry at the toilet door, the other girls in the living room couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Mu Shirhan even raised her hand uncertainly and nodded at the people in the living room, and after making sure that the other 5 were all in the living room, she couldn't help but say breathlessly to Dong Mengyao, Yao Yao, the sisters are all sitting in the living room. Hearing Mu Shirhan's words, Dong Mengyao was instantly dumbfounded. However, she was still uneasy and asked again, is there anyone in the toilet? Answer if there is, or I'm going to break down the door. But don't. It takes hundreds to fix a door. Go to another dorm and borrow it first. Hearing Dong Mengyao's words, several of the other girls were instantly startled, each wailing as they hurriedly rushed over from the living room. Wang Han was also startled, and hurriedly took out a few invisible ghostly talismans from his arms. 1 slapped on himself, and 2 slapped on each of the 2 suitcases. The next second, Wang Han and the suitcase disappeared invisibly in the toilet. It's good that no one's in there. I'm breaking down the door. Almost as soon as Wang Han had stealthily turned invisible, Dong Mengyao's urgent voice once again sounded outside the door. Bang! Immediately after that, there was a loud bang from the toilet door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come on for real. This is too pugnacious. Hearing this loud noise, Wang Han was also startled. Fortunately, this toilet door is a wooden door, which is still strong. Wang Han hurriedly carried the 2 invisible boxes and ran to the bathroom in the back. Bang! Bang! Ka-chow! During the process, the toilet door once again let out 2 wails, followed by a click. The toilet door was slammed open hard. Immediately after that, a girl wearing a light blue dress with a double ponytail, some baby fat, and petite and cute entered the restroom in a hurry. The girl was also quick with her hands, rushing in and slamming the toilet door shut. It's over. Outside the restroom, there was a loud wail from the few remaining girls. Looking at the door that was closed, Wang Han was even more speechless in his heart. It's all crashed. What are you still closing it for? Looking at the hurried movements of the girl called Yao Yao, Wang Han silently turned his head to face the wall. Although it is a welfare bar, but this head-down thing Wang Han still do not care to do. Ding! Detected that the host has a welfare to see, is now issued a task. As a single dog, please maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Consciously face the wall. Completion of the task rewards points 50. Mission failure, no punishment. Wang Han, asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog system, you damn well showed up right on time. Chapter 37, finally out. Chapter 37, finally out. Clatter. Came a sharp torrent of sound. Wang Han, who was facing the wall, pinched his nose, full of helplessness and speechlessness surged to his heart, and couldn't help but spit out in his mind. Sister you really should go to the hospital and take a good look. Every time I come back, it's you who is having diarrhea, and the smell is really too stinky. The good thing is, this girl only has diarrhea, not constipation, so she doesn't need to squat for a long time. It didn't take long for Wang Han to hear the sound of flushing water. and that hanging heart slowly fell. This was followed by the sound of the toilet door opening and closing again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the single mission. The righteous man, and receiving a reward of 50 points. With the sound of the door closing, the dog system's beep sounded in Wang Han's head at the same time. Phew! Wang Han took a long breath in his heart. He was really angry and amused at this system of his, full of helplessness that was hard to express. Yao Yao, you finally came out. Let's accompany you to the hospital this afternoon. This intestines and stomach of yours must be examined before you can do so. Right. It's not a good idea for you to keep pulling like this. Let's go to the hospital together this afternoon for a checkup. Don't drag out any big problems. In the living room, watching Dong Mangyao come out of the restroom, a few other girls hurriedly gathered around with concern. Not that anyone was complaining about Dong Mangyao breaking the door. Thank you, little sisters. Hearing her good sister's words of concern, Dong Mangyao first thanked them, then sighed, her face full of helplessness. I don't know what's going on with this toilet door. There's obviously no one inside. It just won't open. This isn't even the first time. This is the third time. When Dong Mangyao brought it up like this, Mu Shirhan's pretty brows immediately furrowed as she said suspiciously, "It's really quite strange when you say it like that." Upon hearing this, several other girls couldn't help but frown. One of the girls said, "If we were to say that the door lock was broken, then the first time it was broken, it should have never opened. And we didn't run into this kind of problem. Just Dong Mangyao encountered it when she had diarrhea. Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" Suddenly, Suyu's face turned white and said cautiously in a skeptical tone, "You guys, do you think our dormitory could have come across something unclean?" The other few girls couldn't help but blanch as they heard this, and a wave of uneasiness rose in their hearts. Dong Mangyao was even more nervous and hurriedly asked, "Then should we ask the ghost destruction team to come and take a look?" Seeing that the little sisters were all looking uneasy, Mu Shirhan hurriedly said, "Don't be ridiculous. It's close to noon now. What kind of ghost can come out at noon? Don't scare yourself. If we really encountered a ghost that can come out at noon, we would have all died long ago." "I'm sorry," they said, and the other girls looked at each other and nodded in disbelief. What Mu Shirhan said does make sense. Now it's almost noon. Ordinary ghosts can't afford to come out and cause trouble. If they really encountered one that can come out and cause trouble at noon, they would have died long ago. It seems that there are ghosts in the world of the living. The ghost extermination team. That's the first time I've heard of it. In the toilet, listening to the conversation outside, Wang Han secretly pondered in his heart that his knowledge of this world was too little. Mu Shirhan said with a smile on her face, "Let's not talk about this. Let's all go to the hospital with Yao Yao, and also solve the problem of eating outside, and hire a lock repairer on the way back." "Yeah." The few remaining girls responded. "I'm going to put on some makeup. I'm going to the bathroom too." This was followed by the sound of footsteps. Listening to the commotion outside, Wang Han's heart tightened, and he hurriedly took out a few stealthy ghost drawing talismans again, holding them tightly in his hands, ready to deal with unexpected situations. This invisible ghost talisman is sold for 500 plutonium coins in the Weird Tales shopping center. One can last for 10 minutes of invisibility, even in front of fierce ghosts. Wang Han bought thousands of them at one time, which is enough to use for a period of time. Wang Han waited for an hour and a half before he heard the sound of a door closing ringing outside. However, Wang Han still did not dare to be careless, and continued to wait for another 15 minutes without hearing any more sound, before he came out of the toilet with his body hidden, moving carefully. After all, from the conversation they had just heard, they already had suspicions in their minds. After coming out and looking around the house, Wang Han was finally relieved in his heart. These dead girls have finally gone out. Wang Han then rushed back to the restroom, dragged on the invisible suitcase, and hurriedly left this place of wrongdoing. The headquarters building of the Great Summer Kingdom was a busy scene at the moment. Inside the building, people were walking back and forth with hurried steps, and everyone's face was tightly frowned, with an incredibly serious expression, as if there was a heavy burden pressing on their shoulders. In the first office of the building, Xia Evening Cheng, a woman of about 60 years of age, sat in front of her desk with a heavy expression, slightly frowning, her fingers constantly and rhythmically tapping on the desktop, emitting a dong 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 sound, which seemed to be the reverberation of her inner turmoil. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a crisp knock on the door. Xia Evening Cheng's knocking on the table stopped at once. Her gaze was like a torch as she looked towards the office door and said stoically, "Please come in." In the next second, the door of the office was gently pushed open, and a middle-aged woman dressed as a secretary walked into the office with a folder. Her pace was steady and her eyes revealed competence and concentration. Waiting for the middle-aged female secretary to come to the desk, Xia Evening Cheng then asked the middle-aged female secretary who came in, "Secretary Wu, have you found it?" Upon hearing this, Secretary Wu hurriedly and respectfully replied, "I'm sorry, State Lord. There is still no trace of that gentleman. Reports have come in from the intelligence department that with our searching maneuvers, we have discovered a large number of foreign espionage activities, and there are many traces of unknown elements at the borders as well." Her tone was filled with worry and tension. Hearing this, Xia Evening Qing's fingers once again tapped on the table, and after thinking carefully for a while, she commanded in an overbearing manner, "Since foreign countries have already begun to move, then mobilize the entire population, and make sure to find the person in the fastest time possible. As long as the person is still in my Grand Xia territory, we must not give those curmudgeons the slightest chance." "Yes," Secretary Wu immediately responded, then left office one with hurried footsteps. It turned out that the developed countries of Aquamarine had launched the highest level of investigation into Wang Han from the moment he appeared on the air, especially when Wang Han said that "I can't remember." Those 4 short words were like a boulder thrown into the surface of a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. It even caused the international situation of Aquamarine to become tense for a while. Although Wang Han took the initiative to show his identity as a citizen of the Daxia country later on, so that the tense international situation could be soothed down, some countries still held thoughts about Wang Han. All countries immediately launched a search for Wang Han, but unfortunately, Wang Han had just exited the Strange Talk copy in less than half an hour before he entered the Strange Talk copy again, and even more immediately after the second copy ended, he started the third copy. And now, after Wang Han's third copy ended, it had been a full 2 hours since he had started a new copy. Chapter 38 just came out and got exposed. Chapter 38 just came out and got exposed. On the other hand, after Wang Han left the dormitory of Dong Mengyao and the other 6 girls, he wandered around South City University in stealth. It must be said that in this almost female-only world, there is no need to avoid men at all, and the welfare that is really everywhere. Wang Han can be said to have a hard feast. No, the dog systems have gotten antsy. Ding, the system task release. As a single dog, how can be in a school full of women? Please host in 10 minutes to leave the South City University. The task reward points 200. Failure penalty. No, Che. Talking as if there are boys' schools in this world. Hearing the task released by the system, Wang Han couldn't help but skim his lips, his heart filled with disbelief. However, for the sake of the quest points, Wang Han still hurriedly caught up with the several sisters who were talking in front of him, because these girls were talking about going to an off-campus diner for dinner, which would undoubtedly take them off this college campus. Stop the girl in front. Suddenly, a shout rang out behind Wang Han. Hearing the shout, Wang Han instinctively looked back, only to see 2 Amazons in security uniforms looking at him with scrutinizing faces. This caused Wang Han to be stunned, and in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder if he had been discovered. He hurriedly looked down at the invisibility ghost painting talisman affixed to his body, and was relieved to see that the talisman was still functioning. The shouts of the 2 security Amazons also caught the eyes of the surrounding girls. The few chirpy girls walking in front of Wang Han heard the shouts and also turned back, looking at the 2 security Amazons with puzzled faces. One of the sisters even asked, "Big sister, are you guys calling out to us?" Seeing this, Wang Han silently walked a few steps to the side, lest he would be embarrassed if he was inadvertently bumped into in a moment. However, as Wang Han moved, the gazes of the 2 security Amazons moved closely along with Wang Han, their eyes fixed on Wang Han like a torch. One of the security Amazons even asked Wang Han directly, "Which class are you from? What are you doing with the invisibility talisman and dragging the suitcase?" As he spoke, the other security Ama also moved her feet, vaguely having the intention to surround Wang Han. It's hard not to be suspicious when you're using an invisibility charm on a college campus and dragging 2 large suitcases ready to leave the school. It's really embarrassing. Seeing this, Wang Han's heart was instantly cold. I thought that I would be able to blend out of the school by relying on the invisibility talisman, but I didn't expect to be discovered by the security ant only 5 minutes after leaving the dormitory. Seeing that the 2 security guards are about to complete the siege, Wang Han immediately did not do anything, dragging the suitcase to run. "Stop, little girl." Seeing Wang Han's behavior, the 2 security Amazons were no longer polite, and immediately rushed towards the escaping Wang Han. At that speed, the cheetah would shed a tear. Just 2 breaths, Wang Han was pounced on and pressed to the ground by one of the Amazons. Its strength is so great that Wang Han cannot move. Feeling the terrifying power that bound him, Wang Han was directly dumbfounded. This is not an ordinary security guard, nor is it an ordinary Ama. Immediately afterward, another security Ama quickly ripped off the invisibility talisman on Wang Han's body, and then pulled down the hood on Wang Han's head with a hand in full view of everyone. In the next second, the surrounding area fell completely silent. Everyone stared at Wang Han with wide eyes, and even the cries collectively paused. OMG, is it my eyes? Holy, I'm actually seeing real males. We actually have males in our school. I'm not dreaming. Immediately afterward, disbelieving voices resounded all around. The two middle-aged security Amazons also stared at Wang Han with wide eyes, especially when they looked at Wang Han's incomparably obvious male features. Their wide eyes quickly became surprised and alarmed, and their hands that were grasping Wang Han couldn't stop trembling. I know him. He's the male who was chosen by Rule Freakout. Oh my god. I actually saw a real male. I'm not dreaming. I'm actually getting to see real males in my lifetime. I'm going to share this with my mom and my mother. My sister, she's going to envy me to death. In the next moment, the surrounding students let out sounds of surprise and excitement. Even their breathing became much more ragged, and there were even several female students who were directly excited to the point of fainting. Many students took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. The two middle-aged security Amazons also finally came back to their senses, and in the next second, the two of them hurriedly let go of their grip on Wang Han's hand, and even hurriedly backed up several steps, their faces full of fear and trepidation. I'm sorry, we didn't know that you're a male. We didn't mean to. We just did it out of duty. We didn't mean to. We really didn't mean it. Looking at the security ant who suddenly became very frightened, Wang Han couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. But soon Wang Han understood why, only to hear the two terrified security Amazons pleading, "Sir, please don't sue us. We really didn't know that you were male. We didn't mean to put our hands on you. We were just acting out of duty. Yes. Sir, you were invisible in the school and dragging two suitcases, and we were doing it for the safety of the students, and we really didn't know that you were male, so please don't sue us or we'll be done for the rest of our lives." As the two security Amazons pleaded, the crowd of excited students around them murmured, "Holy, those two security guards just held the male down forcibly, didn't they? Hiss. That's at least a 3-year sentence." 3 years? It's just been done by force. It'll take 10 years at least. But the two security maids were clearly acting out of duty. After all, he was invisible just now, and he was dragging two large suitcases. It really makes people think, that's a male. They're responsible for the reproduction of the human race, and the 10-year start is already for their duty to protect the school. If they get hurt or something, they could be cancelled. You think the 1 to 100 million rarity rate is a joke? Indeed, the world is unreasonable when it comes to the protection of men. Looking at the two security Amazons who were terrified and pleading, and hearing the comments of the surrounding students, Wang Han probably understood in his heart that his behavior was indeed very suspicious. Wang Han lightly coughed twice. It's true that my behavior is suspicious, and it's only right that you guys stop me out of duty. I didn't mean any harm. I just didn't want to draw attention to myself. The suitcases are all my daily necessities. You guys can check them." Hearing Wang Han's words, the two security Amazons were relieved in their hearts. Faced with Wang Han's comment about checking the items, the two security Amazons hurriedly shook their heads and waved their hands and said, No, we believe that Mr. won't do anything to jeopardize the students." Whether or not there was anything unseemly in Wang Han's suitcase, it was no longer something that the two of them, the tiny security guards, could check. Chapter 39, Showing Off Your Wealth. Chapter 39, Showing Off a Wave of Wealth. Hearing Wang Han's words of letting the luggage be checked, the two security Amazons became even more terrified. How dare they check the luggage of precious men? Not to mention that they are not qualified to check men's personal belongings at all. And even if they are qualified to do so, they have to consider the consequences first. Seeing that the two security ants had a terrified look on their faces and did not even dare to check their own suitcases, Wang Han refused to do so, loudly said to the two security ants again, "My suitcase must be checked. Please take a closer look." Previously, Wang Han felt that stealth would not be discovered, and he really didn't do anything bad, so of course it was best to leave quietly. But now that he had been discovered so easily, and even more so that he had appeared in plain sight, it was no longer realistic to think of continuing to hide, and he had also been labeled as suspicious, so it would not do to be frank and open for them to check. After all, one's behavior is indeed suspicious, and with the reason of male privilege, it is inevitable that one will not be suspected, and not checking is likely to be criticized, and then people will not be able to say anything about it, and they may even take the blame for others. As for the system mission, failure is failure. There is no punishment anyway. Even if he was found, it didn't matter. He still had his cards. At least his life was guaranteed, and it wasn't impossible to get out again. But in the face of Wang Han's request, the two security Amazons didn't sigh in relief, but instead became more terrified, waving their hands in a flustered manner. No, we didn't suspect you. Sir, there is definitely no problem with your suitcase. The two security Amazons were terrified and didn't dare, but the students around them were offended. Yeah, Check it out. Stealthy and dragging 2 suitcases. It really doesn't make you wonder what's in the suitcases. Yes, check it out. It's responsible for the safety of all the students and teachers in our schools. I'm also in favor of checking. If it's just something, so be it. What if it's a person inside? Curious as to what men's personal belongings are. While these female students chase men, stargazing is nothing in the face of campus safety. Of course, they also knew that even if they really pulled out 2 corpses in the male suitcase in front of them, the male in front of them wouldn't have any major problems. At most, he would be grounded for a period of time, receive psychological treatment, and even the compensation would be paid by the state. Hearing the clamor of the surrounding students, the 2 security Amazons felt like they were being roasted on a fire. But still, they gritted their teeth and insisted, shouting to the surrounding female students, "What's the uproar? There's no need to check Mr. S suitcase. We believe that Mr. won't do anything illegal. Yes, don't get up in arms, you guys. Mr. is just trying to keep a low profile, and Mr. Stealthy is only responsible for his own safety. The suitcases are all Mr. S personal belongings. We're just tiny security guards. We're not qualified to inspect the luggage of a distinguished gentleman at all." Upon hearing the security matron's words, the students did not budge an inch, not to mention ignoring the security matron's explanation. Immediately, someone continued to shout, "No, it must be checked. Yes, it has to be checked. What if it's a body in there?" That's right, even if they're male, then they can't do whatever they want. Seems like a good idea to see what all the male personal items are. Facing the students' step-by-step pressure, the 2 security Amazons simply put their hearts in their mouths and said loudly, "It's all been said that we're not qualified to inspect Sir's personal belongings, and even if the school expelled us now, there's no way we could inspect Sir's personal belongings." Not far away, a few school teachers also noticed the clamor over here and rushed over, but when they saw that Wang Han, who was surrounded by many girls in the center, was male, they all couldn't help but stop in their tracks, and all of their faces were gloomy and hesitant. One of them, a middle-aged, powerful female teacher, asked the slender female teacher next to her, "Shall we go over there?" "Don't go over there. It's not for us to get involved. But we're teachers, must be responsible for our students. Don't worry, he won't be able to leave for a while. We'll see." Listening to the argument between the students and the security ama, Wang Han couldn't help but rub his head and said loudly, "Stop arguing altogether." Wang Han's shout seemed to have the effect of silencing the surroundings, and for a while everyone stopped talking, their eyes all focused on Wang Han. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Wang Han exclaimed, "Just checking 2 suitcases. It's not a big deal. Since the 2 security ants are self-conscious that they are not qualified to inspect my suitcase, you guys don't make things difficult for them. I'll open it myself and show it to you. A gentleman is open and honest. There's nothing in my suitcase that I can't see." After saying that, Wang Han directly pulled over a suitcase and opened it in front of everyone. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Wang Han took out a palm-thick pile of ghost painting talismans from within his suitcase and said to everyone, "This is the invisible ghost painting talisman I purchased from the Weird Tales Mall." Looking at the thick pile of talismans in Wang Han's hands, everyone around him couldn't help but stare in disbelief. "I'll be damned. It's so thick. I'm afraid there are 700 or 800 sheets. Such a thick pile. Actually all stealthy ghost drawing talismans. How much money must this be worth?" At today's market price, one sheet is about 7,000 daxia coins, and a pile this thick is worth $5 million at least. Wang Han ignored the gazes around him and continued to take out an even thicker pile of ghostly talismans from his suitcase. Speaking loudly to the surroundings, he said, "These are the ghost fire talismans I purchased from the Weird Tales Mall. Holy, this pile is even thicker. I'm afraid it must be 1,000 sheets. Ghost fire talisman. The current market price is at least 15,000 daxia coins apiece. This pile is 15 million. Such a thick pile. I'm afraid even a stern ghost could be burned to ashes. Really rich. $20 million worth of ghost talisman just like this thrown in the suitcase. I would have to put in a safe, but also the kind of waterproof. If it were me, I'd need 2 more bodyguards." Looking at the second pile of ghostly talismans that Wang Han took out, the voices of the surrounding students obviously took on a sour flavor. "Holy, there's more." The next moment, the students gasped again. Only Wang Han continued to take out piles and piles of ghostly talismans from his suitcase, introducing them as he did so. "It's a ghost-locking talisman. It's a ghost-quelling talisman. It's a warning charm. It's a silencing charm. Flight charms." Watching Wang Han take out piles and piles of ghostly talismans and report the names of the talismans, all the students around him fell silent, and a thick acidic odor spread wildly in the air. Someone had silently calculated that the value of these ghostly talismans had exceeded 70 million daxia coins. But that's not all. After the ghost drawing talisman was taken, Wang Han took out another bottle of elixir from the suitcase and introduced it while taking it. This is the Kid Chi Dan. This is the Ghost Chi Dan. This is the Life Renewal Dan. The Blood-Storming Dan. The Ghost-Inducing Dan. And the Mighty Ghost Bead. Listening to Wang Han exposing the names one by one, the breathing of the students around them increased, especially some of the students who had been chosen by weird tales. Their eyes were red. All of these things in the strange story. All proper life-saving weapon in a low-level copy, any one of them could be used as a life-saving card. But Wang Han actually had so many of them. So many that he had to count them by the hundreds and thousands. There are actually hundreds of millions of dollars worth of stuff inside this one plain suitcase. Finally, a student asked sourly, "Aren't you afraid of being robbed if you show off your wealth like that?" Of course, she was just asking. Not stupid enough to actually rob a male. That's something even a tough guy wouldn't dare to do. But upon hearing this, the two security Amazons also came back from their shock and hurriedly stood to the left and right of Wang Han, eyeing the surrounding students intently. Those teachers who were observing the situation from the back couldn't hold back and hurried to the front of the students, staring majestically at every student around them. Granted, no one should be stupid enough to rob a male. But fear not, just in case there are idiots out there. Chapter 40 Protection of Men from the State. Chapter 40 Protection of Men from the State. As the news of the appearance of males here spread rapidly, more and more students in the South City University began to rush this way, one by one running frantically, fearing that if they came too late, they would not be able to see the real males. These frantic students quickly surrounded this side of the room. Looking around, it was full of densely packed heads and raised cell phones. After looking through one suitcase in full view of everyone, Wang Han opened the second suitcase without delay. As the second suitcase slowly lifted off, the crowd's eyes were instantly drawn to it with curiosity. Wang Han first took out a book from it, the cover of which was ancient and mysterious, exuding an ineffable aura. Soul Refining Technique. Seeing this book, several exclamations of surprise rang out from the surroundings. The two middle-aged female security guards even looked at the books in Wang Han's hands with wide eyes. Their eyes were red and their eyes were even more full of desire. The two of them were also the ones chosen by Rule Grotesque, so of course they knew how expensive this cultivation technique was. Although the soul refining technique was only a medium cultivation technique in the ghost world, in the world of the living, it was already considered a top-tier cultivation technique, worth close to $300 million. But more students were unknown, and were filled with confusion when they heard the exclamation, and one of them asked the exclaiming student, "Sister, what is this soul refining technique?" Upon hearing this, a teacher's face was grave and his tone was envious. The soul refining technique is a cultivation technique in the bizarre world, and is worth 20 million plutonium coins. All cultivation techniques in the bizarre world can only be viewed by 3 people, and when the number of people is full, it will self-destruct. Upon hearing the teacher's explanation, a student couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, 20 million medieval coins. Isn't that 280 million dasha coins? And only 3 people can watch it, which is close to 100 million for one viewing. This figure was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. For a while, the gazes of the surrounding students were red with envy. This was definitely a treasure worth a fortune. Wang Han didn't care about the jealous gazes of the students around him, and remained calm and collected as he continued to take out items from his suitcase. Since he had already been exposed, Wang Han was not afraid that something would happen, and if something did happen, he could still be resurrected, and he could still escape from death. So he just showed off his wealth. Following the taking out of the soul refining skill, there were several more ghost artifacts. These ghost artifacts were in different forms and exuded an eerie aura, each of which was worth millions, if not tens of millions of dasha coins. The appearance of these ghostly weapons caused the breathing of the surrounding students to become even more ragged. Shouldn't have checked his suitcase, a student said remorsefully. The riches in it were truly enviable. The contents of the 2 suitcases are worth 5 to 600 million dasha coins. No wonder he's so quick to let the suitcases be inspected. This is simply seizing the opportunity to show off his wealth, another student said sourly. Looking at the things Wang Han kept taking out, the eyes of the surrounding students gradually changed from initial shock and jealousy to helplessness and numbness. Get out of the way all of you. Get out of the way. Everyone back to their classes. Just then, a loud cry suddenly rang out from the back of the students. Immediately afterward, a large group of powerful security guards and teachers roughly pushed through the crowded crowd, hard and fast to open up a road in the crowded crowd. The school leaders of Nanchang University who got the news and hurriedly rushed to the center squeezed in and were relieved to see Wang Han safe. If anything happened to Wang Han at Nanchang University, they would definitely all be to blame. The security guards and physical education teachers were the first to protect Wang Han in a group, their gazes sweeping majestically at the surrounding students. The rest of the teachers who hurriedly arrived began to evacuate the students. The principal first respectfully saluted Wang Han before saying, "Dear sir, I'm very sorry to have frightened you. We will do our best to protect your safety next. Please also move to the school office and wait." Upon hearing this, Wang Han nodded expressionlessly. Alright. After saying that, Wang Han quickly put the things he took out back into the suitcase. However, it was also at this time that a duck sound suddenly rang out from the sky. "It's a helicopter gunship," a student exclaimed. Hearing this sound, Wang Han also couldn't help but raise his head and look toward the sky, only to see that there were 5 helicopters flying rapidly in the sky. Wang Han couldn't help but marvel in his heart, this came too fast. From the time he was discovered until now, it was less than 10 minutes before and after. In just a few breaths, the 5 helicopters had flown over the crowd. The helicopter quickly lowered its altitude, and the powerful wind pressure blew the hair of the students around them, scattering their bodies, as well as blowing out patches of open space below. Immediately afterward, a rappel rope was dropped from the helicopter, and a female warrior, heavily armed and wearing a black combat uniform, quickly jumped out of the helicopter and grabbed the rope and quickly slid down. After landing, they even immediately ran to Wang Han's side, squeezing the security guards and teachers who were escorting Wang Han to the periphery. However, in a few moments, the 5 meters around Wang Han was crowded with female warriors in black combat uniforms, covering Wang Han tightly. Even the gap above his head was blocked by a black bulletproof shield. Boom! Almost immediately afterward, there was a louder roar in the sky as a fighter jet quickly swept over the campus. The fighters are out. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. It's a medium-sized formation of fighters. No, what you saw was just one formation. There must be others. As the roar of the fighter jets swept across the sky, the students' cries of alarm continued to ring out. The fighters are out. Listening to the exclamations of the students in the periphery, Wang Han was also surprised in his heart. Although he knew that the protection for males in the world of the living would not be much worse than in the ghost world, he did not expect the protection to be so exaggerated, with fighters deployed in a formation, and there seemed to be more than one formation. At this moment, among the armed warriors of the people protecting Wang Han, a middle-aged woman said to Wang Han, "Hello, honorable sir, I'm the deputy leader of the armed police brigade, Gu Qinghan. Next, we will do our best to protect your safety until the military arrives to take over your protection. We will also do our best to pursue the responsibility of those who caused you distress." Upon hearing this, Wang Han hurriedly smiled and said, "Thank you, no one is bothering me. There's no need to pursue anyone." Yes, Gu Qinghan nodded very seriously. Woo-woo. Shortly after the arrival of the fighter jets, a succession of sirens sounded on the campus, and a police car quickly drove into the campus, from which a large number of police officers alighted to join the school teachers in dissuading the onlookers. Wang Han, on the other hand, moved to the school's principal's office under layers of tight protection, clearing the area in advance wherever he went. The moment Wang Han entered the school's office building, the entire building was cordoned off by layers of police force, with guards standing and patrolling everywhere inside and outside. But that's not all. Chapter 41 Protection of Men from the State 2. Chapter 41 Protection of Men from the State 2. In the solemn office of the principal, the mind was full of thoughts, both apprehension of the unknown and vague expectations. It was just as well to see what he, as a male, needed to do for his country, and whether it was much as he had guessed. After waiting for about an hour, Wang Han heard a burst of neat and majestic footsteps sounding from far and near, and the sound seemed to be the pulsation of the earth, pounding on one's heart one after another. Attention! Immediately afterward, an extremely loud and penetrating shout rang out from outside the office door. The voice was like a loud bell that stirred in the air. The neat footsteps also came to an abrupt halt in an instant. The entire world seemed to have quieted down at this moment, leaving only that tense and solemn atmosphere permeating the air. In the next second, the door of the office was slowly pushed open, and several heavily armed and valiant female warriors walked in with firm steps. They were well equipped and exuded an air of steel-like fortitude as they saluted Wang Han in unison. The movements as neat as one, full of respect and solemnity. A middle-aged woman at the head of the group said to Wang Han immediately afterward, "Honorable sir, the collective of the 9th Special Warfare Division of the Southern Barracks will be fully responsible for your safety. Please also move and follow us to a safer place." "Sir." The woman's eyes were firm and bright, and there was solemnity in her tone. Hearing this, Wang Han could not help but smack his lips secretly in his heart. A division of officers and soldiers to protect. This is too much. Although Wang Han didn't know what the concept of Aquamarine's Special Warfare Division was, he still knew the word collective. Even if it was a special division, it would never be less than a brigade, otherwise it wouldn't be called a division. Wang Han hurriedly rose politely and saluted similarly, his movements somewhat raw but full of sincerity. Alright, it's going to be hard work for the warriors next. The middle-aged woman at the head immediately said, "This is what we should do. My name is Zhang Ling. Tim is the head of the Special 9th Division, and will be responsible for your safety for a long time in the future. So you can just call me Zhang Ling from now on. Please give me more guidance in the future." "Sir." Zhang Ling's tone was firm and confident, and her eyes revealed a strong sense of responsibility. Wang Han also smiled and said, "My name is Wang Han. Just call me Wang Han from now on, and please take care of Officer Zhang Ling." Yes. Zhang Ling didn't politely talk to Wang Han anymore. Her attitude was decisive and dry. "Mr. Wang Han, is it time to depart now?" Wang Han's smile carried a hint of helplessness and confusion. Pointing to his head, "I can't remember a lot of things, so please just ask Officer Zhang Ling to make arrangements." When Zhang Ling heard this, she immediately said seriously, "Yes, then please move with us now, sir, and return to the residence that has been arranged for you as soon as possible." Following Zhang Ling out of the school office building, Wang Han realized that he had still seriously underestimated the power of the state to protect men. The scene outside was simply jaw-dropping. Not only were there soldiers standing in neat formation, so dense that they could hardly see the end of the line, there were even rows of armored vehicles and tanks, among which there were even heavy tanks and rocket trucks, the number of which was hard to count. And in the playground there were no less than 30 large and small helicopters parked, and in front of the office building's gate, there is a huge steel chariot that is 8 meters high, 8 meters wide, and 20 meters long, with an appearance that looks full of heavy metal and a sense of science fiction. And there are all kinds of dozens of anti-aircraft guns set up at the top, as if it is a fortress that traveled from the future, exuding a thick sense of security. Looking at such a strong protective force, Wang Han didn't even dare to think that apart from the power of the state and the country, what other power could be unfavorable to him under such a strong protection? Zhang Ling smiled and said to the somewhat dumbfounded Wang Han, "Mr. Wang Han, this car is a collection of the world's top experts to build a safety car specifically for men, which is able to resist even a direct hit by a small nuclear bomb with a 5-kiloton equivalent. Please." Zhang Ling's tone was full of pride and confidence. "Oh, good." Returning to his senses, Wang Han hurriedly answered and followed Zhang Ling into this huge vehicle filled with sci-fi. The luxury inside was equally amazing to Wang Han. Every detail exuded luxury and refinement. The interior space is divided into 2 levels. The first floor is 2 meters high and 4 meters wide, and is further divided into 3 rooms. The first room was 6 meters long, and was arranged like a living room, with silver, gold, black and red decorations making the inside luxurious without losing its connotation, showing nobility and elegance, but also revealing a kind of composure and atmosphere, with leather sofas, carpets, landscape scrolls and oil paintings, and refrigerators, televisions, and other things all over the place. The second room is a kitchen that is 2 meters long by 4 meters wide. The third, 6 meters long, was a small operating room containing a large number of secured medical instruments and even an operating table. The second floor was divided into 3 rooms, a room 6 long by 4 wide, decorated in a warm and cozy way, making people feel as if they had returned to the bosom of their home. A game room of 5 long by 4 wide, filled with all sorts of entertainment facilities, allowing one to relax even in tense moments. There was also a storage room 5 long by 4 wide filled with tons of supplies and a freezer. Judging from the internal space, the armor of this vehicle was at least 1.5 meters to 2 meters thick to say the least. This was definitely a Fortress of Doom-level vehicle. And there were also 4 maids in the car. They were graceful, with pretty faces and elegant demeanor, as if they were characters that came out of a painting. They stood quietly at the side, ready to provide attentive service to the people in the car. After looking over the layout of the car and coming to the living room on the first floor once again, Zhang Ling took out her walkie-talkie and gave the order. "Sir has already gotten on the car. Depart immediately and return to the base." With Zhang Ling's command, the doors at the back end of the vehicle, which were more than a meter thick, quickly closed, and then Wang Han felt the vehicle begin to move. But there is just a little bit of feeling, and you can't even hear a single sound from the outside world. The smoothness and soundproofing of the vehicle is simply amazing, as if you were in a world of isolation and tranquility. At this time, Zhang Ling suddenly asked Wang Han, "Do you need to watch the situation outside, sir?" At those words, Wang Han couldn't help but freeze for a moment, puzzled in his mind, and nodded. "That would be troublesome." "No trouble," Zhang Ling said with a smile, then gestured to a maid. The maid instantly pressed a button on the living room wall. The next moment, the silver walls of the living room flickered and it projected the outside. Even the ceiling and the floor appeared in the picture, which was crystal clear, and the sound of the outside world came in, but it wasn't as noisy as one would expect. The feeling is as magical as if the living room was set up in the open air, giving you the feeling of flying low in the air. Wang Han looked around, his eyes filled with surprise. At this time, the road outside has been completely martial law. A tank and armored car driving in the front and back of the vehicle, tightly protect the middle of the vehicle. There are helicopters flying closely in the sky, the roar of the rotating propellers, as if for this grand escort action to play a stirring music. Then there are the roads, which have been crushed, and all the height limits, overpasses, and light poles on the roads have been removed. It made Wang Han deeply feel how exaggerated the country's protection of men is. After looking around for a while, Wang Han finally couldn't help himself, his face filled with surprise and curiosity. Zhang Ling, can you tell me exactly how the power to protect me works? Zhang Ling smiled and said, of course, all of these are also to be informed to Mr. 42. Male Protection Bases. Chapter 42 Male Protection Bases. First of all, there is the Special 9th Division under my command, which is the team specifically responsible for Mr. Travel. It has a total of over 12,000 men, and is equipped with 350 tanks of various types, 50 self-propelled artillery pieces, 50 rocket trucks, 700 armored vehicles, and 1,000 material transport vehicles. There are also 1,000 mountain motorcycles and 30 helicopters. Listening to Zhang Ling's narration, Wang Han was directly dumbfounded. This powerful protection force once again refreshed the imagination. Wang Han could not help but think in his heart, this is afraid that it is more than enough to exterminate some weak and backward countries. The cost of a day's travel alone would be in the millions, and with the damage done to the environment, the cost would be in the hundreds of millions. However, this is far from over. I only heard Zhang Ling continue. In addition, at the male protection base where you are residing, there is also the 10th Special Warfare Division stationed there. There are 15,000 people, 800 tanks of various types, in addition to towed artillery, 1,000 self-propelled artillery, 100 rocket vehicles, and 500 armored vehicles. There were 50 helicopters, and 10 fighters. The rest of the defense weapons are several. If there is a strong enemy attack, support will arrive within an hour at most. Air support can arrive in half an hour at most. Of course, there are nearly 200,000 other military families where you live. Listening to Zhang Ling, Wang Han didn't even know how to describe his thoughts at the moment. With that many troops, you might as well just let yourself live in the military district. Wang Han's eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion. Isn't it a bit trivial to protect me with such a powerful force? Hearing Wang Han's doubts, Zhang Ling shook her head. Sir, every male carries the burden of human reproduction, and the danger can come from more than just people. There's also weirdness in some other things. That's why such a power to protect Mr. is not excessive. In the World Federation for the Protection of Males there is also 1 million troops jointly formed by various countries. They are equipped with the most advanced weapons in the open. They are ready to engage in combat at any time. And if Mr. wants to travel abroad, their safety will also be taken care of. After hearing this, Wang Han no longer knew what to say. But he also understood why there was such a strong protective force. Because this wasn't an ordinary world. There was still weirdness in this world. And from the tone of Zhang Ling's voice, it seemed like there was something else. Wang Han also caught the other key points in Zhang Ling's words and asked curiously, I can still go abroad? Wang Han's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. And Zhang Ling nodded with a smile. Yes, for the sake of Mr.'s mental health. Not only is it possible for Mr. to travel for pleasure, but it's also possible for him to leave the country. But it needs to be declared and prepared in advance. Wang Han asked again, after expending so many troops to protect me, why don't you let me just live in the military area? Wouldn't there be more forces protecting me that way? Zhang Ling shook her head. There are some of the weird and alien beasts that have the ability to camouflage, in order to avoid being mixed in by the weird and alien beasts and pose a danger to Mr. We are all hand-picked and rigorously examined. Nearly fully professional soldiers. The place where we are stationed also has all kinds of strict inspections, in order to reduce the amount of fine and reduce the frequency of rotation. So we are separate from the military district. Wang Han nodded his head in understanding, then looked at the broken pavement under his feet and once again questioned, is this how I'm escorted every time I come out? Yes. Zhang Ling nodded gravely. Upon hearing this, Wang Han fell silent. If that was the case, then he would rather reduce his traveling. And it was no wonder that the viewers in the live broadcast room said that it was as difficult as heaven to meet a real male. Of course, after he had strength, these would be another story. After all, Wang Han didn't want to really become a canary. Wang Han suddenly thought of another question. How many males are there where we are going? Zhang Ling, just one, sir. But the several bases stationed nearby aren't too far apart, so it's convenient for sir to string along. Wang Han nodded and then asked other questions. Zhang Ling also knew everything. As long as she knew and could tell Wang Han, She did not hide anything. In fact, most of the shenanigans and other stuff generally don't hurt males, and even protect them, but it's inevitable that there will be some crazy guys out there. Even if the world is very protective of males, there are a lot of accidental male deaths. Males are simply too rare, and every accidental death of a male is a debilitating event for humanity worldwide. So no amount of protection is too much. After gradually chatting with Zhang Ling and getting acquainted, Wang Han finally asked the question he was most concerned about. By the way, do I need to do anything after I go to the compound? The distance between the base where Wang Han lived and the southern city was actually not that far, just about 80 kilometers apart. This is the male protection base. This is where I will live for a long time to come. Wang Han stood on top of the vast, endless plains, gazing from afar at the city that was tightly surrounded by clean white high walls, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Before arriving here, Wang Han had imagined countless times what the place he was about to live in would look like. Thought maybe it would be a well-organized military barracks, or a small and compact mini-city, or a mysterious base full of sci-fi, or a beautiful town with a great view. However, Wang Han had never imagined that the first thing he saw would be a section of such a tall and lofty city wall. That periphery is a towering white city wall. The height of fear is not less than 30 meters huge, as if the majestic damn general spectacular incomparable. As for what exactly is like within the city wall, simply cannot peep from the outside. Soon, the huge convoy slowly drove to the gate of the city wall. It was a huge steel gate that was 10 meters wide and 10 meters high, sturdy and heavy. The caravan passed through the city gates with great vigor, and the scene was as full of majesty and grandeur as if the emperor had returned in glory. Upon entering the city, a picturesque world was in sight. Delicate red flowers, deep green trees, tender green grass, clear blue lakes, and brilliant golden valleys, all intermingled beautifully. There is a red brick and green tile rural building area. Full of rustic countryside, there is a modern urban high-rise area. Highlighting the fashion and prosperity, there is also a military area full of murderous atmosphere. There are also mountains, forests, lakes and patches of rice paddies and vegetable fields, just like a paradise. Zhang Ling duly introduced Wang Han. Although this place is surrounded by a high wall, it is a small city with complete facilities inside. Moreover, the people who live here are all military personnel and their families. The people of the bureau here, as well as the people who protect Mr. So Mr. can have a more free life here. If Mr. wants to develop any hobbies or experience a certain kind of work, it's all possible. Aha! Wang Han softly hummed, and his heart couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This place was not as cold and lonely as he had previously imagined, and it could even be said that this was the most suitable environment for his survival at the moment. Although this heaven and earth was not large, it was able to allow itself to live a life slightly closer to that of an ordinary person, without having to be under martial law wherever it went, as it had been in the past. Chapter 43, If I'd known, I wouldn't have hidden. Chapter 43, If I'd known, I wouldn't have hidden. The convoy slowly drove into the city surrounded by high walls, began to gradually diverge, and finally when the convoy arrived in the center of the city, a villa area with a forest of bunkers and air defense buildings, leaving only a dozen tanks and dozens of armored vehicles to continue to protect. Zhang Ling pointed to the center of the villa area and said to Wang Han smilingly, Wang Han, this villa in front of you is your future residence. Following Zhang Ling's finger, Wang Han blurted out in surprise, You say that's a villa? Zhang Ling's finger was pointing at a white castle that was more than 20 meters high, with a 3-story high wall on the periphery, with soldiers patrolling and on duty on the wall, and even bunkers and air defense towers. Zhang Ling didn't seem to hear Wang Han's surprise, just nodded her head with a smile on her face. Yes, the villa in front of you is your residence, with a 10-meter high fence around the periphery, an attic and water pavilion inside, and a garden and vegetable plot, with a total land area of about 9,100 square meters, and a maximum of 5 floors of the building inside, with a total area of 20,000 square meters in use. Wang Han looked at Zhang Ling speechlessly. Are you sure this is a villa? Are you sure this is a fence? Seeing Wang Han's speechless gaze, Zhang Ling thought that Wang Han was dissatisfied with this residence, and hurriedly said with a smile, Of course, if you don't like this European style, there are other residences that you can change at any time. There are also mansion types, idyllic types, urban neighborhood types, wilderness types, all of which can be selected. You can play any role you want to live. Tired of changing, the environment is also more conducive to physical and mental comfort. While talking, the rest of the convoy also drove into the villa in front of him. Entering it, the first thing that attracted Wang Han's attention was not the scenery inside, but the maids standing in line in front of the castle. Wang Han didn't even bother to count them, but the number of them was definitely not less than 50, and each one of them had delicate faces and slender figures. And then there's the team of over 10 doctors. Wang Han couldn't help but be speechless once again in his heart. If I had known it was to live this kind of life, why the hell would I be hiding at all? I came on the first day, definitely faster than anyone else. The armored fortress came to a halt in the wide square in front of the castle building, and the thick protective doors of the carriage opened. Good day, sir. The next moment, a neat shout resounded in the square. The voices were filled with sweetness, delight, and respect. Immediately after that, 3 suited and booted girls ran over quickly, bowed respectfully to Wang Han and said, "Honorable sir, we are the butlers for the rest of your life. You can command us for any request you may have. Fake it, but don't embarrass the S." Wang Han kept admonishing himself in his mind and pretended to nod calmly. One of the 3 housekeeper girls, a long-haired girl, once again stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Sir, my name is Yu Yue. I'm your one housekeeper. May I ask if we should still address you as sir, or should we change to something else?" Wang Han thought for a moment. It's better to change it. Just address me as young master. Young master? The 3 housekeepers couldn't help but be puzzled, as if they had never passed the term young master before, but they didn't have the slightest objection, and Yu Yue immediately said, "Yes, young master, I'll inform everyone of this title immediately." After saying that, Yu Yue stepped back and another girl with dyed fiery red hair stepped forward. "Young master, my name is Zhang Weiwei. I'm your number 2 housekeeper. May I ask if we are still using this costume or do we need to change to something else? We have made dresses, wedding dresses, courtesan dresses, Chinese dresses, tang dresses, and bikinis here. Of course, if you want us to change according to the environment, or change it once a day, it's fine." Ahem. Hearing that one word, Wang Han almost didn't collapse, coughing vigorously twice before resisting the urge to hurry back. "It's better for you guys to decide for yourselves based on the environment." "Okay," Li Tong answered and took a step back. The third sister immediately stepped forward and respectfully handed Wang Han a cell phone. "Young master, I am your number 3 butler, Yu Qian. This is a cell phone specially prepared for you, on which the 3 of us and Officer Zhang Ling's phone numbers have been deposited. In addition, you see when to prepare a dinner party to collectively get to know the people you'll be in constant contact with in your future life." "Okay." Wang Han smiled and nodded, accepting the cell phone. "For the dinner party, as soon as possible?" Yu Qian asked again. Then, "Young master, do you think it's okay to schedule it for tomorrow night?" Wang Han nodded. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Yu Qian immediately answered and took a few steps back to make the call. Yu Yue stepped forward again and respectfully said, "Young master, we understand that you haven't done a detailed allergy test yet. Do you think we should do a detailed test for you now?" "Yes." Wang Han nodded and answered. Yu Yue hurriedly said respectfully, "Please follow me." "Young master, there is a specialized medical room in the castle." "Oh my god." In the castle's medical room, Zhang Weiwei, who was doing an allergy test for Wang Han, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Swish! The exclamation instantly drew the nervous attention of the 3 housekeepers and the crowd of doctors and nurses in the medical room. Zhang Ling was even the first to rush to Wang Han's side, nervously asking Zhang Weiwei, "What's wrong?" This stuttered Zhang Weiwei with a slurred speech. Zhang Ling suddenly became even more anxious and chided. "What's this? You quickly say it." Zhang Weiwei finally calmed down and said incredulously, "It's simply unbelievable. Young master is a body that is not allergic to regular things? No allergies?" Hearing this, the 3 housekeepers, as well as the crowd of nervous doctors and nurses were all stunned, and then each of them stared at Wang Han with wide eyes in disbelief. People in this world do not have regular things or not allergic to, lest there are 3 or 5. The situation is serious and even have more than 10 kinds of allergies, who do not go out without a little anti-allergy medicine. Conventional things are not allergic. Does this not mean that common foods? Wang Han can eat whatever he wants, and common items Wang Han can also touch at will. After being surprised and astonished, a group of doctors did a full body checkup and genetic test for Wang Han. After a detailed to the extreme examination, the group of doctors once again looked at Wang Han in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "It is? What's wrong?" Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Wang Han asked somewhat sheepishly, worrying if his body was any different from the people in this world. "Don't let anything go wrong." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiwei looked at Wang Han with shock and envy. "Although young master's body isn't the healthiest, your genes, young master, are the closest to perfection I've ever seen." "Ha?" Upon hearing this, Wang Han's head couldn't help but raise a question mark. Literally understood, but not fully. No one's genes were perfect, but because the males in this world were simply too rare, and were too limited in terms of gene expansion and selectivity, many people had many defects in their genes. Comparatively speaking, Wang Han's genes compared to the people in this world, that was the closest to perfection. Chapter 44 Special Welcome Dinner. Chapter 44 Special Welcome Dinner. On the following day, early in the morning, one butler Yue began arranging for the guards and maids to make preparations for the dinner. The second butler, Butler Zhang Weiwei, was in charge of sending invitations and receptions to powerful and famous people from all sides. The third housekeeper, Yu Qian, was following Wang Han in the library, while Wang Han, who had nothing to do, learned about the rules of this world with his housekeeper Yu Qian. Knowing that Wang Han is almost completely amnesia, only remember part of the Common Sense Foundation, Yu Qian to Wang Han to explain the rules of various matters can be described as meticulous to the extreme. The time had just come to noon, when one after another vehicles began to drive into the castle where Wang Han lived. The guests were all dressed in their finery, and everyone's face was full of anticipation. In the parking lot of the castle, in a red sports car, a middle-aged woman said with a big smile to the girl in a blue dress beside her, "Xiao Cheng, this banquet is a rare opportunity. It won't be easy to have such an opportunity in the future. When it comes to the banquet, you must do your best to perform well." "Aha!" The girl in the blue dress nodded solemnly, yet the expression on her face looked very unconfident. After all, those who were able to attend a banquet organized by a male were invariably the best of the girls. Inside the black business car parked next to the red sports car, two middle-aged women said to the three girls in the back row with the same gloomy expression, "Daughters, the time to fight for the family's honor has come. Wang Han is a person with near-perfect genes. You must firmly grasp this opportunity. But remember, don't be too eager if he is unwilling. That's right, the first step is to make an acquaintance. And after that, both mother and mother-in-law will do everything they can to create more opportunities for you to come into contact with him." A short-haired girl in the back row said with a deliberate look, "Please don't worry, mother. We all understand." Time quietly came to evening, and it was only after the housekeeper Yu Yue gave a notice that Wang Han Fong walked out of the library. He followed his three butlers into the banquet hall. When Wang Han arrived at the castle's banquet hall, the entire banquet hall instantly became silent, and all eyes were focused on Wang Han. There are quite a few people here. Being noticed by the crowd in such a way, Wang Han was slightly stunned and secretly surprised in his heart. Originally, he thought that this banquet would have about 100 or so people and that would be about right. Yet now it seemed that there were more than 100 people. I'm afraid that there were more than 500 people, and it was simply more lively than a wedding reception. And of those, more than half are young women. Noticing the slight daze that appeared on Wang Han's face, Yu Yue hurriedly said to Wang Han, "Young master, you don't need to be nervous. You only need to follow behind us, and we will introduce each person one by one for you." Yu Qian also lowered her voice and said to Wang Han, "That's right, young master. The banquet, to put it bluntly, is an event to eat, watch a show, and also to get to know each other. If you can talk more. If you can't, you can talk to someone else. As long as you don't retire too early, no one will force you to do anything in the rest of the aspects." Wang Han took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and said, "Then I'll trouble you." After all, he himself was not a member of any high society before crossing over, and had never participated in such occasions, and now he was playing the role of someone who merely remembered some basic common sense and knew nothing else. Yu Yue hurriedly responded, "This is something we should do." After saying that, the four of them arrived on the stage of the banquet hall under the gaze of everyone full of expectations. Yu Yue took the microphone handed over by the maid and said to all of them with a smile on her face, "Distinguished guests, welcome to the banquet organized by young master Wang Han. This is also the first time that young master Wang Han has organized a banquet, so I hope that all of you distinguished guests will bear with me if there is anything that is not well thought out. At the same time, I also hope that all guests will be able to eat satisfactorily and have fun at the banquet." When Yu Yue's words fell, thunderous applause rang out in the banquet hall. Applauding, a girl whispered to the middle-aged woman next to her and asked, "Mom, what does the young master mean?" The middle-aged woman replied in a small voice, "Since it comes after the name, I think it's an honorific, so you can just call it that in a while." Listening to the applause of the guests, Yu Yue silently counted 5 in her mind before raising the topic to her mouth once again. As Yu Yue moved, the applause of the entire audience of guests quickly stopped. Only after the applause was all quiet did Yu Yue continue. "Today is the first time everyone has come to young master Wang Han's banquet, and it is also the first time young master Wang Han has had the honor of getting to know everyone. Next, I would like to invite young master Wang Han to say an opening speech for everyone." After saying that, Yu Yue handed the microphone to Wang Han. Pa pa pa. That thunderous applause boomed once again. Wang Han took the microphone in Yu Yue's hand and asked in a lowered voice, "What should I say?" Yu Yue wore a smile on her face and responded softly, "Young master, all you need to do is casually say a few polite words and then announce the start of the banquet." Wang Han's gaze swept over the many guests present and slowly said, I'm very happy that everyone is able to come to my banquet, and I'm extremely honored to be able to get to know each and every one of you. I'm really not very good at words, so I hope that all of you will bear with me if I'm not good at entertaining you. At the same time, I hope that all of you will return home satisfied. Now, I solemnly declare the banquet officially begins. As soon as the words fell, the enthusiastic applause once again rang out like thunder. Afterward, Wang Han followed Yu Wei and retreated from the stage together. Yu Qian held the microphone and stayed on the stage to host and organize the performances. The first performance was sung by a famous star. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiwei began to direct the maids to serve the guests. Wang Han followed Yu Wei to the first table under the stage. Yu Wei began to introduce Wang Han. The people at this first table were all senior officers in charge of protecting Wang Han in the city. After introducing this table, Yu Wei directly arranged for Wang Han to sit down at this table. As for the rest of the guests, it wasn't Wang Han who went to them. Yu Wei would bring them over in a specific order to get acquainted with Wang Han. In response, Wang Han's heart was filled with emotion. The world is really tolerant of men to the extreme. Really, if you don't want to do it, you can't do it. And as long as you don't break the law, then you just need to take care of your own physical and mental health. And you don't have to worry about anything else. On the stage, the female star who contributed a song finished her song. And after giving Wang Han a glance full of reluctance, she retreated from the stage. And then another star mounted the stage. It was already a very rare opportunity for them to come and sing a song at the banquet. Chapter 45 Banquet turned into a blind date. Wang Han leaves the field. Chapter 45 Banquet turned into a blind date. Wang Han leaves the field. Wang Han sat at the head of the first table, talking to the senior officers protecting him. The stage was filled with exciting performances, and the atmosphere in the ballroom was warm and cordial as guests enjoyed the program, savored the delicious food, and talked with those at their tables. During the meal, Yu Wei did not bring other guests to get acquainted with Wang Han, but first helped Zhang Weiwei to greet the guests together. Once the dishes had passed the 5 flavors and the guests had eaten almost all of them, Zhang Weiwei commanded the maids to start removing the tables and replacing them with fruits and pastries for the guests. By this time, it's time for guests to walk around, get to know each other, and make acquaintances and talk to guests at other tables. Only then did Yu Wei begin to bring the guests to introduce Wang Han to them. The first thing she brought was a mother-daughter duo from the table next to her. Young master, this is our Xiao Nan Cheng's first son, Ms. Lin Dan, and this beautiful girl is her youngest daughter-in-law, Ms. Lin Fengjiao. Hello, Senior Lin. Upon hearing this, Wang Han hurriedly rose politely and shook hands with the two of them. Lin Dan smiled and said politely, Young Master Wang Han, welcome to live in Little South City, and if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me at any time. Wang Han hurriedly smiled and said, then I'll have to bother Senior Lin more in the future. Don't mind me if Senior doesn't mind me when the time comes. Ha ha ha. At those words, Lin Dan immediately laughed out loud. It's my honor to help young Master Wang Han. I can't even be happy enough. So how could I be too annoyed with young Master Wang Han? Ha ha ha. Wang Han also laughed out loud and said, with these words from Senior Lin, I won't see any outsiders in the future. Next to her, Lin Fingjia wore a pale yellow dress with a gentle makeup and soft looks. Seeing Wang Han and her own mother finished, Lin Fingjia then handed a square gift box to Wang Han with both hands. Young Master Wang Han, I don't know your preference even on our first meeting. This is my own oil painting. I hope you will like it. Wang Han took it with a happy face. Thank you. I also like oil paintings very much. Hearing Wang Han's words, Lin Fengjiao instantly brightened her eyes and smiled. Then if you have time, young Master Wang Han can come to visit my painting exhibition. Every painting in it is a work of my heart. There are beautiful landscapes, cute animals, and my feelings about life. Wang Han hurriedly smiled and said, I'll definitely go when I have the chance. Hearing this, a trace of loss flashed in Lin Fengjiao's eyes. Is Wang Han busy? No. Who doesn't know that men are idle? So Wang Han's words sounded like a bit of a pushover to her. Of course, she was only lost for a moment, but it didn't mean that she would give up. This was just a first meeting. With her mother's status and relationship, the chances of her coming into contact with Wang Han again in the future, although not the most, would definitely not be less. When Lin Dan's mother and daughter returned to their seats, Yu Wei immediately invited another mother and daughter from the side table and introduced them. Young master, this is the second head of our Xiaonan city, Ms. Zhang Fenghua, and the beautiful girl next to her is Zhang Xiaoxian Qianjin. Hello, Senior Zhang. Wang Han hurriedly shook hands with mother and daughter Zhang Fengxia politely. After Wang Han and Zhang Fengxia had politely said a couple of almost words, Zhang Xiaoxian then presented a scroll to Wang Han and said with a smile, Young Master Wang Han, this is a poem I wrote myself. I'm now in my senior year of high school. Don't mind if I don't write well with a brush. Wang Han smiled and said, "Poetry and songs are also my favorite." In the time that followed, Yu Yue kept bringing guests over to get acquainted with Wang Han according to the status of the guests, who were either dignitaries, rich merchants or top talents of Xiaonan City. The other thing they have in common is that they all came with their daughters. Their daughters are also multi-talented girls. Some are good at painting, some are good at music, some are good at poetry and songs, some are good at dancing, some are good at multi-languages, and that's just one of the talents they are good at. They are all talented girls, and many of them have already reached a certain level of fame and achievement in their lives. After getting to know some people one after another, Wang Han sort of understood. This banquet was not only for him to get acquainted with the various celebrities and powerful people in Little South City, but it was also a blind date arranged for him. Wang Han even suspected that those whose daughters did not meet the standard were not invited to the banquet even if they had status and position. Ding! Just after Wang Han understood the true purpose of this banquet, the system's beep sounded abruptly in Wang Han's head. Being a single dog, how can the host participate in a banquet with only the opposite sex? Now release the task. Leave the scene. Please host to leave the banquet within 3 minutes. The host will be rewarded 100 points for completing the task, and there is no penalty for failing the task. Dog system, you're only releasing the quest after I've reacted. You're too slow in reacting. The banquet is now halfway through and you're only releasing the quest. It's not good for me to back out even if you let me do so now. And the world is almost exclusively heterosexual now. Where do you expect me to find so many men? Hearing the sudden voice of the system, Wang Han was at once speechless. It's good that the system has no punishment for failing a mission. Otherwise today it would really be a big embarrassment. Wang Han hesitated for a moment, and after getting to know another mother and daughter, Wang Han called out to Yu Yue, "I'm going to the restroom. Tasks still need to be done. Love affairs and whatnot which has the fragrance of plucking a sword ah." And Wang Han had an idea that he felt could be experimented with. "Yes, young master." Yu Yue immediately answered, and after whispering a few words to a maid, she accompanied Wang Han out of the banquet hall. Wang Han's actions had been the center of attention of the banquet, and seeing Wang Han leave the banquet hall, many girls also found reasons to let the maids lead themselves out of the banquet hall under the gesture of their mothers or mothers-in-law. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and leaving the field, rewarded with 100 points. Just after leaving the banquet hall, the system's beep sounded in Wang Han's ears. 100 points arrived, and the corner of Wang Han's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Then accompanied by Yu Yue, Wang Han came to the castle's toilet. Looking at Yu Yue who followed him into the restroom, Wang Han paused for a moment and said breathlessly, "I don't need to be accompanied when I go to the restroom. Just guard the outside and don't let anyone in." "Yes, young master." Upon hearing this, Yu Yue hurriedly answered and retreated. Alas! Wang Han shook his head. Although males become ultra-rare creatures are privileged and highly favored, there are bad things about it. The toilets just damn well don't distinguish between men and women, and there are no urinals, and this world is basically all female, and there's far less importance placed on privacy than in previous worlds. Wang Han was really afraid that when he went to the toilet there would be eyes colorfully lying on the ground to see. Thinking of this, Wang Han couldn't help but shiver. No! We must find a chance to put an end to this problem. Ding! A new task is released. As a determined single dog, you must learn to protect your privacy. The task, guard against toilet peeping Tom. Please host within 3 days to come up with an effective toilet anti-peeping methods, and successfully implemented. Reward points 200 for mission completion. Mission failure, no punishment. Almost at the same time when Wang Han gave birth to the idea, the system's beep sounded in Wang Han's ears immediately afterward. Wang Han, *******. System, you're half a beat behind me again. Are you damn lazy? And aside, the entire universe here is more male than female, including the aliens, and the general climate is such that systems bound to males only look silly. Chapter 46, The System is Gripped. Chapter 46, The System is Gripped. When he came out of the goldenrod-themed toilet, Wang Han froze for a moment. For at least 20 or so young girls were gathering in the restroom, talking to each other but each with an eye toward the door of the restroom from time to time. Looking at the gazes of these girls, Wang Han was also speechless. Fortunately, he had the foresight to drive Yu Yue out and also let Yu Yue guard the door of the toilet. It's also good that Yu Yue stopped them. These girls didn't dare to force their way in, otherwise Wang Han wouldn't dare to think what kind of scene would be in the toilet. At this moment, seeing Wang Han come out of the toilet, these girls who were guarding outside the toilet couldn't help but have their eyes light up. As the youngest daughter of a song, Lin Fengjie was considered a leader among the many girls, and when she saw Wang Han come out, she immediately revealed a sweet smile and greeted him. "Young Master Wang Han, how are you?" "Hello." Wang Han smiled back. "You guys came to use the restroom too." Lin Fengjiao smiled and said, "Yes, today's dinner was so delicious. Especially the soup. It was very good. I didn't control my mouth for a moment and drank 2 more bowls." Wang Han smiled awkwardly and said, "It's good if you like it. I won't keep you guys from going to the restroom. I'll go back to the banquet hall first." After saying this, Wang Han hurriedly walked towards the banquet hall. Saying that the soup was very good at the door of the toilet was also speechless. But come to think of it, women in this world basically don't have friends of the opposite sex. So of course there's not that much to be reserved about. Instead, it's the men who should be reserved. "Good day, young Master Wang Han." "Good day, young Master Wang Han." Passing through the many girls, one by one, the girls tried to show their sweetest smiles to greet Wang Han, but they didn't have no words to talk to Wang Han. These girls who could be brought to the banquet hall knew their place, and had come to the restroom on purpose, but only to brush up their faces more in front of themselves. Accompanied by Yu Yue, Wang Han re-entered the banquet hall. Ding! Almost as soon as Wang Han stepped into the banquet hall with his front foot, the system's beep sounded in Wang Han's head again with his back foot. Being a single dog, how can the host participate in a banquet with only the opposite sex? Now issue a task to leave the scene again. Please host to leave the banquet within 5 minutes. Reward points 100 for mission completion. No penalty for mission failure. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Han couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then walked into the banquet hall as if nothing had happened. Immediately after that, Yu Yue once again brought guests for Wang Han to recognize. This time, I met a big businessman, whose daughter is not only multi-talented, but also very smart and capable, and has already opened a jewelry store on her own while she is still in school, with the gift of a string of gemstone necklaces that she designed herself. After receiving the gifts and chatting casually, Yu Yue brought the next pair of guests for Wang Han. After recognizing the pair of guests, Wang Han once again called out to Yu Yue and said with feigned helplessness, "Yue, wait, I'm on my way to the toilet." "Okay." Upon hearing this, although Yu Yue was puzzled, she didn't think too much about it, and immediately explained 2 sentences to a maid once again before accompanying Wang Han out of the banquet hall once again. This time, a dozen girls followed in silence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and leaving the field, rewarded with 100 points. After leaving the banquet hall, Wang Han's ears once again rang with the system's beep. This time, Wang Han didn't go toward the previous toilet, but toward another one. It's a good thing the castle is big enough to have enough toilets. In the spacious corridor, Wang Han's behavior made Yu Yue feel strange, and when she came out, she asked Wang Han with concern, "Young master, are you a little uncomfortable?" "No." Wang Han shook his head. "Isn't there quite a few more people in the restroom over there? It's just a matter of a few more steps, so I won't fight with the guests for a spot." "That's right." Yu Yue nodded, then said, "Young master, the time between your 2 trips to the restroom is short. Should we call a doctor to check you out?" A short trip to the restroom needs to be checked." Wang Han couldn't help but think of a certain advertisement, and 3 black lines immediately hung on his forehead as he hurriedly shook his head. "No need. I'm just drinking too much water, so it's normal to be a little more frequent." 10 minutes later, Wang Han and Yu Yue returned to the banquet hall again. Ding! Host, please don't maliciously brush the system's bugs. It's impolite and unethical behavior. This time, even before Wang Han's feet stepped into the banquet hall, Wang Han's ears resounded with the prompting sound of the system that had learned to be smart. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Han was honestly still a bit apprehensive, but still had no choice but to walk into the banquet hall again. Ding! Host, please watch your behavior. As a single dog, have the awareness of becoming a single dog. This kind of blind date in the name of a banquet is not an occasion for the host. Please leave the host immediately. Ding! Please don't pull the wool over the system by virtue of the host's privilege of not being able to be unbound and exempted from the system's penalties. Wang Han walked into the banquet hall, and the system's prompt rang out again. Learning from his mistakes, this time the system didn't release another mission, but only warned Wang Han, and his tone was 3 times more serious. Not hearing any threatening prompts, Wang Han gritted his teeth and remained in the banquet hall. But still, he returned a sentence to the system in his mind, "Tuzi, it's not that I want to come back. It's really that this banquet is organized by me, and it's rude and immoral for me, the host family, to be absent. Could it be that you want your host to be a rude and immoral person?" The system was silent for a few seconds. Ding! A new task is released. Please ask the host to end this banquet within 10 minutes. Mission completed. Reward points 1. Mission failed. No punishment. This time it was Wang Han's turn to be silent. In fact, Wang Han just wanted to test the system by relying on the fact that he could not be unbound and exempted from punishment. I didn't expect that the system would backhandedly deduct the points and put himself on the spot, or kill him. Wang Han was instantly helpless. so he could only say to Yue, help me continue to greet the guests. I'm a little uncomfortable, so I'll go rest first. Upon hearing this, Yue did not carry out Wang Han's order and said to Wang Han with nervous concern, young master, we'll go to the medical room right now. You'd better go attend to the guests. I'll just go to the medical room myself. Can't afford to slow down the guests. Wang Han said hurriedly. Not feeling well was just his own excuse, but Wang Han believed that Yue would go with him and would ironically give himself a whole full body checkup. However, upon hearing Wang Han's words, Yue insisted. Zhang Weiwei and Yu Qian are able to entertain the guests, and the guests are able to understand the young master. The young master's health is very important to the whole world, so I must accompany the young master for a detailed examination. It is also something that young master must cooperate with. Upon hearing this, Wang Han choked and said helplessly, alright then. Wang Han couldn't help but silently sigh in his heart. Alas, it seems that in the future, when looking for a reason, you can't use physical discomfort as an excuse anymore. Chapter 47 Things for Men to Do. Chapter 47 Things for Men to Do. Under Yue's almost obstinate insistence, even though Wang Han was filled with helplessness, he could only walk in the direction of the medical room. Yue was like an old hen protecting her chick. The worry on her face was like a heavy dark cloud shrouding between her brows and eyes. Her mouth was more like clockwork, constantly chattering, trying to make Wang Han feel relieved. Young master, don't worry, the doctors in the medical room are all top-notch. For this little problem of yours, they will definitely be able to find out the cause of the disease quickly, and then get rid of the disease at the drop of a hat. Wang Han really couldn't help but cry and laugh as he listened to Yue's recitation, and in his heart, he secretly slandered. Those who don't know about it would think that he has some kind of terminal illness. He's completely lifting a stone to hit his own foot. Wang Han was remorseful. Originally just wanted to take the body uncomfortable as a front. Leave the banquet to complete the task. How could he have thought that Yue would be so nervous? This is good. Really have to go to the medical room to go through this troublesome examination process. In the medical room, Wang Han's private doctors had already gotten the news and were waiting, each with a grave expression as if they were facing a life and death battle, and they quickly gathered around when they saw Wang Han's arrival. Some of the doctors were concentrating on taking the pulse of his Chinese medicine practitioner, and the long and slender fingers were gently resting on her wrist, carefully feeling Wang Han's pulse. Some were skillfully operating a variety of advanced testing instruments to carry out an all-round examination of Wang Han's body. Wang Han was lying on the hospital bed, looking at the busy doctors and nurses around him, and secretly swore in his heart, in the future, we can't be so hasty in making excuses, especially this kind of excuse of not feeling well. Can't use it again even if it's dead. We really dug a big hole for ourselves. While the doctors were busy examining Wang Han, over at the banquet hall, Zhang Weiwei and Yu Qian both made efforts to greet the guests though. But as time went by, the guests also noticed that Wang Han had left, especially those ladies who had brought their daughters to the banquet and were full of expectations that their daughters would have more opportunities to spend time with Wang Han, and they had inquired about Wang Han's situation from Zhang Weiwei and Yu Qian. Zhang Weiwei could only smile and explain that Wang Han was suddenly a little unwell and had gone to the medical room for a checkup, allowing everyone to continue the banquet at ease first. Knowing the situation, the atmosphere of the banquet hall gradually became a bit subtle, and many girls who hadn't yet had the chance to get to know Wang Han flashed a trace of loss in their eyes, and that loss was like a dull starlight that flickered in their eyes. But the guests didn't choose to disperse. After all, this banquet gathered the top figures in the city, and it was an excellent networking opportunity for them. Moreover, they all knew in their hearts that Wang Han would not be so hasty in organizing banquets in the future, and the people invited would no longer be confined to Little South City, and most of them might not have the chance to participate in banquets organized by men by then. So even if they failed to get to know Wang Han this time, the opportunity to communicate and talk was something that they could not afford to miss. And in the medical room, after a meticulous examination by the doctors, they did not find any physical problems with Wang Han. Yue was anxiously waiting for the results. Her appearance was like an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting. When she heard the doctor say that Wang Han was physically unharmed, she first froze, and then reacted. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she turned her head to look at Wang Han with some suspicion. Wang Han scratched his head awkwardly and could only say stiffly, "It might be that I just stayed in the banquet hall for a long time and was a bit stuffy, and now that I've come out to get some air I feel much better already. Maybe it was just a momentary discomfort, and now it's already fine." Yue, who was able to be selected as the male's housekeeper, was naturally the best in the crowd, and instantly understood that Wang Han did not want to continue the banquet, so she asked Wang Han, "Young master, what are you going to arrange for tomorrow?" Wang Han sniffed and gave a gentle smile. "Tomorrow, I want to continue reading in the library. I've forgotten too many things, and I want to learn as quickly as possible. Yu Yue smiled. Then I'll arrange a good teacher for young master tomorrow. Arranging a teacher? No. Hearing this, Wang Han subconsciously wanted to refuse. And just as the words left his mouth, he suddenly stopped. Wang Han originally wanted to read history books to understand the history of this world. After all, this is the fastest way to recognize a strange world. But on second thought, he is now in a state of severe amnesia. If he reads history books directly, the purpose is too strong, which is almost the same as writing "I am a traveler" on his face. Although this kind of thing sounds a little bit impossible, but this world is populated by some whimsical guys, and there are also such bizarre things as rule weirdness. There is really no guarantee that there will not be people who will suspect in this direction, even if only a very few people had suspicions. With the amount of attention he received for his male identity, it would definitely be like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. Once there is this speculation, the country, in the case of not being able to find out their past, will certainly be in this direction to investigate deeply. And once the secret that he was a traveler was exposed, Wang Han was completely unable to imagine a situation where he would meet something. Whether it would be good or bad was also completely out of the question. Therefore, even if the secret would eventually become impossible to conceal, Wang Han hoped to delay it for as long as possible, at least until he possessed great strength and was able to defend himself. Thousands of thoughts flashed quickly through Wang Han's mind, and Wang Han immediately changed his words. Then I'll trouble you to arrange it. Yu Yue didn't say anything more like this is the right thing to do and directly answered, yes, young master. Immediately afterward, Yu Yue once again asked, young master, for tomorrow's live broadcast, when do you plan to schedule it? What content will be broadcast live? How does it need to be broadcast? Wang Han once again fell into contemplation. After a few seconds, smiled and said, let's just go live tomorrow when we read the book. The live broadcast is about reading the book. As for how to go live, I don't know how to go live. Just watch and arrange it according to your experience. Yes, young master, Yu Yue hurriedly answered again. Wang Han smiled and waved his hand. Let's arrange it this way. I'm going back to my room to rest. Yes, Yu Yue hurriedly answered, then personally escorted Wang Han back to his room. The room where Wang Han slept was right next door to the medical room. It was a large room of 150 square meters, which not only had a 5-meter diameter round bed, but also a whole set of temperature control system, sterilization system, and monitoring system. Lying on the bed, Wang Han closed his eyes, but his thoughts couldn't help but drift once again. Being on the air for 3 hours every Monday through Friday is something the World Federation requires of every male. Of course, although live broadcasting is mandatory, the content and process of live broadcasting is not mandatory. As long as it is not illegal or criminal, men can live broadcast any way they want, even lying down to sleep, as long as the person is out of the camera for enough time for 3 hours, and half of the income from the live broadcast to their own. Although the state supplies their own food, clothing, housing and transportation, but also not at their own discretion to squander, only to provide a reasonable range of funds, but does not include speculation, charity and so on. So the proceeds from the live broadcast can be counted as his pocket money, and this money can be used and given away by Wang Han as he pleases as long as he doesn't break the law. Of course, this is not enough to force men to live broadcast. There should be a more important reason. Just Wang Han could not figure it out for a while. Chapter 48, First Day of Aquamarine Live Streaming. Chapter 48, The First Day of Aquamarine's Live Broadcast. Night like a piece of black satin, gently shrouded in the earth. Time passes quietly. A nighttime like a white horse, like a gap in the twinkling of an eye. It was not until noon that Wang Han slept until he woke up leisurely from his 5-meter diameter king-size bed. After seeing Wang Han waking up from the surveillance, under Yu Qin's leadership, the maids came into the room in neat uniforms, holding delicate clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics. Owing slightly to Wang Han, they attempted to dress and wash Wang Han, as if serving a delicate and incomparable prince. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog system. UXXOO. Looking at the maids around him who were ready to serve themselves out of bed, Wang Han couldn't help but curse at the system in his heart. The scene before us is definitely a man's dream wake-up call. Unfortunately, for the sake of the 10 daily quest points given by the dog system, Wang Han had to once again reject the maid's attentive service and waved his hand. You all go out. I'm going to dress and wash myself. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yu Yue didn't say anything, and immediately led a group of maids to drop off the items they had brought in before exiting the room. After washing up alone, he slowly pushed open the door of his room. Wang Han then saw Yu Yue, who was already waiting outside the door. Today's Yu Yue was dressed in a well-tailored black housekeeper's uniform. Every line on that dress showed professionalism and solemnity. She had a proper smile on her face and her eyes were full of respect. When she saw Wang Han come out, she owed her body slightly, and asked in a soft and respectful tone, "Young master, lunch is ready. Do you see fit to dine now?" "Aha!" Wang Han gently nodded and followed Yu Yue towards his own exclusive restaurant. After enjoying a well-balanced and luxurious lunch, Wang Han, accompanied by Yu Yue, went to the castle's library. When he arrived at the entrance of the library, Wang Han saw that there were already 10 young girls with outstanding temperament waiting at the entrance. They were all dressed in straight professional suits, which aptly emphasized their temperament. These girls are young, but they all exude a very bookish and professional aura. Seeing Wang Han approaching, the 10 sisters immediately shouted in unison, "Young Master Wang Han!" Looking at these 10 girls in professional attire, youthful and beautiful, Wang Han couldn't help but think in his heart, "Actually found me 10 teachers, and all of them are youthful and beautiful with outstanding temperament, so it seems more than just coming to be a teacher." At this moment, Yu Yue Weiwei also introduced Wang Han at the right time. "Young master, considering that it's easier to get along and communicate with people of the same age, my subordinates took it upon themselves to select these teachers for you. Don't look at them as young, but they are all well-known young teachers in Xiaonan City. Although their teaching experience is not as good as that of the older teachers, their teaching results are among the best in Little South City. Each of them has their own unique teaching methods and insights." Upon hearing this, Wang Han smiled at the group of young teacher girls and said, "I believe in the abilities of all the teachers, and I'll ask for more guidance from you in the future." The 10 teacher girls hurriedly smiled and said, "I still ask young master Wang Han for more." One of the girls asked Wang Han with concern, "Young master Wang Han, we meet again. Are you feeling better?" Wang Han once again glanced at the girl who spoke, one of the ones invited to and introduced to him at the banquet yesterday. Smiling, he replied, "It was just a little case yesterday. It's completely healed." After that, the group walked into the library. The library was huge, with a whole collection of over 100 bookshelves. There were also quite a few tables and chairs inside. After coming to sit down at her own exclusive luxury table and chair, Yu Yu smiled slightly and asked Wang Han, "Young master, what book are you planning to study today?" Upon hearing this, Wang Han smiled back, "I don't know which aspect to start with first. You just watch and arrange it." "Yu Wei." "Yes," Yu Yue hurriedly answered, then waved her hand. Immediately, a maid respectfully delivered a book to Yu Yue. "Young master, do you think it's okay to study society and humanities first?" "Yes." Wang Han nodded without thinking. It was not bad to study society and humanities first, so he could understand the customs of this world first. Moreover, Yu Yue should also have the intention of helping himself to recall by arranging this subject first, so it's just the right time to cover for himself. With Wang Han's promise, the study officially began. The group of teacher girls hurriedly sat down on Wang Han's left and right and began to explain the contents of the book to him. At the same time that Wang Han began to learn, there was a professional live broadcast team next to him that immediately began to set up. Right in front of Wang Han, there were also 2 1-meter high screens, making it easy for Wang Han to look up and see the situation and data in the live broadcast room. And next to them, there were also 2 staff members ready to manipulate the live broadcast room at Wang Han's request. "Pop up, the anchor is finally on the air. After waiting up all night and not sleeping, I was about to go to bed, and the anchor was actually on. Woo-hoo-hoo. This male is definitely the most handsome I've ever seen. The stranger is like jade. The man is unrivaled. I finally understand how the great poet felt when he wrote this line. Exciting. There's no culture. So let's not talk about it. Let's go hot air ballooning. Anchor's first time on the air. Must support. I also don't know when this anchor will start contributing seeds, so I'll be sure to pick it up first thing with my wife. I live in Little South Side and look forward to meeting the anchor." The live broadcast room just opened. A large number of viewers flocked in an instant, and pop-ups in various languages quickly began to brush the screen like a torrent, and the gifts grew even more crazily. In just a few moments, the total value of the gifts reached $1 million, and the amount was still growing rapidly as more and more viewers entered the live broadcast room. Anchor this to learn? It's enough to attend classes every day. How can you come to see the anchor and have to listen to the lectures? Upstairs, just be content. At least you get to enjoy handsome men studying quietly, instead of fishing, forging knives, trimming donkey hooves, and wilderness survival. Aha! Upstairs has reminded me that anchors should never be as boring as other male anchors in the future. Ugh, ugh, ugh. But soon enough, the broadcast was one of sighs of relief. The females were also speechless at the males' hobby. They wanted to watch live streams of males because it was the only way for most ordinary people to learn about living males, but most of them really couldn't be interested in what the males were live streaming. For the collective sigh of relief in the live broadcast room, Wang Han didn't pay attention to it, and just concentrated on listening to the girls beside him explaining the customs of the various places of the aquamarine planet. although Wang Han was surrounded by a group of age-appropriate girls lecturing, and the purpose of these girls was not pure, but the system also seemed to understand the purpose of Wang Han's study, and did not issue tasks to cause havoc. For a time Wang Han was happy to relax. After all, the imbalance between men and women in this world was too serious, and if he really wanted to strictly eliminate deconcentration, then Wang Han might as well lock himself up in solitary confinement. Chapter 49, Shopping. Chapter 49, Shopping. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. After 3 full days of continuous learning, Wang Han, under the banner of combining labor and rest, claimed that he wanted to let the audience of the live broadcast to appreciate a different life. So he decided to go out and go shopping today. In the early morning hours, after Wang Han had his breakfast, under the careful arrangement of Yu Wei, a convoy of 10 armored vehicles slowly drove out from the castle, heading towards the city area, which was just a kilometer away. In the middle of this small south city, which is tightly protected by high walls, there is no need for armored cars and tanks to be on the scene at the same time for security, nor is there a need to ride in that huge steel fortress car, because in this city of more than 200,000 people, there were a full 27,000 soldiers scattered all over the place. The rest of the residents are also all military dependents of these soldiers, and more than half of them are retired military personnel. Although they didn't have military positions, they would still undergo a certain amount of military training. Once the need arose, they were ready to pick up their weapons and go into battle, and they were similarly tasked with the important duty of protecting Wang Han. In the city hall of Xiaonan City, in a small conference room, Lin Dan, the city head of Xiaonan City, was conducting a small meeting. The sky is vast, the heart is like the wind. While the meeting was in progress, suddenly, a crisp cell phone rang through the office. Upon hearing this sudden cell phone ringing, Zhang Fengxia, the city deputy who was speaking in the conference room, immediately stopped her words and turned her gaze to Lin Dan. Several of the remaining attendees also turned their attention to Linden. "Excuse me," Linden apologized to the crowd, then took her phone out of her satchel. Upon seeing that the caller ID was Yu Qian, Lin Dan's expression instantly froze, and he hurriedly put the phone through. "Hello, housekeeper Yu Qian." After a while, after hanging up the phone, Lin Dan's expression became very grave as she said to the people involved in this small meeting, "Housekeeper Yu Qian just called, saying that young Master Wang Han is preparing to go out shopping and is expected to leave in 20 minutes, with his destination tentatively determined to be the city district." Hearing Lin Dan's words, several middle-aged women involved in the small meeting looked at Lin Dan with a grave expression, quietly waiting for her to continue speaking. After pondering for a minute, Lin Dan said, "Young Master Wang Han should just want to experience life, so just follow the previous drills to make good emergency responses. Other than that there is no need to make special arrangements. Deputy Chief, you inform your daughter of this news." After saying that, Lin Dan picked up the phone again and directly dialed his youngest daughter Lin Fengjiao's phone in front of everyone. In just a few seconds, the phone on the other side was connected, and Lin Dan said unapologetically in front of everyone, "Fengjiao, young Master Wang Han has gone out for shopping. The destination is tentatively determined to be the downtown area, and is expected to depart in 20 minutes, so you should ask for Zhang Xiaoxian to plan it out together." At the same time, Zhang Fengxia also dialed her own phone and called Zhang Xiaoxian, saying almost the same thing as Lin Dan. The remaining middle-aged women attending the meeting in the office were filled with expressions of regret, as their daughters had all gotten married and there were no candidates with the right conditions among their relatives. Wang Han was sitting inside the special luxury armored car, his eyes surveying the street buildings on both sides of the road. Although there were no skyscrapers in Little South City, it was still like a picturesque city. Whether it's the greenery on both sides of the road or the style of each building, it's both very beautiful and majestic. As the caravan entered the city, Wang Han soon saw a building like a cruise ship with the sign Lu's Mall standing on top. Wang Han immediately instructed Yu Wei, "Let's head to that mall up ahead." "Yes." Yu Wei didn't have half a sentence to spare, and responded dryly, then immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention all convoys, the destination is the shopping mall ahead." Upon receiving the order, the armored convoy quickly drove to the mall in front of them, and even more so, drove directly to the plaza in front of the mall's main entrance. "Everyone, look, that's young Master Wang Han's convoy. Oh my god. Young Master Wang Han has actually come to the mall. Coming to the mall today was definitely the smartest thing I've ever done. Families, sisters, today's live broadcast meets a man traveling law. Everyone's free little red flowers, hurry up and reward them. The anchor will be chasing after men for the live broadcast today." On the square, the crowd erupted into a burst of awe when they saw the fleet of armored vehicles that had driven directly onto the square. There were quite a few people who had taken out their cell phones and took pictures of the convoy that had stopped. With hundreds of people watching, the armored car stopped and the soldiers inside got out quickly with loaded guns, their gazes blazing at everything around them. Immediately after that, the third armored car opened, and Yue, who was dressed in a competent professional outfit, was the first to get out of the car, and then had a respectful look. Immediately afterward, in the midst of all the attention, Wang Han, who was dressed in all his splendor, stepped down from the car. Men. Yes, men. I'm seeing real men. I'm finally seeing real men in my life. And they're about my age. Envy me, little sisters. I see real men. Aha! As Wang Han stepped out of the car, it was as if a star had appeared, instantly causing countless screams. Hot tears filled the eyes. And there were even a few young girls who were directly excited to the point of fainting. Looking at the scene in the square, Wang Han couldn't help but have black lines hanging from his forehead. Once again, I deeply realized why other men either love fishing, or love forging knives, or else it is the wilderness survival. One house to death. This is simply defined clean. Looking for women cannot stand the environment. The way things are going, you won't be able to go anywhere in peace. Just as Wang Han hesitated to go back to the car and go straight back, a few slightly older women in the crowd quickly lifted an unconscious little girl and exited the crowd. Seeing this situation, Wang Han immediately had a serious expression, raised his hand and pointed over there, and hurriedly said to Yue, I just saw a few middle-aged women over there lifting up an unconscious little girl and leaving. Don't be some bad guy. Quickly arrange for 2 people to go over and see what's going on. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yue immediately responded, then ordered the several soldiers next to her, quickly go over and take a look at those unconscious girls. Upon receiving the order, 6 soldiers immediately ran over quickly and quickly separated the crowd, only to see that at the back of the crowd, a few older middle-aged Amazons didn't kidnap or anything as Wang Han thought, but were giving first aid to the unconscious girl. One of them even said helplessly, these little girls nowadays, they get dizzy when they see a man. Really? The other older woman said contemptuously, you have the nerve to talk about people's little girls, and you don't know who I saved from fainting in the first place. Upon hearing this, the helpless aunt gurgled, it's not the same I touched it when I fainted in the first place. I don't know who made me not allowed to wash my hands for a week, and grab my hand every day without letting go. It's also a fancy name for courting me. Ahem. Despicable auntie dryly coughed twice, hurrying to whisper. She said, seeing through it is not saying anything. Chapter 50 The Special Status of Little South City. Chapter 50 The Special Status of Little South City. At this time, Wang Han had already walked over from the separated crowd, just in time to hear the conversation between the 2 rescuing Amazons. Black lines once again hung on his brain. Although I know that men are in demand in this world, is this too much of a stretch? Shaking his head and putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Wang Han asked politely to the 2. Hello guys, is she alright? Hearing Wang Han's words, the 2 first aid mothers turned their heads toward Wang Han at the same time, and when they saw Wang Han standing right in front of them, they were so excited that their hands were shaking again. Ka-ching! Suddenly, a click sounded, only to see the unconscious girl on the ground's chest collapse down a bit, and some blood spilled from her mouth and nose. Watching the scene, Wang Han's eyes suddenly widened and gurgled. Auntie, you're quite strong. Why don't you change someone else and send her to the hospital? By the way, the 2 Amazons actually realized their mistake, and at this time they couldn't care less about looking at Wang Han again. Looking at the little girl on the ground with blood spilling from the corners of her mouth, they were dumbfounded. Fortunately, the soldiers beside Wang Han reacted quickly, and immediately rushed over quickly, pulling away the big mom to receive the girl on the ground, and quickly did the examination and first aid. At the same time, Yue also hurriedly dialed the emergency center, asking them to send an ambulance over in a hurry. So loving. This man is really so loving. If only my wife could be this loving. At this moment, there were constant murmurs around, all praising Wang Han for his love. Wang Han, did he do anything again? Just asked a question. Right. Shaking his head, Wang Han quietly whispered to Yue, just now I thought this was a human trafficker? Upon hearing this, Yue looked at Wang Han doubtfully. Young master, what is a human trafficker? At those words, Wang Han was speechless and immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Hurrying to defend himself, he said, it's bad people who specialize in kidnapping. This time Yue understood and hesitantly asked, young master is talking about kidnappers? Wang Han hurriedly nodded. That's right, it's the kidnappers. Yu smiled faintly and explained, I'm sorry to trouble you, young master. It's impossible for there to be kidnappers in Little South City. Everyone living here is scrutinized strictly. People with stains on their bodies are not qualified to enter Little South City. Moreover, more than half of the people in the city are half military, and there is no room for criminals to exist. This way, Wang Han said with a bitter smile. Think carefully, it is really so. Which criminal's head jerk dare to come to the small south of the city to make trouble? Ah, this is a male resident of the city. That is, the international bandits to come, but also dare not make trouble. That is, the ghost of the strange talk reflecting the reality, that also have to kick in the right step road. Here is not only the whole city surveillance, but also 27,000 soldiers stationed everywhere. The remaining 200,000 population is almost all military. More than half of the people have had long-term military training. The number of police is more than 5,000, the equivalent of 40 people in a police officer, which does not include the rest of the public service units. Committing a crime in a city like this is no different from looking for death. I'm afraid that if you take out your weapon, you'll be pushed over by a group of people. Knowing that his worries were superfluous, Wang Han stopped associating them and said to Yu Yue, in that case, let's continue shopping. Upon hearing this, Yu Yue immediately waved her hand at the soldiers behind her. Immediately, the soldiers began to make way for Wang Han in the crowd. In fact, there was no need for the soldiers to clear the way. The residents here, although crazy about males, were very observant of order, and had already automatically made a path for Wang Han. Because it was also a rule written into the law of this city that no one was allowed to stop a male or interfere in a male's affairs unless it was necessary, which included the current situation. And once that happened, then one was instantly expelled from the small southern city. After all, what's the point of ensuring men's mental health if they have a bunch of crazy groupies everywhere they go? Cities like Little South City are the dream places for countless women to live, and their ranking of living choices in women's minds even exceeds that of the metropolitan and international cities. Not only because it is a city where men live, but also because these cities where men live have the highest safety factor. At the same time, don't look at the small South City small, but here all kinds of resources conditions are in fact the international top level, but the price of goods is the grade of the ordinary city. At the same time is also the military, political and business sectors elite and the descendants of the most cities. Inside the residents casually pull out of a, put into the ordinary city to go are all the proper relations. It's entirely fair to say that, aside from not being large enough in scope or population, this is the real capital city of the province and where the real elite gather in absolute numbers. Worldwide, there are only 150 such cities, and only 97 of them are inhabited by males. And if one is lucky enough to be a member of a male's family, it is an honor worthy of a single genealogy, and the benefits of this honor are equally great. And this situation is also intentional on the part of states. More than 90% of the people in this world are very much in love with their reputations in order for themselves, or their offspring, to be able to enter the cities where these men live, and to be able to have access to men in the real world. In the mall, Wang Han didn't encounter the embarrassing situation of being surrounded by people again. But of course, the sneaky gazes were almost everywhere. Whether it was the guests in the mall, the waiters, or the store owners, they were all curiously sizing up Wang Han. This sight made Wang Han feel some discomfort. Although it was cool to be surreptitiously gawked at by a woman, being surreptitiously gawked at by a multitude of women was a bit like looking at a monkey. Yu Yue was always paying attention to Wang Han's situation, and when she saw that Wang Han was a bit uncomfortable, she immediately guessed the reason and hurriedly whispered to Wang Han, "Young master, you don't have to care about these gazes. Nowadays you're just coming to live in this city, and when all the notices are in place in a few days' time, people won't be gawking at you like this anymore. It won't affect your experience of life." Aha! Wang Han softly hummed. After a while I plan to find a job to experience the life of an ordinary person and also practice what I've learned. Is this okay? Although both Zhang Ling and Yu Yue had previously told Wang Han that he could experience any kind of life and profession, but now that this was the case, Wang Han couldn't help but be a little worried. However, Wang Han did have expectations of experiencing careers, and the system would only actively release tasks if he moved himself. Yu Yue confidently returned, "Don't worry, young master. No matter which occupation young master wants to experience, it's no problem." After confidently finishing, Yu Yue asked again, "Then what occupation would you like to experience first, young master? I can prepare for you in advance." Wang Han shook his head. "I haven't thought about it yet. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Prepare what in advance? Listen to those big ladies. By then I'm afraid that the entry will be a bunch of people who already know each other. What's the point of having an experience? Wang Han secretly spat in his heart. Then with a turn of his feet, he walked into a clothing store. This world is basically only female, so in this piece of aesthetics Wang Han is directly speechless. Even in their eyes already very manly clothes, in Wang Han's eyes are full of neutral flavor. Therefore, to give themselves a few clothes imperative, other Wang Han can tolerate, but every day wearing neutral partial mother's clothes, Wang Han heart is really twisted to knot. Chapter 51, This is what a man should wear. Chapter 51, This is what a man should wear. Walking into the first clothing store, the 4 waiters inside were full of surprises, scrambling to be the first to run over. However, they finally stood still when they were 3 meters away from Wang Han, and asked Wang Han respectfully with passionate faces, "Your Honor, are you looking for a dress or a skirt? Would you like to buy a long or short dress? Sir, would you like to buy casual clothes? Honored sir? Or would you like to buy an evening gown? Sir, do you prefer the cute style? Or do you prefer the ascetic style?" Hearing the 4 waiters' inquiries, Wang Han was speechless for a split second. "I'll take a casual look first." "Yes." The 4 waiters hurriedly answered and then really didn't bother Wang Han anymore. They just had bright eyes and followed Wang Han around the store step by step. While walking, looking at the store underwear racks, the clothes on the shelves, Wang Han's heart was full of powerlessness. Inside, there was a wide array of clothing, which could be seen as dazzling. But basically, they were all women's clothes, and the few neutral clothes were also on the girly side, either decorated with a few pretty flowers or embroidered with cute pink and tender animals. Wang Han picked up a dress and casually looked at it. Is a burst of speechless? The front is pure white, only a thumb-sized golden small flowers, but the back is actually full of back violets. Also TM is pink. Ugh. Sighing, Wang Han put the clothes back and asked the waiter, "Trouble you guys, there aren't any clothes I'm satisfied with." After saying that, Wang Han turned around and walked out of the store. The 4 waitresses had a pitying look on their faces, but they could only send Wang Han out of the store with the same steps. Welcome to the next visit. Wang Han had just walked out of the store when the 4 waitresses looked at each other. In the next moment, the 4 waitresses scrambled back into the store and rushed towards the piece of clothing that Wang Han had touched earlier. That is, a man touched the clothes, although in the end was not bought by the favorite, but it also shows that this dress has been close to the clothing preferences of this male. Not only has a huge collection significance, that is, resale can also be sold for a low price. Those rich people who want to get close to men definitely won't mind paying tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy this dress, and then find a chance to wear it in front of Wang Han for a while. As long as it can leave a good impression on Wang Han, it's a sure win. Those women outside of Kananjo are even less likely to miss such an opportunity, because they basically can't see a real male, and getting something touched by a male is as far as they can go, with more significance than practicality. I'm sure it won't be long before this dress becomes a hit in the industry, just as celebrities' clothes are always followed by many people. In this world, male aesthetics will likewise cause a wave. By the time the 4 waitresses scrambled to the back of the store, they were too late. The customers in the store had all gathered at the location where Wang Han had just looked at the clothes, not to mention that the dress that Wang Han had touched had already been snatched away. Even the rest of the clothes of the same style were already empty. Wang Han did not know about the situation inside the store, and even if he did, he would only smile helplessly. After strolling around the mall and walking through a few stores, Wang Han had no interest in strolling any further. Whether it's a clothing store, or a boutique, or a decoration store, all the things inside are not on Wang Han's aesthetics, not only because of the gender difference between men and women, but also the difference of the world for himself. Even if there are clothes, boutique really good looking, but either not suitable for themselves, or they do not have the need. Young Master Wang Han, it's a great pleasure to meet you. Just as Wang Han was about to leave, 2 pretty girls walked up to him. Today's Lin Fingjie was wearing a goose yellow dress. Her silky hair was draped over her shoulders, and her delicate and beautiful face was looking at Wang Han with a smiling face. Next to her was Zhang Xiaoxian, who was wearing an aqua blue dress, and had done her hair in an ancient costume, so her already beautiful face couldn't help but gain a few more bits and pieces of classical beauty. It's also very nice to meet you, Lin Fingjie. Zhang Xiaoxian, Wang Han said with a smile, reading out the names of the 2 men. Hearing Wang Han say their names, the 2 women's faces immediately blushed. Obviously, they were very happy that Wang Han could remember their names. After being shy, Lin Fingjie smiled. Young Master Wang Han, are you coming to the mall to shop for something? After saying that, his eyes looked at Wang Han expectantly, and there were still a 3-part prayer, a 3-part worry, and a 3-part fear in his gaze. Wang Han smiled and said, I'm planning to come and buy some clothes. I don't really like any of the clothes in the castle. What about you guys? Zhang Xiaoxian hurriedly smiled and said, Young Master Wang Han, we're also on a date to go shopping. Why don't we do it together? We're also very familiar with this mall. Upon hearing this, Wang Han nodded. Then, ding, before the words of promise could be uttered, the system's beep sounded in Wang Han's mind. As a single dog, how can you go shopping with the opposite sex? Task refuses to shop with the opposite sex. Task completion. Reward points 200. Task failure. No punishment. System, you damn task comes pretty fast. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Han could not help but be speechless in his heart. The words that he was going to agree to turned around and said, "That's really a pity to say sorry. I've finished shopping and am about to return. There's another thing to step up." Ah! Upon hearing this, a strong loss flashed in the eyes of the two women, but they didn't dare to dwell on it more, lest they upset Wang Han. Lin Fengjiu said with a look of pity. "Alright." Zhang Xiaoxian gritted her teeth and said, "Then some other day when we have the chance, we'll go shopping together." "Okay," Wang Han promised with a heart full of helplessness, and then left with a large number of bodyguards around him. In fact, Wang Han is very want to give them face. The two women are not only young and beautiful, generous, but also a small South City, a song and a pair of daughters. But the system is the foundation of Wang Han's life. The system does not allow Wang Han also have no way. Although there is no punishment for mission failure, but there are small shoes. Wang Han does not want to do every mission in the future, only a reward of 1 point. Ugh! Looking at Wang Han's distant back, protected by the soldiers, Lin Fengjiu sighed helplessly and said mournfully to Zhang Xiaoxian, "Aren't the two of us too humble? They are all children of official families. In the past, they used to use another day to politely refuse those sisters who pursued them, but today they even used another day to pray that Wang Han would make time for them in the future. I don't know what day it will be in the future." Zhang Xiaoxian shrugged helplessly. "There's no way. The status is really unequal. Let's mix it up first." "Aha!" Lin Fengjiu nodded and whispered, "My mom told me that young Master Wang Han might be coming out to experience work after a while, so we can make preparations." Zhang Xiaoxian hurriedly asked, "What kind of work is it?" Lin Fengjiu shook her head. "I don't know. From what my mom said, butler, you said it seems like young Master Wang Han hasn't decided yet, but it should be some kind of bottom job." "Bottom job?" Zhang Xiaoxian stroked his chin and couldn't help but frown and thought, "It's a bit difficult to do. I'm afraid that our status is not good enough to do bottom-level work." Lin Fengjiu smiled and said, "My mom has already thought of a way. When the time comes, there will be a program to experience different occupations. Let's just go and sign up. No matter what occupation young Master Wang Han wants to experience, we can use the excuse of participating in the event. Maybe by then, young Master Wang Han will also participate." Zhang Xiaoxian's eyes immediately lit up. "That's a good idea. Let's study the various occupations recently and sign up directly when the time comes." Chapter 52, This is what a man should wear too. Chapter 52, This is what a man should wear too. Back inside the armored car on the square, Wang Han said to Yu Yue with a helpless face, "Can I design my own clothes?" Yu Yue immediately spread her face and smiled. "Just like a blooming flower, of course. When do you need it, young master?" "The faster the better," Wang Han said with a bitter smile. He couldn't stand the girly clothes he was wearing anymore. Yu Yue immediately responded, "It can be arranged in the afternoon." On the way back, Wang Han stopped speaking and just leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. After this shopping trip, Wang Han could realize more and more why all other males were willing to be geeks. It's like being treated like a rare animal when you go out, and the eyes of the people around you are like a spotlight on you. The rarity and specialness of the males still made them like jewels in the darkness, attracting too much attention, despite the rules of the small southern city. In this situation, there was no way to live as comfortably as an ordinary person, and at most, one could minimize this discomfort. However, if he wanted to trigger his own strange dog system mission, he couldn't do so without going out. Moreover, Wang Han didn't want to really be a geek who didn't go out. He had to think of a way to change the status quo. The caravan winds its way back to the castle. Just after stepping into the interior of the castle, Wang Han saw that Yu Qian had already led a dozen of youthful and beautiful girls, like soldiers waiting for parade, standing neatly outside the stamped gold luxury gate. As soon as Wang Han stepped out of the car, Yu Qian greeted him with her crowd. She pulled over a beautiful woman who was about 25 or 26 years old and introduced her to Wang Han with a respectful face. "Young master, your tailoring team is ready. This is the famous designer Ms. Lin asked her. You can describe to her what kind of clothes you want." "Greetings, young master Wang Han. My team and I are deeply honored to serve you." The introduced girl gave Wang Han an elegant nobleman salute in a graceful manner, then continued, "When do you think we should start designing?" Wang Han smiled and responded, "Hello, Ms. Lin asked her. "Let's start now. What's the process required?" Immediately, Ivana Lin said, "We'll have to take your body measurements first, and then you can tell us what you want." Wang Han nodded. "Good." In the castle's specialized tailor's room, Lin Ivana led the team members to measure Wang Han's figure handily, and then began to make Wang Han's dummy model. Wang Han then came to the table with Lin Ivana, only to see Lin Ivana take out a special tablet that was 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, and after inputting Wang Han's body figure data to generate a base map, she looked up and asked Wang Han, Young Master Wang Han, what color tone is the main color of the clothes you want to make? What series of styles are needed? Wang Han thought briefly. Black. Ancient style. Okay. Lin Aster answered crisply. And the electronic paintbrush in her hand seemed to come to life as if it were alive. Flying quickly on the special tablet, each line as smooth as flowing water in her hands. And it blended in with the overall picture just right. Not in the slightest bit out of place. Ms. Lin Ivana, your painting work is truly out of this world. Wang Han couldn't help but praise Lin Ivana as he watched her movements. But before the words were finished, Wang Han's eyes widened, realizing that the situation was not quite right. Only seeing that the picture's style gradually ran in the direction of skirts, he hurriedly said, I don't want a skirt. Hearing Wang Han's words, Lin Ivana didn't hesitate for a moment, and with a wave of the paintbrush in her hand, she wiped the lines of the skirt clean and changed it into a pair of black pants. Phew! Wang Han saw this. A big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, but he also silently spat in his heart. I really don't know how long the males in this era have been rare. Are there no records of male ancient costumes anymore? But just as he was relieved, Wang Han's heart jerked up again. It turns out that the brush in the hands of Lin Ivana began to run away again. In the black pants painted a vivid three-dimensional black roses. And look at the situation. I'm afraid to paint more than just this one. Cough. Wang Han coughed twice more and hurriedly said, I don't want flower decorations either. Hearing Wang Han's words, Lin Aster immediately wiped the rose away and respectfully asked Wang Han, Young Master Wang Han, then what do you need as decoration on your pants? Wang Han quickly waved his hand. The view is just fine. Yes, Lin Ivana answered and then began to carve the clothes. This time, she didn't draw flowers on the clothes. Instead, she first asked Wang Han, Young Master, do you need to add some small animal patterns on the clothes? Wang Han shook his head like a rattle. No, just add some lines of grass and leaves on the clothes. Don't add too much, just a little bit. Wang Han originally didn't want to add the lines, but when he thought about it, if he didn't, the clothes would become a nighttime outfit. Yes, Lin Aster immediately made her move. Wang Han, on the other hand, made some timely requests and suggestions on the side. It didn't take long for the special tablet to draw the clothes Wang Han wanted. It was an ancient dark gold-colored warrior outfit with some lines of grass that seemed to sway in the water. Soft and agile, looking beautiful. The ceiling edges at the collar and cuffs had a grayish-white vine pattern, like the mysterious vines climbing on an ancient castle, adding a bit of ancient and mysterious atmosphere to the outfit. This is what a man should wear. Wang Han nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad, just make it like this. How long will it take to make it? Lin Ivana smiled and replied, If you are not in a hurry, young master, it will take 5 days to make it purely by hand. If you are in a hurry and add machine manufacturing, it can be completed in as little as half an hour. Wang Han laughed. Just make it ready tomorrow morning. Plus I want to make some other clothes. Okay. Lin Ivana immediately answered. Then once again called up the base map and started outlining the lines. Looking at the busy Lin Ivana, Wang Han asked seemingly offhandedly, Will these designed clothes be sold outside? Lin Ivana replied, The clothes are all designed under your advice and guidance, young master, and the copyright belongs to you. Without your consent, the clothes won't be sold outside. And young master, you don't have to worry about imitations. Apart from the rest of the males, anyone who dares to infringe on young master's rights and interests will be severely punished by the law. Wang Han's eyes lit up when he heard this. Can the copyright be sold then? If it's possible, I hope to see someone from Shaonan village wearing these clothes I designed in a few days. Lin Aster nodded. No problem, if you don't mind. Young master, I have a garment factory that wishes to purchase young master's copyrights, and I guarantee that I will be able to sell young master's design clothes within a week. Wang Han became interested. Then how much do you plan to sell a set for? Lin Ivana pondered for a moment. 1,000 dasha coins for the bottom. The price will increase appropriately according to the material, workmanship and materials used in the clothes. Do you think this is okay, young master? It's too expensive. Wang Han shook his head repeatedly. I wish the price was more affordable. When Lin Ivana heard this, she was a bit hesitant. The company she opened had always taken the high-end route, saying that it was 1,000 bottom, but in reality, the cheapest clothes were $1,000. Wang Han participated in the design of these clothes, just male participation in the design of this point. In her mind, pricing at least 3,000 upwards it. After hesitating for a while, Lin Aster gritted her teeth and said, If we want to bring the price down, we may need to outsource some of the production to other clothing production companies. Wang Han immediately said, This is no problem. If possible, I also hope that Ms. Lin Ivana can design some other styles of clothes based on this. No problem. Lin Ivana nodded her head in response without hesitation, and then asked Wang Han with a puzzled face, Young Master Wang Han, I wonder if I can ask why you're doing this. Wang Han didn't hide it either. I don't want to be too different. After all, when males walk around outside, it's just too eye-catching, and I don't like that feeling. Lin Aster listened and nodded in realization. This was what Wang Han thought of. Since the scarcity of males couldn't be changed, then the aesthetic style of this world would be changed. Chapter 53 Career Challenge Program. Chapter 53 Career Challenge Program. Ladies in front of the screen, today we are very fortunate, and honored, and even more fortunate to be at young Master Wang Han's house for the opening ceremony of the Career Experience Program. And our program will not only involve elites from all parties, but also young Master Wang Han himself. This is the first time we are holding a Career Challenge Program, and in order to give our viewers and friends a multi-style viewing experience, we have prepared 50 challenge careers. And in this first installment of the program team, with the help of young Master Wang Han, will conduct activities among the audience from time to time, or draw lucky viewers to present a set of clothes, or objects alike, that the Honorable young Master Wang Han has personally participated in designing in his signed television, cell phone screen. The host Fong Turnip smiling like a flower chatter. Mouth 10 words or 3 words not away from the great glory, not away from the lucky, not away from the young Master Wang Han and other words, as if to be able to hold the opening of the program group in Wang Han's castle is a great honor in general. Everywhere on the streets, in companies, within families, pedestrians who were originally in a hurry have now sat on the street flower platforms, on the street benches, and have taken out their cell phones to watch the program. In countless offices, social animals had stopped their work and took their cell phones to watch the live video. Even their supervisors had put down their hands at this moment and joined the army watching the live broadcast. Even on some secondary roads, there were a number of vehicles parked on the side of the road, and the people in them were all holding their cell phones and watching with interest. Although living right in Little South City, the castle inhabited by males was just as mysterious and intriguing to them. Not to mention people outside of Little South City. Not to mention that Wang Han would personally participate in the career experience, which was definitely a very appealing program. Although other men also experienced the rest of the profession, but few and far between, and none of them last long. Most men's live broadcasts are still fishing, forging knives, repairing donkey hooves, and such uninteresting live broadcasts suddenly appeared to participate in the form of the program to experience as the first time. It was also full of freshness and anticipation, and for a while, countless people were watching the live broadcast on their cell phones, and Wang Han is still a young and strong, and moreover the most handsome male in the world. With the news, the audience watching the program's opening broadcast grew rapidly from tens of thousands, to hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, and at least the whole of Daxia was watching, and then globally broadcast, the whole planet was watching, and the number of viewers was as high as billions, especially when the host uttered the line about giving away clothes and objects designed and signed by Wang Han himself. It immediately aroused the desire of countless people. It's also a great honor for me to stand in front of you for the show and open for you, just so we don't keep our viewers waiting. The format and rules of the program will now be announced. The first phase of the Career Challenge program is divided into 4 stages: preliminary, screening, elimination, and final. There are 200 contestants, and they will be divided into 50 groups of 4 to complete the career challenges arranged by the program. And young Master Wang Han will be placed in one of the groups. And this news was just obtained before the program started. Fong Turnip spoke eloquently to the live camera, and when she said that Wang Han was also going to be placed into one of the groups, she deliberately stopped talking. I'll be damned. Males are actually assigned to one of the groups. Is it too late for me to sign up? What's the situation? Men are actually involved. Doesn't that mean anyone has access to honorable men? How much to sign up? Grabbing the highlights, the host said that young Master Wang Han will also be placed in one of the groups. Oh. And this news was just obtained before the program started. Does this mean that the spots aren't being internalized? Everyone is a possibility. Asterisk 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 it's still possible. Oh my god. Doesn't that mean there's a chance to work with men? I'm going to sign up. Where do I sign up? Anyone want to sell a spot? I'll give you $1 million. Upstairs, you have the nerve to say $1 million. $1 million you can't even buy the qualification to see a man once. I'll give you $30 million. Did you say 30 million small-time coins? I'll also offer 30 million real Daxia coins. $30 million. You guys are afraid you're thinking of farts to eat. This is a chance to work with a male. If you perform well, the possibility of becoming family with a male is extremely high. I'll offer $30 million as well. Beautiful coins. Without further ado, 100 million. Oh, in the live broadcasting room, with Fang Yeching's sentence that Wang Han was also going to participate and would be randomly assigned to one of the groups, it had already caused countless waves, And even more so with Fang Yeching's sentence that the news had only been obtained before the opening. It made countless people completely unable to sit still. For a while, people asking questions and calling for bids abounded in the live broadcast room. Dasha Kyoto Fortress. Somewhere in a large 5-story luxury villa, 3 girls rushed into the room of a pair of middle-aged women with their cell phones in a fiery rage, shouting with an eager look, "Mom! Mother! New news!" Looking at the 3 beautiful daughters who barged in furiously and furtively, the middle-aged woman who was called Mom instantly said with dissatisfaction, "How old are you? Still furtive? How will you manage the family in the future? In this world, since there are almost exclusively mothers, there is a division between mom and mum in terms of address." Another middle-aged woman who was called Mother said dotingly, "Children's mother, don't be mean to the children. They haven't graduated from college yet. Don't put pressure on them." After saying that, the middle-aged woman who was called Mother asked smilingly to the 3 pretty girls who barged in, "My good daughters, what happened? Don't be in a hurry. Slowly talk to Mother." Upon hearing this, a girl wearing a red tutu at the head hurriedly said, "Mother, the male Wang Han of Shaonan Chang is participating in the Career Challenge program. He will also personally participate and will be assigned inside the challenge team." After listening to her daughter's account, the person who was called Mother's mother was also eager, which still has the previous calmness. "Why didn't you say earlier?" Still her mother, "Quickly call. I'm already calling. I hope I can make it in time." Another middle-aged woman said eagerly, having already taken out her cell phone and dialed. The same thing kept happening not only in the Kyoto fortress, but also in other fortress cities, and even calls from abroad were coming in. Even if many of them were powerful and had great opportunities to meet men, they were not calm at the moment, because the United World Law for the Protection of Males stipulates that, in order to ensure the physical and mental health of males, males cannot be forced to do anything unless they have committed unforgivable sins. Therefore, in matters concerning men, people all over the world can only fight for themselves, and power and money can only provide them with more opportunities. What's more, there were only 97 males in the world, and a young and strong man like Wang Han, who was the most suitable age for marriage, was even more scarce. Wang Han's nearly desensitized body and near-perfect genes were even more desirable. At this moment when they got this news, everyone was in a hurry. This career challenge was definitely the best chance to get close to Wang Han, and it was also the biggest chance. Chapter 54 Career Challenge Program 2. Chapter 54 Career Challenge Program 2. And let's not even mention the fact that the world is in a state of flux and treachery over the live exposure. In Wang Han's imposing castle, the host was actually silent to the camera for as long as 10 minutes. During this time, the pop-ups were like a raging tide, constantly rolling, and the audience's urging almost broke through the screen. Just as this atmosphere was about to become taut, it was only then that Fang Turnip, who had received authorization, spoke again. Given that this program is the first of its kind, and taking into account the safety of the males, the entry slots will only be given out in the 9 fortress cities of the Grand Xia. The registration period is only for 1 day, and it will be randomly selected. The competition will officially kick off the day after tomorrow. The challenge of the program is in teams of 4, and in the first stage, occupations with a salary of 3,000 will be randomly selected. And, no matter which stage the team that successfully passes the challenge, they will receive a generous reward. The top 3 teams will even be able to obtain a huge reward of 100 million dasha coins, as well as a special reward given by Mr. Wang Han. Having said that, the host rambled on for a while about irrelevancies before calling the opening to a close. What's going on here? Just one opening and that's it? Where are the players? There's no sign of them. I thought I'd see the mysterious and handsome young Master Wang Han, but there's nothing there. The contestants haven't even been chosen yet. This is not an opening. It's just a publicity stunt. Watching the ending live broadcast, the many viewers were at a loss and didn't know what to do. This was the first time they had seen such an opening. However, there were also quite a few people with sharp minds who instantly gained insight into the doorway. This seemed like a simple opening, but it was actually an intentional message release. Although the host claimed that the enrollees were randomly selected, and that even Wang Han might have been randomly placed, this could never happen in reality. The organizers don't have the guts to do that. But this is about the safety of men, which is a red line that cannot be touched by the whole world. If something goes wrong, even if the program is a success, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even if it costs the lives of the entire program team, it will not be enough. Moreover, if they really dared to make such a decision, the organizers would definitely offend countless bigwigs. The show might still be able to continue, but they, the organizers, would definitely have to be replaced. On the contrary, setting aside these 3 days, in which the auditing and other related matters will definitely not be less, is actually giving the bigwigs of all parties a time to react. and the organizer can also harvest a lot of top-notch favors as a result, which is simply a good opportunity to reach heaven in one step. Of course, everyone understands in their hearts, those who should sign up will still do so. After all, a small chance doesn't mean there is no chance. What if you are lucky enough to be drawn? In the room of the villa, Wang Han was also watching the live broadcast, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a meaningful smile. The format of this professional challenge had actually been determined a long time ago, and the organizers had already known that he would participate in this matter, although he knew that news leaks were inevitable, and the organizers didn't have the guts to completely hide it. Wang Han didn't want the participants to be a bunch of connected people. If that were to happen, the show could be much more boring than if a bunch of celebrities were on it, and the whole thing would lose its authenticity. Wang Han wasn't afraid of offending anyone, and no one dared to come after him, but the organizers were a different story. Therefore, the organizers and Wang Han both sides together. They discussed this grave plausible opening today, with their own temporary notice as an excuse, and then make such a seemingly just publicity opening, leaving 3 days for all parties to react to the bigwigs, so as not to offend, but also harvest a lot of favors, but also reduce some of the relationship into the game. This show is about men. After all, although there are organizers, the surface is entertainment business program, but in fact, the hidden nature of the official organization. This relationship is not good to go, plus the time is 1 day, the speed is not fast enough, the relationship is not enough, cannot blame the organizers. The next day, the organizer's spokesperson found Wang Han, Fong Sweet, who was nearly middle-aged, stood in front of Wang Han with a smile and respect. Young Master Wang Han, the contestants who signed up to be extracted have already come out. Would you like to take a look at the personal information of the contestants? Looking at the thick pile of information Fong Tianyi was holding in her hands, Wang Han shook his head. No need. It's less interesting to read the player profiles. Yes. Fong Sweet nodded smilingly and asked once again. Then do you have a favorite groupmate, young master? Wang Han smiled and said, I know what you mean, but I'm not in favor of it. My group members I want to be truly fair and random. If there is any pressure, you can just reply that it is mandatory for me, and just leave tomorrow's group draw to me. I won't reveal the manner to you, so as not to embarrass you. Thank you, young master, for understanding. Then I'll take my leave. Fong Tianyi hurriedly gave a thank you, and with a sigh of relief in her heart, she hurriedly offered her farewell. Those top bigwigs had asked her to team up her own daughter with Wang Han. She had no qualification to refuse and didn't dare to do so. Now that Wang Han had refused and had personally operated the drawing of lots, of course it was the best thing to do. People are protected by the World Male Protection Act and they are not afraid of offending anyone at all. Young master, Yu Yue thought for a moment, but still reminded. Some of them have unusual identities, so it's better to give some face. Wang Han smiled and shook his head. That's precisely why I'm going to be completely random. Not to offend them, it's precisely because I don't want to hurt my face that I'm doing this. Yu Yue immediately looked at Wang Han in confusion. You don't want to hurt your face? Wang Han said with a bitter smile. Because I don't have that kind of idea at the moment. Some people know each other too soon. The time is not right, can hear only words of rejection. But instead, it will cause some misunderstanding. Let it be. After saying that, Wang Han continued to close his eyes. Seeing Wang Han's eyes closed, Yu Yue also knew that Wang Han did not want to continue, so she did not ask. She just carefully digested the meaning of Wang Han's words. Alas! Wang Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is not a monk. How can he clear his mind? But nay, his greatest reliance now is the system. And what he can rely on is also the system. And it is the system that is a single dog system. And the purpose of one's participation in this show was also to brush up on the system's tasks. Undoubtedly will be constantly refused. Really let those big brothers' daughters and their own team up. Will only continue to peel the face of people, peel the face of the big brothers behind. Now, by telling these words to Yu Yue himself, he was actually borrowing her mouth to pass on the message. To be able to serve as one of Wang Han's housekeepers, and also someone who can definitely get along with Wang Han for a long period of time. Yu Yue's status is absolutely extraordinary. Don't look at the status that seems to be a housekeeper, but when it comes to the energy, that can be comparable to the first song of a fortress city such as Lindan, to say the least. Not the kind of inheritance family level elite. Wang Han will not believe. Chapter 55, The Meaning of the Challenge. Chapter 55, The Meaning of the Challenge. Hello viewers. Today we are once again fortunate and honored to be here at young Master Wang Han's castle, and host Turnip is here to welcome you all to the Pro Challenge once again, and today is the day that the Pro Challenge officially begins. Here it is. In front of the camera, after a bout of nonsense, Fong Turnip finally said, now we have young Master Wang Han to randomly group everyone. Snap. With Fong Turnip's words, The contestants in the atmosphere group immediately began to applaud enthusiastically. With the applause, Wang Han walked to the camera and smiled in front of it. I'm glad to conduct a random drawing for this talent program, where I'll follow the principle of complete randomness. Until then, no one but me knows how to draw the groupings. After saying that, Wang Han beckoned to the off-camera, and several soldiers immediately carried 2 large boxes to Wang Han. Wang Han pointed at the large box and said, adhering to the principle of fairness and openness, the random grouping will be carried out in 2 steps. First, step 1. This first box contains 200 numbered balls, which are numbers from 1 to 200. I will put all of these numbered balls into the box in front of me, and disorganize them. Then in front of the camera the contestants will each grab their own number by luck, including me. After saying that, Wang Han beckoned again, and immediately 2 more soldiers came up carrying a transparent glass box and a transparent glass case. Wang Han pointed to the transparent box and continued, this is the second step. This box is completely transparent and can arrange exactly 200 numbered balls. After the players have finished registering their numbered balls, they will put the numbered balls back into the box and disorganize them again, and then pour them into this box, with every 4 numbered balls as a group. This also eliminates the need for the players to change their numbers. I'm not a fan of bull ***** literature either, so I'll start drawing numbers immediately after the introductions now. It will also start the challenge earlier. After saying that, Wang Han directly signaled the crowd to start. He himself went down to the field and stood with a group of beautifully dressed girls. After seeing Wang Han standing in the queue of contestants, the people from the show immediately arranged for someone to organize a number drawing and registration. Wang Han was the first to draw and drew number 66. Immediately after that, the second person who drew a number was Lin Fengjiao, who had 2 encounters with Wang Han, and graciously grabbed a random numbered ball out of the box. 23. Then one by one, the girls lined up in front of the camera and drew their numbers, and there wasn't that much praying. After all, according to the rules Wang Han said, even if they caught a number ball similar to Wang Han's, they wouldn't necessarily be in a group with Wang Han, and would have to see a second randomization. In half an hour, Wang Han and the 199 girls had all finished grabbing their respective numbered balls and had made their registrations. In the second step, Turnip Fong personally shook the transparent glass box with the numbered balls in front of the camera, and then poured all the numbered balls in the box into the transparent glass box. At this moment, everyone held their breath and couldn't help but pray in their hearts to be close to Wang Han 66. This was their chance for a step to heaven, their chance to gain honor for their family, and their chance to make a name for themselves in the history books. That's right, in a world where males are extremely scarce, you can keep your name in the history books just by being a member of a male's family. The live feed. And at this point, their families were all praying in their hearts in droves. As everyone watched nervously, the numbered balls rolled down into the glass case, and then a staff member shook the glass case so that all the numbered balls were neatly aligned. Immediately afterward, the camera pulls in the glass box. In the live broadcast room, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath once again, staring wide-eyed to look for that number 66 ball. Unfortunately, there were just too many numbers, and for a while it was a dizzying sight. In the live camera, Turnip Fong grabbed the first 4 numbered balls and announced, Group 1, 23, 55, 113, 172. Upon hearing Fong Turnip's announcement, a sigh of relief immediately rang out around Wang Han, along with 4 sighs. There is no doubt that this first group is ruling out 4. It's not like there's no chance of being ruled out, but a group with Wang Han certainly has a lot of chances. Without any nonsense, after announcing the first group, Fong Turnip proceeded to take out 4 similar balls and announced again. Second group, 52, 25, 99, 77. Group 3, 09, 124, 151, 34. Amidst the crowd's inhaling and relieving sounds, Fong Turnip announced a group. Finally, after grabbing another set of balls, Fong Turnip's expression became serious. There was no immediate announcement either. Seeing this, everyone on the stage held their breath. They knew that there was only one reason that could make Fong Turnip behave like this, and that was because she had grabbed that one and only special numbered ball, number 66. At this moment, all those who hadn't yet been grouped together couldn't help but hold their breath. One by one, their eyes looked at Fong Turnip expectantly and apprehensively, their fists unconsciously clenched. Caught out. The time has come to sentence the remaining contestants to death. In the live broadcast room, the netizens have been the first to look at the numbers of the 4 numbered balls. Finally, after 10 seconds of silence, Fong Turnip finally announced, Group 6, 66, 23, 88, 79. Once Wang Han's number was chosen, the rest were basically unnoticed. Finally, the grouping of the 50 groups of players was complete. Fong Turnip held a draw barrel and once again said to the camera, "Viewers, now that the random grouping has been completed, the next step is to announce the challenge tasks for the career challenge. There are 50 signatures in this barrel, and each one of them has an occupation with a base income of less than 3,000 written on it, among which there are 15 different occupations such as sales, courier sorting, sanitation, street management, and so on. There are also some basic freelance occupations. Once the players get their respective careers, they will have a half month of professional life, and they will advance as long as they can reach the average level of their career. It's that simple? There aren't any elimination missions, or career activities. There are no plus points?" A large number of pop-ups popped up in the live stream. No one expected that the conditions for advancement would be so easy, and wouldn't the show be very bland down the line like that? Fong Turnip also got the feedback from the program, and immediately explained, "That's right, it's that simple. As long as you reach the average level of your profession, you can advance. The rest is all or nothing." I also know that viewers are very skeptical and think that the show will be bland and easy because of this. But let me make it clear for you here that it's not just a matter of having the hands to be good at a profession, let alone an unfamiliar one. And it's even harder to get to the average level of the profession in half a month. It certainly takes persistence and brains, and that's just the ordinal stage. The second stage of the profession will require more skill and ability. It will also require more effort. At the same time, this is the program's goal, to be able to show the most realistic professional work, to experience the real hardships and sorrows in each profession, and to model for the newcomers in each profession, whether it is wrong or right. After saying that, Fong Turnip also stopped talking nonsense. "Now, please ask the players of each group to choose a representative to come up to the stage and draw lots. Starting from the first group. Chapter 56, Picking up a stone and hitting yourself. Chapter 56, Raising a stone and hitting yourself." Upon hearing Fong Qingyi's words, Lin Fingjia immediately smiled and said, "Young Master Wang Han, the drawing of lots will be done by you." The other two in the group, Su Baiyan and Shi Yi, also hurriedly and respectfully said to Wang Han, "Young Master Wang Han, the drawing of lots will be done by you." Upon hearing this, Wang Han shook his head and excused himself. "No, I've always had bad luck with my hands. It's better to choose one of you three to come. I have no problem with whoever draws and draws well or badly." Lin Fingjio, however, shook her head, still smiling. "Young Master Wang Han, all of us won't have a problem with you drawing lots, and neither will the netizens." Wang Han froze for a moment and said with a smile, "Rather, it was me who neglected to do so. I'll do it then, as long as it's not the one they drew, no matter if it's good or bad. Even if the people in the same group don't have an opinion, I'm afraid the people in other groups will have an opinion, and I'm afraid the netizens will have an even bigger opinion. Who let himself be the one being favored?" Wang Han's group was the sixth group, and it was only a matter of a few words before it was also time for the sixth group to draw lots. Wang Han immediately and frankly walked to the camera and drew a random bamboo piece from it. Upon seeing the paper leaves pulled out from the bamboo pieces, Wang Han froze. To not be so moldy, when he first chose his career, because the program group was concerned about his identity and was afraid that he would choose some undignified career. So at that time, Wang Han also set up several careers that were more difficult or in poor environments in it, and there were 3 of them that he intended to spoof a little bit, but now he even drew them out by himself. This gave Wang Han the feeling of moving a stone to hit his own feet. Next to him, Fong Yui saw Wang Han freeze for a while and had to whisper, "Young Master Wang Han, do you need to change your occupation?" A blatant backdoor opening, but none of the players objected, and none of the netizens in the broadcast room objected either. Male privilege, everyone is used to it. In the eyes of all, male privilege can be attributed not only to scarcity, but also to the immense contribution and importance of men to the world. Upon hearing this, Wang Han, who had returned to his senses, shook his head. "No need. Fair and just, completely randomized principle. This is it." After saying that, Wang Han handed the bamboo piece in his hand to Fong Qingyi. "Okay." Fong Turnip hurriedly accepted the bamboo slice handed by Wang Han with both hands respectfully, hurriedly glanced at it, and then froze. What kind of profession is it? Even if young Master Wang Han froze, even the host froze. "Hurry up and announce it. I'm really curious. It always feels like I'm afraid it's not a very good occupation, so I'll let young Master Wang Han draw again." In the live broadcast room, a large number of pop-ups floated over when they saw Fong Turnip freeze. The scene, moreover, was tense for everyone, especially the program team. Their hearts were in their throats. They all knew that Wang Han had added in some of the more laborious or poor environment occupations at that time, especially 3 of the special occupations. So if they were drawn by Wang Han, they would be drowned in spit even if their whole body was covered in mouths. Fong Turnip froze for a full 10 seconds before she came back to her senses and looked at Wang Han carefully. Young Master Wang Han, why don't you draw again? Wang Han shook his head. Having said that it's fair and just and completely random, how can it go back on its word? Every profession has its pleasures, and this one is naturally no exception. This Fong Turnip didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only look at Wang Han with a difficult and supplicating gaze, not daring to say anything. She really didn't dare to announce it. She was afraid her career would be over if she announced it. Seeing Fong Yeching's pleading gaze in her embarrassment, Wang Han took the bamboo stick in Fong Yeching's hand and said to the audience with a smile, I've had good luck and picked one of the most interesting professions in there, and this profession is also one of the professions that I've personally added in, so it should be the easiest one as well. After saying that, Wang Han showed the bamboo stick in front of the camera of the live broadcast, and said with a face full of interest, this occupation? Named scavenger. The requirement to reach the standard is, just stay alive. Rather a novel experience. At this moment, whether it was the people on the scene, or the netizens in the live broadcast, even the single dog system gave dry silence. Lin Fengjiu, Su Banian and Shi Yi were also dumbfounded. The urge to withdraw was even born. What's wrong with the program? How could such a profession be written in? The program team is not willing to die? If you let men work as scavengers, I'll go to your website right now. Absolutely no mercy for the program. Where's the escort army? They could have cleaned up the program right now. This program is a no-go. No, I strongly request a new one. There was still nothing in the scene. People were speechless but they didn't rush. But the live broadcast was already full of curses. Looking at the program director's hands together in a prayerful gesture, Wang Han slightly coughed twice and smiled at the camera. Viewers, this can't be blamed on the program team. This occupation was written in by myself. The program team had advised me. It was mandatory for me, and it was also my own request for it to be fair and just, and completely random, and since I drew it in, there is no reason for me to replace it. And actually, this career isn't even close to being the worst. There's toilet sweeper and garbage disposal in it. At this moment, the live broadcast room was silent once again, and the players on the scene were also silent once again. Wang Han had said so of course they couldn't blame the program group anymore. Now they were more curious about which two groups of unlucky people would draw the remaining two. At this moment, the remaining players couldn't help but start praying frantically in their hearts. The remaining two must not be drawn by their group. This opportunity is very rare for them. If they are drawn, they will also clench their teeth and stick to it, but there is no doubt that, both physically and psychologically, they will be tormented. What's more, with this job and the smell on their bodies, they don't dare to appear in front of Wang Han to tarnish their image, and it is imperative that they survive the first round before they have a chance to appear in front of Wang Han. At this time, Wang Han had already walked down and returned to the stage, smiling and saying to his three teammates, "You guys don't mind if you draw this, do you?" Lin Fengjiu was the first to say, "Of course we don't mind. This is a novel experience for us too." Su Baiyan also said with a smile, "That's right, with the strict control at home, this kind of experience hasn't really happened before." Hai Ji was not shy either. "I want to try it." Wang Han smiled and said, "That's good. I was afraid you guys wouldn't like it." Ding! The system's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Han's head. "As a single dog, how can you chat so much with the opposite sex? You're acting out, recognizing the service and being quiet. Within 1 day, refuse all non-essential chats. Mission accomplished. 100 bonus points. No penalty for mission failure." Hearing the system's voice, Wang Han was speechless in his heart. The system really couldn't stand to look at it anymore. It was really strict in its control. It seems that he was on the right track, moving more to have more missions. Subsequently, Wang Han stopped talking. Women and whatnot, where is the mission important? Chapter 57, A Dirty and Dilapidated Neighborhood. Chapter 57, A Dirty and Dilapidated Neighborhood. After the opening ceremony of the program came to a successful conclusion, the program team quickly arranged vehicles to send the 50 groups of eager contestants to their already arranged accommodation. Along the way, the contestants were either looking forward to their new surroundings or chatting carelessly, and a complex and subtle atmosphere prevailed in the compartment. When the vehicle entered a neighborhood and slowly stopped, and the contestants stepped out of the vehicle one after another, and when they saw the residents in front of them, all of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief. In an instant, the scene was dead silent, and even the knowledgeable program host, Fong Turnip, and a group of staff members were stunned to stand still, as if time had frozen at this moment. The few people who knew the inside story were like children who had made a mistake at this moment, their heads lowered, sheepishly sneaking glances at the crowd, their eyes filled with helplessness. Among this helplessness, there might be helplessness towards the program group's arrangement. as well as worry about the upcoming situation, presented in front of everyone's eyes in the neighborhood. Just like an old man eroded by the years and full of holes. The yellowed white low fence, as if telling its long and vicissitudes of history. Inside the fence, there are 4 5-story old buildings. The wall skin is peeling off so much that it is mottled, like a piece of memory fragments that have been peeled off. Outside the windows, the old rusty iron windows, like a forbidding shackle, welded there, giving a depressing feeling. In the middle of the 4 housing buildings is an empty concrete lot the size of a basketball court, the ground pitted and lifeless. The almost non-existent greenery makes the place look even more desolate. The few public facilities, a few single and double bars and 2 concrete ping-pong tables stood alone, their rust stains like tear marks left by the years, silently showing people the dilapidation of the place. Such a dirty and messy living environment undoubtedly caught everyone off guard. Dislike and even disgust instantly flashed across the eyes of many of the contestants and even some of the staff. However, when their eyes touched Wang Han's figure, they had to work hard to hide these negative emotions, just like hiding their little secrets in the dark. Pop up, holy, this environment is too bad. The oldest neighborhoods I've ever seen are better than the environment here. The program group is good at organizing the work, knowing that there are a lot of young ladies among the contestants, and deliberately arranging for this kind of accommodation. So I'm afraid there'll be a lot of fun. And the fun, with this living environment, I'm afraid I'll have to brush off half of the players on the first day. It's even worse than the one I live in. Honestly, it's actually not too bad of an environment. But I'm afraid that certain people among the contestants who have a privileged life will find it difficult to endure. In the live broadcast room, netizens were also shocked by this sudden scene. Pop-ups like snowflakes kept coming up, and everyone speculated about all the conflicts that might appear in the subsequent programs, lively as if they were also in the scene. Ahem. In this awkward intense atmosphere, the experienced host, Fong Turnip, who had seen all sorts of big scenes, was the first to come back to her senses. She was keenly aware of the many hidden gazes of dissatisfaction in the crowd, and at this critical moment, it was as if her emotional intelligence had been instantly ignited to a new level. Only seeing an affectionate yet natural smile on her face, she cleared her throat and said to everyone in a loud voice, "Dear contestants, don't be surprised. The residence arranged by the program team. That's all well thought out. Every detail has been considered by SO. Moreover, it was also agreed upon by young Master Wang Hanyet." These 2 simple words were like 2 heavy bombs that instantly exploded in the crowd, completely suppressing everyone's dissatisfaction. Wang Han agreed. Then who would dare to have any more dissent? If there's any more dissatisfaction, won't they be accused of thinking too highly of themselves and being more noble than males? The contestants present, no matter how famous they are, no matter what kind of power their families have, can only shut up in front of such an invisible but heavy hi-hat. Many of the girls had delicate minds, and after hearing Fong Yui's words, they even associated them with more meanings. When Fong Turnip saw that everyone had withdrawn that veiled gaze of dissatisfaction, the big stone in her heart then fell to the ground. Continuing with a smile, she said, "Dear contestants, the theme of our program this time is the challenge of working from the bottom. So the program team also thought deeply when arranging the place to live and purposely put aside everyone's family factors, choosing a living environment corresponding to the work at the bottom for everyone. I hope everyone can really experience life and understand the difficulty of life." After pausing for a moment and scanning a circle of the crowd's expressions, Fong Turnip then said, "There are 4 buildings here, with a total of 200 housing units. However, the program group has arranged for only 100 homes. Therefore, a group can only have 2 homes. As for the specific arrangement, it's up to each group to negotiate on their own. Of course, considering the privacy of the contestants and photographers, as well as our shooting rules, we have properly remodeled and cleaned the housing. We have merged the neighboring houses so that we can ensure that everyone can have a separate room. As for the other minor difficulties, we can only hope that you contestants can overcome them." After saying that, Fong Turnip once again carefully surveyed the crowd, and after seeing that no one had expressed an opinion, she raised her voice and announced, "Now, we're going to start allocating the housing units, because there are some differences in the layout and size of the houses. Adhering to the principle of fairness and impartiality, we will continue to adopt the randomization mechanism for this housing allocation." As soon as the words were spoken, the staff moved a box. Fong Turnip smiled and pointed at the box in the hands of the staff. "Dear contestants, there are 50 numbered balls in here, each with a number on it, and each number represents the corresponding 2 housing units. Everyone picks a representative to draw their own housing in the order of the platoon groups. When they get their numbers, everyone can go to their corresponding houses. As for how to distribute inside, the program group will not interfere. At the end of the day, the program will deliver items needed for each group's career to each group's house." Upon hearing Fong Turnip's words, The contestants' gazes focused on Wang Han as if they were attracted by a magnet. Except for the 3 people who were already in a group with Wang Han, the rest of them were secretly expecting to be assigned to a house neighboring Wang Han. If they couldn't be teammates, then being able to be Wang Han's neighbors would bring them a lot of opportunities. In the crowd's hot gaze, Wang Han walked forward unhurriedly, put his hand into the box, and casually took out a numbered ball. Clearly written on it was Building 1. No. 1. No. 3. The number was drawn and registered, and the staff immediately and respectfully handed over a set of keys. Wang Han took it with a smile and politely said, "Thank you." Then, without saying anything more, he directly led the 3 Linfengjiao people, as well as the 4 photographers, towards the building next to him. Opening the door of the home with the key, an air of obsolescence came over the house. The furniture in the house looked very old and there were very few objects. However, the basic necessities of life were still complete. Wang Han smiled and said to the others, "We're going to live here for at least half a month in the future. So let's each familiarize ourselves with the pattern inside first." After saying that, Wang Han started to look around the house first, taken as a whole, and with the next house that was opened up. The house was about 240 square meters in size. There were a total of 8 rooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room, which had been converted into a dining room, a kitchen, which had in turn been converted into a laundry room, and 2 balconies. The beds and closets in the room were new, but you could tell from the materials and workmanship that they were cheap. After familiarizing themselves with the house, the group once again returned to the living room and sat on the cheap but brand new fabric couch. Wang Han took out the large bunch of keys given by the staff and said to everyone with a smile, "We have 8 rooms in total, exactly 1 for each person. Do you have a favorite room?" Lin Fengjiao took the lead and smiled. "Young Master Wang Han, you choose first, or you make the arrangements. It's no problem which room we stay in." The remaining 6 women also nodded their heads, their eyes filled with anticipation, to say whether there is any favorable room. Then the answer is naturally no. Such a living environment, for these girls who are used to a superior life, is simply a great challenge. But if they could live next door to Wang Han, then everything would be different, and they were confident that they could tolerate even the worst environment. Wang Han had anticipated the reactions of his teammates and photographers before choosing a room. "Let me say this, from now on, we are colleagues, so don't call me Young Master Long and Young Master Short. It's too customary and I'm not too used to it, so just address me directly by my name, including the photographer too." "Yes." Upon hearing this, the women hurriedly nodded their heads, their eyes flashing with excitement. To be able to be more familiar with Wang Han in terms of name-calling, this was something they had only dreamed of yet. Seeing that the women agreed, Wang Han then got down to business. "For the room, since everyone asked me to arrange it, let's just randomize it." After saying that, Wang Han took out 8 paper balls from his bag. Looking at the paper ball Wang Han took out from his pants bag, all 7 women couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They were actually looking forward to Wang Han arranging himself in the room next to them. Chapter 58, Tidying Up a Room. Such a big deal. Chapter 58, Tidying Up a Room. Such a big deal. Once the rooms were randomly drawn, everyone had to clean their rooms individually, because cleaning the room is a very lifelike subject in the view of the program team. It is more like a key for everyone to challenge the professional life, and the important beginning of this special journey. Therefore, the program team specifically requested that the cleaning of the room should be broadcast live from the beginning of the session. After the photographers had collectively turned on their cameras and the lenses were pointed at their respective subjects, Wang Han got up and prepared to go to his room. Seeing Wang Han get up and walk towards his room, Lin Fengjiao was like an agile deer, the first one to jump up and said to Wang Han with a face full of attentiveness, "Wang Han Xiao Wang Han, leave such rough work as cleaning the room to us." "Right, right, right." Su Baiyan also hurriedly got up and agreed, eagerly saying, "I cleaned my room a lot at home. I'm very skillful." Hai Ji also got up without a second thought and echoed, "Yeah, just leave things like cleaning to us." As they spoke, the 3 girls could not wait to head toward Wang Han's room. The attitude was like they were going on an incredibly important mission. Seeing this, Wang Han hurriedly waved his hand to stop the 3 of them. His movements were resolute, and his tone was even more unquestionable. "No need. Since it's to experience the occupation, of course I have to do it myself. If I need your help for something as trivial as cleaning the room, wouldn't it be the same as if I hadn't participated in the challenge? This doesn't make any sense to me." At those words, the 3 women and the 4 photographers froze, and they stood frozen in place as if they had been under a spell of immobilization. One thought collectively surfaced in their minds, which was, do men really clean their rooms? In their perception, men are completely insulated from these chores, and this scenario is just beyond imagination. Looking at the 3 women who froze, Wang Han couldn't help but shake his head and said in a gentler but still firm tone, "I'll just do my own thing. You guys don't have to help. If there's a need I'll talk to you." After saying that, without hesitation, he turned around and walked into his room. Seeing this, Wang Han's exclusive cameraman didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and hurriedly followed him in with the live camera. His heart filled with worry. Hearing Wang Han's words and watching him shake his head and turn around, Lin Fengjiao's three girls' hearts suddenly snapped and a bad feeling surged through them. A thought emerged from their minds: it's over. This messes up the impression. A flicker of chagrin flashed across their faces as they stood still, not knowing what to do. Lin Fengjiao quickly came back to her senses. She shook her head as if to cheer herself up and said to Su Baiyan and Shi Yiji, "That, I have experience living alone. Help me organize my room first." When he finished, he winked at the two men with a different look in his eyes. Su Baiyan and Shi Yiji instantly understood Lin Fengjiao's intentions. They nodded in understanding and hurriedly followed Lin Fengjiao into her room, preparing for a quick battle before letting the experienced Lin Fengjiao come over to help. Wang Han entered the room and immediately began to scrutinize the items in the room. The room was simply furnished with almost nothing but a bed and cupboard, a desk, a small desk lamp and a set of brand new unopened bedding. However, the room was cleaned by the program team, and even the windowsills were wiped down, which saved Wang Han a lot of effort in recleaning. After checking it over, Wang Han began to make the bed for himself. The movements were skillful and natural, as if he had done this often. Is this still a man? He made his own bed? I realized something was wrong just now when the anchor checked the room, but I didn't dare to guess in that direction at all. Oh my god. What am I seeing? Men making beds? I'm crying my eyes out. It's not enough that a man can make a bed, but he can even do it better than me. At World Male Protection Association. See, the anchor actually makes his own bed. He must have been abused. It's mandatory for the anchor to come and live in my little life. Our little life promises that this will never happen. People in your country are too short, but in favor of your claim that the anchor was mistreated, come to our Gallic country and make sure that nothing so serious happens. Tonight, I'll make my own bed. I'm already making the bed, watching the live stream and synchronizing with the men. It's like I'm doing this with the anchor. My Zitsu. Holy, I'm reminded upstairs. Now it's on. What if I don't know how to make the bed? Is it too late to call a babysitter? In the live broadcast room, the netizens' pop-ups were like a raging tide of crazy screens, and the whole screen was filled with all kinds of comments. However, there was no denunciation of Lin Fengjiao's girls. After all, everyone knew that this was Wang Han's own strong request, and there was no one to blame for these Lin Fengjiao girls. Just netizens are hard to imagine. Wang Han actually know to make the bed, and also do so skillfully. This is like seeing their own family pet dog suddenly will cook is incredible. Although this analogy is not quite appropriate, but it did shock off a crowd of netizens' eyeballs. In this world, males are treated as the highest nobility in the world from the moment they are born. In the matter of being served, even the emperors of those old system countries have to bow down. For men, these little things in life, let alone getting their hands dirty, may not even be known to have such a need. To say they are spoiled is a compliment. After Wang Han had made his bed with nimble movements, he opened his suitcase and began to lay out his daily necessities one by one. Inside were just some simple toiletries, and 2 pairs of shoes and 3 sets of clothes, and nothing more than that. What? How come there's so little stuff? Oh my god. How come the anchor doesn't have any makeup? I can't believe there's only simple toiletries. Where's the hand cream? Where's the mask? Where's the lipstick? Look at this. What did Daxia do? They don't even have hand cream. The host is clearly being mistreated, and they are forced to help the host change countries? Looking at what Wang Han took out, the netizens were surprised once again, especially those foreign viewers, who began to frantically send out pop-ups, and some even threatened to say that Wang Han had been mistreated, and were very emotional. Ahem. Seeing these pop-ups, the cameraman didn't dare to act as if he didn't see them. After all, this had already involved international public opinion. He hurriedly coughed gently twice to get Wang Han's attention and said, "Wang Han, there are some foreign viewers in the live broadcast room saying that you've been mistreated." Abuse? Hearing this, Wang Han, who was putting his clothes into the closet, couldn't help but stare at the photographer with a puzzled face. The cameraman organized his vocabulary and said carefully, "You're carrying too little. Not only do you not have any cosmetics, you don't even have any skincare products to nourish your skin. Do you want me to ask the show to send them to you?" Wang Han's heart was speechless for a while. How did not expect, just because he did not bring these things, will be said to be mistreated. What does he want these things? Though puzzled, he explained to the camera, "Netizens, it's not that I don't have these things, it's that I don't like to use them. The whole thing makes my face sticky, so I didn't bring them." After explaining, Wang Han continued to pack up. Only in his heart he was still puzzled. I'm just packing up a room. Why does it seem like it's something heavenly? If the anchor doesn't use it, then I won't use it anymore. I'll wash my face with water from now on. I'll be the second one. Upstairs, are you a network card? Please type plus 156,512 on the back and don't break the queue. I guess the beauty industry is in for a shakeup. In the live broadcast room, with Wang Han's explanation, another flood of pop-ups came rushing in, with all sorts of interesting comments coming out. Wang Han, you. Just as Wang Han was categorizing and arranging his things, a voice rang out from outside the room, but it ended abruptly in the middle of his words, as if he was shocked by the sight in front of him. Hearing the voice, Wang Han turned his head to look, only to see Lin Fengjiao standing outside the door of her room with a glass of water, her eyes rounded, incredulously looking at the items already organized in the room, her eyes full of shock. Lin Fengjiao's three girls originally didn't quite believe that Wang Han would clean up the room, but because of Wang Han's words, they couldn't force themselves to help, so they planned to help Lin Fengjiao clean up the room first, and then let the experienced Lin Fengjiao help Wang Han. After the three hurriedly packed up with their hands and feet, Lin Fengjiao rushed over with the water, but she didn't expect that Wang Han had not only already packed up the room, but also packed it up in a well-organized manner. Looking at Lin Fengjiao, who was standing at the door of her room with a cup of water, Wang Han smiled and asked, "Have you finished packing your room?" Chapter 59, The First Night. Chapter 59, The First Night. Are you done packing your room? Hearing Wang Han's question, Lin Fengjiao couldn't help but be speechless in her heart. On her face, she smiled and responded, "I've already finished cleaning up. Originally, I was planning to come over to see how well you've cleaned up, but I didn't realize that you're much more powerful than I imagined." As she spoke, Lin Fengjiao had walked into the room very naturally and handed Wang Han the cup of water she was holding in her hand. "Tired, aren't you? Have some water. It's just cleaning up a room. Nothing impressive," Wang Han said as he raised his hand and prepared to receive the water cup. Ding, please reject. Points 10. Just then, a system beep sounded in his head. This system is keeping a close eye on things. Posting quests has become concise. Wang Han finished spitting in his mind in a split second, and with a change in the gesture of receiving the cup, he pushed it back. "Thanks, I'm not thirsty." Upon hearing this, Lin Fengjiao's hand that was handing out water was withdrawn, and a flash of loss instantly flashed in her eyes, but she quickly and immediately said cheerfully, "Since it's all been cleaned up, should we go and help Bai Nian and EG clean up a bit?" Ding, please reject. Points 5. The system's voice once again sounded in Wang Han's mind. Wang Han shook his head and said seriously, "Since we're here to challenge the profession, of course we have to do it ourselves. Although the purpose of the grouping is to help and support each other, there are individual efforts as well, so there's no need to help with small things like this." "Alright then," Lin Fengjiao nodded. Then her eyes began to survey Wang Han's room. Ding, please kick her out of your room. Points 5. The system's beep sounded again. "You really don't miss the slightest opportunity that might create ambiguity." Hearing the prompt, Wang Han once again spat helplessly in his heart. To Lin Fengjiao, he said, "My room has also been packed up, so let's go wait for them in the living room. After all, the room belongs to the private domain." Lin Fengjiao hurriedly withdrew her gaze and nodded with a smile. "Ugh, I really don't have the face to look at it. How did I give birth to such a daughter?" In a luxurious villa within the Kyoto fortress, Subuki looked at the live broadcast screen where her own daughter was organizing her room, and couldn't help but raise her hand to hold her forehead, her face filled with a lifeless expression. Next to her, Subuan also had a headache on her face and carefully asked, "Why don't we ask the program team to see if we can do some off-site guidance?" Only to see that the live broadcast screen, their baby girl Su Baiyan is hurriedly organizing her room, with Lin Fengjiao as a demonstration model. Making the bed and so on is not too bad, but when she took out the things in the suitcase and arranged them, a scene like a pigsty was shown in front of the viewer's eyes. Alas, the other three daughters sitting on the sofa, Su Baiyu, Su Baidu and Su Baina, similarly sighed with a heart full of powerlessness. This face had truly been lost to the international stage. Really can't live without laughing. This person hasn't even slept on it yet, and the room is already in such a mess. My daughter's room was much neater than hers even a month after she came back. The few netizens in Su Bainyan's live broadcast room had already begun to ridicule to their heart's content. Fortunately, more or less, in the second fortress of South City, Shi Yifan looked at her own sister's live broadcast screen and was still angry. But when she looked at Su Bainyan's live broadcast, she was relieved and wasn't so angry. How could she say that? Having a more humiliating one in place was just fine with her. It was good to have a shinier one to cover up, so the netizens wouldn't be as likely to see her sister's bit of light. Meanwhile, the rest of the players got into the act of organizing their rooms. Some of them chose to collaborate in organizing, while others organized their rooms individually. Overall, although a number of them had some internal dissatisfaction with their rooms, none of them showed this dissatisfaction, nor did any unpleasant situations occur. The backstage team of the program was really relieved to see this situation. Their greatest fear was unpleasantness between the contestants. This time, the program not only had Wang Han, a male, but also had 50 connected people with strong backgrounds. It is good to know that 50 of these connections are not mere vases. They wouldn't have been sent to this program if they didn't have enough brains and ability. And although the remaining 150 were chosen through a truly random process, no one dared to stir up trouble or cause trouble so easily in a program that involved men. What's more, there were also those 50 relations playing a mediating role in it. Not only did the contestants not have any unpleasant things happen, instead the atmosphere became more harmonious and united, and the contestants familiarized themselves with each other very quickly. By now, some of the groups of players who had finished organizing their rooms had gathered for a small meeting, searching for information on their cell phones while discussing tomorrow's career work. The show didn't take away their cell phones or even restrict internet access. However, there were restrictions on money. Each of them only had $200 as initial funds, and all future spending in life could only be obtained from work. Using more than that is the same as elimination. And of course, it wasn't just the players who had a small meeting to discuss tomorrow's work, but also Wang Han. It is impossible for the program group not to be aware of the existence of numerous relationships among the contestants, and any one out of them is enough for the program group to eat. But even so, the program group still chose such a living environment. In their opinion, it was not that the program group was bold, but that the program group had no choice. There is only one possibility that can make the program team would rather offend a connected person than do this. That is, this place was chosen by Wang Han in a forceful manner. So, why did Wang Han choose this filthy environment? Is there a purpose to it? Was it an intentional test for them? Thinking that it might be Wang Han's intention to test them. For a while, the many girls participating in the program couldn't help but clench their teeth in secret and cheer themselves up. Even if the environment was bad, they had to persevere no matter what. This career challenge program is not just an ordinary program for them. It is also seen by them as an important test for Wang Han to select his family. The sixth group, when Su Baiyan and Hei Yiji had also both organized their rooms, also opened a small meeting. It was just that unlike the discussions of the other group members, as soon as the small meeting of the sixth group started, the three girls all looked at Wang Han in unison. Seeing the three girls waiting for him to speak first, Wang Han touched his nose. Do you guys have any suggestions? The three women remained silent as they sniffed. All three of them are girls from well-off families, and when they are asked to scavenge, they don't know how they are going to start. Chapter 60, Scavenging with a Beautiful Girl. Chapter 60, Scavenging with a Beautiful Girl. Seeing that the three were still silent, Wang Han could only say stiffly, I do know some, said Wang Han sheepishly glanced at the three girls, before continuing, in fact, it is to pick up some of the garbage that still has value, and then sell it. For example, in the garbage can tomato bottles, paper shells, these to sell belong to scavenging. The three women sniffed, still silent. Of course they knew what scavenging was, but the thought of going through those smelly garbage cans, and it being nationally televised and internationally broadcast, was very much resisted in their minds. Can you plow through a trash can? Lin Fengjiao asked carefully. Scavenging, she admitted, but for rummaging through trash cans, she wanted to fight for it. Which one of the three of them was not from a good family? Which one of them was not graduated from or studying at a prestigious university? She really couldn't afford to lose this person. Thinking about going back to school later, or a class reunion, and then being asked about it makes them want to find a crack in the ground. But it is absolutely impossible to make them give up. This is a hard-earned opportunity, maybe even once in a lifetime. No matter how hard, no matter how tired, no matter how dirty, they have to insist on it. If they gave up for this reason, even if they weren't beaten to death at home, they would definitely have a very bad time. Looking at the three women who remained silent, Wang Han laughed in his heart and immediately said, actually, scavenging isn't that difficult, and there's no need to go through the garbage cans or anything, so you guys don't have to worry about it. Take an early rest. Ding, please watch your words. Host, mission, end the mini-meeting in 1 minute. Reward 30 points. Wang Han had only just finished speaking when the system's voice once again sounded in Wang Han's mind. System, isn't your intelligence too high? Isn't it selfish? Hearing the system's mission, Wang Han once again had no big words in his mind. It always felt that the system intelligence did not look like intelligence. Ding, please don't doubt the professional ethics of the system, or else you will get 1 point for the next mission. Wang Han, Che, even using threats and telling me not to be suspicious, but for the sake of the points, I'll put up with it. Taking over the task, Wang Han immediately turned his words around and said to the three women, "Scavenging doesn't have to be about going through garbage cans. Since we all know more or less the same thing about scavenging, let's not dwell on this. Everyone go back to your rooms early, and also do your homework individually, so that you can leave early tomorrow." Okay. Seeing Wang Han say that, the three girls couldn't say anything else, so they could only nod and go back to their respective rooms. What? The little meeting is over. We're still waiting to see it, so why don't you just say a few sentences? I just came in here and it's over? Am I late? Or is it too short? In the live broadcast room, a group of netizens were speechless. Many netizens had even just entered the live broadcast room, only to have it end right after they came in. Ha ha, all the netizens should rest early too. Looking forward to tomorrow's live broadcast. I'm sure young Master Wang Han and the contestants will have an even more exciting life tomorrow. The cameraman saw that all four players had gone back to their rooms, and the live broadcast was awkward for a moment. So after a hurried remark, he also hurriedly turned off the camera and similarly returned to his room. Before the live broadcast, the contestants tidied up and organized their rooms, but their rooms haven't been tidied up yet. Only compared to the contestants, they only need to carry the camera to follow the exclusive contestants, as well as record the spending records of the contestants, but do not have to follow the contestants to suffer. The room fell silent as everyone entered the room. Dum 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 dum. Quiet night. A sneaky black shadow silently touched the door of Wang Han's room. See the light revealed by the doorway on the ground. The sneaky black shadow gently knocked on the door of Wang Han's house. Ding. Sneaky and quiet in the night. Surely unsettling. Now issue a mission. Don't talk. Reward points 50. In the room, before Wang Han, who was reading a book, could open his mouth, the system's voice sounded in Wang Han's mind first. Ugh. Wang Han sighed silently, solely putting down the book. He turned off the light and directly lay down to sleep. Maybe when the first career was over, he would be able to gather the points to buy something like that. Outside the door, the sneaky dark figure watched the light go out in the crack and was silent for a moment, then tiptoed away. Early in the morning, Lin Fengjie was the first to wake up. As a sheriff's deputy, it had become her habit to get up early to exercise. But today, she was up earlier than usual. After Lin Fengjie got up, she just casually tidied up her personal hygiene and put on a barely noticeable amount of makeup on herself before lightly starting to get ready. The second person to get up was Lin Fengjie's cameraman. It wasn't even 7 o'clock when she was called up by Lin Fengjie. After washing up, she had to sleepily carry the camera and start working. After all, she is Lin Fengjie's exclusive photographer. And after Lin Fengjie gets up and puts on her makeup, she has to start documenting her life. When it was almost 8 o'clock, Lin Fengjie started to wake up Su Baiyan and Shi Yiji, as well as the other three photographers, urging them to make up and get ready. They couldn't wait for Wang Han to get up and still have to wait for them to put on makeup and clean up. As for Wang Han, no one dared to shout, and the viewers of the live broadcast and the staff of the program did not allow them to disturb a male's sleep. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Han was finally up. Looking at Wang Han, who walked out of the room with toiletries in a scruffy and greasy look, the three cameramen who had already turned on the camera all silently turned their lenses towards the main characters of their respective shoots. Wang Han's exclusive cameraman hadn't turned on the camera yet, but he also pretended to start filming the scenery outside the window. Looking at the 6 people in the living room who all looked depressed except for Lin Fengjie, Wang Han smiled awkwardly. You all got up quite early. Lin Fengjie revealed a sweet smile. Today is the first day of the challenge, so I got up a bit early as I was a bit excited. Wang Han nodded slightly and took the toiletries and walked into the bathroom. Lin Fengjie hurriedly said, Do you need me to help you with your makeup? Ding. As a single dog, how can you let the opposite sex help you with your makeup? Mission, please sternly refuse. Reward points 40. Before Wang Han could say anything, the system had already jumped out at the first opportunity to release the mission. I just can't get the same sex to do my makeup even if I wanted to. Besides, I don't need it. Wang Han spat at the system in his mind and waved his hand at Lin Fengjie. No need. Our profession is scavengers. Makeup is nearly equal to whitening. A simple cleaning is fine. After saying that, Wang Han had already entered the bathroom. After Wang Han entered the bathroom, Lin Fengjie hurriedly whispered to the others, Young Master Wang Han is already up, so all cheer up. Don't lose any more impression points. Also, from now on, we'll reduce the need for makeup. We can't let our pampering drag down young Master Wang Han's rating. The other 6 nodded seriously, each slapping their hands on their respective faces to refresh themselves. Although the ratings wouldn't be low no matter what Wang Han did, there were still numerous netizens watching, and they didn't want to be scolded as vases. Men, of course, should be protected and taken care of by women. 5 minutes later, Wang Han walked out of the room refreshed. Seeing the amount of Wang Han shuffling finished, Everyone is wide-eyed, and the three women who have already opened the broadcast live room is a piece, compared to them getting up and going out for 20 minutes, or even up to an hour or two of makeup time. But now a male actually only took 5 minutes. Smiling, she said to the women, "Next time, everyone doesn't have to get up so early. We'll be back late for the rest of the day, and not getting enough sleep won't do. Let's get going." Good. Upon hearing this, the 7 girls responded. Taking the equipment that the program team sent yesterday with them, they went out. They had the simplest outfit of all the runners. Just a big urea pocket each. Nothing else. Chapter 61 Let go of that bottle. Let the young master do it. Chapter 61 Let go of that bottle. Let the young master do it. Are there scavengers in Little South Side? The answer is no. For this is a fortress city inhabited by men. The city is full of unity and camaraderie. And the people of this city are very law-abiding, public-spirited, and strict in their adherence to the rules of morality. So whether it is the environmental face of the city, or the united life of the people in the city, or the level of character, there is no need for scavengers, nor is the existence of scavengers allowed. But there is now. Wang Han took the 3 sisters, carrying their urea pockets, and walked down the street while the 4 photographers were 2 in front and 2 behind for the 4. The good thing is that although the 4 people are eye-catching, there is no scene of crowded spectators on the street, and the pedestrians encountered are very curious about Wang Han, a rare male, but they just walk by with hurried feet, and their gazes are just sizing up the situation in the process. Apparently, the city's administrators had given orders that no one would dare stop to watch this chance encounter. In the face of the camera and the surrounding pedestrians passing by a hurried but obviously very curious eyes, Su Baiyan and Shi Yi, the 2 young ladies lowered their heads to the ground and hated to find a crack to drill into it. Even Lin Fengjiao, who had long been accustomed to the curious gazes of strangers, couldn't help but lower her head a bit. Just out of the neighborhood soon, Wang Han saw a discarded mineral water bottle on the sidewalk. Immediately, Wang Han quickly walked over. "Wang Han, it's better for me to do it." Lin Fengjiao, who was in the midst of shame, saw this and hurriedly said, jogging forward and crossing Wang Han to pick up the mineral water bottle on the ground. Doubt could not help but rise in his heart. The residents of Xiaonan City were very observant of morality and care for the public. This kind of obviously littering behavior was basically impossible in Xiaonan City. Not to mention that even if there was littered garbage, it had already been thrown into the garbage can by the people who found it. Hearing this sound, Su Baiyan and Shi Yi, who had been looking down at their feet walking, also both came back to their senses. And seeing this scene, the 2 couldn't help but blush even more. But they also gave themselves a pep talk in their hearts. "You can do it. Hi hi yay. You must do well. Don't be slow next time. You can do without the face or whatever. But you'll be beaten to death by your sisters if you go home in defeat like that. Pop up, this Lin Fengjiao is really eye-catching. It's not bad, not having honorable males picking up trash. Come on, I'm looking out for you, sister." In the live broadcast, netizens also praised Lin Fengjiao. After Lin Fengjiao picked up the bottle, she walked quickly toward Wang Han and handed the bottle to him respectfully with both hands, as if handing over a love letter, saying with a smile, "Wang Han, this bottle is for you. Ding, nothing to offer. Not adultery is theft. Accepted. How else to be a single dog? Long-term task release. Refuse to offer attentive people. Refusing once will reward you with 10 points. Looking at the mineral water bottle in front of him that was delivered with both hands, Wang Han didn't even say anything yet, but the voice of the dog system rang in his head first. Anyway, Wang Han had intended to refuse, and immediately said seriously, "No, this is something you picked up, so of course it should be yours. Although we are a group, the purpose of the group's existence is just for us to take care of and support each other. The first round of promotion still depends on individual gains, and promotion scoring is scoring individuals. Can't specialize in taking care of me alone, otherwise you guys will have a hard time advancing." Upon hearing this, Lin Fengjiao froze, knowing that she was offering the wrong thing, and could only awkwardly throw the bottle into the urea bag she was holding, and smiled sarcastically. "You're right, it's me who didn't think of that. I won't next time." Saying that, she carefully looked at Wang Han, fearing that he would dislike her just because of that. Although this was a small matter, in her eyes, no matter how big or small, anything that would affect Wang Han's senses was not a small matter. Ha ha ha. Looking at Lin Fengjiao carefully, living like a kitten that did something wrong, Wang Han couldn't help but laugh a few times and said, "Don't have this expression. We're teammates. It's only right to help remind each other." Aha! Lin Fengjiao nodded heavily. At once, her heart was as happy as smeared with honey. Not only had Wang Han not lowered his feelings towards her because of this incident, it seemed that he had even gotten a little closer to her. Ding, host, please watch your words, don't give people hope. Ding, 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 ding. In Wang Han's mind, the system spoke again and made a continuous dinging sound, so noisy that Wang Han couldn't hear the surrounding sounds. This system. Wang Han was speechless in his heart. The fact that he was able to dispense with the punishment didn't mean that the system didn't have a way to torment him. Let's keep going. Wang Han lazily ignored the system and said with a smile before continuing onward. Young Master Wang Han is right. The group is only supporting each other. Individual performance is also very important. Young Master Wang Han is so fair. Decided. I'll go out and pick up bottles today. Upstairs just remembered now. I've started to synchronize with the anchor. In the live broadcast room, countless netizens praised what Wang Han had just said, completely forgetting that one after another had praised Lin Fengjiao for having eyesight before. A few people didn't get far before they once again saw mineral water bottles on the ground. Su Baiyan was the first to realize this, and immediately jogged over. Just now she was so focused on cheering herself up that she didn't even hear what Wang Han said, and at this moment she was even more filled with the desire to express herself. Wang Han's pace, which was about to speed up, slowed down by 3 points when he realized it. Don't! Let go of that bottle and let the young master come. Is this person without any eyesight? He dares to rob young master Wang Han's bottle. If only I had been there. I would have thrown a rotten egg. I want you to go through the trash later. Leave the clean ones on the road for the young master. Su Baiyan, when you go back to school, I'll cut you off. Su Baiyan, you're no longer my goddess. I'll be sure to send the video of you rummaging through the trash can to the campus network. It's true that you've been reading in vain. Didn't you hear what young master Wang Han just said? Seeing Su Baiyan, a group of netizens in the live broadcast room vociferously criticized, in sharp contrast to the previous praise of Lin Fengjiao. Unfortunately, Su Baiyan simply cannot see the live broadcast of the denunciation of the pop-up screen. At this time has a face of joy picked up the ground mineral water bottles. 3 jumps and 2 jumps on the run to Wang Han, living off a see the master of the excitement of the puppy. Also like Lin Fengjiao, she handed the picked up mineral water bottle to Wang Han with both hands. Wang Han, put this bottle away. Ugh. At this moment, the live broadcast was quiet, and the netizens collectively sighed, but inexplicably didn't want to blame anymore. Alas, Su family, Su Baiyan's family members in front of the TV all sighed. The rich and noble family's upbringing was there, but not much, in vain, I guess. Su family head, if I had known, I shouldn't have considered her in the first place. Su sisters, I should have known that I should have fought to the end. I shouldn't have let this guy go. Ugh, did I just say that for nothing? Wang Han also sighed in his heart. Thanks, but it's better for you to take it, as agreed just now. Whoever picks it up gets it. Being rejected by Wang Han, Su Baiyan's little face instantly revealed a sad and pitiful little expression. Living as a puppy that was scolded by its master to roll. Cough cough. Lin Fengjiao hurriedly coughed twice and said, just now, young master Wang Han said, that it is indeed the case that we form teams to support each other, but our individual performance ratings are also important. This way. Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan's collapsed little expression instantly closed up, and her eyes smiled into a crescent moon. It's still Wang Han who's considerate. Chapter 62 Unexpected Sudden Impact. Chapter 62 An Unexpected Sudden Outburst. From the neighborhood out, probably just walked 200 meters. Wang Han 4 people picked up more than a dozen plastic bottles, and 4 or 5 takeaway express box. Of course, the back of the garbage are the 3 women took the initiative to back off and let Wang Han pick up. Now, not to mention Lin Fengjiao, a vigilante familiar with Xiaonan City, and Su Baiyan in Shiiji, who lived in other fortress cities. Even netizens who lived in ordinary cities guessed that this garbage must have been arranged by the show's team. Just as Wang Han picked up another delivery box, Heiji suddenly walked towards the nearby trash can. While walking, Heiji was still giving herself a pep talk in her mind. Hey Ikki, you can do it. Even if you go through the trash can, you can never be called a vase. Residents of Little South City value sanitation and the city's image, so it takes about 500 meters to get a trash can. And it's sorted. Heiji walked over and immediately opened the lid of the trash can to look through the recyclable trash. Inside were all kinds of paper shells, plastic bottles, half of the trash can, and even 2 discarded computer motherboards. The key was that these things were all still clean. I'm going to go. And computer motherboards. The program team exaggerated The show is blatantly cheating. But I like it. The netizens in Heiji's live broadcast room exclaimed that they had seen what was inside. But although they knew that this was the program group cheating, there wasn't anyone who scolded the program group. On the contrary, if the program group really didn't help Wang Han cheat, they were afraid that they would be scolded by the netizens for being autistic. Of course, seeing that there were so many things, and that there was no dirt or strange smell at all. Hiyeki knew that these things were deliberately prepared by the show's crew, and immediately shouted to Wang Han's trio, "Come over here and help. Anyway, this is the program group intentionally prepared, but also very clean." So it is even Wang Han shouted together. After Wang Han and Lin Fengjiao, Su Bainian looked at each other. They all stepped forward to help as well. In no time at all, the three men had most of the urea pockets in their hands. Recycling plastic, paper shells, wine bottles, scrap metal. The four had just finished turning over the trash can when a horn sound came from far and near. An electric tricycle with a license plate very coincidentally drove this way, and the one riding the tricycle was an old aunt who was about 50 years old. Seeing this, who doesn't know that this is deliberately arranged by the program group to come over? This program group not only helps Wang Han to cheat, but even afraid that Wang Han's hands are heavy and tired, and immediately arranges for the recycling people to come over. Lin Fengjia immediately shouted, "Auntie, we have something to recycle here." Hearing the shouts, the aunt who was an actress immediately rode over, and then took out a hooked electronic scale from the top. Mouth also politely introduced, "I hear plastic $3 a caddy, paper shells Wu Jiao a caddy, wine bottles 10 cents a bottle, iron a caddy, never less than the scale O." In the face of Auntie's gushing, Lin Fengjiao's three girls were the ones who looked at Wang Han again. Obviously, they were giving this opportunity to perform to Wang Han. Looking at this fussing aunt, Wang Han didn't talk nonsense. "Then we'll sell it at the price you said. It's just that the four of us are able to weigh our stuff separately." After saying that, Wang Han poured out the scraps in his pockets and began to categorize them. Seeing this, Lin Fengjiao's three daughters all followed Wang Han to categorize things. Meanwhile, the other contestants weren't as lucky as Wang Han and the girls. The crew helped Wang Han cheat. That's a must. Under the filter of male aura, it's a behavior that can be understood by all, even if not doing so in turn will be called autistic by the netizens. But no one is helping them cheat in their other groups. The show is really giving them a fair and square, and the netizens will not allow this kind of thing to happen in their other groups anyway. And the families of the other contestants, besides the families of the respective contestants, certainly won't allow this kind of fairness-breaking thing to happen, because in the eyes of everyone except Wang Han, this was not a career challenge, but a competition for the chance to spend time with Wang Han, and no one was willing to be left behind, much less allow someone other than themselves to cheat. So the program group simply gave the rest of the contestants an absolutely fair deal. Not only would they not help them cheat, but on the contrary, they strictly supervised them. It's the programmers who are offended if they don't regulate strictly. Ugh, in a certain public place, the four girls were full of powerlessness, looking in front of them to clean the toilet, full of speechlessness. The body's resentment is visible to the naked eye. The heart has long been stormy. If not know that this is Wang Han deliberately arranged to come in the occupation, they are going to swear. Although the toilets in Little South Side are very hygienic, they resisted very much in their hearts, but still gritted their teeth and did the cleaning of the toilets. The four of them were all children of big rich families, not to mention sweeping the toilet. They usually didn't even clean their own rooms, but there was even more bad luck than theirs, and that was the group that cleaned up the trash. Although only 2 of the 4 people are missing, but without the program team to help cheat, sweeping the garbage, this kind of thing is known to be dirty and smelly. These 4 people do an hour, are smoked and vomited 4 or 5 times, and even the 2 missy are smoked fainted. However, no matter how tough the work was, everyone was chomping at the bit, including the missies who were assigned to work at the dump. No one dares to show any missy temper. After selling the found scraps, Wang Han, Lin Fengjiao, and Shi Yi all harvested around $30. Especially Su Bainian, because she sold 2 discarded motherboards, she directly gained an extra $100. Su Bainian, this little girl was lucky. Wang Han didn't care about the 2 discarded motherboards, and she, Lin Fengjiao, and Shi Yi didn't know the value of the motherboards, so they were cheap. Even when she got a bargain, she still looked aggrieved, as if she had done something wrong. All of it couldn't help but make Wang Han secretly laugh in his heart. She was getting a bargain and still acting like a good girl. After selling their stuff, Wang Han's 4 men began the scavenging path once again. It was while in the middle of walking down an alley that the accident occurred, only to see a vicious dog with a shoulder height of half a meter suddenly rushing out from a nearby alley and pouncing and biting at Wang Han. Not good. God, what's with the dogs here? It's over. Men are going to get hurt. Where are the guards? Why don't you protect the anchor? Looking at the vicious dog that suddenly rushed out from the alleyway and also directly pounced and bit at Wang Han, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly had their hearts in their throats. Many people were even directly shocked to the point that they stood up from their workstations and from the park benches. Crap! Backstage of the program group. Looking at the vicious dog that suddenly rushed out of the live broadcast screen, a group of staff members of the program group were shocked. and the chief director was even whitened by his face, because they were experiencing their profession. The soldiers escorting Wang Han were at least 300 meters away from him, and it happened so suddenly that it was too late to rescue them. If Wang Han is really injured, then her life will be over. No matter what the reason is, just a failure to detect hidden dangers is enough to make her step on the sewing machine for 10 years. She could only expect Lin Fengjiu and the girls to react in time to help Wang Han block the vicious dogs now. After I write the career plot, I plan to have a bit of a crossover sadomasochistic plot, just as all women's world sadomasochistic. Of course. Chapter 63, This is no ordinary dog. Chapter 63, This is no ordinary dog. In the nick of time, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Countless pairs of eyes staring tightly at the evil dog that was gradually approaching Wang Han. Every heart was raised in the throat. The evil dog was spreading its teeth and claws, with a fierce light flashing in its eyes, as if it was going to tear Wang Han into pieces in the next second. Right in the middle of this suffocatingly tense atmosphere, Lin Fengjiu moved. With her athletic stance, she dodged with a quickness, like a solid barrier, and blocked in front of Wang Han without any hesitation. Immediately afterward, the long, slender legs in straight pants lifted up and directed a swift and incomparable whip kick at the vicious dog. At this moment, the original soft temperament of the $1,000 girl on her body disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by an awe-inspiring valor. The speed of this whip kick was so fast that it even brought out a residual shadow in the air, and the sound of wind could be clearly heard whistling. Wang Han watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart, even suspecting that with the power of this kick, if it was kicked on a bullfig tree, it would definitely be able to directly break it. However, something even more unexpected happened. Facing Lin Fengjiu's whip leg that was so fast that it brought out residual shadows and was powerful enough to crack mountains and rocks, the eyes of the vicious dog that should have been unable to avoid it quickly turned, and a hint of cunning seemed to have flashed in its eyes, and immediately afterward, its body was like a black lightning bolt that quickly jumped to the side. Its movements were light and agile, easily dodging Lin Fengjiu's fatal blow. The speed at which it dodged was more than twice as fast as when it had just rushed in. Bang! A loud bang rang out like a hammer hitting a wall. Lin Fengjiu's whip leg hit the wall of the alley heavily. In an instant, dust flew up and crumbs of green bricks splashed everywhere. Her kick had actually directly opened a basketball-sized hole in the hard brick wall. It also smashed a big hole in everyone's heart, and many of the spectators shrieked and turned white, because that evil dog, after dodging Lin Fengjiu's whip leg, even took advantage of the gap where Lin Fengjiu failed to collect her moves, and once again rushed towards Wang Han like an arrow out of the string. This time the speed was so fast that people could hardly see its figure. They could only see a black shadow flashing before their eyes. The canine mouth was even widened to an exaggerated amplitude, which was full of small thumbs thick and long sharp teeth, and those sharp teeth flashed with an icy cold light under the sunlight, as if they were a sharp dagger, making people shudder. This is no ordinary vicious dog. System, Redeemed Qing Dynasty Martial Arts Physique, Kung Fu, Experience. Wang Han secretly screamed in his heart that it was bad, that he still didn't know that this evil dog was by no means an ordinary evil dog. He quickly communicated with the system in his mind, with a hint of urgency and determination in his tone. Originally, Wang Han had thought about saving more points to exchange for other more favorable things, but at this moment, saving his life was the most important thing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging martial arts physique, Kung Fu, and experience, consuming 1,200 points. As the system's beep sounded, Wang Han felt a powerful force surging into his body like a tidal wave, and his eyes became sharp in an instant, as if he was a battle-hardened warrior. However, just when Wang Han was already tense and ready to deal with the vicious dog's surprise attack with all his might, the accident reappeared. Hei Yi and Su Baiyan suddenly blocked in front of Wang Han on the left and right, assuming a taekwondo stance, while kicking out their long and slender legs at the same time towards the pouncing evil dog. The speed was actually not slower than Lin Fengjiu's whip leg just now. Bang! Facing the long legs kicking from both left and right at the same time, the vicious dog failed to dodge this time and was directly sent flying back into the alley. At this time, Lin Fengjiu had also retrieved her beckoning hand, and against the waist of the vicious dog that had been kicked back was a powerful big swinging fist to make up for it. Boom! The backward flying vicious dog was hit by this powerful blow from Lin Fengjiu, and immediately changed its backward flying trajectory, directly crashing through the wall next to it and into the house next to it. Watching this scene, Wang Han cannot help but look dumbfounded. Their own martial arts strength and the three women this fighting strength is really not enough to see. This also makes Wang Han's heart can't help but bubble out of doubt. This Lin Fengjiu is okay. Mother is a song in Xiaonan City. Itself is also a vigilante. But unfortunately, E.G. and Su Baiyan are both soft and weak-looking young ladies. How can they have such a strong physical fitness? This kind of physical fitness is clearly more than that of an ordinary person. Young master, retreat! Before Wang Han could finish being surprised, Su Baiyan had already made a turn and bent down to hit Wang Han in the stomach with her shoulder. Then in Wang Han's dumbfounded face, he directly carried Wang Han up, spread his legs and ran towards the soldiers who had already rushed behind him. Even though he was carrying Wang Han, his speed was actually not slower than a professional athlete at all. Shi Yiji and Lin Fengjia were also close by, escorting Wang Han's safety, with no intention at all of continuing to fight with the vicious dog. That was close. Nian is good. Scared to death. Backup arrives quickly. Definitely can't let that mutant beast escape. Watching Wang Han having a scare, the program team and the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wang Han was fine. If he had lost Wang Han, a young and strong male, it would have been no less than losing hundreds of thousands of troops, and even more so, it would have caused a huge international public opinion. Woof woof woof. A loud cacophony of barking dogs rang out from the houses behind them, so loud that it even shook the surrounding houses with rustling dust. Bang! Immediately afterward, Wang Han, who was being carried and running, saw that the wall of the house behind him was smashed through, and a vicious dog as big as a bull rushed out from it, chasing towards the four Wang Han, followed by a second, and a third. These three huge evil dogs had scarce hair, scarlet eyes, huge mouths, filled with sharp teeth. Especially the four canine teeth were like daggers that made people shudder. The three huge vicious dogs ran. The momentum was not at all inferior to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, and the speed was even faster than a cheetah. But in a few breaths, they pulled in half of the distance, and the distance from the four people was less than 20 meters. Dum 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 dum. Seeing that the four were about to be caught up, the sound of heavy machine guns suddenly rang out intensely. It was the soldiers who escorted Wang Han. They rushed over the first time they found Wang Han in danger, and at this time the armored cars even arrived first. For armored vehicles on the control of heavy machine gun soldiers is the first time with the three rushing to the three giant evil dog pull the trigger. One of the soldiers driving the armored car even directly drifted the armored car across behind Wang Han. In the live broadcast screen, in Wang Han's dumbfounded gaze, the three vicious dogs were hit by large caliber bullets in a matter of moments, causing blood and flesh to fly and broken bones to splatter. It fell to the ground and tumbled to the front of the armored vehicle. But that wasn't the end of it. The soldier manning the machine gun continued to fire a barrage of shots at the vicious dog, and didn't stop until he had beaten the dog to a bloody pulp and shattered its head completely. Is young Master Wang Han alright? Chapter 64, Suspension of the Challenge. Chapter 64, Suspension of the Challenge. Young Master Wang Han. A nervous shout rang out, calling back Wang Han's thoughts. It was Wang Ye, who was in charge of protecting the team leading the protection of Wang Han today, who had also rushed over with a battalion of soldiers. Without orders, the valiant female soldiers had already quickly protected Wang Han with a regiment of black shields as if they were building an igloo to cover him up. The soldiers on the periphery were holding their guns, their eyes vigilantly aiming at any position around them where an attack might occur. Immediately after, more armored cars and wheeled tanks drove up, forming another solid wall of steel around the perimeter. Young Master Wang Han, are you alright? Amidst the layers of protection, Wang Ye nervously inquired while she went up and down on Wang Han, checking his physical condition. Looking at Wang Ye's nervous and concerned gaze, Wang Han shook his head and suppressed the 10,000 surprises in his heart. I'm fine. Hearing Wang Han's answer, and indeed not checking out any problems, Wang Ye's heart was temporarily relieved, but she was still uneasy. Young Master Wang Han, we'd better return to the castle to do a detailed check. No need. Wang Han shook his head again and said, I'm not injured. I want to continue the pro challenge. Hearing Wang Han's words, Wang Ye hurriedly denied. No way. Young Master Wang Han's safety is incredibly important, and now that we are still unsure of the enemy situation, we must not take any risks, not even in the unlikely event. Upon hearing this, Wang Han didn't say anything, but thought carefully. This professional challenge was a great opportunity to brush the dog system points. Wang Han really didn't want to give up. After all, only when one is one really strong, and only then can one obtain true freedom. Seeing that Wang Han didn't reply, Wang Ye immediately became anxious. Young Master Wang Han, without waiting for Wang Ye to finish, Wang Han interrupted and asked, can you tell me what that thing was just now? Why did it attack me? It seems that I still know too little about the world, and I'm afraid that there's another reason for male otaku. Hearing Wang Han's greeting, Wang Ye also knew that Wang Han had a serious memory loss and replied, that was a mutant beast just now, attacking you because you bear the heavy responsibility of human reproduction. Losing you would be a huge blow to all of humanity, and it would even start a war. Upon hearing this, Wang Han once again furrowed his brows and thought carefully. Seeing that Wang Han didn't seem to be persuaded, Wang Ye said eagerly, "Young Master Wang Han, the situation is special now. You'd better." "No," Wang Han interrupted Wang Ye once again. "I'm going to continue the career challenge." "No way." Wang Ye refused without even thinking, her tone incomparably firm, even unquestionable. However, immediately afterward, Wang Ye's words changed, her tone carrying a three-quarter plea. "Young Master Wang Han, the career challenge can be completely suspended, but your safety must not be in any way compromised, and you can continue to participate in the career challenge after we have thoroughly cleared out Little South City." At those words, Wang Han couldn't help but think again. People were supposed to protect themselves, and they did need their protection. And it was indeed a bit selfish and forceful for them to continue risking their own participation in the challenge now. Thinking so, Wang Han finally loosened up. "Alright, I agree to suspend the game and return to the castle." Hearing Wang Han's words, Wang Ye's heart was relieved. Immediately, she responded loudly, "Yes." Immediately afterward, Wang Ye took the communicator and gave the order. "Attention all, level 1 alert, return to the castle." "Yes." Outside, the soldiers immediately answered loudly. Everyone acted quickly. After hesitating in his mind, Wang Han asked Lin Fengjiao's three girls, "The match is suspended. Do you want to go back, or go to my place?" Hearing Wang Han's words, a flash of surprise flashed across the eyes of Lin Fengjiao's three girls. They were too busy to agree. "Then I'll be sorry." Truly no reserve or politeness at all. Ding! As a single dog, how can you invite the opposite sex? Wang Han had just issued an invitation, and the system immediately sat back. Without waiting for the system to release the mission, Wang Han interrupted the system's voice. "Dog system, shut the hell up. He saved my life. This matter is settled." Although Wang Han had just hastily exchanged the strength of Wushu Yuan with the situation of the vicious dog just now, Wushu Yuan's strength was simply not enough, and without Lin Fengjiao's three daughters, he would definitely not be able to last until the soldiers rescued him. Now that he had experienced this change, Wang Han couldn't help but change some thoughts in his mind. One is not colorful. One is for the greater good of human reproduction, for the greater good of human peace. Being chided by Wang Han, the system was instantly silent. For a long time the system's voice once again sounded in Wang Han's mind. Ding! Although as a single dog, but also must not be ungrateful. New task: thank the three benefactors. Time 3 days. The task is completed. Reward 1000 points. Ding! Please be mindful of your status as a single dog at all times. Pay attention to the degree of gratitude and don't give your body in return. Underscore. Hearing the system re-tip, Wang Han froze. The system is actively giving in. It also gave back so many points. Ding! This system is a product of the great will of the universe, not those AI retards. Wang Han, how does that count as completing the mission? Ding! The system will judge the cause and effect of this matter. Wang Han nodded, his gaze once again looking at the three Lin Fengjiao girls. Then let's go back together and thank you for saving our lives as well. Su Bainian's eyes were full of expectation, and she blurted out, "Can you promise me your body?" After saying that, Su Bainian regretted it and was secretly annoyed in her heart. Su Bainian, Su Bainian, why are you so unreserved? Why is your mouth faster than your brain? Looking at Su Bainian finished her sentence with a look of doing something wrong. Wang Han couldn't help but laugh. "I can't do it with my body. I still pay attention to my feelings, but it's not impossible to have more than one sister first." Hearing Wang Han's words, Su Bainian suddenly looked up at Wang Han in surprise, and for a while she didn't even know to speak. Although she was a bit more big-headed, jumpy, naughty and capricious, but at least she was a daughter raised by a rich merchant's family, and she could still hear the meaning of Wang Han's words. Lin Fengjiao and Shi Yiji also looked at Wang Han expectantly. They also wanted to have this opportunity. However, if Wang Han didn't open his mouth, they didn't dare to mention it, otherwise it would be a bit hostage to the meaning of repayment. Looking at Su Bainian, who was full of excitement, Wang Han smiled. "What? Not willing? I won't force it." Oh. Hearing this, Su Bainian hurriedly shook her head and nodded her head again, saying, "I'm willing. I'm very willing. Brother, brother, brother." Looking at the excited Su Bainian, Wang Han smiled. Su Bainian's kind of character, being a sister first, would indeed be quite a bit more joyful, and also in the future can quietly help themselves quite a lot of things. For example, if he died and resurrected, and do not want to be known. As for Lin Fengjiao and Shi Yiji, although they also saved themselves, and even Lin Fengjiao contributed more, Wang Han planned to take another look. There wasn't just one way to repay a favor, nor was everyone suitable to recognize as a sister. God, I'm so envious. Though not becoming a male's wife, becoming a male sister is a step too far, and with this status, it's much more important than a normal wife. So envious. In the live broadcast room, after hearing Wang Han's words, there were also a large number of envious pop-ups floating up, and the netizens were suddenly envious. Oh my god. Good job, little sister. Not a wife, but a sister already. Our Su family has finally produced an outstanding one. Quickly call mother and mom. Our Su family's ancestral tomb is finally smoking. Kyoto Fortress. Su family villa. The 4 Su family sisters who were watching the live broadcast at this time all jumped up in excitement. Today, the great honor of the heavens has smashed into the Su family. Chapter 65 Not just less male. Chapter 65 Not just less male. Under the tight escort of many soldiers, Wang Han returned to his castle. At this moment, Yu Yue and Yu Qian had already led their private medical team to wait at the entrance of the castle. As soon as Wang Han appeared, they immediately led him to the medical room for a full examination, not giving him any chance to speak at all. Watching Wang Han being hurriedly taken away by the private doctors, Lin Fengjiu, Shi Yiji and Su Baiyan looked at each other, all bewildered and at a loss, and they didn't dare to walk around carelessly in Wang Han's castle. Seeing the 3 standing awkwardly in place, Zhang Weiwei immediately walked forward and smiled at the 3, saying, Miss Lin Fengjiu, Miss He Yiji, and Miss Su Baiyan, please also follow me first. The young master will need about an hour to complete all the examinations. 1 hour? Hearing this, Su Baiyan's face was filled with disbelief, and she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Zhang Weiwei didn't explain to Su Baiyan's shocked exclamation. She just maintained her professional smile and responded, yes, it takes about an hour to conduct a full body checkup. It is our duty to ensure young master's health at all times. Hearing these words, Su Baiyan couldn't help but secretly bristle in her heart, and Lin Fengjiu and Shi Yiji were also secretly surprised in their hearts. Although they knew that the protective measures for males were very exaggerated, they didn't expect it to be exaggerated to this extent. In fact, the 3 of them knew best whether Wang Han was injured or not. In the entire process, I'm afraid that only Su Baiyan had touched Wang Han when she was carrying him and running. Moreover, those 3 canine mutant beasts didn't look like they had toxin or mental attack abilities. Of course, despite this thought in their minds, the trio didn't bother to question it. After all, males were very precious in this world, and no amount of protection was too much. If it wasn't for the sake of considering the mental health of males, even directly imprisoning them would be an understandable practice. In the medical room, Wang Han quietly lay on the examination bed, his eyes scanning the surrounding beautiful doctors who were busy, his face showing a touch of speechlessness as he opened his mouth and asked, there's really no need to do so many examinations, right? I'm obviously not injured. Hearing this, that imperial lady Dr. Shinmei wore a smile on her face as she said to Wang Han, young master, what you have encountered this time is a mutated beast. In addition to checking for any physical injuries, we also need to determine if it has inflicted any toxin-related or mental-type injuries on you. Alright, Wang Han responded rather helplessly, then asked again. The inspection will take an hour anyway. Can you tell me what's going on with the mutant beasts? Also, why are they attacking me? Before this, when Wang Han had asked Wang Li had not introduced much. Of course, Shinmei immediately responded with a smile and said slowly while examining Wang Han, mutant beasts are actually the products of some animals after they have mutated. Some of them will become stronger, some will become smarter, some will become weaker, and some will possess certain special abilities. Among these mutated creatures, there is no lack of extremely powerful existences, and some have even formed new races. Just like what Battalion Commander Wang Li said, their purpose of attacking you is mainly to stop the reproduction of human beings or to start a war. In this world, there is always no shortage of crazy guys. As for you, not only are you a male, but you are also a young and strong male who is in the best stage of reproduction. Shinmei was also clear that Wang Han had suffered a relatively strong memory loss, so she changed her words. But then again, young master, you actually don't have to worry too much. Most mutant beasts won't attack males, and some will even desperately protect males. This is a tacit understanding. Not only are males rare amongst humans, amongst beasts, males are also very rare. Whether it's among humans or other creatures, the loss of every male is enough to cause upheaval in the reproduction of the race. Once this particular situation arises, then there is every likelihood that a war on a grand scale will be triggered. Under such circumstances, for all male creatures, even those in a hostile state, everyone would always maintain a high degree of restraint. This was because everyone was clear that once this restraint was lost, it would most likely trigger irreversible consequences that would lead to a further deterioration of the situation. Of course, most of these creatures that had mutated lived in the middle of space crevices or inside other dimensional spaces. Generally speaking, it really wasn't too easy to come across them. Under the current situation, this planet was still largely controlled by humans. Humans dominated the planet with their intelligence, technology, and organizational skills. Wang Han listened carefully to Shen Mei's narration with full attention. During this process, the other doctors were also adding some important details from time to time. Through their narrations, Wang Han gained a deeper understanding of the current situation. Wang Han also roughly understood that since there existed such a magical phenomenon as rule weirdness in this world, and that he was able to exchange some items from the ghost world from it, it seemed even more likely that creatures would mutate. In addition, judging from the current situation, it seems that a race war is still involved. However, without being able to completely press the other side to death, all parties maintained restraint, because everyone knew that once this balance was broken, the other side would inevitably retaliate, and it would also touch the fundamental interests of their own race's reproduction, which was vital to every race and could not be lost. After roughly clarifying the current situation, Wang Han voiced the doubt that had always existed in his mind. If that's the case, then why don't you protect the men more closely? Shen Mei smiled and replied, young master, you mean imprisonment? Wang Han nodded slightly. Shen Mei said, that is naturally for the mental health of men. You know, many studies from ancient times to the present have clearly shown that when a person's mental state can be maintained in a good condition for a long period of time, the life expectancy of human beings will become longer, and their bodies will also be healthier. Moreover, the offspring reproduced under such circumstances will also be even better. So that's how it is. Wang Han nodded with a smile on his face, and at this moment, a doubt in his heart was finally solved. Meanwhile, at this very moment when Wang Han was being examined, the entire Shaonan city moved swiftly. The castle in which Wang Han resided had undergone a remarkable change in its guarding force, which had increased dramatically from the original 1 regiment to 2. The remaining troops in the city also immediately sprang into action and began a full search of the entire city. Not only that, but the residents of the city also joined in the search spontaneously. Whether it's the homes of the residents, the sewers of the city, or the middle of nowhere and everywhere else, people are taking turns scrutinizing them, and they are also checking all the animals. This was because within Little Southern City, there was absolutely no room for any existence that could potentially threaten Wang Han's safety. Chapter 66, Another System. Chapter 66, Another System. Just after finishing the physical examination, Yu Qian quickly came to Wang Han's side and softly inquired, young master, the Career Challenge Program team sent a message of inquiry. The program team currently has to suspend for at least 3 days and would like to ask if they want to further extend the suspension length. Hearing this, Wang Han didn't answer immediately, but asked first, what's the situation on the other contestants' side? Will it affect their real-life jobs? Yu Qian quickly responded, they have been properly arranged to rest in a specific place. The program team will also communicate with their families and former workplaces and will not interfere with their work. If there is any disruption to their work, the program will compensate them accordingly and redeploy them to suitable or better jobs. Wang Han nodded after hearing this and said, in that case, let's extend it for 2 more days, for a total suspension of 5 days. In reality, Wang Han did need some time to adapt to the changes in himself, although he now possessed the strength and experience of a Qing dynasty martial arts scholar. After all, this did not stem from his own original abilities, so he still needed some time to break in and adapt. After Wang Han left the medical room, Shen Mei immediately found Yu Yue and reported, housekeeper Yu, the results of young master's physical examination this time show that his physical robustness has increased by more than 2 times compared to the last examination, and has already reached the level of a first-level martial artist. Hearing this, Yu Yue's eyes narrowed slightly, and after pondering for a moment, she said, I understand. This matter must not be made known to more people, including the people behind you, and the 2 divisional commanders, Zhang Ling and Long Feng, are also included, and in particular, it mustn't be detected by the young master himself. Shen Mei instantly frowned, her face puzzled, but how could young master not know? Yu Yue shook her head, her tone certain. What I want is for young master to think we don't know. Yes. Shen Mei nodded her head with a grave expression, and then repeated the conversation between Wang Han and herself to Yu Yue word for word and even mimicked the tone of voice and demeanor in an extremely realistic manner. After checking and stepping out of the castle, Wang Han whirled around and headed straight to the parlor. Seeing Lin Fengjiu and other 3 women waiting in the parlor, Wang Han, with a smile on his face, said, I've kept you waiting for a long time. This inspection is really cumbersome, and there's no condition, but it took more than an hour. Lin Fengjiu instantly spread a smile and responded, no matter, young master Wang Han, your castle is beautiful and butler Zhang Weiwei is always with us. Hearing this, Wang Han locked his gaze on Lin Fengjiu and spoke in a slightly serious tone. Isn't it already agreed that you can call me Wang Han in the future? Calling me young master again, it's a bit too much. I'm really sorry. It slipped my mind for a moment. Lin Fengjiu hurriedly apologized. Seeing this situation, Wang Han's serious look instantly dissipated, and once again said cheerfully, "No need to apologize. Today I really want to thank you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, I'm afraid I'd be in deep danger." Lin Fengjiao hurriedly responded politely, "This is our part." Wang Han faced the three girls and said, "Then I should express my gratitude to you as well. The program has been suspended for 5 days, so if there is no other business, you can stay with me for 5 days. What do you think?" Lin Fengjiao hurriedly responded, "Deeply honored." Su Baiyan and Shi Yiji also said in unison, "It's an honor." The three of them were filled with joy in their hearts. This was an excellent opportunity to be able to spend 5 days with Wang Han. Wang Han added, "At this moment, the time is still early. You may wish to accompany me together to the back garden to stroll and visit." Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the radar system. What? Wang Han, who was about to walk out, froze violently, his face full of bewilderment, and both of his eyes were colored with dismay. Seeing Wang Han's sudden appearance, Yu Yue hurriedly inquired to him with concern, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Lin Fengjiao's three girls also quickly focused their gaze on Wang Han, their eyes filled with concern. Seeing this situation, Wang Han shook his head and said, Ding, mission selected for completion, now open to traverse the mission world." Before Wang Han's words left his mouth, the system's beep echoed in his mind once again. Immediately afterward, in front of the eyes of many people, Wang Han instantly disappeared from the spot. Witnessing Wang Han's disappearance into thin air without warning, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Suddenly a strong uneasiness instantly filled everyone's heart and mind. One thought popped up in everyone's mind, something big has happened. Yu Yue is the most calm among the people, also the first to react. Immediately took out the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Attention all personnel, the castle to implement the first level of martial law. Without instructions, no one cannot leave without authorization, also cannot enter at will. Immediately on the castle everywhere to start a comprehensive investigation." After giving the first command, Yu Yue immediately dialed a phone. "Sister Zhangling, young master disappeared out of thin air. Blockade Shaonan City immediately." "Yes, level 1 alert. Pay attention to blocking the news." Subsequently, Yu Yue dialed Lin Dan's phone again, and after the other party answered, she said in a serious tone, "Chief Lin Dan, young master disappeared out of thin air. I speculate that perhaps he was teleported away again by the Strange Talk live broadcast, but I don't dare to be completely sure. Mobilize everyone to search for young master's traces throughout the city. This matter must be suppressed to prevent social unrest. The military must seal off the entire city." Yu Yue's first reaction was that Wang Han had been teleported away by Weird Talk Live, and her second reaction was that something with teleportation or spatial abilities might have infiltrated the castle. After all, the mutant beast thing happened just an hour and a half ago. After everything was arranged, Yu Yue turned to Lin Fengjiao and said to the three of them, "I'm really sorry, please wait in the castle for a while. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Please don't leave the room without permission." After saying that, Yu Yue beckoned for two maids, and after whispering a few instructions, she hurriedly left. "I also want to contribute." Looking at the departing Yu Yue, Su Baiyan said to Lin Fengjiao with slight reluctance, her eyes full of expectation and inquiry. It was not easy to become Wang Han's sister. The road ahead was already clear, but because of this sudden situation has become confusing, and it is difficult to predict what kind of changes will happen after that. However, Lin Fengjiao shook her head. "I also have this idea, but it is not feasible. We must follow instructions." Naturally, she is also eager to be able to do something, but now they are all suspected, and they are far less professional than Yu Yue and others. Rash action may not only disrupt the overall deployment, but also worried that not only cannot help, but will cause a lot of trouble. Shi Yiji said to Su Baiyan with a serious expression. "At this moment, staying honestly is the most appropriate choice for us. Without authorization, we are neither qualified to ask questions nor intervene, and we must not let anyone know about this, not even our family members." "I know." Su Baiyan nodded in response. She was just a little childish, but that didn't mean she didn't realize what was at stake. She had expected it when she asked, and with the persuasion of the two men, she had been able to convince her own reluctant and apprehensive heart. Chapter 67, Raiders in a Sadistic Text. Chapter 67, Getting Raiders in a Sadistic Text. Ding! The crossing has been completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully stepping into the world of abuse. A brand new identity has been arranged for the host. Ding! Given that the host is male, the name retains privileges. Reward upgrade privileges. System aid privilege. 1 request privilege on the occasion of each raid mission. 1 identity change privilege per raid mission. Privilege of no penalty for mission failure. Each raid has a good chance of failing a mission and dying. The privilege to change the target of a failed mission. character experience and script privilege. You can also upgrade it to a memorized script. After completing the strategy, you have the privilege to erase your memories, or selectively retain your memories. Ding! The new identity experience script has been successfully distributed to the host. Please pay attention to the host to receive it. Ding! Raider mission officially released. The host needs to make every effort to raid his fiancée Lu Ruyan. Good sense to reach 90%. After the mission is successfully reached, he can obtain the medical proficiency reward. The privilege is effective immediately. After the completion of the task will obtain the Chinese medicine class sage level excellence in medical skills. In the dark and silent room, Wang Han listened to the system beeps in his head, one after another. And in his hand there was a book, and the whole person was confused. He already had a singles system, and now there was a raider system, and he had traveled through it again. Was he himself that popular? Is he himself single or not? Or not single? Or is he just going to pull up his pants and leave after the raiding? Suddenly, Wang Han was violently shaken, as if he had thought of something important, and hurriedly cried out anxiously in his heart, "Dog system, are you there?" Ding! I'm not a dog system. I'm a single dog system. Ding! I'm in. Ding! I'm not a dog system. I'm a sadistic strategy system. Ding! I'm in. Along with Wang Han's soft inquiry in his mind, two system beeps sounded in Wang Han's mind at the same time. Hearing that his dog system was still there, Wang Han felt a sense of relief deep inside and let out a long breath. However, in the twinkling of an eye, Wang Han was at a loss as to where to begin. Now having a brand new system and not needing to stick to being single anymore. For Wang Han, this was undoubtedly a heavenly beauty, meaning that his way of settling down had added a lot more. But immediately afterward, a strong apprehension surged in Wang Han's heart, secretly thinking, I don't know whether these two systems will clash with each other in fight. If one of them goes away, it's fine. I can only say that I don't have this life. But in case the two systems leave him at the same time, then he will really be completely finished. After the two systems finished responding, there was no more sound for a long time. After suffering in apprehension for a few moments, Wang Han finally couldn't hold back his inner trepidation and asked cautiously in his mind, System, am I binding another system here? Ding! This system is in the process of detection. Ding! No other systems have been detected. Please do not joke around with the host. Ding! This system is in the process of detection. Ding! No other systems have been detected. Please do not joke around with the host. Two beeps that sounded like one sounded in Wang Han's mind at the same time. Wang Han was instantly even more confused. It seems that the two systems are not aware of each other's existence, or that they have only had one system since the beginning, and that this is just a deliberate attempt by the dog system to play tricks on them. What kind of situation is it? What exactly is the situation? Wang Han could not be sure at all, and could only have carefully asked, Dog system, can a host bind two systems at the same time? Will one of them be unbound when this situation occurs? Ding! Once a system is bound, it will not be unbound, and a host cannot bind two systems. Once found, you will be killed immediately. Ding! Once a system is bound, it will not be unbound, and a host cannot bind two systems. Once found, you will be killed immediately. There were two more prompts that sounded at the same time in his mind, especially the word obliterate, which had a cold and piercing chill, but there was not a small difference. At this moment, Wang Han has been completely do not know how to say, and do not dare to ask again, can only silently pray in the bottom of the heart that he is not really bound to a system. Wang Han does not dare to bet on this kind of situation. Male privilege can still be exempted from punishment, nor can he give himself a trial and error. Strongly pressing down his inner disturbing and mixed thoughts, Wang Han gritted his teeth and still decided to try again, and immediately said in his mind, System, fuse the plot memories. Wang Han can't do anything about it. After all, he is going to communicate with the system. If there are really two systems, even if they can't detect each other, the communication will be bullheaded, and the cover-up will be detected sooner or later, so it's better to give it a try. Ding! The plot fusion has begun. Along with the system's voice, Wang Han felt a headache, and some more memories were quickly added to his mind. At this time, Wang Han couldn't care less about the headache of memory integration, and his heart was 10,000% nervous. But well, it seemed as if only the Raider system had picked up on the command just now. The single dog system didn't react much, and didn't even answer itself. It was as if it didn't hear the words in its own head. It seemed that he had fused memories that didn't belong to him, and the dog system hadn't found anything unusual. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Han finally fused this memory that didn't belong to him, and his heart was relieved. Immediately afterward, Wang Han began to think. His two systems were undoubtedly conflicting with each other. Then how should he do his tasks between the two systems? While communication won't go unnoticed, the same can't be said for tasks. At the same time, one had to recall the memories even though they were fused. Only, once this memory came back to him, Wang Han instantly pulled a bitter face. The character you brought into the picture yourself, let's call it a predecessor. The predecessor was a superb licking dog. At the age of 13, after the death of both parents in a car accident, the predecessor became an orphan, and then was picked up by his parents' best friend, and then also set up a baby marriage with this family's daughter, Lu Ruyan. At the age of 14, because of the reason of the doll's marriage, the predecessor has a preconceived notion, gratitude and other mentality. He fell in love with Lu Ruyan, and launched a pursuit, but the crazy pursuit of 7 years not only failed to succeed, on the contrary, led Lu Ruyan more and more disgust predecessor. At the same time, Lu Ruyan is very close to the side of a secretary. That secretary is very but also not less false accusations of wrongdoing. However, just half a month ago, he was kidnapped, and the kidnappers wanted Lu Ruyan to take $4 million for ransom, and I don't know what the reason is. The ransom has never arrived. Then there's the plot memory. The memory that the ransom didn't arrive because the secretary next to Ruyan Lu suggested paying the ransom late, so that if he suffered some pain first, he might learn his lesson and not pester himself like crazy. The beginning was difficult and dogged. The ending is tragic and hopeless. Open Lu Ruyan's favorability again. Wang Han's face became even more bitter. -40. What a sky-crashing start. After recalling his memories, Wang Han was simply speechless. Wait. Suddenly, Wang Han seemed to remember something and once again carefully recalled the memories of his predecessor. Seemingly, the sky crash opening is for females. So what business is it of your own males? This world is sadistic, yes, but like aquamarine before it, there are more women than men, and in alarming proportions. A whole lot of male privilege, even more so than aquamarine, and more exaggerated. Chapter 68, Kidnappers, Dead. Chapter 68, Kidnappers, Dead. Damn it, why hasn't that ransom money arrived yet? A rather coarse and irritated voice exploded outside the darkened room. It's just that the employer ordered us to give that little a good beating. Yesterday, the employer gave us another $5,000, so we've got something to show for it. Keep detaining the person and torturing her. Send the video to the employer. As long as we can keep getting the money. Another voice followed, the words full of sinister and mercenary. As the voice fell, the door of the room was also pushed open with a creak, and the dim light instantly poured into the originally dark room like a surging tide. The sudden light made Wang Han subconsciously squint at his eyes, and his gaze shot like an arrow to the source of the light. Just see two middle-aged women standing in the doorway. Wang Han momentarily difficult to see their faces, but they are carrying a variety of objects in their hands but can see a rough, the curling iron, steel pipe, steel needle, and even behind the two people placed a strange-looking wooden horse. These could be the tools used to torture the predecessor for the past 3 months. At first, it was just kneeling on the rubbing board, durian and other slightly mild means, and then it was the clubs raining down, the whip whistling in the air of severe pain, and when the ransom was late, the torture was even more escalated. The wax oil dripping hot, heated curling iron mercilessly hot branding, the steel pipe swinging heavily, and then to the brutal penetration of the steel needle. Look at today's battle, even more a wooden horse. Wang Han cannot help but look dumbfounded. In his heart, he secretly pondered whether he should simply give up this mission. At this moment, the two Amazons have slowly stepped into the house. One of them raised his hand snap to open the lights in the room. In an instant, the room is as bright as day. Wang Han's eyes because of the bright light stimulation again narrowed to a slit. After turning on the light, a big mom held a steel pipe in her hand. A cold smile pulled out from the corner of her mouth, her eyes staring at Wang Han like a vicious wolf. Little, have you thought about how to scream today? If you can't get the ransom money, this pipe won't just fall on your body. It's hollow. You know what I mean. Upon hearing this, Wang Han's face was instantly as gloomy as ink. In his heart, he murmured to the system. System, can I request to slaughter these two guys? Ding. Naturally. Does the host want to make this request? Wang Han was just about to open his mouth, when... Wait. Just as Wang Han was about to confirm with the system, another ant stared straight at Wang Han. Her body trembled violently, as if she was under a spell, and then hurriedly pulled her companion, who was about to go forward, to her feet. In her eyes, panic and fear spread unchecked like a flood, as if the Wang Han in front of her was a huge beast that could devour everything in an instant. What's going on? Being pulled by her companion in this manner, the kidnapper's older woman, who was holding a steel pipe in her hand, was filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. Have you perceived? This little she seems to be a bit different. Different. The big mom who pulled her companion's voice trembled terribly, and her words stuttered. The fear had been like dark clouds covering the sky. How could it not be concealed? Hearing this, the big mom with the steel pipe couldn't help but frown, but still carefully sized up Wang Han. Wang Han was not in a hurry to give orders to the system, but just watched these two people with cold eyes. Anyway, he could take their lives at any time after making a request to the system, so there was no need to rush for a moment. Plop! The next second, in the Wang Han that is cold as a cold knife under the gaze, holding a steel pipe of the big mother's eyes round, full of disbelief, to be glimpsed on the neck of the Wang Han that highlighted the knot in the throat, and finally plopping paralyzed kneeling on the ground, the fear in his eyes as if it were a substance, the body shaking like a candle in the wind, sifting chaff more than. Her companion was also unable to support herself and fell straight to the ground softly, the fear in her eyes nearly bursting out as if it was about to break through their sockets. An astonishing thought simultaneously exploded like thunder in both of their minds, instantly occupying their entire brains, leaving them with no room to think of anything else. Male. What they kidnapped was actually an incomparably rare male. What's wrong with you two? At this moment, another voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the figures of 3 more people appeared at the door. 2 young women, and a middle-aged woman. Hearing the shouts of their companions, the 2 paralyzed kidnapper Amazons finally slowed down. In the next second, they couldn't care less about explaining to their companions, and like lost dogs, they rolled and crawled towards Wang Han, who was confined by chains inside the house. In the eyes of the 3 companions behind, who were full of doubts and incomprehension, the 2 men crawled to Wang Han's side in a panic, their hands trembling as if they were leaves falling in the wind, but hurriedly unraveled the chains and wires for Wang Han, and their mouths were even more filled with trepidation and fear, incoherently and constantly chanting, "I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry, sir, you are generous, spare us, we won't dare to do it again, sir, we were instructed by someone, we really didn't know that you were male, otherwise we would never dare to touch you even if we were given 1,000 or 10,000 guts, yes, sir, we were hired, we have proof, we really didn't know you were male." Listening to the 2 companions' continuous cries for mercy, the 3 people outside the door were dumbfounded, as if their brains were instantly dead, and their bodies were involuntarily trembling. It was a long time before one of the young women asked in a trembling voice to the panicked pair, "He's male, you guys, you're not mistaken, are you?" Hearing this, the other 2 kidnappers also woke up as if in a dream, and the other young woman's voice shivered in the same way. "Don't joke about it, you two, it's not a funny joke at all." The last kidnapper, an older woman, also trembled with her voice, "We don't want the ransom, or we'll send the person. Send him back." At this time, the other 2 kidnappers, which still cares about the companion's question, hands and feet panicked and trembling to help Wang Han unlock the body's restraints. Just 2 people shaking is really powerful, and seems to be fear draws away most of the strength. The solution of half a day and failed to help Wang Han to unlock the chain. Looking at the 5 kidnappers who were scared to death, Wang Han finally opened his mouth slowly. His voice was clear and cold, low with hoarseness and a few points of rigidity, as if the smoke voice singing from an old record. "Who hired you to kidnap me?" Hearing this obviously masculine voice, the 3 kidnappers outside the door instantly collapsed and directly collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with despair. They actually kidnapped a man and tortured him for 3 months. They're dead. Finally, the 2 terrified kidnapper Amazons trembled as they unlocked the chains from Wang Han's body, and then they fell to their knees like humble slaves, their bodies still unable to stop trembling. The good thing is that the fear in their hearts has dissipated a little bit, and their reasoning has come back to them, so they can barely answer. One of them voice trembling as if the strings will be broken, is Chen Ling. "She gave us 200,000. Let us kidnap you. She did not say beforehand that you are a male, otherwise it is to give us 1,000 million guts. We do not dare to lay hands on you." Right. The other 4 kidnappers also followed and agreed as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. "It's Chan Ling. She also said that she would let Ruyan Lu give us the ransom later, so that we would make sure to torture you properly in the meantime. Every time we send her a video after torturing you, she gives us $5,000, and said never let you die easily. She said that torture wasn't hard enough. Chen Ling also asked us to brainwash you to stay away from Ruyan Lu. She wants us to make you turn this into a real thing. Yeah, we sent her the video yesterday, and she gave us another 5 grand, and said she'd put you on a Trojan horse, with a steel pipe dripping oil, and that she could give us $20,000 if we did it right. Wire Le foot is also her idea. She said to lure your feet to necrosis. Want you to become a cripple. There are many more are her ideas and requirements. Also, it was also that Chen Ling who told us to feed you only rancid steamed buns and slop. She said she wanted to ruin your stomach, to give you stomach cancer. Listening to the 5 robbers as a bamboo tube pour Bean's heinous evidence, Wang Han's face has long been black as the bottom of a pot. Although his predecessor called Chen Ling's secretary has no good feelings, but has not taken the initiative to provoke retaliation. But in front of Lu Ruyan occasional jealousy, but that is also their own marriage in the first. But was this Chen Ling repeatedly slander frame? In front of Lu Ruyan's image of a fall again and again. This time it is to make this kind of venomous means. And according to the plot memory, Chen Ling simply do not love Lu Ruyan, purely coveted Lu Ruyan's money, and in the end it is to cause Lu Ruyan's family to die. This kind of heart, said it is a snake and scorpion is not too much. Looking at Wang Han's dark as night face and cold as frost expression, the five kidnappers' heart more and more chilling to the bone. Just kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Will be all the culpability of a brain push to Chen Ling? And even Chen Ling in their past all sorts of hooks also undisclosed. At this moment, the only thought in the hearts of the five was that they were dead. Chapter 69, Revenge Must Be Taken. Chapter 69, Revenge Must Be Taken. Listening to the five kidnappers pouring out beans, the fire in Wang Han's heart was also burning. These things just listened to all shudder, and now even more roll to their own body. Although only the predecessor fusion memory, and did not really empathize, but Wang Han also cannot endure a little. No, I'm afraid no one can stand it. Finally, Wang Han couldn't listen any longer. His eyes coldly looked at the five kidnappers and coldly spoke. Want to remedy the situation? Hearing Wang Han's words, the five kidnappers who were crying and begging for mercy were all stunned, and immediately reacted, constantly kowtowing to Wang Han, their mouths shouting in panic. Want to remedy? Sir, you let us do anything. You can make us go to the mountain of knives or the sea of fire. I only beg you, sir, not to pursue our families. I only beg you, sir, to give us a good death. You said, sir, whatever we need to do to remedy the situation is fine. It's fine if we have to die. Just don't hold our families accountable. The five kidnappers kept kowtowing, their heads bleeding, but they didn't dare to stop at all. They are vicious bandits, but kidnapping males, this crime is just too big for them to die together. So big that they don't deserve it, nor can they afford such a crime. If Wang Han doesn't die, they might as well die well. But if Wang Han is dead, that can be a copy of the family. Skin and bones, soul and soul are not enough to describe it. That is how ruthless how to come is in the hands of the villain are 1,000 times better than this end. Even their friends and family, neighbors have to be implicated in all. All get up. Looking at the five people who kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, Wang Han said coldly, I can leave your family members' loved ones alone, but I want you to do a few things. Upon hearing this, the five kidnappers didn't dare to get up at all. They just remained kneeling on the ground. But they also stopped their constant kowtowing, and fearfully and ingratiatingly made a statement to Wang Han. Please tell me, sir, as long as it's something we can do, even if it's to die, we'll definitely do it for you. Wang Han thought for a moment and asked, first tell me what is this place? Upon hearing this, one of the kidnapper Amazons jumped ahead of the others and said, sir, this is Huping village in Tanghua County, South Central City in the southern province. It's about 20 minutes away from the nearby county. Wang Han, call the police immediately. Get the police here. Upon hearing this, the five kidnappers immediately dared not speak again. Wang Han frowned at that moment. What? Don't want to do that? Upon hearing this, the five kidnappers all shook their heads like rattlesnakes, and one of them tremblingly begged, sir, if we call the police, the entire village of over 400 people will be killed. Please, sir, don't call the police. Please, sir, don't call the police. Please, you can torture us as much as you want to take it out on us. Don't call the police. With that, the five kidnappers once again kept kowtowing. They even started to slap themselves in the face, and the steel needles that had fallen on the ground were being stabbed into their bodies. Even Wang Han was shocked by this crazy move. Shaking his head, Wang Han said impatiently, hear me out first. It won't involve the whole village. You guys just say that you saved me in the mountains. Hearing Wang Han's words, the five kidnappers' frantic behavior stopped. Wang Han didn't want to talk nonsense with them either, and after thinking about it, he said, call the police. Say that you rescued a male in the mountains, and say that I don't want people to know. Let the police not make a big deal out of it. Also, turn in your cell phones and say that you grabbed them in the fight with the bandits. I shouldn't need to teach you exactly how to do it. I'll testify for you. At those words, the five robbers looked at each other. By calling the police as Wang Han said, and Wang Han's testimony, they would most likely get away with their crimes, and even become celebrities and gain heavenly benefits. But they tortured Wang Han for 3 months. Can they believe it? For a moment, all five hesitated. Looking at the hesitant five, Wang Han continued, of course, I won't just let you guys off the hook for torturing me. I want you guys to become famous and then do something for me. Now the choice is yours. When the 5 kidnappers heard this, they looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and said, "Sir, as long as you can give us a chance to remedy the situation, we're willing to do anything." Wang Han nodded. "That's good. I don't think I need to be an amateur to teach you guys what to do with the evidence and clear your name. I'll give you guys 3 hours to prepare. Call the police in 3 hours. Right. Now I'm a little hungry." Yes. The 5 kidnappers sniffed and rushed into action. Out of the dirty and stinky room, Wang Han went straight to take a shower. And when he came out after the shower, the table was already set with all kinds of food. Wang Han ate slowly and methodically while thinking about his next move. To Qin Ling, the unscrupulous, snake-hearted culprit, Wang Han wanted to retaliate back step by step. 10 times 100 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 times. But it was also really inappropriate to involve innocent people. In this abusive world, if one dies accidentally, tens of thousands of people must definitely be implicated to accompany them. It can also be said that this is a kind of example of male protection in this world. South Central City, South Precinct Sheriff's Department, and Jisha and Lin Miao Miao are in charge of today's police response. Because there was nothing else to do, Lin Miao Miao curiously asked in Jisha, "Sister An, I see that Zhou Lily has been chasing you for most of the year. Quite genuinely, why don't you say yes to her yet?" Upon hearing this, and Jisha said with a helpless face, "What? She just isn't the one I like, and I've already clearly rejected her several times, and now I've already pulled the plug on her." "Okay." Lin Miao Miao smiled and said, "So you see you pulled her black. She is persistent, is not more sincere. These days, so sincere people cannot be rare." And Jisha held her forehead. "Even more sincere is not my favorite model, and she's not as sincere as you think." Lin Miao Miao was instantly curious. "What? She's doing it behind your back." Jingle bells. Before Lin Miao Miao could finish her words, the phone suddenly rang, and Jisha hurriedly said, "Stop it. The police are being answered." After saying that, and Zixa picked up the phone in front of her and politely asked, "Hello, this is the answering center. May I ask what's going on?" Hearing the words on the other side of the phone, and Jisha was instantly shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? You guys say that again?" Seeing Jisha in such an out-of-control state, Lin Miao Miao's expression also became grave. When Jisha hung up the phone, her face was already white. Seeing this, Lin Miao Miao hurriedly asked, "Sister An, what's wrong? Is there some major case?" Big to the sky. And Jisha just left behind a word of trepidation and rushed madly towards the director's office. Lin Miao Miao had never seen Jisha look so panicked before. Seeing that the phone on the table wasn't hung up, she hurriedly picked up the phone. "Hello? My colleague has already gone to report the situation. Please, a little later." After hearing the contents of the report again, Lin Miao Miao's entire body froze. Something big as the sky, kidnapping males and torturing them for 3 months. What kind of heartless brigands would dare to do such a thing? Chapter 70, It's a Deal. Chapter 70, It's a Deal. In the twilight, Wang Han was at ease, as if a mountain crumbled in front of him without a change of color, while the 5 kidnappers were like birds of prey, waiting in fear and trepidation in the torment. Finally, after a long wait, the police came, only it wasn't the usual police that came, but the military. In the small courtyard, Wang Han leisurely sipping tea. Autumn wind. Cool, he seems to stay out of it. The 5 kidnappers are like walking on thin ice, carefully waiting at the side. The atmosphere do not dare to come out. In an instant, the silent sky was torn apart by a burst of sonic boom. The crowd looked up in astonishment, only to see under the picturesque afterglow of dusk, a dozen fighter planes swiftly swept across the sky like silver lightning, cutting through the serene canopy. Immediately afterward, a dozen transport planes followed, like giant whales in the air, slowly flying over, and then sprinkled a small white flower like a heavenly maiden. In a moment, the sky seemed to be filled with blown dandelions, fluttering about like a dream, so beautiful that it was mesmerizing. The people in the village, hearing this earth-shattering commotion, also involuntarily raised their heads to gaze at the sky, with bewilderment and curiosity written all over their faces, as if they were witnessing a mysterious spectacle from the heavens. Soon, those white flowers floated down to the ground leisurely, and at a fixed glance, they were all heavily armed parachute soldiers. As soon as they landed, they were as agile as cheetahs, quickly darting towards the village. Wherever they went, all visible people and things were precisely controlled. Even those ignorant livestock were strictly guarded, and the whole village was instantly enveloped by a serious, intense atmosphere. Boom! A dull thud broke the silence of the compound, only to see the gate of the compound being violently slammed open, and 4 athletic, heavily armed soldiers rushed in, armed with guns, their voices sounding like bells as they bellowed, "Everyone freeze! After shouting, one of the soldiers' eyes instantly locked on Wang Han, who was leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard, and he was instantly overjoyed, and hurriedly said to his companion, "Quickly put down the gun. The person has been found." Hearing this, the remaining 3 soldiers rushed to take a closer look at the 6 people in the compound, and then those blazing gazes focused on Wang Hanji in unison. The male features are clearly recognizable and the body is heavily scarred, which is consistent with the intelligence description of abduction and prolonged abuse. After determining that the target was correct, the hearts of the 4 soldiers were relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. One of them quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted in an excited voice, "The man has been found." The other person took out the signal flare from his body with nimble movements and fired it towards the dusky sky with great efforts. The red flare was like a bright star, blossoming in the dusk sky, almost in the short time of less than 30 seconds when the flare was in the air. Another batch of soldiers surged into the courtyard door like a tidal wave, and there were even soldiers who were agile enough to climb over the courtyard wall, and in the blink of an eye, the not-so-big courtyard was crowded with soldiers with loaded guns and bullets. Immediately after that, several military doctors with medical kits panted and broke into the courtyard, running straight towards Wang Han with a clear goal in mind. Without saying a word, the military doctor at the head of the team numbly checked Wang Han's physical condition briefly, and only after seeing that there were no fatal injuries did he let out a long sigh of relief and said courteously, "Sir, we'll first treat your wounds initially, and then there will be a more professional and comprehensive medical team waiting for your arrival at the base." Wang Han nodded slightly and calmly allowed the military doctors to continue to be busy. He turned to a man beside him with an unusual demeanor, obviously an officer, and said, "The 5 of them are the ones who rescued me, and I expect them to accompany me. I have some business to explain to them in detail." The officer sniffed and immediately nodded solemnly, "Yes, sir." When the 5 kidnappers heard this, a huge stone in their hearts fell to the ground. Wang Han was able to keep his promise, and the lives of their families and neighbors were finally saved. As for a flying start, they didn't dare to ask for it. Wang Han continued to say to the officer, "Regarding this kidnapping, I want to personally take care of the people behind the scenes. Please also ask the country not to make a move for the time being." When the officer heard this, he immediately showed hesitation. Wang Han's safety was undoubtedly the most important thing. That was not even a tiny bit of risk could not appear. He was just a battalion-level officer, really did not dare to agree without authorization. Seeing this, Wang Han continued, "I'm very sorry for causing trouble for you all, but if I can't solve it myself, it's really hard to let go of my heart. It's as if I'm being oppressed by a huge stone and can't breathe." The officer pondered for a moment and immediately said, "Sir, this matter concerns your safety. I really can't make the decision. I wonder if you can give me some time to report upwards." Wang Han nodded his head expressionlessly. "I understand. Only, this matter I also do not wish to publicize. Can we conceal it for the time being?" "Of course, no problem," the officer answered without hesitation. Concealing the rescue of Wang Han was not a difficult task, and it was also effective in minimizing the storm of public opinion. Instead, it was more to their liking. In the sky, the roar of a dozen helicopters came from far and near, followed by a dozen of helicopters landing steadily in the open space outside the compound, from which another large number of soldiers came down. These helicopters were urgently transferred from the nearest military base, but their speed was a little less than that of the fighters and transport planes, so they arrived late. Seeing this, the officer immediately said to Wang Han, "Sir, the helicopter has arrived. Please also return to the base with us first for the most detailed and comprehensive examination." "Aha!" Wang Han nodded lightly and followed the officer toward the helicopter outside. Suddenly, Wang Han stopped and said to the 5 trembling kidnappers behind him, "Aren't you guys going to follow?" Yes. Upon hearing this, the 5 kidnappers immediately didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly answered humbly, trotting to follow. In the helicopter flying to the nearby base, the officer put down his communicator and said to Wang Han, "Sir, the reply from above has come down." Upon hearing this, Wang Han gazed at this valiant middle-aged female officer and waited quietly for her next words. Seeing Wang Han's gaze towards himself, the officer continued, "The above agreed to Sir's request, but with the condition that a regiment of soldiers would be sent to protect Sir in disguise. This one cannot be refused. In addition, the higher-ups hope that Mr. must adjust his mindset as soon as possible, and in the meantime, we will also arrange for a suitable person to be matched with Mr." Towards the end, the officer even had a very grave expression. "Sir, the sperm bank in the country is now very tight. Ding, as a single person, how can I agree to this kind of request? Now release the task. Marriage is impossible to get married. Please strictly reject the other party's unreasonable proposal. The task is completed. Reward points 100. Ding, as the host of the Raider system, how can I agree to this kind of request? Now release the mission. Refuse to arrange a blind date. Mission complete. Reward music primary skills. As soon as the officer finished speaking, the bachelor dog system and the raider system jumped out at the same time, righteously releasing the mission. Alas! Wang Han sighed and thought for a moment. I promise. Ding, 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 ding. Almost the moment Wang Han agreed, the system's dinging sound kept ringing in his head. Listening to the noise in his head, Wang Han helplessly said in his head, System, stop it. I have my own ideas, and this is a deal. Hearing Wang Han's words, the noisy system sounds in his head suddenly quieted down. Wang Han didn't pay any more attention to the system and frowned and thought, after all, the world is different. The worldview is different, and it is also a little difficult for Wang Han to talk about his feelings as a transaction. Chapter 71 Building a Theater. Chapter 71 Building a Theater. Time went by minute, and about half an hour passed before the helicopter flew to the nearest military base. Just after getting off the plane, Wang Han was taken for the most comprehensive examination and treatment. In the medical room filled with all kinds of advanced instruments, Wang Han was lying on a high-tech mobile hospital bed, receiving examinations and treatments while saying to the officer who had been following him since the beginning, the wounds don't need to be treated all the way through. I still have. Before he finished speaking, the officer immediately objected. No, your health is vital. It must be treated in its entirety, and there must be no risk whatsoever. I know what you want to do with your injuries. We can get the best team to fake your injuries, or find the best hospital to issue a certificate of treatment for you. You can fill in whatever condition you want, but you can't drag your feet and not treat it. Alright. Seeing that the officer was so determined, Wang Han could only agree helplessly. Then fix me up with some treatment certificates, and in addition, prepare to get another news release. Just release that I was rescued, but make sure to keep the fact that I'm a male a secret. Also, have the team do some camouflage of my male features. On the medical certificate let's say that my voice was poisoned as well. Not mute, but it's changed. Otherwise, you guys help me arrange it. No problem. Sir, please don't worry. The officer immediately answered. He beckoned for a soldier and quickly ordered him in front of Wang Han. Hearing the officer's command, Wang Han's mouth curled into a smile. Although his predecessor suffered a lot, but Wang Han did not want to implicate too many people. That Lu family parents on the predecessor is actually very good. There are some other innocent people. Wang Han does not want these innocent people to become a chicken to make an example of the chicken. As for the other ones, sorry, Wang Han was going to show them what the world's greatest privilege meant. After the whole body was treated, Wang Han, under the compulsion of the officers, still recuperated in the military base for 3 full days before he was secretly transferred to the hospital in South Central City. While Wang Han was being transferred to South Midtown Hospital, a drama began to unfold in parallel. Friends of the audience, this afternoon we received a report of a kidnapped hostage being rescued in the southern province, South Central City, near the village of Crane Peak. Immediately afterward, the scene is of police officers storming into an old, isolated, run-down compound, and after a flurry of chickens and dogs, and even a few gunshots, the camera enters a dim, pitch-black room. The room was dim and dirty, with an execution rack inside, and the walls were covered with various torturing implements with dried bloodstains on them. Immediately after that, the picture turned to a figure in the room. It was a figure that was 1.89 meters in height, with a slightly stout body type. Only at this time, this person had long hair covering his face. His body was covered with blood and wounds all over his body. The blood was even dripping down. His hands were strangely twisted, and his feet were even carrying dozens of pounds of stone locks, and one of his feet was even displaying an abnormal purple color. The image appeared in the camera for just a second, followed by the screams of reporters. In the next second, the picture turned to the outside of the house, and the reporter's choked voice rang out. I'm sorry, viewers, the picture is just too gory to imagine what kind of torture she has suffered. Oh my god, it's simply unconscionable. Human in God's wrath. What followed was a flurry of activity, and then the hostages were carried to the ambulance, escorted by the police officers. In the process, the camera once again shot on the face of the hostage. Although the face was bloodstained, and there were a lot of wounds and bloodstains, but you could still see that it was a handsome face with a tough face. But at this time, this face was very weak and pale, as if at any time may breathe. Immediately afterward, the camera watches as the ambulance is the first to roar away. Then there's a follow-up report from the arrest scene. 3 of the 5 kidnappers have been killed, and the remaining 2 have been captured. With the live coverage of the TV station, the news quickly exploded on the network, directly on the hotspot, but also by the various platforms' full broadcast push, and even the live news broadcast part of the live screen, and also gave the kidnapped hostages a more than 5 seconds of footage. The news then followed up with even more moments. In front of the hospital's resuscitation room, a reporter was standing there, looking serious as he blurted out to the camera, "Dear viewers, the hostage who was successfully rescued has been rushed to the No. 1 hospital, which is recognized as the best in South Central City. The hostage is undergoing emergency resuscitation, and we sincerely hope that she is all safe and sound." The police have already begun to conduct a thorough investigation into the identity of the kidnappers and the hostages. Next, let's go and interview the police to find out more about the latest developments in this incident. Zhonghai City, Lu's group. A groping employee held his cell phone and looked at the hot news inside. He couldn't help but lament. Tianzhong. What a tragedy. Another employee who was attracted to also watch the news couldn't help but say, "Ugh, it's almost like no one is there." At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who was coming out of the office and preparing to go out, just happened to hear the conversation between these two fish-touching employees. She did not care much about this, just two small employees to touch the fish. As long as the work can be completed on time on the line, if not completed the work, own company's system for punishment. The two small employees didn't notice Lu Ruyan's approaching at all. They just continued to lament, having been kidnapped and tortured for 3 months. I don't know if her relatives have gotten the news. Approaching to hear a more detailed conversation between the two small employees, Ruyan Lu's footsteps stuttered and her body shivered imperceptibly. Kidnapped. 3 months. The two words grew wildly in Lu Ruyan's mind, quickly taking over her brain. It wasn't the same time as when Wang Han was kidnapped. Her loved ones would be devastated if they knew she had suffered so much. It's not necessarily true that one can be kidnapped and tortured for 3 months before being rescued. Maybe her relatives have given up on her. Immediately after that, 2 more sounds of emotion reached Ruyan Lu's ears. Crazy. Give up. Hearing these 2 words, Ruyan Lu finally couldn't hold herself together and quickly walked over to the 2 small employees, snatching the cell phones in their hands. The cell phone was suddenly snatched. The 2 employees immediately looked up angrily, but when they saw Lu Ruyan's delicate and beautiful face, the 2 of them were scared to the point of bloodlessness. The video of groping and swiping fish at work was caught on the spot, or by the president of the company. At this point, both of them already had a mental picture of themselves rolling out of the office clutching their personal data. The rest of the employees were all silent at this time, pretending to be busy. One of the small employees warily shouted, "Mr. Lu." However, Ruyan Lu didn't pay any attention to her at all and just concentrated on the video in her cell phone, her face quickly paling. The face in the video that only appeared for a few short seconds was full of bloodstains and bruises, but she still recognized it. It was Wang Han. At this moment, she was afraid and regretted, and realized even more how stupid she had been before. She shouldn't have listened to Chen Ling and delayed the ransom. No one knew better than her how much her parents loved Wang Han. At the same time, she also felt that a piece of her heart flesh seemed to have been lost, as if she had lost something of incomparable importance to her existence. At this moment, Ruyan Lu burst into tears, dropping her employee's cell phone and hurriedly running outside. However, today she was wearing high heels, and after just a few steps she fell straight to the ground. But she couldn't care less and simply dropped her heels and continued to run. Chapter 72, The Eager Ruyan Lu. Chapter 72, The Eager Lu Ruyan. Looking at Lu Ruyan frantically rushed towards the outside. Her always calm bodyguard and assistant Jolie. A moment was also the sudden situation made some overwhelmed. Froze for a moment, and then hastily leaned over to pick up the shoes Lu Ruyan left behind in the panic, and then chased after her like an arrow out of a string, and anxiously shouted, "Miss, slow down." The workers in the office area were disturbed by this clamor and stopped working, looking at each other with a look of curiosity and doubt on their faces, and all of them cast their gazes at the faraway figure. The kidnapped man is Big Lick Dog Wang Han. Just at this moment, the crowd violently erupted into a cry of surprise. It turned out to be the employee who usually loved to sneak around and fish. At the moment she was staring at the video on her cell phone screen, and when the camera briefly lingered on Wang Han's face for a moment, she could no longer hold back her inner shock and blurted out, "What? Big Lickin' Dog Wang Han, what's wrong with her? Speaking of which, it seems like it's been a long time since I've seen her." This exclamation was like a boulder thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The workers instantly exploded, talking about it. Wang Han before to Lu Ruyan that attentive appearance, in Shenling intentionally add oil and vinegar and publicized, has long become a company known to all hot topic, and put the surprise in the office area aside for a moment. Lu Ruyan ran all the way to the company's parking lot in a barefoot frenzy, rushed straight to the company's parking lot, pulled open the backseat door and drilled in. Jolie followed closely behind, quickly opened the driver's door and sat down, casually threw the shoes in her hand to the back row, and while starting the vehicle anxiously, she tried to comfort Lu Ruyan with a calm tone. "Miss, don't be anxious for now. The news just now is not yet certain. You have to be calm. In fact, at this moment, Lu Ruyan had gradually regained some sanity within herself after a burst of frantic running, and while she put on her shoes in a frenzy, she hurriedly commanded, "First, help me cancel my appointment with the Shin family company. Investigate immediately if the person in the news is Wang Han. Immediately book me a recent flight to South Central City. Immediately contact Secretary Chen by phone and ask her to contact the best hospital, the best doctor. Also, tell her to get the best resident doctor to my house immediately. Bring the first aid equipment too." Even though the identity of the person in the news was not yet confirmed, Lu Ruyan was certain in her heart that it was Wang Han. The similar face, as well as the time and details of the incident, all signaled this fact to her. At the mention of Chen Ling, Lu Ruyan paused slightly. Her mind flashed through Wang Han's disgusted look towards Chen Ling, and finally decided not to let Chen Ling travel with her, but only arranged for her to contact the hospital as well as arrange for the resident doctor to travel to the Lu family. Yes. Jolie hurriedly nodded her head in response, her hands quickly operating on the cell phone screen. Immersed in anxiety and busy, Lu Ruyan did not notice Jolie that hidden in the depths of the eyes of the strong dissatisfaction and indignation, the corner of her mouth and even slightly twitching, vaguely have the intention of gnashing teeth. A few moments later, Jolie had a difficult look on her face and said to Lu Ruyan with a hint of apprehension in her voice, "Miss, it's impossible to book a ticket to South Central City in the near future, and the earliest one that can be purchased will take 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Lu Ruyan's eyebrows instantly tightened, and she said without hesitation, "Then buy it from another city. Connecting flights, and buying it from someone else is no problem. Economy class doesn't matter either. It must be as soon as possible." However, Jolie shook her head helplessly and said with a bitter face, "Miss, it can't be bought either. There are no flights in South Central City lately. The airspace over there is practiced and currently grounded. It will take at least 2 weeks before it can be unblocked." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately ordered, "Then drive there, contact the convoy immediately, and depart in 2 hours. Resume your appointment with the Shin family and head to the Shin group immediately. Have the convoy meet me directly at the Shin group. Since we won't be able to leave for a while, we'll make a contact with the Shin collective first." "Yes," Jolie answered again and rushed to make the call. Lu Ruyan sat in the car, her hands clenched tightly together, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. She kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm her frantic heart. It wasn't until this moment that she truly realized how stupid what she had done was. If her parents saw the news, she didn't know what kind of anxiety they would feel, and maybe they would become seriously ill. If Wang Han unfortunately met an untimely death, she did not dare to imagine how her parents will be able to withstand such a heavy blow, and how they will look at their own inaction of the daughter. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's heart was as if it was tightly entangled by a messy hemp, cut, but also messy. In a certain luxuriously decorated upscale district, Chen Ling was dressed in a colorful red nightgown, lazily leaning on the sofa, gently shaking a cup of red wine in her hand, her eyes revealing a trace of imperceptible complacency. Her gaze was fixed on the hot news on her cell phone screen, and the corners of her mouth gradually hooked into a cold sneer. "I can't believe I was rescued by the police and made such a big fuss. Wang Han, you dead-licking dog is really lucky, but it saves me some effort. Ruyan Lu, when the second elder learns of this news, it will be your most vulnerable time." With that, she tilted her head back and drank the red wine in her glass, then put down the glass and picked up her cell phone to skillfully dial a call. In the hospital in South Central City, the intensive care unit was so quiet that only the slight drip of the instruments could be heard. Wang Han lay quietly on the hospital bed, his eyes focused on the image playing on the projector in front of him, a clear sound coming from the speakers in his ears. Turning his head slightly, he looked at the officer beside him and asked softly, "Battalion Commander Chiu, what kind of person is she contacting?" The picture on the curtain was exactly the scene of Chen Ling talking on the phone while cozying up at home with a glass of red wine. The voice coming out of the speaker was also exactly the content of Chen Ling's call. Xiao Hai sniffed and quickly turned her gaze to a few female soldiers sitting next to her who were busy in front of their computers. "Sir." In the next second, a female soldier got up and reported. She contacted a security company called Cuddy. This company was established 3 months ago. Its owner is a person named Chen Hong with a multi-layer record. "We are investigating the composition of the company's members." "Sir, they're talking about shorting Ryu's group." Before the female soldiers could find out the details of the composition of the members of the Cuddy company, Xiao Hai directly inquired to Wang Han, "Sir, do you want to eliminate this company? There's no rush. Keep monitoring and dig a little deeper. In addition, let people make preparations to resuscitate the Lu family's 2 elders. They've done me a favor, so I can't allow anything to happen to them." Wang Han gently shook his head, his expression calm, not seeing the slightest panic. On this planet where men had many privileges, even if Chen Ling had successfully shorted the Lu group, it would be nothing more than an exercise in futility. With just a word from him, all their calculations and gains could be reduced to nothing, and even if they transferred their wealth abroad, they could easily recover it. Yes, Xiao Hai answered and quietly accompanied Wang Han as he continued to watch the images on the curtain and listen to the sound from the speakers. As for what Wang Han commanded, there would be soldiers next to him who would quickly go and convey the execution. At this time, another soldier got up and reported, "Sir, the composition of the members of the Cardi Security Company has been found out. 70% of them are social loafers with a criminal record, and the remaining 30% are all unemployed, and all of them have some bad records, or detention records. In addition, Chen Ling and Chen Hong are related. We are digging deeper into the identities of the rest." As he spoke, the printer next to him was continuously operating, and a piece of information was continuously spat out from the machine like a snowflake, on which the personal information of the members of the Cardi Security Company was recorded in detail, and even the information of these people's relatives was printed out, in front of the state apparatus. These people have no secrets at all. Chapter 73, Cross-Examination of Ruyan Lu. Chapter 73, Cross-Examination of Ruyan Lu. Zhenghai City was a full 2,000 kilometers away from South Central City. Even though Ruyan Lu had instructed the fleet to drive to South Central City after completing the negotiations with the Shin family as soon as possible, it still took a day for her to arrive at the first hospital of South Central City. Under the escort of a dozen suited female bodyguards and assistant secretaries, the haggard Lu Ruyan rushed into the hospital as if she were crazy, and after inquiring at the nurse's desk, she hurried to the exclusive intensive care building in a hurry. However, rushing into the intensive care building and just arriving at the floor where Wang Han was recuperating, Ruyan Lu and her group were stopped by two police officers with their guns drawn. "Stop! It's strictly forbidden to approach here." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan said anxiously, "My name is Lu Ruyan. I'm Wang Han's relative." The two policemen looked at each other and immediately shook their heads seriously. "We don't know Wang Han. It's strictly forbidden to approach here." Seeing this, Lu Ruyan thought that these police officers hadn't investigated Wang Han's identity yet, and hurriedly added, "Wang Han is the hostage who was rescued on the news? And I'm her relative. I've already booked the best medical treatment for her in Zhenghai City." Upon hearing this, the two police officers who stopped the road interrupted Ruyan Lu without even giving her a chance to speak. "I'm very sorry, ma'am. The hostage is currently involved in a major case with a huge amount of public opinion, and it has not been dragged out of danger yet, so no one is allowed to see it. This is the law. Please don't give us a hard time. In addition, you said that you are the relatives of the hostages. Also hope that you can cooperate with us to transfer the investigation inquiry." After saying that, a police officer even took the walkie-talkie and called out, Team Lu, please bring someone up here." Hearing that Wang Han was not yet out of danger, Lu Ruyan was like a deflated ball, wilted and walked to the corridor seat and sat down, not listening to what the police said behind. A little while later, 7 or 8 police officers went up the stairs and came in front of Ruyan Lu. One of them, a competent middle-aged woman, said to Lu Ruyan, "Hello, ma'am. You said that you are the loved one of the rescued hostage. We have some doubts here that we need to understand from you. Please also follow us." Okay. Looking at the police officers in front of her, Ruyan Lu bitterly answered. Following a few police officers, she went to a separate ward next to her. The bodyguards that were brought by Ruyan Lu looked at each other, but in the end, no one followed and just waited outside. Inside the deserted ward, the middle-aged policeman pointed to the bed and said, "Ma'am, please sit down." "Thanks." Ruyan Lu answered and sat down on the hospital bed. Next to him, the young junior policeman had already taken out his recorder and started filming in real time, and took out a pen and paper and prepared to take shorthand notes. The middle-aged female police officer was not too polite, and after asking for Lu Ruyan's identity information, she opened the door and said, "Just now, you said that you are the relative of the rescued hostage. May I ask how you can be sure?" Hearing the question, Lu Ruyan didn't hide it and answered truthfully, "Her name is Wang Han. She and I were playmates from childhood. After both parents had a car accident when she was 14 years old, she was received into my house to gather and live. I won't recognize her wrong. And she did kidnap and abduct 3 months ago." The middle-aged policewoman nodded and continued to ask, "According to the criminal, the kidnapped hostage is indeed named Wang Han, the adopted son of the Lu family, because he has never gotten a ransom, and the hostage has indeed been kidnapped for a period of 3 months. Then may I ask why during the 3 months' time? Have you called the police or tried to find a way to ransom the hostage?" Hearing this question, Lu Ruyan was instantly filled with remorse and said bitterly, "We only gave money to the kidnappers one after another during these 3 months, but didn't give the full ransom and didn't call the police. The middle-aged policewoman's eyes looked at Ruyan Lu's somewhat empty eyes in death. Why? Lu Ruyan swallowed hard and said with self-reproach. Because before Wang Han has been pestering me in the middle. I thought to take this opportunity to let her suffer a little bit and learn a little bit before redeeming her. The middle-aged policewoman let out a snort and asked again. You know that these people are vicious kidnappers. Aren't you afraid that they'll tear the tickets? This Lu Ruyan choked on her words and her tone became even more self-condemning. No, because we think the kidnappers are seeking money. We won't tear the ticket. And we've always had small payments to the kidnappers to make them treat Wang Han well. Cut. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged policewoman snorted and said again. According to the kidnappers' confession, they have never received any ransom from the hostages' relatives. On the contrary, in the past 3 months, they have sent a video of the hostages' torture to the hostages' family almost every other day. So may I ask if you guys have really hit the kidnappers with the money to let the kidnappers treat Wang Han kindly? And have you received any video of Wang Han being tortured? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan suddenly couldn't stop her entire body from trembling. But still, she continued to reply. I really did call the kidnappers. This matter was handled by my secretary, Chen Ling, and every week, she called the kidnappers $20,000. Also, I didn't receive the video of Wang Han being tortured. The middle-aged policewoman immediately said, please give me your cell phone. We need to check it. You can rest assured that we will never divulge any privacy unrelated to the case. In addition, regarding the matter of whether or not the money was called, we will conduct a detailed check. Good. Lu Ruyan sniffed, and without any nonsense, she immediately handed the cell phone over to the middle-aged policewoman. After receiving the cell phone, the middle-aged policewoman continued to ask as if she didn't mean it. Do you know how badly she's been tortured these past 3 months? Ruyan Lu shook her head. I asked my secretary. She told me that people are fine. They're just captive. The middle-aged policewoman continued. Then do you know that during the 3 months that Wang Han has been in captivity, there has been a person who has been calling the kidnappers with money, 5,000 at a time. But instead of asking the kidnappers to treat Wang Han well, they want to torture him. What? Hearing this question, Lu Ruyan instantly looked up at the middle-aged policewoman in disbelief. Seeing the middle-aged policewoman's gaze staring into her own eyes in death, Lu Ruyan was instantly shaken. The heart was filled with incredulity. She had always just assumed it was an ordinary kidnapper. After all, the kidnapper only wanted $4 million ransom. $4 million was nothing to the Lu family. It was precisely because of this that she thought the kidnappers were just some desperate poor people who wouldn't do anything to Wang Han after receiving $20,000 a week for kindness, or $20,000 every week. But it was only now, after hearing the middle-aged policeman's words, that she finally realized that this was not an ordinary kidnapping, and the goodwill fee hadn't even reached the kidnappers. Seeing Lu Ruyan's look, the policewoman shook her head. It seems that you really don't know. According to the kidnappers' confessions, it was someone who hired them to kidnap Wang Han and had been hitting them up for money to let them torment him in the past 3 months. Receiving the confirmation, Lu Ruyan couldn't help herself at once, full of chagrin as she asked, can you tell me what kind of person hired the kidnappers? I'm sorry, the middle-aged policewoman shook her head. We've been raiding and interrogating the kidnappers for a day now, but we haven't found out who the kidnappers' employer is. And even the kidnappers don't know who that person is. Their transactions are too mysterious. The funds were cash transactions. And the funds and videos were also passed without contact. No clues could be identified. Hearing these words, Lu Ruyan immediately appeared lost in thought and sat on the bed, large tears rolling out of her good-looking almond eyes. Seeing Lu Ruyan in this state, the middle-aged female police officer once again let out a snort. Ma'am, we've already understood what we need to understand. If there's any situation, we'll notify you at the first time. And in the meantime, we also hope that you won't leave your place of residence. After saying that, the middle-aged policeman walked out of the ward with the 2 small policemen who were taking notes. Miss, are you alright? After the police went out, Jolie and a group of bodyguard assistants immediately entered the hospital room, and one by one, they surrounded Lu Ruyan, looking at her worriedly. Some had pity in their eyes, some had concern, and some had gloating or indifference in their eyes. But no one noticed that Jolie, who had her head down, was looking at Lu Ruyan with eyes that were about to spit fire. The soundproofing of this ward wasn't good. Plus these bodyguards weren't ordinary people. Just now, although they didn't come in, they still heard the content of the conversation in the ward. Chapter 74, a different plot from the original. Chapter 74, a different plot from the original. Looking at the group of bodyguards and assistants tightly surrounding her, Ruyan Lu clenched her silver teeth and said slowly, one word at a time. Jolie, immediately dial Chen Ling's phone. I want to ask her if she has actually paid the goodwill fee to the kidnappers. Yes, Jolie immediately answered. Then hurriedly took out her own cell phone and quickly dialed Chen Ling's number. In her heart, Jolie couldn't help but sneer. Wang Han was kidnapped for up to 3 months without even bothering to ask about it, instead leaving everything to Chen-Ling to handle. Only now do you realize that you regret it. What did you do earlier? Didn't you particularly trust Chen-Ling? Now I'd like to see exactly what you should do. There's also that green tea framer Chen-Ling. I've long looked at her unfavorably. This time I'd like to see how she'll come to account for this matter. Beep beep beep. After the phone rang 3 times, it was picked up. From inside the phone came Chen-Ling's voice that was slightly serious amidst its freshness. Jolie, is there something wrong? Chen-Ling. Ruyan Lu spoke up. Mr. Lu. The voice on the phone changed instantly. The original refreshing voice no longer appeared serious. Instead, it took on a slightly petulant tone. Lu Ruyan didn't want to waste time talking nonsense at all, and immediately asked, let me ask you, the kindness fee that I asked you to call the kidnappers, did you call the kidnappers truthfully or not? Chen-Ling on the phone immediately replied, every week there are allocations as scheduled in accordance with the regulations. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's voice suddenly lowered. I'm currently at the first hospital in South Central City. The police just talked to me, and they said that they never received any of the so-called kindness fees. Wang Han has been tortured by them for 3 whole months. 3 long months. Do you know exactly what that means? When she said the latter, Ruyan Lu's voice had become gritted teeth and filled with anger. What? Upon hearing Ruyan Lu's words, an exclamation of shock rang out on the phone, followed by Chen-Ling's voice becoming flustered. General Manager Lu, I promised to allocate the kindness fee every week. I gave this matter to Xiao Zhang to do it. I'm going to go and ask Xiao Zhang what's going on right now. Xiao Zhang. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu gritted her teeth even more and roared into the phone. Why didn't you personally do this matter? On the phone, Chen-Ling's voice became more and more flustered. Mr. Lu, the daily outgoing records on my side are just too much, and the amount of 20,000 is just too little and too frequent, so I was worried that I would forget. So I purposely entrusted this matter exclusively to Xiao Zhang to be in charge of handling it. I will immediately go and question Xiao Zhang now. Then hurry up and carry out the investigation. And in addition, make sure to keep a firm eye on Xiao Zhang for me. I must see her when I return. Hearing Chen-Ling's reply, Ruyan Lu practically roared. Yes yes yes. Chen-Ling's panicked voice sounded again, followed by a beeping busy tone. Humph. Still trusting that green tea even now. Hearing Ruyan Lu's words behind her, Jolie couldn't help but sneer once again in her heart. Immediately after, Jolie spoke directly. Mr. Lu, I'm afraid I have to resign from you. What? Hearing this, Ruyan Lu froze and looked at Jolie in disbelief. Although Jolie is the same age as himself, but it is a full-time bodyguard who has been following him since he started college, and can be said to be the person of his age who has been by his side for the longest period of time in addition to Wang Han, now actually want to resign. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, Jolie apologized. Something happened at home. I have to go back. Upon hearing this, Ruyan Lu frowned and said, I'll grant you a month's paid vacation, and you'll continue to come to work after you've taken care of things at home. But, Choyuri was still trying to speak. You are the old man who has followed me for the longest time. I don't want you to leave. This matter is settled. Lu Ruyan said nonchalantly, her tone not to be questioned or refuted. Seeing this, Jolie thought for a moment and said, then thank you, Mr. Lu. That's really quite good acting, but she's too emboldened. In the intensive care unit, Wang Han gazed at the image on the projection screen and couldn't help but let out a snort. Whether it was Lu Ruyan, who was in the middle of the hospital room, or Chen-Ling, they were always under close surveillance, even their every phone call. And at this moment, the picture presented on the curtain was exactly the scene of Chen-Ling's home, only to see Chen-Ling is still wearing a set of red nightgown, holding a cup of red wine in her hands. Her face still hangs that bland and cold smile, all without half a point in the phone voice shown in the state of panic and helplessness. On the contrary, it is a look of emboldened. Hearing Wang Han snicker, Qiu Hai immediately said, after investigation, Chen-Ling hired 5 kidnappers or Chen Hong's men. They are burdened with the case, but also involved in a quiet undetermined, and there is also the threat of Chen Hong, so do not dare to reveal the truth. But in the face of the crime of hurting Mr. They simply cannot afford. Naturally, they all give a clean explanation. After saying that, Qiu Hai purposely glanced at Wang Han, although Wang Han made a fake, sided with the 5 people, but the power of the state or quickly investigated a clear, just should Wang Han's request, so for the time being did not find the 5 people and their relatives trouble. Ha! Wang Han let out a snort once again, his tone filled with disdain. No wonder she is so emboldened. However, I am now looking forward to gradually knocking her into the abyss even more. Akumi responded. She did deserve to die, and she deserves no mercy. Wang Han continued. Find a random reason to drive Ruyan Lu back. I don't intend to meet with her until my injuries have fully recuperated. Also, prepare a mental trauma certificate for me, the kind that indicates partial memory loss. Xiuhai immediately answered. Yes. After pondering for a moment, Wang Han continued to command. And that Jolie, I want her details. Also, investigate properly why exactly she resigned. Regarding Jolie as a person, the predecessor had a very good impression of her. Not only had they spent a lot of time together, but Jolie had also helped the predecessor many times. In the plot memory, Jolie has several times secretly helped the predecessor in Shenling against. Just compared to the predecessor of the stupid reckless behavior. Jolie to know more about the circle sum. The ability is also strong, but also Lu Ruyan's personal bodyguard, but also did not offend Shenling on the surface. Moreover, Ruyan Lu also valued Jolie, so Shenling didn't dare to offend Jolie easily, but Jolie proposed to leave. Is Wang Han did not expect. Even the original plot did not appear in this situation. To the death of Jolie has not proposed to leave. Chapter 75, Lu Ruyan who went home to be criticized. Chapter 75, Lu Ruyan who went home to be criticized. Ruyan Lu merely stayed over here for a day before going back. Not only had she failed to see Wang Han, she hadn't even learned whether Wang Han was out of danger. Lu Ruyan actually very much want to continue to stay, but unfortunately the reality does not allow her to do so. Lu's group suffered a major problem, so serious that she must go back to personally sit in command, and she must also go back to always pay attention to the situation of both parents. However, when she left, Ruyan Lu purposely left behind 2 bodyguards and an assistant, instructing them to always keep an eye out for news of Wang Han, and once they were able to see him, they would immediately bring him back to Zhonghai City for treatment. In addition, there was another person who didn't leave as well, and that was Jolie. She didn't return with Lu Ruyan, but left alone under the pretext of different roads, and even left 3 hours earlier than Lu Ruyan. But in reality, Jolie did not leave South Central City, but quietly found a place to live alone. This made Wang Han feel very puzzled. Jolie's reason for resigning was obviously just an excuse, and it seemed as if she was staying because she was rushing herself. However, Wang Han had rummaged through his memories as well as the relevant episodes and could never figure it out. His predecessor had purposely kept a distance from the people around him because of Ruyan Lu. Although he was more familiar with Jolie, he didn't have too many exchanges with Jolie, and there was never any ambiguous or out-of-the-ordinary situation between the two of them, and there was even some detachment from each other. Not being able to figure it out, Wang Han simply didn't think about it and just recuperated his injuries at ease. Although the injury wasn't serious at all, Wang Han felt that it was better to play the full part. On the other hand, when Ruyan Lu went back, under her thunderous command, the great events encountered were instantly made easier. After a busy day, dragging her tired body back to the Lu family mansion, Lu Ruyan saw her parents sitting on the sofa in the living room with a worried and sad look on their faces. The housekeeper and the resident doctor were standing right behind the sofa, almost not daring to move an inch away. Seeing this situation, Lu Ruyan instantly tightened her heart, understanding that both parents were aware of Wang Han's kidnapping and torture. Gritting her teeth, Lu Ruyan dragged her tired body to the front of the 2 old men and carefully opened her mouth. Mother, mother! Looking at Lu Ruyan in such a careful manner, Lu Nan immediately snorted coldly. So you still know that we are your mother and mother? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan choked on her words and lowered her head, not daring to look at the second old man at all. Nor did she dare to speak. Hong Yakin tearfully looked at Lu Ruyan who had her head down and questioned. Why didn't you tell us when something happened to Xiao Han? He was kidnapped for 3 whole months. Why didn't you tell us? Me. Ruyan Lu mumbled at her words. Tears started dripping down her face, because this time it really was her mistake. And it was a big mistake. Lu Nan patted Hong Yakin's back and asked Lu Ruyan, did you go to South Central City? Ruyan Lu replied in a low and lost voice. It's already gone. Hearing this low and lost voice of Lu Ruyan, Hong Yakin couldn't help but cry out at once, because Wang Han was not resuscitated. Lu Nan was much calmer, her fists clenched, her eyes tightly looking at Lu Ruyan who had her head down. Then how is Wang Han's situation now? Has he been rescued yet? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and carefully spoke again. It's been resuscitated, but it's not out of danger yet, and I haven't seen Wang Han. Lu Nan frowned and looked at Ruyan Lu with disappointment. Is it because he doesn't want to see you? Lu Ruyan shook her head. No. It's the local police in South Central City who aren't allowed to see her. The person isn't out of danger yet. No one is allowed to see her. Lu Nan continued in a cold voice. Then why did you come back? Ruyan Lu replied truthfully. Something important has happened to the company. I have to come back to sit on the company. I have arranged for 2 bodyguards and an assistant to stay in South Central City. As long as I can receive Wang Han, I will be the first to receive Wang Han to the best hospital in Zhonghai City to receive the best treatment. Alas, Lu Nan sighed and said, I'll take over the company. You'll step down as president now. And tomorrow you'll get the hell out of South Central City to accompany me. Your mother will also accompany you. Yes, Ruyan Lu agreed in a low voice, not daring to retort half a sentence at all. Lu Nan thought for a moment and asked Lu Ruyan, have you thought about how to deal with the stupid thing you did this time? Hearing this, Ruyan Lu whispered, if. Without waiting for Lu Ruyan to say two more words, Lu Nan impatiently interrupted Lu Ruyan. Don't if it. I don't want to hear it. And I don't want to force you to do anything. Think it over yourself. Hong Yakin added, Ruyan, even though you are our biological child, you should also be clear about how we view Wang Han, and even more so, you should know about what happened back then, which is something we owe to the Wang family. You can choose to refuse, but we don't want you to do anything stupid to hurt him again to disappoint us. Moreover, it's not him who's climbing up to us, it's us who's climbing up to him. Now there's still the love of our two old men, and with that said, I hope that you yourself will be able to grasp it well. Yes, Ruyan Lu answered in a small voice. Lu Nan, now you tell me the details. I need to know everything, including those rumors and gossip. The next day, Chen Ling came to Lu's group with a very good mood. She knew very well how much the two Lu family members loved Wang Han, and even if they were able to withstand the blow, their hearts and minds would surely be in great turmoil, and it would definitely be difficult for them to hold up the situation. Lu Ruyan will also definitely be a huge blow and impact, coupled with the second old man situation is definitely not good. Even if it can't knock down Lu Ruyan, but also can definitely make Lu Ruyan difficult to take into account and ask too many things. We'll only hand over more things to her as the closest secretary. As for Lu Ruyan's anger and accountability, she had long thought of ways to cope with it. With her own understanding of Lu Ruyan, it was easy to shrug off the responsibility and remain as that person Lu Ruyan trusted the most. Now was her greatest opportunity to manipulate the Ryu group, and her plan was about to succeed. After getting off the car in the company's parking lot, Chen Ling's expression immediately became sad and sorrowful, no longer half happy, just a sad face into the Lu's group's company building, all the way to the president's office with sadness. Chen Ling's heart emotions have long been brewing, and even the face has hung up 2 lines of tears. However, when Chen Ling pushed open the president's office and saw the person inside, she froze and even had an urge to turn around and leave. The office had already gathered many of the company's top executives. The person sitting on the president's office was even less Ruyan Lu, but Chairman Lu Nan. It's Secretary Chen. Come in. Looking at Chen Ling, who was frozen in the office doorway, Lu Nan said indifferently. Not the slightest bit of joy or anger could be heard in his voice. Yes. Upon hearing this, Chen Ling could only respond and walk into the office with a stiff upper lip, then silently stand at a spot in the corner. Seeing Chen Ling came in and stood honestly at the corner, Lu Nan then opened his mouth lightly. Now I will announce the first thing. Lu Ruyan is not in a good mood at the moment, and is not suitable to deal with the company's affairs for the time being. Now, Ruyan Lu's position as president will be terminated, and the rest of the positions will not be arranged for the time being. All the company's large and small matters, all by my hands, more than 50,000 of the expenditure, without my signature will not be implemented. The Ministry of Finance, the expenditure of every small items to reach 300,000 must immediately organize a statement sent to me for signature. More than 1.5 million of the expenditure if I do not sign, will not be paid. Legal Department, after the meeting, immediately send out the notice. Yes, the Director of Legal Affairs immediately responded. How could this happen? Chen Ling had already sounded dumbfounded in her mind. Lu Nan was not only not struck by the matter of Wang Han, but also to take over the company's large and small affairs, tighter and more detailed than when Lu Ruyan grasped the power, but also led her all the calculations nearly in vain. Even if she wants to take action from the small items have become a luxury. Those of her allies also have no room to play. Chapter 76 Zhou Li's Action. Chapter 76 Zhou Li's Action. On the third day of her stay in South Central City, early in the morning Zhou Li once again came to the first hospital with an insulated lunchbox and bread. Only today she was very different from any time in the past. Today she wore a floral dress, and her high ponytail that had been constant in the past was draped over her shoulders, and she wore a pink hairpin, and even had her hair permed in micro curls. Coming to the third floor of the intensive care building, looking at the 2 middle-aged policemen still guarding the entrance of the intensive care building, but not seeing the 3 people left behind by Ruyan Lu, Zhou Li couldn't help but let out a cry of indignation in her heart. Those 3 guys really can't be relied on. With indignation in her heart, Zhou Li arrived in front of the 2 policemen and inquired very politely, "Hello, 2 officers, may I ask if Wang Han is out of danger?" Upon hearing this, The two middle-aged policemen instantly looked at the girl who revealed her cuteness everywhere in front of them with vigilance. One of them looked at Jolie with a lingering gaze and asked, "Little girl, what kind of person are you to the injured?" During the questioning, the other policeman had already immovably circled around to Jolie's side, vaguely blocking Jolie's retreat. As Lu Ruyan's personal bodyguard, Jolie noticed the actions of the two police officers at the first time, and was immediately flabbergasted, but on her face, she did not move, and hurriedly replied with a smile, "My name is Jolie. I've been friends with Wang Han since college. Yesterday when the president of Lu Group came, I came along as Lu Ruyan's personal bodyguard. Only today I changed my image. It's coming as Wang Han's friend." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged policeman who asked the question carefully sized up Jolie, and without a closer look he really didn't see that the cute girl in front of him was the bodyguard plus assistant who was dressed up in a competent manner yesterday. After confirming the person, the questioning police officer then said, "Then come with me to make a statement. The stuff will be given to my colleagues first." "Okay." Jolie didn't have any nonsense and hurriedly answered down, and after handing over her things to another policeman, she followed the questioning middle-aged policeman into the empty ward next to her, and immediately after the other policeman took the stuff, he was approached by one of the patients, who opened the insulated lunchbox and the fresh bread to take samples from it in several places, and then left in a hurry. In the unoccupied hospital room, Jolie got pretty much the same answer as Lu Ruyan got after experiencing the same answer as she did yesterday. Wang Han is not out of danger yet, and no one is allowed to see him at the moment. Jolie was not discouraged by what she heard, and only said that she had been in South Central City lately. And the other thing was that the middle-aged policeman should not tell the three people left behind about this, and then left with her lunchbox and bread. What's going on? Is there some major case involved? After leaving the intensive care building, Jolie found a random rest area in the hospital and opened her lunchbox to drink warm porridge while frowning in thought. Not only are there two police officers on duty in the third-floor corridor at all times, want to see Wang Han will have to make a statement. After making a statement or cannot see. Even just now the two policemen also vaguely to her into a surrounded situation. There are only two possibilities for this kind of strict defense and investigation posture. One is that the person inside is a certain big powerful person, and the other is that the person inside is also involved in some major case. Although Wang Han was the adopted son of the Lu family, he definitely couldn't meet this kind of protection requirement. Otherwise he wouldn't have been kidnapped by just 5 kidnappers from the district. So it was the second case. Thinking of this, Jolie couldn't help but worry about Wang Han in her heart. What's going on here? In the hospital room, Wang Han woke up and couldn't help but frown when he learned about Jolie coming over. Jolie could never be in league with Chen Ling, and here the original plot had made it very clear. But to say that Jolie liked herself was also impossible. There simply wasn't too much communication between the two, and there were no interests involved between the two. After meditating to no avail, Wang Han instructed Xiao Hai next to him, "Set it up, and when she comes next time, bring her in alone. I want to see what she's really thinking." "Yes," Xiao Hai immediately answered. He then said, "According to the news from Zhonghai City, Lu Ruyan and Hong Yakin are already preparing to depart from Zhonghai City. They should be coming back at noon." After eating the bread she brought for lunch, Jolie once again came to the third floor of the intensive care building. The 3 people left behind by Ruyan Lu were here this time, and were sitting on a resting bench eating a boxed lunch. Jolie directly ignored the 3 and came directly to the 2 policemen on duty, asking politely, "Two sisters, may I ask if Wang Han is awake?" Looking at the eager trio, the 2 police officers who had long since gotten their orders immediately said, "Not yet, but for now it's ready for visitation. Follow me." "Thanks." Jolie hurriedly gave a thank you and followed one of the policemen towards the depths of the corridor. Seeing this, the 3 bodyguard assistants who were eating hurriedly put their boxed lunches aside and came over to the other policeman, where the assistant left behind hurriedly asked, "May we go to the visitation, please?" The policeman left behind apologized. "I'm sorry, I can't." At that, the secretary who stayed behind was in a hurry. How could that person just now get in? She hadn't really recognized Cho Yuri in her new outfit, even though she worked with her. The police officer left behind immediately said righteously, "She was authorized." The secretary hurriedly asked, "Approval? What does it take? We can apply now too." The policeman left behind shook his head. "I don't know about that. I only know that the approval was given from above. Don't really know how to apply for approval. Can't give you guys any information either." At those words, the 3 people left behind by Ruyan Lu were dumbfounded, but there was nothing they could do, so they could only sit back down on the bench again and continue to eat their boxed lunches and wait. The secretary, on the other hand, took out her cell phone and began to report this situation to Ruyan Lu. Having to get permission to visit Wang Han was clearly a situation that no one had anticipated. This also means that at present Wang Han is not an ordinary patient, but a subject of protection and surveillance. On the other hand, 2,000 kilometers away in Zhonghai City, Lu Ruyan, who was preparing to depart with Hong Yakan, received the report and immediately looked grave, and immediately told Lu Nan the news. Lu Nan also immediately had Lu Group's PR and legal departments operate. Lu Ruyan and Hong Yakan, on the other hand, were still embarking on the highway to South Central City. With the police leading the way, Jolie entered the rearranged intensive care unit. Just coming in, Jolie saw that there were 5 police officers in the ward on duty around the bed, while Wang Han on the bed had his eyes tightly closed. His face was full of emaciation, and his face had quite a lot of scars. His neck was completely bandaged, and his body was even filled with various tube lines. Just one look at it makes you feel that the situation is very serious. Seeing this, Jolie couldn't help but tremble, and a layer of water vapor clouded her eyes. Her fists were also unconsciously clenched, and at that moment, the 4 policemen in the ward also turned their gazes to Jolie. One of the policemen got up and said to Jolie, "Hello, Ms. Jolie, the reason why you are allowed to visit is because the patient has and only has murmured the names of Ruyan, Lu and you." Opening his mouth, the police officer who spoke explained the reason why Jolie was allowed to visit, and immediately followed with, "The patient is currently not out of danger, and with some other reasons, you can't get close to him until he wakes up. But we can explain to you about his current situation. During the 3 months he was tortured by the kidnappers. He was already in a very bad way, with severe stomach damage, lung damage, his feet were incapacitated, and the 3 months of prolonged torture, coupled with the fact that there had been a trauma to his head, had a great potential to cause severe mental damage. Now, we need to find out something with you about what happened before he was kidnapped." "Thank you." Jolie suppressed her trembling voice and said, "I will fully cooperate with your investigation." "Thanks for your cooperation," the police officer who spoke said with a smile, and directly began to inquire, "May I ask when you and the patient met?"